Chapter 304. Caused. Knowing that he wasn't going to get anything by continuing to stare at the mat, Ryu boldly took a step forward and sat at its very center. In that moment, an inexplicable feeling overwhelming him. It didn't feel like a surge of chi, but it did feel incomparably comfortable. In a daze, Ryu almost felt like falling asleep in that very moment. His mind completely relaxed, even his stern, expressionless face softened, making him look like less of an ice statue and more human. It was too bad that this expression that was rarely seen on him was completely obscured by foul grime. Though this prayer mat didn't infuse Ryu with any chi, he still felt that he could cultivate far faster while seated upon it. In fact, this cultivation speed was about similar to when Ryu entered Breath of Heaven. In addition, he felt the lingering injuries of his mental realm quickly accelerate their speed of recovery. Finally, completely out of expectations, Ryu fell into a deep sleep. By the time he woke up, he would have no idea how he fell asleep, only that he had. Elsa watched on with a slight surprise. But in the end, not finding anything dangerous about the situation, she let Ryu rest. Those with mortal bodies hadn't completely cast away the limitations of mortals. Though Ryu seemed to be able to go without sleep or food with ease, the truth was that though he could do it, it left lingering fatigue that slowly piled. By Elsa's estimates, though Ryu was unaware due to his own stubbornness, this limited Ryu's peak potential by at least 10%. This wasn't a measure of baseline strength, but rather his efficiency in implementing that strength. Unfortunately, Elsa knew her limits. Even if she told Ryu to take a rest, he would most definitely ignore her. The fact he didn't have a choice in the matter now rested a stone that had weighed down her heart. It seems this prayer mat has the ability to calm the mind and heart, allowing the body to reach its optimal condition. This gives the illusion that it speeds up your cultivation. But the truth is that it's just tapping into potential you already have. It must have been a combination of this and that dual cultivation technique that helped that Zoo Elder and his woman reach the peak of the divine vessel realm so quickly. Still, there was a deeper mystery to this that would have to wait until Ryu awoke. Given the abilities of those two, it was impossible for them to weather the chi storm this prayer mat protected that pocket space from. This meant the mat was there long before they arrived. More curiously, how had they used the prayer mat at all? When Ryu tried to touch it, his focused chi was sapped in an instant. He couldn't last a second, let alone long enough to complete even one cycle of a dual cultivation technique. Curious, Elsa mumbled, waiting patiently for Ryu to awake as she dealt with her own lingering fatigue. Over 2 months later, Ryu was startled awake. It wasn't because something had interrupted his sleep, but rather because he was shocked that he was sleeping at all. How? He mumbled. Elsa, oh look, the big sleeping baby is finally awake. Elsa giggled. You've been out for 2 months. Ryu's eyes widened in shock. Why didn't you wake me? Don't take that tone with me. Elsa harumphed, her little body floating up to face Ryu with a glare. I've wanted you to rest for a long time already. This prayer mat just gave me a helping hand. When it comes to training, rest is just as important. The less you rest, the less potential you'll be able to squeeze out of yourself. Consider this a good thing. Ryu looked toward Elsa expressionlessly, but in the end, he shook his head. What was done was done. There was no point in getting into a spat over it. So, how was it? Elsa asked. This prayer mat is actually able to heighten the instinctual reactions of my body. Though it was much slower than if I did it deliberately, I could actually cultivate in my sleep. My divine vessel realm cultivation is already consolidated, and I even made some progress toward opening my second chi vessel. Cultivating while you're sleeping, huh? Suddenly, Elsa pinched her nose. All right. Your purge ended a while ago, go wash yourself. It actually lasted longer than I expected. I think the prayer mat actually helped you squeeze a bit more potential out. Ryu didn't need to Elsa to goad him anymore. There was no one more eager to clean himself than him. The Deathworm Immortal Cave did in fact have a bathhouse within it. Not surprising since it was once owned by a woman. So he made great use of it immediately. However, his thoughts couldn't help but drift to the prayer mat. Though he was sleeping for 2 months, his situation was actually more complicated than that. In fact, his mind was currently swirling with several inexplicable things. There was nothing tangible, but it was rather like this prayer mat was reaching out to him, subconsciously layering the instinctual understandings he needed in order to use it. For example, Ryu now knew one of the mat's main abilities was optimization. It brought one to their peak potential when cultivating. This allowed Ryu to understand why it was so large. This prayer mat wasn't just meant to be used for cultivating, but was also useful in practicing and comprehending techniques. This ability wasn't so useful to Ryu since he had the 4th floor of the crystalline Jade, but it was amazing nonetheless. The prayer mat also had the ability to curb and calm chi. When chi becomes too dense, it can also result in violent upsurges that makes it impossible for anyone to take advantage. This was clearly seen by the 12th Elder's death. However, the prayer mat could force chi into submission, allowing it to enter an optimal state for absorption. This was the second facet that increased cultivation speed. However, what was more baffling to Ryu was this nagging sensation in the back of his mind, a sensation that told him this prayer mat was far more enigmatic than even he believed, a sensation that told him that it wasn't that this prayer mat protected the pocket space from the chi surge, but rather that this prayer mat caused it in the first place. Chapter 305. Underestimated. Maybe something had changed within him, but Ryu actually took his time to clean himself. Hours ticked by before he was finally willing to exit the large bathhouse. It seemed the several months of discomfort had weighed on him more heavily than he originally believed. It was only now that he was truly relaxed. Ah! There's my handsome little Ryu. Ailsa fluttered around Ryu in her fairy form like a little butterfly, her happiness seemingly far too exaggerated for the occasion. Ryu actually smiled lightly, but didn't pursue the topic. He instead calmly wiped himself and put on his usual set of black robes. Of course, these were woven by a spiritual seamstress, so they could withstand a battle between connecting heaven realm experts. The prayer mat is an intriguing treasure. It seems to have a faint consciousness of its own. I feel like it's been trying to tell me its name all of this time, but it's faintly out of my reach. A name. Ailsa's brows arched in astonishment. Names held a lot of power in the martial world. Many of Ryu's own treasures didn't even have a real one. Even his origin grade incubator was merely known by him as the incubator, for example. And his cloak was simply known as the cloak. For an item to gain a name, it had to accomplish something significant. Of course, there were also objects like Ryu's glove of order that were given names simply because lower-tier planes didn't understand the significance of a title. As a result, it was ironically so that many mortal plane treasures had names, while very few immortal plane treasures did. Still, Ryu faintly believed that maybe the glove of order gaining a name wasn't simply due to ignorance. It seemed quite special even among his hoard of amazing treasures. Simply put, the fact this prayer mat had a name it tried to speak to Ryu meant it was far more amazing that either Ryu or Ailsa previously believed. Though this was a mystery, Ryu chose to decisively not think of these matters anymore. Wasting time positing theories without enough clues was foolish. He had much more important things to do. Ailsa, I think it's about time. Understanding what her life partner was referring to, Ailsa grinned mysteriously. It seemed she was anticipating it as well. With the Zoo Palace's 2nd floor, the very same expansive library that had filled even Ryu with awe still stood. However, in the past couple of years, the atmosphere had grown steadily colder. If the 4 Zoo ancestors thought that something was wrong after their descendants didn't come to pay respects to them a few days after the crystalline Jade was completed, they were completely certain of it by now. In what seemed like a blink of an eye, it had already been more than 3 years since they first met Ryu. Yet they hadn't seen him since. But what was more infuriating was that they could very clearly feel a presence frequently entering and exiting the crystalline Jade as he pleased. If they didn't know what was going on by now, they would be unworthy of the Sky God title. Not only had Ryu managed to escape their machinations, but he was also freely using the resources of their clan with impunity. They thought that all of their work had failed. Countless trillions of years, numerous wasted eras, all for this very plan. Yet, it had been spoiled at the hands of a teenage boy. They weren't fools. They knew that Ryu would never enter this library again until he had the strength to deal with them. And, They had no ability to leave because of the special technique used to manifest the jades they were using to sustain their lives into the ethereal plane. However, on this day something baffling occurred. The boy they thought wouldn't dare to appear before them again actually made his way to the second floor and creaked the large double doors open. In that instant, Flora's petite body erupted into a fit of uproarious laughter. "Didn't I tell you? He's just a little boy. How could he hold back his curiosity for so long? Since you've come here, boy, don't think of leaving again." This version of Flora was far different from the charming, teasing Flora Ryu had met before. It seemed the anguish at having failed at the final step was enough to push her over the edge, revealing her true venomous side, the very side of her that wouldn't have hesitated to steal all of Ryu's talent. "Humph. I'd like to see which of you dares to lay a hand on my little Ryu." The expressions of the four ancestors changed. Their judgment had been completely impaired. They hadn't even noticed that Ryu had entered with another individual. Plus, the lane leading to the center of the library was several hundred meters long. Though Flora spoke in agitation, the distance between the two parties was still relatively large. Morvar, the quiet and cold male of the four ancestors, bitterly smiled. As Ryu and Ailsa slowly came into view, he became certain that they had truly lost this time. Was it normal for a sky god of Flora's stature to lose her composure like this? Of course not. Ryu's great-grandfather had learned of his sudden rebirth and even that he could now cultivate with a false spiritual foundation. Yet all he reacted with was a raised eyebrow. If something wasn't very wrong, even with her naturally venomous personality, there was no way Flora would lose her cool like this. "It seems you four have paid a significant price to live so long," Ailsa said coldly, carrying an air of majesty that seemed absent when she was with Ryu alone. "However, this is what you deserve for daring to lay a hand on my life partner." Morvar remained silent. Of the four of them, Flora had been the youngest, so she had less time to fortify her mind and build her willpower. There was of course a price to pay for maintaining one's consciousness for so long, and she was likely to be the first among them to pay for it. Eska, the immortal Sakura sky god, looked toward Ryu with a shocked expression. She immediately realized that he was already on the verge of comprehending her technique's third stage. "You!" However, how could her shock be more than Flora's? "You comprehended my divine chaotic annihilation to the divine chaotic pestle stage." Ryu swept a cold glance over the sky god. "Is there anything difficult about such an accomplishment?" Suddenly, the cold Morvar began to laugh as well. "I see we've been played by you from the very beginning. It seems we've underestimated these mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Maybe in your era it's long since found a place in the top 10, most likely top 3. A deep sigh resounded through the library. "To think my Zoo clan would have such a day." Chapter 306 Choose. In truth, Ryu didn't care much for interacting with the Zoo clan ancestors. He didn't truly need them. Even without Flora's guidance, it only took him a couple weeks to comprehend divine chaotic annihilation. And, when the time flow increase was taken into account, this boiled down to just a few days. Though this disadvantage might pile up higher during the later stages, Ryu believed in his own talent. If it wasn't for Ailsa wanting to speak a piece of her mind, and the fact the core texts were all located at the center of this massive library while the outer reaches were made up of normal literature, he wouldn't even care to appear here. Plus, Ryu and the Zoo clan would never see eye to eye. Even if he agreed to be on speaking terms with these four ancestors, his debt of blood had already been signed with their descendants on the outside. This matter was already as good as over. Originally, Ryu wouldn't have minded completing a cycle of karma with the Zoo clan, since their crystalline jade inheritance would most definitely be a large part of the reason for his rise. It was only right that he properly repay them. However, after taking into account the atrocious actions their descendants committed on the mortal plane, and even how they knew well that completing the crystalline jade would lead to him being hunted down, whatever kindness Ryu had left in his heart was flown away. It was then that the fourth silent to now ancestor spoke. The usually fiery-tempered Balor seemed to take this new situation in stride, chuckling deeply. "It seems our Zoo clan has lost this time. Look at that, you two found a genius to take up your mantles. He even looks no different from Izu. Yet you schemed against him and lost the opportunity. With Balor's upright personality, it was no surprise that he was the only one against tricking Ryu. It had even been him who warned Ryu to stay away from Flora back then. Though, Ryu didn't actually need that reminder, which was why he never took his kindness to heart. Originally, little Ryu, I wanted to kill them to avoid future problems. But these four may be of great help to you in the future. Even if it's not for their knowledge, you can imagine how powerful you would be as a soul necromancer if you had 4 sky gods under your control. You dare? Flora's temper raged once more, her translucent image fluctuating wildly as she lost more and more of herself. Soul necromancers were one of the 3 main branches of necromancy. Unfortunately, the threshold for stepping into this branch was incredibly high because the weakest soul puppet that could be refined had to be of the soul birth realm. Simply put, any soul necromancer was an immortal ring expert at the absolute weakest. Their power has fallen a bit, though. Ilsa continued without a care. They're even a level weaker than myself currently, so they're only as good as peak soul refinement wraiths. Chapter 307 Vector Eagle. The catalog of mental realm techniques the Zhu clan had was expansive almost beyond reason. A single clan might struggle to have a handful of this caliber of technique, yet the Zhu clan had thousands. No, even tens of thousands on this level. What surprised Ryu even more was that his analysis was actually wrong. The Zhu clan had plenty of necromancy techniques and even had some summoner necromancer fragmented legacies. After thinking a moment, Ryu understood why this was. One had to remember that the reason the Zhu clan fell into decline was precisely because they existed during the era right before the ban on mental realm masters. This meant that before their downfall, there had yet to be a rift created between them and necromancers. Still, the Zhu clan was fundamentally an orthodox mental realm master clan. The necromancy techniques they did have were often the most basic and only served for reference and curiosity. As for the fragmented summoning necromancer legacies, Ryu knew he wasn't fated for them. To call these inheritances fragmented was a massive overstatement. In reality, they were nothing more than introductory excerpts to the enigmatic 3rd branch of necromancy. Maybe it was only now Ryu truly understood how difficult it would be to gain such an inheritance for him. If even the mighty Zhu clan knew so little about summoning necromancers, just what level of existence were they? Throwing this matter to the back of his mind, Ryu set his mind to the task at hand. With so many techniques to choose from, it was no surprise that many accomplished the same tasks. For example, minor teleportation, blink, and warp all functionally completed the same goal. However, the manner in which they did so was different. In fact, Ryu saw this pattern repeat itself many times more. Vector arrow, winding arrow, piercing ballista. These were another set of techniques that fell into the same categories. Each technique, however, had a different theory behind them. Peering into how their visualizations were constructed gave Ryu a deep level of insight he didn't previously have. Vector arrow emphasized straight-line speed, but it lacked variability. Winding arrow gained this variability, but it was lacking in power. Piercing ballista had the power, but it was incredibly difficult to control, and it took several moments to properly complete its visualization. Following this logic, each technique had its pros as cons. But what Ryu actually became lost in was exactly the subtle differences in visualization that led to these changes. Before, Ryu hadn't noticed. This was because the visualizations he practiced had yet to reach a level where he was qualified to. But every visualization was constructed of runes. These runes were similar to the nodes of arrays and formations and held the power to communicate with the heavens to enlist the specific sort of strength it evoked. Because Ryu had yet to master Immortal Sakura, or Divine Chaotic Annihilation, he wasn't qualified to sense their runes yet. His visualizations of them were still superficial. When Ryu came to this point in understanding, a brand new world was opened up to him. "It seems I've made a mistake," Ryu said lightly. "I've been focused too much on powerful visualizations when there was a treasure trove hidden here." As techniques created for those of the spiritual awakening and endowment realms, Ryu was more than qualified to peer in the runes of these techniques. Suddenly, visualizations no longer looked like mere images to him. but rather became a series of equations that, when given an input, relayed a predictable output. If it's like this, I can construct and deconstruct these as I please. Lost in thought, Ryu inadvertently spoke aloud. In an instant, a vector arrow appeared in Ryu's hand. It had a sleek and long body. The amount of spiritual chi needed to form it was very little, and its head seamlessly melded into its spine in the shape of a silver bullet. A moment later, a winding arrow appeared above it. Unlike the former, its body was quite a bit shorter. At the same time, its feathered ends were larger than normal. This drastically lowered its flight speed, but increased its maneuverability. Even above them, the piercing ballista, that should have taken several seconds to visualize, appeared in the blink of an eye. With the Origin Flame's perfect recallability, Ryu could effectively instant cast. This drawback of the piercing ballista was nothing to him. Unlike the other two, it didn't have the shape of an arrow. Instead, it looked like a glistening glob of mercury shaped into an oblate spheroid. Its form factor was simple and even allowed the free flow change of its structure, but Ryu could faintly tell it was the most dangerous. This wasn't much of a surprise. The former two were spiritual awakening techniques, while the latter was a spiritual endowment technique. However, what was a surprise was the sudden collapse of the three visualizations. At least, it looked like a collapse until one realized the numerous golden ancient runes bobbing gently in the air in their place. The eyes of the four ancestors widened. They had been here for too many years. Even for sky gods, it was grating on the nerves. In a way, watching Ryu cultivate, even if he was their enemy, was a sort of release, no matter how uncomfortable they felt about him ignoring them. It was no surprise then that they immediately noticed this oddity. It was only after a mental realm master comprehended a visualization to the great circle of perfection that they could deconstruct a visualization into its runes and seek to manipulate it to their personal preferences. However, Ryu had only been here a few days. To make matters more unnerving, most of the time was spent reading the other several thousand techniques. The time he spent on these three in particular barely amounts to a few minutes. How was this possible? Elsa, however, found this to be very normal. If Ryu could comprehend divine chaotic annihilation to the third stage in a few weeks, what did these weak techniques count for? With his pupils, Ryu could see the runes of these weaker visualizations even without first comprehending them. This in turn allowed his comprehension to occur much faster, which also in turn allowed him to see the runes even clearer. With this sort of cycle, how could he not have such great success? Still, what happened next left the ancestors completely speechless. The runes began to move at Ryu's will. Sometimes they would collapse, but Ryu would reform them just as quickly. Soon, they began to stack upon one another, slowly melding one. This process continued for an hour. But even with this seemingly long period of time, the shock of the ancestors only deepened. What was even more surprising than even this was that Ryu had actually managed to sustain his spiritual chi for so long. Wasn't he an inferior talent? Just how far had he pushed? Tribulation 9 clouds? That should be it, Ryu said softly. The runes before him finally stabilized. After checking to make sure the runes had combined to his liking, he condensed them, allowing his creation to be projected into the world. The space before it trembled slightly, not because of its might, but rather because Ryu's control over it was still poor, causing his spiritual chi to leak out from its projection. However, even with this small flaw, one wouldn't dare to look down upon it. Ryu's creation had the same mercury-like consistency and appearance of piercing ballista, except this time, it was formed into a wide-angle V. No, maybe it was more accurate to say that it was reminiscent of a headless bird of prey, its eagle-like wings spreading out with a faint desire for slaughter. As for its thickness, it was incomparably thin. So thin, in fact, that it seemed to disappear when observing from its side. One could imagine the level of sharpness. It was quite possible that one wouldn't even notice they were cut until their life ended. Ryu nodded with satisfaction. I'll call you Vector Eagle. Then, Monster. The four Zoo ancestors all shared this combined thought. Chapter 308 Warped. Ryu's Vector Eagle was exceptional. Became of its incredibly slim and thin design, it had to deal with practically no air resistance. At the same time, Ryu managed to keep piercing ballista's malleable mercury body, thus allowing Ryu to change Vector Eagle's form as he pleased. Minor changes in the technique's wings gave it a maneuverability Winding Arrow could only dream of. As for its piercing power, this hardly needed mentioned. With such a slim form factor, how could it be lacking? To think little Ryu has such talent in the mental realm. Though Ailsa thought this, she wasn't too surprised by this turnout. Those who wielded the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils in the past often migrated toward the mental realm as well. Though the pupils were obviously also greatly beneficial for the chi and body realm, it was far easier for them to turn their comprehension into strength in the mental realm. At this point in his life, Ryu was actually ahead of other wielders of this number 1 ranked set of pupils because he had already undone 8 seals. Usually, this wouldn't be accomplished until one had already stepped into the peak of the connecting heaven realm. 999 and 999. These 3 hurdles represented the peak of the mortal, immortal, and cosmic grades respectively. The fact Ryu was nearly at the pinnacle of the mortal grade already despite only being of the divine vessel realm spoke volumes. Though mental realm techniques didn't have any grades of their own and a person of any mental realm could theoretically learn any visualization, there were obviously differing layers of complexities to every technique. While Ryu had yet to become capable of seeing the runes of Immortal Sakura, for techniques tailored towards spiritual awakening and endowment realm cultivators, seeing through them was far too easy for him. Sorry, Grandpa Cookin, Ryu thought to himself somberly. There was a reason this was the first technique Ryu chose to create. He found his long-range abilities to be far too lacking. He didn't seem able to grasp the quintessence of archery as easily as he had done for the Tatsuya saintly weapons. Of course, Ryu was aware that this wasn't because he was lacking in talent. His grandfather had always said the most important thing to an archer were his eyes. Who in existence would dare to claim they had better eyes than him? Ryu just suspected that maybe his heart wasn't in it. After so many centuries of being nothing but a frail cripple, he longed for battle in a way archery couldn't satisfy. Maybe in the future when his blood cooled, he would try again. However, for now, if he ever needed a long-ranged attack, it was better if his hands were still free to wield his halberd. Ryu hadn't even noticed the lost expressions of the Zu ancestors. He had long since moved on. After completing his primary task, there were a host of other techniques to choose from. There were categories of illusion techniques, there were sense augmentation techniques, and even mental attack techniques. Ryu tossed out the idea of illusions for the same reason he chose to set aside archery. He wasn't interested. Sense augmentation techniques were decent, but could they compare to this third perspective? So he ignored this category of techniques as well. Ryu spent quite a bit of time reading through mental attack techniques, and even memorizing everything that could be used by the soul birth realm and below, repeating the same with illusion techniques, but he also didn't practice any of these. He wanted to be prepared for anything he might face in the future, but this wasn't a path he wanted to follow. These mental attack techniques were the very reason mental realm masters became taboo in his shrine realm to begin with. Everything from causing mental disorientation to techniques capable of enslaving masses could be found here. Ryu didn't feel like delving into such a world. Ironically, the first category of techniques that caught Ryu's attention were defensive ones. One might think that with Immortal Sakura he had nothing to worry about, but Ryu disagreed with this vehemently. Firstly, Immortal Sakura took far too much spiritual chi to sustain. In the end, even though he only used it to the peak of its second stage, it was a Sky God's technique. It was fundamentally different from these lower-tier techniques. Ryu couldn't bring it out every time he needed an extra shield. Secondly, Immortal Sakura was very draining on his focus chi. The key to its amazing defenses was in the blossom petals that fell from its large canopy. The defensive petals didn't just manifest from thin air. If they did, it would ruin the quintessence of the technique which relied on the majesty of the Immortal Sakura. As a result, Ryu not only had to predict the trajectory of an attack, he also had to cause a petal to accurately flutter down and into its path. This was worth it if he was fighting a strong enemy, or maybe multiple strong enemies. But it wasn't practical otherwise. The technique that intrigued Ryu the most happened to be one he recently ran into, Ethereal Ripple. It had been used by Yukai to stall and preserve his life, and Ryu himself felt it had a lot of potential, it was just that its flaw was too glaring. Someone adept in the mental realm wouldn't have to roar like Ryu had. A simple controlled frequency of spiritual chi would be enough. But if some modifications were made, Ryu's mind sped through all of the techniques he had read, something that was exceptionally easy to him not only due to his own memory, but also the origin flame. Ethereal ripple, earthen veins, sonorous roar, warp. These 4 techniques swam in Ryu's mind. He picked them each carefully from a pile of extremely similar techniques before he was certain his experiment had a near 80% chance of success. Seeing the golden runes flying in the air, the 4 ancestors looked on with incredulous expressions. Earthen veins. That was a sense augmentation technique. It used spiritual chi to send vibrations in the earth like tendrils on a creature. Its range was easily 10 to even 100 times one's spiritual sense. Sonorous roar was a mental attack technique. It used high-frequency ripples of spiritual chi to disorient one's senses for a moment, throwing off the balance of one's inner ear and delaying their reaction time. Warp was a unique teleportation technique. Instead of opening a rift like minor teleportation did, it folded space, effectively shrinking the earth beneath one's feet. Its range was far smaller than that of minor teleportation, but its versatility was greater and was far better for use in battle. As for ethereal ripple, it was a defense skill. It formed a shield within the ethereal plane capable of influencing the real plane. This, theoretically, made it a great defense that was difficult to take down without having keen insights into the mental realm. Understanding these things, you could see why the ancestors would be astonished. These techniques, they were completely different from one another. They even came from drastically different categories of technique. At least before, Ryu had been fusing techniques from the same category, but this was simply madness. If you don't want him to die, you should stop him now. Experimenting with runes isn't a child's game, Eska said seriously. A rune is the representation of a heavenly law no matter how simple that law may be. And it mustn't be forgotten that these runes are using his mental realm as a source to appear. That means if they're combined in a dangerous way, he could shatter his own mind. Eska spoke to Ailsa seriously, but all she got was a glance that scorned her words. My little Ryu isn't a fool. Eska's brow furrowed, but she suddenly came to understanding. As Ryu's life partner, Ailsa could read his mind at her leisure. The fact she wasn't panicking meant that Ryu's chances of success were extraordinarily high. If it was a normal person who felt this way, Eska might ignore it. But at the end of the day, Ailsa was a soul ascension realm expert. Her depth of knowledge wasn't something a normal individual could compare to. The days ticked by. Ryu slaved away, computing countless iterations as though he didn't know the meaning of fatigue. However, the fact he had survived so long alone was enough for the 4 ancestors to tremble. He was really doing it. Condense, Ryu said lightly. A ripple swept through the library. The sound of turning page sounded as books loose from their shelves flipped wildly. Ryu smiled. There was something endlessly satisfying about this process. It was the kind of feeling he had only gotten when he completely swept through a complicated ruin in his last life. I'll call you Warped Ripple. Chapter 309. Another test. Bonus chapter. Bonus chapter for 250 golden tickets. This technique's potential alone is far beyond my immortal Sakura. Eska's pride was greatly shaken. For mental realm masters like them, or rather, for geniuses, that is, they began building their own techniques at a very early age. After millions of years of accumulation, a technique on the level of immortal Sakura would be born. However, it was inevitable that lingering mistakes in their youth, or maybe even a lack of ambition, would impede the majesty of the final product. For Eska to be able to become a sky god with her self-created technique, it was clear and obvious that she was among the very best. Though her technique wasn't the one with the most potential of the 4 of them, a title that fell to the youngest, Flora, it was the most versatile. So, for her to say such a thing about Ryu technique spoke volumes. This is an amazing technique, little Ryu. Ailsa's eyes seemed to smile along with her lips. Is it? Ryu found that his technique was still lacking in comparison to those suitable for those of the Soul Birth realm to use, so he wasn't very impressed with himself. That said, Ryu was a man who hardly reacted even when he found the long-lost Death Shrine. He wasn't one to get swamped in his own success. The way you combined these 4 techniques is nothing sort of ingenious, Elsa said seriously. Knowing the type of person her life partner was, she wasn't afraid of him getting full of himself and following a path to ruin. The number of individuals who can even think of such a thing are a staggeringly small percentage. But the number that can execute it are even smaller. Ryu nodded faintly, his lips barely curling. I am quite fond of the technique. Though he wasn't impressed with himself, he was still happy with his creation because its uses were perfect for him. Please explain it to me. Hearing this voice, Ryu's brows raised. His head turned back to land on Eska's gorgeous figure. Though this woman was his enemy, Ryu still had to admit that she was one of the 2 most beautiful women he had ever laid eyes on. Though Elsa to him was a step ahead now that he could gaze upon her true form, Eska was still number 2. Still, this aside, for a sky god to put aside her pride to ask such a thing, it left Ryu intrigued. Ryu didn't believe that Eska was completely in the dark. With her cultivation realm, it was impossible that she hadn't figured out the majority of Ryu's process already. But for her to act anyway, there was a deeper level of fanaticism to this. What will you give me in return? Ryu asked without much emotion. I see that you cultivate Phoenix heavenly body, but only 2 of its 4 parts are within our Zu clan's inheritance. It's impossible to confirm since so many eras have passed and another person may have laid hands on it already, but I can give you clues to where you might find the latter 2 halves. Ryu didn't have much of a reaction to this. Eska had been dead for many eras. Even if she had coordinates to a place, calculating its new location after so long would be troublesome. In addition, Ryu's grandmother's clans had the 2 latter portions. Ryu was reborn with his clan emblems of all 4 of his ancestor clans, so if he snuck into the shrine plane, he could enter their holy lands. By then, finding this technique would be far easier than anything Eska was suggesting. Still, Ryu hadn't asked because he actually expected anything out of her. He just wanted to see what level of sincerity she had. Since she didn't turn her nose up at his question, he didn't mind answering. Ethereal Ripple is the foundation I chose for this technique. It's fundamentally a defensive technique. I added in Sonorous Roar to counter the greater weakness it had. Sonorous Roar is ultimately a technique that uses changing sound frequencies to disorient an enemy. I stripped it of most of its abilities and left runes that controlled frequencies. This allowed Ethereal Ripple to gain a variability that makes it difficult to collapse in a small amount of time. By constantly changing the frequency at which it resides, it not only makes it more difficult to destroy, even sensing its position in the first place becomes a tall mountain. Earthen Vein is a sensory-type technique, but its ability lies in using resonance to feed one's mental realm images far beyond what one's spiritual sense can reach. Almost like sonar, except with spiritual chi. I implemented this technique to give Ethereal Ripple yet another layer of stability. Hearing this, Eska and even the other 3 ancestors were greatly intrigued. Using a sensory technique for stability? How? With Earthen Vein, one inputs spiritual chi into the ground and receives feedback that can be mapped into an image. However, I reversed this process. In my Warped Ripple, the former Ethereal Ripple can now take attacks and disperse the force via resonance using the same principle. When working in tandem with Sonorous Roar, each of the invisible tendrils of my Warped Ripple can vibrate at a different frequency, dispersing even a myriad of attacks at once. Eska's eyes widened. She truly would have never thought in such a fashion. This truly would vastly improve Ethereal Ripple's, or rather, Warped Ripple's stability. Finally, there's Warp. You already know that Warp has the ability to shrink the Earth. I've simply taken this ability. There was no need to change anything. When attacks meet my Warped Ripple, it's akin to striking at a fish while standing above a lake's surface. The image will be distorted and pinpointing a location or landing an accurate attack is near impossible. Not only will it be difficult, but any attacks launched, whether accurate or not, will drastically slow once they meet the barrier of my Warped Ripple. It will seem like this attack has suddenly hit a dense sludge, but the reality will be that it's attempting to travel a long distance that appears to be a short distance to the untrained eye. This will both weaken an attack before it hits the true defenses of my warped ripple, and give me a greater amount of time to react to any attack. Of course, with this, there are glaring weaknesses as well. For example, the reason warp is considered a low-level teleportation technique is because it's limited in what it can move. The more powerful an object, the less impeded it is by distorted space. Warp's limit is the mortal grade. In addition, the resonance and frequency runes of Sonorous Roar and Earthen Vein are too low level, so they can be easily overwhelmed as well. Simply put, this defense is next to useless against those of the Immortal Ring realm and above. But it has decent potential. Eska sucked in a cold breath. Ryu listed out many problems, but the reality was that these were easy to fix. There were higher-level techniques in this very library that carried the higher-order runes Ryu would need to improve his warped ripple. Of course, Ryu knew this as well. The reason he hadn't was because he created warped ripple, specifically because using Immortal Sakura all the time was too taxing. If he improved warped ripple too much, the situation was practically be the same. Wouldn't that make him a fool? Currently, Immortal Sakura at full strength could block the attacks of a lower Immortal Ring expert. As for warped ripple, it could block the attack of a peak connecting Heaven Realm expert, and if Ryu really pushed it to its limits, maybe a half-step Immortal Ring expert. However, the benefit was that warped ripple used less than a tenth of the spiritual chi Immortal Sakura did. In addition, warped ripple was much less likely to rupture and thus cause backlash to his mental realm. Ryu found the last few days to be worth it. Without much fanfare, Ryu suspended the runes of his warped ripple beside his vector eagle, allowing them to hang from his Immortal Sakura as though they were Dao fruits. He was determined to organize his mental realm far more systematically than Yukai had. He didn't even take a pause before he placed the numerous mental realm technique Jades to the side and focused on the chi and body realm techniques once more. He had a solid goal in mind. First, he needed a true spear, glaive and halberd technique. He was losing too much having to convert techniques from other weapons over. Secondly, he needed an improved movement technique. Gliding cloud steps was very compatible with him, but it was beginning to be a limitation instead of an asset. He now had 999 Meridian nodes, but it only used 333. Though White Serpent's Dance was a spear technique, Ryu could only use Lurking Shadow currently. One had to remember that this legacy technique wasn't a mere Earth-grade technique. Unfortunately, as a Divine Vessel Realm technique, Ryu could only use Earth-grade techniques. Once Ryu finished choosing, he would return to the 4th floor until he mastered them all to the Great Circle of Perfection. After completing this, he would turn his attention to necromancy once more. If he wanted any chance at earning a summoning necromancer's inheritance, he couldn't continue to be so inept. He would have to first refine the corpses of Yukai and Ancestor Batil, but that wouldn't be too much of a problem. Then he would temper himself for a year. There was no better training environment than the inner ring forest all around him, teeming with 6th and 7th order beasts. When the time came, he would turn his gaze toward the core region. Another test lay in wait. Chapter 310. Accomplish. The months began to tick by. After reaching the Divine Vessel Realm, Ryu's cultivation speed drastically plummeted. This was only to be expected. After all, the pinnacle geniuses of the Shrine Plane reached the Divine Vessel Realm at 20 years old, but wouldn't reach the connecting Heaven Realm until 80 years later on average. Luckily, now that Ryu had an immortal body, his limitations in this regard were lesser than that of many others. Without accounting for outside sources, Ryu would only need a fourth of that time to reach the next realm. Should he make good use of his resources, he could cut that down by another half. Either way, his goal was to firmly enter the lower Divine Vessel Realm by the end of the year. Currently, he had only opened one of 6 vessels, so he couldn't truly be considered to be at that stage quite yet. Only after opening his second would he be. The 5th Divine Vessel corresponded to the peak Divine Vessel Realm, while the 6th was the half-step connecting Heaven Realm. Once that was completely, he could begin connecting his vessels and pulses to carve a path toward immortality. Though his chi realm cultivation came to a near grinding halt, Ryu vastly improved in other facets. For one, he finally completed the foundation of his Lightning Qilin bloodline, allowing the strength his 4 ancestral grade bloodlines provided him to reach 500,000 gene. Following this, Ryu made use of his momentum to open his first body vessel. Within the pulse-tempering realm, the first realm of body realm cultivation, one opened their body pulses. Now, Ryu had firmly stepped into the vessel-tempering realm, allowing his bodily strength to skyrocket. When Ryu felt his own strength, he was once more shocked by the power of his bloodlines. According to convention, a half-step connecting heaven realm expert would have 1 million gene of strength. A half-step immortal ring realm expert would have 10 million, and a half-step path extinction realm expert would have 100 million gene of strength. Since the peak of the vessel-tempering realm was the equivalent of the peak of the immortal ring realm, one can imagine the amount of strength opening just one vessel provided. There was a massive qualitative leap in his power. 500,000 gene was already half the strength of a half-step connecting heaven realm expert. But after opening just one body vessel, Ryu directly leapt to 5 million gene of strength. According to Ailsa, the first body vessel was by far the easiest to open. It would provide about a tenth of the strength the realm had to provide, the second would provide 15%, the third would provide 20%, the fourth a quarter, and finally the fifth would provide the final 30%. Essentially, if Ryu had just one ancestral bloodline, opening his first body vessel would net him the ability to temper his strength to 10 million gene. However, since he had a starting point of 500,000 gene and not 100,000, it would provide him room for 50 million gene. Unlike the pulse-tempering realm where all of the pulses must be opened before one began to temper their blood, in the vessel-tempering realm, because of the difficulty in opening one's vessels, a new tempering must occur after every open body vessel. It would normally take decades to complete, but Ryu had confidence to finish in just 10 years. Ryu's body realm wasn't all he made progress in. Under his diligence, he mastered several peak Earth-grade techniques. In addition, he completed his final breakthrough and finally comprehended his northern heavenly wind inheritance to the imposed realm. With this, Ryu's speed had reached a godly level within the mortal grade. He was confident that none below the immortal ring realm could match his speed. And, now that he had coupled it with a movement technique that made use of his full abilities, the results would speak for themselves. However, on this day, with just a little more than half a year remaining until the matters of the core region kicked off, Ryu wasn't focused on any of these things. Deep within the Death Worm Immortal Cave, a naked woman was strapped to a table made of black jade. Undulating breasts that flowed like milk, long slender legs, a small treasure island partially obscured by soft thighs. It was sight to behold indeed, if it wasn't for the fact she was crying to the point that her tears and snot became indistinguishable. Plus, after months of being unable to groom herself properly, her treasure island was obscured by far more than just her portion of her thighs. If her arms weren't pinned down, there'd definitely be another 2 forests to see under them as well. However, the man who stood over her showed no fluctuations in emotion at her pleas. After all, this was the woman who cruelly tortured his grandfather for months before publicly humiliating his corpse. Even if she cried 10 times harder, Ryu wouldn't blink a single eye. In these past 5 or so months, Ryu hadn't forgotten that this Zhu clan elder, or Esme, as Yukai had called her. Instead, he had simply allowed her to wallow in her own fear. This wasn't a woman who deserved an easy death. Living in constant fear of death for the last several months had brought her right to the cliff's edge. Now it was time for Ryu to collect her debts. Ryu had taken his research into necromancy very seriously. Though only 5 months had passed in reality, it was the equivalent of 50 months or about 4 years within the crystalline jade. This had given Ryu ample time to study numerous death seals and deepen his knowledge. Before, since he couldn't enter the second floor, Ryu was stuck with using Grave Chi and Hecate's personal death seal. After all, every death chi needed a specially tailored death seal. So, even though the first floor had a few death chi cultivation techniques surpassing Hecate's, they would have been useless to Ryu in the past. Grave Chi was a heaven-grade chi. It wasn't too bad, but it also wasn't very good either. It met the bare minimum requirements to evolve from the mortal chi grades to the immortal chi grade, but that was all. There was no cosmic grade Grave Chi. A chi needed to be at least of the higher mystic grade, a grade 1 step above the heaven grade, to become cosmic chi. Ryu had taken his time to reach this point because he needed to accomplish a few things. Firstly, he needed to learn and comprehend a new cultivation technique. This alone was simple. With his heavenly pupils, comprehending any mortal chi technique was as easy as breathing. In addition, after having opened his first chi vessel, he could now store 7 different types of chi in his miniature dations. Secondly, he had to modify and create his own death seal based on the one provided in the second floor of the crystalline jade. Chapter 311. Tip of the iceberg. Ryu was fond of Hecate's corpse refinement method, but he didn't like being restricted to grave chi. The only solution in this case was to create his own death seal. This wasn't as difficult as a task as it seemed. After all, Hecate was only of the path extinction realm, a level above the immortal ring realm, yet she forged a new path of necromancy all on her own. Of course, if others heard Ryu's thoughts, they'd probably lash out in anger. It might be easy to him who modified mental realm techniques on a whim, but not just anyone could do it. Still, it took Ryu over 3 years of research to succeed. He had to cross-reference many death seals and decide what could most appropriately replace grave chi. But he eventually succeeded. The chi he had decided on was Weeping Willow Chi. It was a death chi that was especially fond of slowly corroding high-grade spiritual herbs. Many descendants of the immortal Sakura found it to be their archenemy. Of course, as a higher mystic grade chi, Weeping Willow Chi had no business threatening the true immortal Sakura. However, for Ryu's current purposes it was the best suited. Hecate's specialty is in allowing corpse puppets to retain a minor amount of intelligence. This allows them to follow commands even if they're imprecise. This ability is invaluable to me, who will need to fight many opponents at once often in the future. I can't continuously drain my focus chi on small matters even if the prayer mat has greatly helped me in this regard. Still, Hecate's methods are far too lacking in many aspects. Though she gains this advantage, she lost out in too many other areas. Because her corpse puppets are more like the living than the dead, their death chi is far less potent. As a result, it's nearly impossible for corpses refined by her method to evolve. They're mostly locked into their current strength. This was just one of the weaknesses Ryu had come to understand. Obviously, every death seal had their own specialties, but they ultimately served the same function. Unfortunately, Hecate's was so unique that it lost much of the expected functionalities. However, at the end of the day, Ryu might have been a novice in necromancy, but he was also a genius herbologist. Of the 2 main branches of corpse refinement, the herb method and the ore method, he was the most suited to the former. As a result, he managed to meld his understandings together, slowly building his own path. The first step of your refinement method is quite cruel. Though Ailsa said this, she made no attempt to stop Ryu. She'll be tempered by the poisons I've concocted for 30 days. It will feel as though her flesh is being eaten from the inside out continuously over the month-long span. Not only is this what she deserves, but it is necessary. The process will completely destroy her path in living cultivation methods. But, in terms of corpses, she will become a genius amongst geniuses. Ailsa smiled lightly. To turn her body into that of a spiritual herb, then corroding her with Weeping Willow Chi, she truly would become a genius in death chi refinement. Weeping Willow didn't just kill spiritual herbs, but rather turned them into vessels that in turn assaulted other spiritual herbs, causing an infestation. Some of the most sought-after death-type spiritual herbs necromancers would kill over were the result of Weeping Willow Chi's influence. Ryu was using poison to change the composition of Esme's body into that of a spiritual herb. The forceful rearrangement of her meridians, the drying out of her blood, the changing of her fundamental biology. These were things that would be so painful that she could only wish for death. Of course, Ryu took inspiration for this after reading a death herb encyclopedia within the Zhu clan library. He stumbled upon a spiritual herb known as the Screaming Bloodroot. It only grew from the corpses of absolute experts. Ryu took its foundations as the basis for Esme's transformation. Without much more thought, the black jade bed Esme was strapped to was slowly lowered into a foul-smelling pool below. Her screams became more agitated and rabid, but Ryu only blankly stared. The moment the liquid touched her skin, The bindings Ryu had placed over her mouth ripped apart, causing the full force of her screams to fill the otherwise quiet, immortal cave. It was unfortunate for her that they were several miles underground. Plus, even if they weren't, this was an immortal cave. Sound wouldn't leak so easily. Ryu only lowered Esme just enough for the liquid to cover the bottom layer on her skin. But the sight was still gruesome to behold. She screamed so horridly that the blood vessels in her eyes immediately ruptured. Without the bindings over her mouth, she bit her tongue off in her rabid frenzy, causing it to flip up and into the air, falling with a plop into the grim sludge below. Ryu extended a finger, sending a stream of fire forward that seared the wound on her tongue closed. He couldn't have her dying now. After all, this was a live refinement method for a reason. Luckily for Esme, she was in so much pain she didn't even notice. Unfortunately, with how cruel this method was, Ryu only had the heart to use it on his enemies. But, on the bright side, if he could call it that, he would have many of those in the future. You were quite decisive about this, Elsa said lightly. Not many would sacrifice 2 half-step immortal ring corpses for the sake of one lower connecting heaven realm one. Any new method requires some sacrifices. Using Yukai and First Grand Elder Bastile's corpses to complete my screaming blood method will be well worth it. This Esme, though she's a vile woman, is still very talented. Her bone age isn't over 150 years old, but she was on the verge of entering the middle connection heaven realm. That's more than decent. I have a feeling she was very important to the Zhu clan if even their first Grand Elder called her by her first name. You're right. It's very likely that the Zhu clan that appears on the pedestal plane is just the tip of the iceberg. I wouldn't be surprised if they have many hidden members elsewhere. Ryu nodded seriously. When this is complete, this corpse puppet will have an easy path to becoming an 8th order puppet. Whether I can evolve her beyond that level will depend on my ability to improve my methods. For Nemesis' sake, I have to become the best necromancer I can be. Chapter 312 Close. Esme's screams continued for weeks. Her throat should have long since sheared apart under the strain, but the odd poisonous concoction was constantly restructuring her body, causing whatever injuries that formed to instead speed up her transformation. She could feel her humanity fading, her thoughts turning simpler and more bland while her hopes and aspirations dwindled. If one could take a look into her body, the sight would be shocking. Her inner organs began to form scales like the bark of a tree. Her meridian nodes shifted, turning into the long, thin capillaries of a spiritual herb, and her bones began to darken, becoming a pale gray with the slightest tinge of green along with her skin. From the outside, her body looked no different from a nude female with a nice figure. Even if one touched her, you would feel the same supple softness only a woman who took good care of herself would have. However, as the intelligence in her eyes grew dull, it was quickly becoming obvious that the Esme the world once knew was fading away. At the end of it all, the last emotion of hers to fade was regret. She would spend the rest of her life as a corpse puppet. This reality was more devastating than anything to her. Hecate's methods were ingenious, but they were also cruel. Ryu only made them worse. In order to retain a modicum of intelligence, not only was live refinement necessary, but this live refinement preserved a strand of the corpse puppet's spirit. As a result, unless the corpse puppet was destroyed, Esme's path toward reincarnation was completely blocked off. At the end of the 30 days, Ryu came back to find an Esme blankly staring into space. At this point, she had yet to become a corpse, but she was truly no different from one. Her current state was equivalent to a human with nothing but a brainstem. Following this, the next step for Ryu would be to temper her body with weeping willow chi. Like this, her affinity for death chi would skyrocket, allowing her a clear path to the 8th order, a tier equivalent to a path extinction realm expert. Of course, Ryu had plans to evolve her beyond this as well. It was just that he was currently lacking in the materials necessary. It was already a miracle he could accomplish this much with mere mortal-grade spiritual herbs. It was a testament to his comprehension of herbology. In order to reach the 9th order or beyond, Esme would need a corpse puppet body equivalent to a mystical grade or higher plant. Ryu had only just barely managed to refine her body to the lower heaven grades by combining much of the wealth he accumulated in the mortal chi small realm. However, it would be worth it. Esme's strength would grow far faster than his. Her growth rate would be similar to that of a talented beast. It only took Little Rock 2 years to go from the 3rd order to the 6th, but he only had an Earth-grade bloodline. In the 6 months, he had progressed to the middle 6th order already along with Nemesis, and would break into the higher 6th order in a few more days. The only downside of this was that Esme would be limited by Ryu's mental realm. But there was good news as well. Because of this special refinement method, Esme would have a small amount of intelligence. So, even when her strength surpassed Ryu's mental realm, he could still control her to a small extent. Throwing these matters to the back of his mind, Ryu started with the next step. This would likely take the remainder of the half-year he had, but it was well worth it. There was no weeping willow chi in the surroundings, so Ryu had no choice but to cultivate and refine it himself. Usually, this process would be incredibly slow. However, Ryu had a special trump card, his chaotic chi. Chaotic chi was on the same level as essence. It had the ability to convert into any type of chi as well. In fact, it was especially good at converting into Ein-type chis like weeping willow chi. This made a process that should have taken decades only take half a year. Every day, Ryu would catalyze his chaotic chi into weeping willow chi. Following this, he would fill his 6 chi pulses and 1 chi vessel with it before channeling it all into Esme's body. Over time, she slowly began to change. Her white hair became the deepest shade of black. Her skin lost that slight green tint and became a deep shade of gray. Oddly, this gray shade didn't make her look repulsive. Instead, she looked like a dark elf. If it wasn't for her lack of pointed ears, she would look no different from a princess of their clan. Her eyes changed as well. From their bright silver color, it turned a crimson, bloody red. There was nothing Ryu could do to change this. After all, her body was created with screaming bloodroot in mind. It was a miracle that her whole body wasn't red. Due to the slight intelligence she retained, her gaze was no longer dull, but rather appeared as a piercing cold. It was truly difficult to tell that she was a plant corpse on even a second look, let alone a first. After months of absorbing the purest of death chis, Esme's cultivation skyrocketed. From the lower 6th order, the latent vitality she absorbed from Yukai and the Batil First Grand Elder combined with Ryu's efforts to propel her all the way to the peak 6th order. Unfortunately, this was Ryu's limit. At the end of the day, his own chi was restricted to the mortal grade. It was impossible for him to evolve her into the 7th order without immortal grade death chi. It was unlikely that the core region would have such a rare spiritual herb capable of fulfilling his requirements. But it wouldn't hurt to check. He did have quite a lot of goods to sell after all. Alternatively, he could use the corpse of an immortal ring expert to catalyze her growth further. But that would mean that Ryu would actually have to kill such an expert. Such a feat might still be a bit too beyond his current self. On the final day of Esme's refinement, she thoroughly became a death spiritual herb. She lay down silently in the nude, allowing Ryu to place down a death seal that took 3 days to refine. Stand, Ryu said lightly. Without hesitation, Esme followed Ryu's commands, standing before him with her arms stiffly by her side as she coldly gazed into his eyes. Little Ryu, I don't think you understand how amazing this feat is. If word spread to the Kabus fairies, they would fight over the right to stay by your side without a doubt. I'm just lucky to take advantage of the research of my predecessors. Elsa shook her head. I know you're not satisfied, but it's also important for a cultivator to be able to enjoy the moment. Keeping your eyes forward all of the time may cause you trip upon something you didn't take the time to notice on your path. Ryu remained silent for a moment before nodding. If this research really can help me gain the acknowledgement of a Kabus fairy, it would be greatly helpful to Nemesis. What are your plans for the core region? Elsa suddenly asked. The so-called tournament is nothing but a joke to me. According to what Melody said, the legacy world will open within 100 to 500 years and will only allow those who haven't reached their first millennium of life to enter. With such restrictions, my opponents won't be more than a few hundred years old. In such a case, even if my enemy were geniuses of the Shrine Plane, very few would be a match for me. There's little meaning to the tournament for me. Oh, Elsa smiled, knowing all of this already. Then why go at all? Revenge. That Commander Fedroha and that Edwin who put me in such a state 2 years ago. I have yet to collect their debts. Elsa giggled. They're no normal opponents. You were able to battle 2 half-step immortal ring experts, but that was only because their number of pulses and vessels opened were too low. For Edwin and Fedroha to be those so-called apostles, they definitely opened all 6 chi pulses and at least 5 chi vessels. Even if they were at the same cultivation realm, they'd be far more powerful than those 2. Not to mention the fact Fedroha is already in the immortal ring realm. Ryu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Edwin will definitely die without a doubt. As for Fedroha, I'll settle for snatching one of her selection spots before humiliating her the way she attempted to humiliate me. Alright, my cold little Ryu. First, you should find this poor Esme some clothes. Even if she's a corpse, she can't possibly fight for you like this. Right? Chapter 313, Emberguard. The city was absolutely bustling. Young faces swarmed, their hearts clenched in anticipation of grasping a better future for themselves. Very soon, experts from the higher planes would hold a tournament. For many of them who lived their whole lives on the pedestal plane, the thought of rising to the blossom or maybe even one day reaching the shrine plane was enough to fill their hearts to the point of bursting. Unfortunately, many of them lacked proper standing. Unlike those lucky few who gained seated spots to the main tournament, they had no choice but to scratch and claw their way up for a chance. Ironically, due to this, some of them actually wished that they were born in the weaker inner or even outer ring. Among the seated spots, many were given to youths who already passed the preliminary rounds in the outer and inner rings. As a result, they gained the right to skip over this gathering. To the public eye, this made the higher planes appear magnanimous. Giving the lesser regions a chance was truly a noble thing to do. However, it put those youths here not from massive clans in a bind. They had no choice but to participate in this wild card tournament. The core region might be overflowing with riches, but that didn't mean everyone got to take part in them. Was there a land in existence which didn't have the poor and unfortunate? This was why these youths here were even more eager than even the scions of the large clans. Amongst this crowd, there was a silent young man dressed in black robes. His aura was so cold that even within the constant elbow fights and contests for line spots, no one stood within 2 feet on him. He had a face that seemed to have been personally carved by the gods. His frame was tall and wide, drastically contrasting with his delicate features. His piercing silver eyes emotionlessly looked forward as he passed through the crowd with ease, only leaving the trail of his blemishless white hair fluttering gently in the wind. Ryu had entered the city without bothering to hide his identity. In fact, he didn't even bother to wear his necromancy mask. Such a thing was next to meaningless for him. In truth, those of the inner ring had never seen his face. Before entering the mortal chi small realm, he had worn his half-mask. After exiting, his face was completely covered in dirt and grime, making it difficult to make out his features. In fact, his scalp had shed its impurities as well, causing the foul liquid to drip down and completely coat his white hair, making him seem to have normal black hair. It was nearly impossible to reconcile the image of Ryu from then to his current self. The only person who had seen his true face was Tae. But the truth was that even if they had seen his face, he wouldn't care. Ryu had already enrolled as a participant of the tournament. In order to prove their magnanimity, the apostles guaranteed the safety of anyone participating. Rules like this wouldn't dare to be ignored by clans of the mere pedestal plane. Though, the matters occurring after the tournament would be a different question entirely. Who is that? He can't be taking part in the wild card tournament, right? Why else would he be here? Did you see him take a placard for himself? But how can someone like that have no background? The mutterings were impossible to stop. Ryu simply stood out too much. For one, he was incredibly tall, standing at over 2 meters. He towered over most who didn't have special bone structures. Secondly, his aura was too oppressive. No matter how rowdy the crowd became, they all seemed to calm in an instant when he entered their range. Thirdly, they couldn't sense his cultivation at all. If their realms were high enough, they would believe that Ryu was just using a treasure to his strength. But, since they were low in realm, They assumed that Ryu's strength was simply too far above theirs for them to see through it. Ryu didn't know that his sudden appearance had caused wide-sweeping rumors. Talks of a handsome white devil spread through the capital city outskirts. Of course, this only caught the attention of those of low standing. You may enter the city. Should your badge shatter, it means you've been kicked off of the rankings and have thus lost the right to participate. Under these circumstances, you must leave Ember City within 1 hour. Should you refuse to oblige, the penalty is death without trial. Ryu flashed his participant badge at the city gates and received this practiced response from the guard. Of course, the apostles couldn't very well allow everyone to participate in the tournament. How many billions of youths were there in the core region? So, in order to gain a participant's badge for the wildcard tournament, one must enter a list of top 10,000 candidates. The test wasn't very difficult. Simply striking a strength calculating treasure. This made matters very convenient. Those who entered the top 10,000 could enter the city and find accommodations. Should they have their spot taken by some other youth, they would have to leave the city. Of course, those bold enough to enter the city without bothering to wait until others finished participating were very few. There was no doubt that each and every one of these youths was either incredibly powerful or incredibly arrogant to the point of foolishness. Ryu, however, didn't care much for the man's words. He didn't even spare a glance as he walked by. Normally, for warriors powerful enough to be Ember Guards, this disregard would be enough for them to lash out. Did they need a reason to punish a boy weak to the point he had to enter via the wildcard tournament? But, even in his displeasure, the Ember Guard felt his instincts screaming at him, telling him that the only path forward was death. In the end, his reason won out. After all, these participants were under the protection of the apostles. In fact, if they won a spot to enter the Ice Devil Legacy world, they'd continue to receive this protection. He could only watch as Ryu's back disappeared into the large city.
Chapter 314, Don.
This. Is there a problem? Ryu stood in the Ember auction house, having come to sell many of his goods. However, it had already been half a minute of babbling from the first-floor manager, but he had yet to accomplish his goal. You're certain you want to sell these? Why else would I come here? Ryu was slightly losing his patience. The trouble was that while these things were of little value to even the current him, to others, they were otherworldly treasures. First, there were 6 crown Earth-grade herbs. To put this matter into perspective, Earth-grade spiritual herbs could only be used by divine vessel and connecting heaven realm experts. If someone of those 2 realms attempted to ingest a heaven-grade herb, even if they didn't die, they would be terribly injured, maybe even crippled. However, a crown herb had the potency of a grade 1 level above it, yet could be ingested by those a level below. If the connecting heaven realm experts of the core region knew of the existence of even one of these herbs, an all-out war would erupt. In truth, even Ryu had felt some pain thinking of selling these 6 spiritual herbs previously. However, he thought of something later on that settled him down. Didn't he have the incubator and Ailsa? If he diligently cultivated his own gardens, he could rely on Ailsa's green thumb and his own herbology expertise to birth several crown-grade herbs. On top of this, with the incubator, he could easily absorb spiritual herbs that would normally cause him to explode. Still, in some ways, the second set of items Ryu wanted to sell was even more valuable. They were actually a set of books that encompassed the legacy of a Ruin Master. Originally, in order to not connect himself to the Ruin Master's death, Ryu had decided not to sell these books. However, since he had been exposed in connection with the Zhu clan elder, it no longer mattered as much. Plus, as long as he didn't sell the tomes housing information surpassing the 5th order, it was fine. Ryu still had the Ruin Matrix on hand. If others knew he had a 10th order Ruin Matrix, even Ancestor Ember would personally descend to take his head. So, he had to limit the quality of tome he sold to a low enough level that no one of his caliber would become too interested in what else he might have found. Even with this being the case, however, the Ruin Master profession was simply too prestigious. Even first-order knowledge would sell for thousands of mortal chi stones. One had to remember that Ryu was still able to buy black-grade spiritual herbs with mere gold coins, yet first-order Ruin Master knowledge was actually so expensive. The first-floor manager hardly knew what to say. These kind of items would be the prime attractions of an annual auction. To raise them to the appropriate price, we need time, promotion. I don't have the time for that. Ryu cut the manager off, leaving him stifled. Manager Win, is there a problem? It seemed that Ryu wasn't the only impatient individual. The young man who just walked in with 3 beauties by his side was very much used to being welcomed with open arms upon entering the auction house. Yet, he had already stood near the entrance for nearly a minute, but was all but completely ignored. Ah, young Master Sai, please excuse my rudeness. This young man here has brought incredibly valuable goods, and this old man was distracted. Extremely valuable goods? The young man raised an eyebrow. You are aware that we do not do business with just anyone, correct? One had to remember how many hoops Ryu had to jump through just in order to buy a few spiritual herbs back when he first entered the outer ring. If a mere Valor city could have such rules, what could one expect from a city as large as the Ember clan's capital? The Sai clan was the 5th and last of the 6th order clans of the core region. The Lao clan, the Min clan, the Auther clan, the Ember clan, and finally the Sai clan. Though the Ember clan was technically a half-step 7th order clan. As for why they hadn't appeared during the inner ring selections, this matter was obvious. Considering they controlled the auction houses of such a prime location, they had no needs for supplemental wealth. The resources of the mortal Qi small realm would be funneled through them one way or another. There's no need to worry, young master. The mistress saw the coming tournaments as a good business opportunity, so she laxed the requirements. Tournament participants are free to exchange their goods. This young man will be participating in the wildcard tournament, so he has the right to do business with us. A flash of disdain couldn't help but creep up into the young man's gaze. However, before he could speak, Ryu had had enough. Are you finished? He asked coldly. Will you take my business, or not? If not, I will just sell them on my own. Ah! Manager Win became flustered. It was truly too difficult trying to juggle the happiness of 2 arrogant individuals at once. It was indeed inappropriate for young Master Sai to interrupt their deal, but at the end of the day, he was a part of the current generation leaders of his employer's clan. At the same time, it would be a huge blow for their auction house to miss out on this sale. Both had the right to their arrogance, yet he was the one caught in between. You are quite bold. Who do you think you are to believe your business is so valuable? Hearing these words, Ryu didn't bother to respond. He expressionlessly swept his items back into his spatial ring, causing Manager Win no small amount of heartbreak, and turned to leave. The 3 beauties who stood behind the Sai clan young master had been preparing to support him with vicious words in hopes of getting on his good side. But they were completely blown away by Ryu's appearance. Their words were instantly caught in their throats as he strode by them. The young man, known by many as Pascal Sai, felt a bubbling rage boil over within him. First at being ignored by Ryu, and second by the dazed appearances of the 3 who should have been his women. By the time he regained his bearings, Ryu was gone. What is his name? Pascal slammed his palm on the greeting counter, his blood fuming. Young Master Sai, please calm your rage and don't do anything reckless. Manager Win wiped sweat from his brow. No one is allowed to touch tournament participants, you know this well. How could this young Master Sai be the only arrogant fool amongst such a flourishing population? There were no shortage of young masters who would do as they pleased with those of lesser status. It wasn't without reason that these protections were put in place. If they weren't, the hidden talents of the pedestal plane would never get the chance to shine. Pascal froze at these words, retracting his hand. Manager Win was correct, he had almost done something impulsive. But Manager Win built up his courage. Young Master Sai, I truly wasn't lying. The goods he had on hand are enough to cause an uproar in our core region. Manager Win began to explain the items Ryu had brought in. By the time he finished, Pascal's eyes had opened so wide that their blood vessels nearly popped. In the end, he finally calmed down and sneered. So what if he has protection? As long as he loses his place in the tournament, we can do with him as we please. Since he's being so generous, how could I not properly thank him? A vicious glint lit in his eyes before he looked toward Manager Win. Don't tell a soul about this or I'll have your head. Chapter 315 Grinding Stone. The arena wasn't very anywhere near its full capacity. Usually, for an event like this, one might expect audience members from all across the pedestal plane to make their way here. However, what everyone was truly excited about was the final selection tournament. This wild card tournament was much less appealing to those who had traveled far and wide, leaving the arena at only about a quarter of its capacity. Still, this was only because it was the first day of the wild card tournament. On the final and third day, there would be no shortage of individuals who would make their way here. After all, of those who fought on the third day, a good portion of them would enter the final tournament. There was a total of 10,000 participants. Ryu stood emotionlessly among them, the space around him practically completely cleared out as usual. How antisocial. Ilsa teased, swinging her long slender legs about as she sat on Ryu's shoulder. Ryu didn't respond. Though his expression was cold, the fear others had toward him had little to do with how opposed to socializing he was. The innate pressure his body gave off was simply too fierce. Body realm cultivators tended to give off a kind of space warping pressure since all of their strength was concentrated in their limbs. Chi realm cultivators could more easily hide their strength due to the fact their dantians existed in another plane. Combining this with the fact that Ryu's bodily strength was nearing the half-step immortal ring realm, with the fact he had 4 ancestral grade bloodlines running through his veins, and those with weak constitutions found it difficult to even breathe around him. Throwing this to the back of his mind, Ryu focused on the rules of the tournament. Things were fairly simple. The first day was an elimination tournament. Each person would fight a minimum of 5 times and a maximum of 6. Essentially, one had to win 3 of their 4 matches to qualify for the second day of competition. If one won 3 times, there was no need for a 4th battle. However, if one lost once, they would be provided a final chance. The second day of competition would be a rerun of the first day where this process was repeated again, except with 2 of 3 wins being the goal. Finally, the third day would cause a bloody hell. All of the remaining participants would have to battle each of their remaining opponents once. There would be 2 points provided for a victory, 1 point for a draw, and none for a loss. Only those who were top 10 in points would be allowed to take part in the final selection tournament, where they would become part of the final 32. This alone made it clear the difference in status among the pedestal plane regions. Of the 32, only 4 were from the outer ring, only 8 were from the inner ring, while the core region received a full 20, 10 of which would come from this wild card tournament, and another 10 of which were provided seated positions. In the end of it all, 10 of the 32 would be allowed to enter the Ice Devil Legacy world. We will begin right away. When your identification badge flashes, sense your senses within, similar to how you would use a spatial ring to find your designated area. Good luck to you all. The moment the announcer finished his spiel, the pressure mounted. Badges began to flash one after another as the 50 battle platforms had their referees take their positions. It seemed that things were growing lively. The 5 Sixth Order clans sent their youths here too, it seems. Ryu sneered inwardly. It seemed they wanted to monopolize all 20 positions, and it seemed they really could do it. If it wasn't for this so-called wild card tournament wouldn't even be worth it for Ryu. Though these were still small fries to him, there were still certain aspects of his combat abilities that he could use them to hone. Ryu's badge flashed. It seemed he would be among the first 100 to fight. With a leisurely pace, he made his way to his fighting platform and leaped upward to land on its large square stone tiles. Reeve Huidmar, Ryu. The stage judge confirmed the names of the 2 participants, receiving a nod from them both. Reeve frowned. He had sighed a breath of relief hearing Ryu's lack of a last name, and was even feeling confident. But he suddenly realized that he couldn't see through Ryu's cultivation. What was going on? You may begin. Unfortunately, he didn't receive much time to think about it as the stage judge activated the protective formation and stood in the sky above them. With a thought, Ryu sent out a peak 4th Order corpse puppet. It wasn't a puppet among the first he refined, as those had been destroyed in the mortal Chi small realm. Ryu had spent a year training in the inner ring forests, so he came across a people who overestimated themselves quite a bit. He used the opportunity to gain himself a few test dummies. His corpse puppeteering was much better now than it had been in the past, but he still wanted to temper himself to greater heights. The stage judge raised his brow. A necromancer? Still, it's only a fourth-order puppet while his opponent is of the lower divine vessel realm. His body should be quite powerful. Why is he a necromancer? So you're just hiding your cultivation with a treasure. Had me worried for nothing. You can go down now. Even though Reeve knew the fact Ryu had a fourth-order corpse puppet meant that he could also control fifth- and sixth-order corpse puppets, he had good reason to conclude that Ryu didn't have such measures. Since when was finding the corpse of a divine vessel realm expert so easy? Let alone a connecting heaven realm one? Plus, this Ryu had no backing. He obviously had no one to get these corpse puppets for him. A saber with a bronzed edge appeared in Reeve's hand as he charged forward, not even bothering with the corpse puppet and aiming directly for Ryu. Ryu hardly reacted to this. Instead, he slowly felt the tendrils of death chi worm about the corpse puppet's body, and with death chi control he began to pull on them with his mind like puppet strings. The corpse puppet shifted, its movement technique beautiful and enigmatic as it cut off Reeve's approach. Huh? Reeve was stunned. He couldn't even think to counterattack with his saber and could only dodge the glaive the corpse puppet held, retreating with quick steps. His corpse puppet might be weak, but his combat sense and experience is high. That technique just now was definitely an Earth-grade movement technique, yet he simplified it down so that a fourth-order puppet could withstand it. The stage judge's eyes glimmered as he looked toward Ryu with more curiosity. Ryu calmly assessed the battlefield, having his corpse puppet press forward with its advantage. The gap between the peak spiritual severing realm and the lower divine vessel realm was large. Not everyone could bridge the gap, least of all a corpse Ryu snatched from a lowly mercenary. This corpse puppet didn't have Ryu's talent or bodily strength. Leaping cultivation levels to fight was extraordinarily difficult for it. However, this was exactly why Ryu chose to do this. The harder the task, the better. Everything he did was a training moment for him. The corpse pressed forward with slice, its glaive descending with a fierce momentum. Reeve finally regained his footing, sweeping his saber upward and knocking the corpse's blade to the side. The corpse's arms flailed, its guard broken and chest open to attack. Reeve wasn't as adept at finding death seals, and Ryu had also gotten much better at hiding him. So he believed his best bet was to cut the corpse down until it could no longer be controlled, and now he had his opening. He bore down with a sneer. He had been caught off guard earlier, but now this was over. Just as his saber was about to bisect the corpse puppet, a blinding silver light approached him much faster than he could react. He felt the kiss of death in that moment, but the light inexplicably didn't care for his neck, but rather parried his sword, leaving a nick that should have no doubt cut it cleanly had the attack not surprisingly disappeared and giving the corpse puppet time to recover. Just then I used a large range of motion to substitute for lack of power, but this left me open to being countered. I need to get better at wielding quick and simultaneously controlled large bursts of chi without tearing my corpse puppet's meridians apart. I need to understand the limits of my corpse puppet the same way I can sense my own limits. Not that I've found my limits yet. This was a bit of a struggle for Ryu. His own chaotic silk meridians had no such limiters. He could push his chi to the brink without worrying about injuring himself. This was part of the reason for his obscene combat prowess. However, his corpse puppets obviously didn't have an ancestral grade set of meridians. For now, I'll continue this battle until he's no longer useful. I'll need to react faster next time so I don't have to use Vector Eagle. Again, a normal vector arrow will do. Ryu calmly analyzed and adjusted his strategy, completely oblivious to the wide-eyed stage judge above. Can I dodge that attack? A cold sweat matted the back of the stage judge. He suddenly understood that this match was nothing but a farce. This Ryu was using Reeve as a grinding stone.
Chapter 316. Sai.
Ryu's first battle ended half an hour later with Reeve trying to find tears to cry but failing in even that in the end. Not good enough. Ryu thought expressionlessly without regard for Reeve's feelings. It seems my chi control isn't as good as I thought it was. This evaluation wasn't entirely true. Ryu's standards were simply too high. He had no one to compare his progress to, but in terms of those just starting along the necromancy path, his speed of improvement was blazing. It was just unfortunate that although Ryu had gotten in some practice with his corpse puppets in the last year, he spent much of the time refining his using refinement path. One had to remember that controlling a puppet worked differently depending on his inner structures. Ryu had practiced with human puppets, but his new refinement method turned his corpse puppets into what were effectively human-shaped plants. This changed the method of control entirely. Since Ryu had only perfected his refinement method toward the very end of this last year, it meant that he hadn't been able to practice with this new puppet at all. In addition, since he knew it would be different, he didn't spend much time practicing with normal human puppets either. Of course, the year obviously wasn't wasted. Ryu was several folds stronger now than he had been a year ago. It was just that he insisted on using his corpse puppets. Even then, Ryu lost miserably. Instead of trying to probe his corpse puppet's limits, Ryu took it slowly. He wore Ryu down with technique and patience, occasionally shooting in a vector arrow, when it seemed Ryu might break his momentum. In the end, Ryu's corpse puppet stood expressionlessly with its glaive to his neck. "I concede," Ryu said through gritted teeth. Swallowing his humiliation, he turned and left through the dissipating barrier. It wasn't much of a surprise that Ryu's battle hadn't garnered much attention at first. In the beginning, it held some interest due to the fact Ryu was a necromancer. Such a path was rare to see. However, after noticing Ryu's corpse puppet was only of the fourth order, that excitement was doused with cold water. Later, that excitement turned disappointment became anger. Ryu's long battle had held up the first round, eventually becoming the only battle still ongoing. This forced many to have no choice but to watch this boring battle. Unfortunately for the crowd, this infuriating reality would only continue. Ryu's second round took over 40 minutes to complete, his third, over an hour. By the time the fourth rolled around, Ryu was taking an hour and a half to finish. By now, everyone knew that Ryu's long battles no longer had much to do with his opponents. The only common denominator was him alone. Some were maybe rightfully enraged, however, some found it odd. How was this nameless Ryu defeating Divine Vessel Realm experts with fourth-order puppets? Something wasn't right here. It wasn't until Ryu's fifth battle that many realized exactly what was wrong. Ryu's opponent, a young lady with flowing blue hair named Luanda, met his corpse puppet head-on in the battle. She herself was a higher Divine Vessel Realm expert. She was quite odd though, being that she was quite a bit overweight. However, it seemed that her extra weight came with great strength. Her palms struck outward with a might that shook the very foundations of the white-tiled stage, her rippling folds undulating with current of chi. Seems this is the limit, Ryu thought to himself. Ryu had beaten 2 lower Divine Vessel Realm experts and 2 middle to now. His last battle was really pushing the limits of his puppet, taking almost 2 hours to finish. If Ryu was honest, the only reason he won that battle without swapping corpse puppets is because he took a more active role, utilizing Vector Arrow, and even Ethereal Ripple several times. But now, take my palm! Luanda's meaty palm slammed into the head of Ryu's corpse puppet, shattering its skull into a rain of grayish-green goo that splattered in all directions. Luanda shrieked, "Disgusting! Disgusting!" She was completely infuriated. She may have been shaped differently from what one might expect was a dainty young mistress, but she still carried herself like one. Being assaulted with something so disgusting left her feeling more than a little displeased. "I'll destroy that face of yours." Ryu raised an eyebrow. What was wrong with this woman? Wasn't she losing her temper a bit too easily? She practices a technique that forces her to intake food in exchange for power. Unfortunately, the foods she needs to ingest are heavy in yang qi. This imbalances her natural yin qi and influences her emotions. Elsa explained. The slightest thing could tick her off. It seems she isn't very fond of handsome men like my little Ryu. In truth, outside the arena, several were eager to watch Ryu finally lose. He had been holding the proceedings all this time with his annoying battle style. It infuriated many of the contestants. It seemed they didn't appreciate that Ryu's actions gave them extra time to rest. However, what happened next made Ryu public enemy number 1. Because, instead of fighting himself, he summoned another corpse puppet. But this time, it was actually a lower 5th-order corpse puppet. Everyone in the stands along with the participating youths were completely enraged. Felt like Ryu was toying with them. If he had such a corpse puppet, didn't that mean he could have ended those other battle much quicker? Over the next hour, Luanda became Ryu's pincushion. It seemed her cultivation technique made her more immune to pain than others, but she still fell in the end. By the time the battle ended, she was no longer the obese girl who had stepped onto the stage, but was rather a petite woman with loose skin. Having ended the battle, Ryu casually turned to leave the arena. He had won his 5th battle, which meant that he would only need to win one more on the 2nd day in order to qualify for the final day of battles. A chorus of boos followed his descent, but he didn't seem to hear them at all. You did all of this on purpose? Ryu suddenly found that several youths had blocked his path forward. Did you think that garnering your self-attention would help you? Let me tell you, you've thoroughly enraged me. Wasting the time of a genius is the worst sin imaginable. You can forget about gaining yourself a master in my core region. A master in the core region? Is that what they thought he was doing? Gaining notoriety for himself? They must have assumed that Ryu knew it was impossible for him to win the final selection tournament, so he instead chose this approach. But, was there anyone in this core region worthy of being Ryu's master? What a joke. Even if Ancestor Ember came here and implored him personally, Ryu would still reject him. Ryu didn't get a chance to respond before his identity badge flashed once more. Well, it wasn't as though he cared to respond anyway. But, seeing the sneering face of the young man who led the group who stopped him, Ryu was certain that this wasn't a coincidence. What a funny, random selection this was. Manipulating things in the main final selection was likely too difficult, but things were different in this wild card selection with so few observers. Not even a single apostle had come to witness this event. Unfortunately for the young man who was a mere half-step connecting heaven realm expert, he had chosen the wrong opponent.
Raolin Sai.
Ryu. The stage judge called out to confirm. Ryu sneered inwardly.
Sai. Who?
Chapter 317, Rodents. Ryu wasn't very surprised by this turn of events. If there was anything to raise an eyebrow at, it was the fact it took them this long to target him. This was already the 2nd day of competition, leading up to what should be Ryu's very last match. He had thought that they would come at him sooner. It seems this Sai young master is smarter than he seems. He likely wanted to test my limits first and had no choice but to send in this jumping clown after realizing I haven't been pushed to anywhere near my ceiling. The real question is, which puppet should I use? Begin. Raolin's body fell forward the instant the words sounded. It seemed as though he would faceplant into the ground, but this reality was thwarted by his blazing speed. His forward momentum was so fierce that he was nearly horizontal to the ground, sonic booms lying in his wake. He made it to Ryu in a flash, his arm piercing forward with his fingers as his blade. The sneer on his face projected a confidence one could only claim from a sure victory. Minor teleportation. The ground swallowed up Ryu. Ryu's voice became a pail of cold water that doused Raolin's excitement. He snapped his neck toward Ryu's new location, only to find a middle 5th order corpse puppet waiting for him. Do you really think you can defeat me with such a puppet? His embarrassment was drowned out by anger. Wasn't this Ryu looking down on him too much? His emotions were so stirred up that he didn't even realize his judgment had been completely clouded. Minor teleportation was among the hardest visualizations spiritual endowment realm experts could use. On top of this, the fact Ryu used it on the ground below his feet displayed a level of mastery beyond normal means. This alone would tell anyone with half a brain that Ryu was far out of their league, but this Raolin was more concerned with his face than his life. Ryu's corpse puppet wielded a spear. Having been formed by the body of a lithe female, its limbs were far more flexible. Ryu found that controlling it was far easier, but tweaking its chi output was a level harder than it had been for more robust body corpse puppets. Raolin had wanted to shatter this corpse puppet with a single strike, but he found that he continuously hit air. The corpse puppet glided along the arena floor, sweeping circles around Raolin. It wasn't that it was faster, but rather than its movement were far more efficient. It had to cover less distance than Raolin to meet its goal. Ryu closed his eyes, feeling every movement within the corpse puppet's body. The special fluid concoction he used in place of its blood, the rolling chi through its meridians, the weak flickers of its infant consciousness. Ryu felt it all. I'm still missing something. Ryu would be lying if he said he didn't feel frustrated. He hadn't come across many roadblocks in his path of cultivation. Even his dual-wielding style was still progressing smoothly, albeit slowly. However, there seemed to be a hard block suspending him from reaching a next level of corpse puppet control. Elsa had told him that he was thinking too much. Though he had the brain capacity to support it, it wasn't doing him any good. When he moved his arm, did he have to calculate distance and decide which muscles would provide the most optimal movement? Of course not. Yet, this was what he was doing for every corpse puppet. If one opened his mind and read his thoughts, it would be easy to see endless compiled numbers. But doing such a thing in battle would only be to one's detriment. Almost 3 hours later, Rowlin finally managed to destroy the shredded mess that was left of Ryu's corpse puppet. Unfortunately, there was no victory for Ryu this time. Or rather, there wasn't one for his corpse puppet. Rowlin roared into the skies like a madman. His injuries were completely superficial, but he was still drenched in his own blood. He felt as though his stamina had been wrung completely dry, but his gaze still blazed with fury. To be pushed to this extent by a mere middle fifth-order corpse puppet was humiliating beyond words. He didn't even care about his cousin's goal. All he wanted to do was rip Ryu apart with his bare hands. His blade-like finger pierced forward once more, reflecting in the sun like a fine sheet of metal. There should have been a massive impact at the very least. The wind should have rippled. The white tiles should have shattered. There should have been a cry of pain followed by a body streaking through the air. However, what Rowlin received was nothing more than the soft touch of 2 fingers. These 2 fingers taunted his own weakness, stretching out from Ryu's hand to block his deadly chi with absolute ease. In that moment, the Ryu who had stood behind his corpse puppets with barely a movement for 2 days had finally made a move on his own. But the result was far beyond anyone's wildest speculations. Are you going to go down on your own? Or would you like me to send you down? Ryu asked the question completely emotionlessly, looking toward Rowlin as though he was nothing more than a rat on the side of the road. Rowlin felt a trembling sense of shame. Against his better judgment, he lashed out. The slap that resonated in the next instant caused the arena to go completely silent. The blood that coated Rowlin's face only made the sound that much crisper. It was the kind of noise that made the ears ring, echoing endlessly through the sound-amplifying arena. Rowlin was thrown off the stage, his jaw shattering and his conscience fading. Ryu looked off into the distance, meeting the gaze of a familiar young man who thought he had hidden himself well. The look he gave him was no different than the one Rowlin received. To Ryu, these two were the same, weak rodents clogging up his path. Chapter 318 Eat. Ryu, who had already become the very center of attention, had his movements scrutinized by everyone in attendance. How could they miss his gaze shifting so obviously toward Pascal's eye? The indifference on Ryu's face was palpable. In the wake of the silence that held the arena hostage, it was amplified to the point beating hearts suddenly resonated all around. It was as though everyone in attendance was suddenly collectively feeling the very same thing. Ryu suddenly frowned as he felt he caught onto something faint. But just as he did, the feeling slipped away like a fresh, fragrant breeze. Unable to find that feeling again, Ryu relaxed his heart, his indifferent appearance returning as he stepped down from the arena, passing by Rowlin's unconscious body laying just outside of the stage as though it had nothing to do with him. A deep rage simmered within Pascal's chest. For a member of the Psy clan to be defeated so soundly and so embarrassingly, it was most definitely a stain on their prestige. This Ryu didn't hesitate for even a moment to make an enemy out of him. He could tell very clearly that from the depths of his soul, Ryu didn't think much of him at all. What kind of strength did it take to slap a half-step connecting Heaven Realm expert so casually? What level of power was he hiding? I should have known. Anyone who doesn't care for crown-grade spiritual herbs enough to sell them can't possibly be a simple person. Pascal calmed himself, his slowly reddening face reverting to a neutral expression. There's still time to deal with him, Even if I fail to monopolize his treasures for myself, there are several connecting heaven realm experts amidst the apostles. Since he actually dares flaunt crown earth-grade spiritual herbs, I wonder what he'll do when he realizes his so-called protection is nothing but a Ade. News of the Psy clan's humiliation spread rapidly. This completely doused the previous nonchalance about the wild card tournament. It seemed very certain that there was at least one dark horse rising up that may very well cause waves in the final selection tournament. The third and final day of the wild card tournament, however, was uneventful. The only thing of note for Ryu was that he found Granny Miriam's little sister, Melody. She had come to watch the third day's events just like everyone else, only to be surprised that the Ryu who had caused such a stir was actually the very same Ryu she had come to know. However, Ryu was surprised as well. When he left Melody almost a year and a half ago, she had only been in the spiritual severing realm. Yet, currently, she was already on the verge of entering the half-step connecting heaven realm. Ryu's first reaction was cold and distant. The only way for someone to show such vast improvement in such a short amount of time was by taboo means. Blood and soul sacrifices really did seem like the only way. It was only after Ailsa began to whisper in his ear that he understood. The causal gate bone structure isn't as simple as you think, Ailsa said softly. This year, Melody is already nearing 200 years old. Yet, for the outer ring standards, it was already impressive that she was at the spiritual severing realm. Since youths of the Shrine Plane entered the spiritual severing realm at 10 years old, one could see how slow this was. But it was very impressive for the outer ring. That bone structure functions just like your ice jade crystal body does. It has stages. The first stage is in its incomplete form, where the Constitution's abilities mostly lay dormant. However, even then it's the equivalent of an earth-grade bone structure. A bone of that caliber is already enough to be a genius of the pedestal plane. If it wasn't for the fact Melody was born on the middle mortal plane, causing her cultivation foundation to be lacking, she wouldn't have been stuck in the outer ring. Ryu nodded. The very first steps of cultivation were very important. Everything from your rites to your chi pulses, every step was crucial. Despite being born in the strongest clan of the higher mortal plane, Ryu only had access to the methods in opening for chi pulses. Aside from that, they weren't even aware that there were rites past the 9th either. If the knowledge of the highest mortal plane was so limited, what about one plane below it? However, once one twin dies, the Constitution becomes whole and can finally begin its evolutionary process. It immediately became a heaven-grade bone structure, and will evolve into one of the very best sovereign-grade bone structures when its transformation is complete. The sovereign grade was directly above the heaven grade and right below the ancestral grade. Constitutions of this level were incredibly rare, even on the Shrine Plane. But this alone isn't enough to explain her cultivation speed. Ryu thought skeptically. I have a great ancestral circle, not to mention you by my side. Yet her speed of improvement matches mine. Remember when I mentioned her age? It wasn't without reason. I wouldn't divulge a lady's prized secret so easily, Ailsa said with a teasing expression. This is the special ability of the causal gate bone structure. It is able to compensate its wielder for the years spent with lesser talent as if they relived their lives completely and redid every step of their cultivation perfectly. Ryu's brows raised. There's really such a thing? Yes. The current Melody seems like she's had unfair improvement. But the truth is that she's simply being repaid all of the karma she's built up in her nearly 200 years of life. The bone structure redoes her rights for her, allowing her to open the 10th right, the right of limitations. It opens all of her chi and body pulses, as well as all of her chi and body vessels. It's essentially as though she cultivated perfectly for the last 200 years. Wait, her body vessels as well? Ryu's pupils constricted. Opening all of one's body vessels. That was the peak vessel tempering realm, which was equivalent of the peak immortal ring realm. Ryu had been so stunned by Melody's chi realm cultivation that he hadn't even took notice of her bodily strength. This is the power of the causal gate bone structure. What you give, you receive in return. I'm sure that if Melody could have her big sister back, she would care about this measly strength. Ryu sighed. Ailsa was correct. The price was simply too high. But this still took a load off of his shoulders. Now he wouldn't have to worry about protecting Melody, so he could continue his plans for the core region in a carefree manner. If it wasn't for the fact it was only 200 years that passed before Granny Miriam died, Melody's constitution would have likely connected all of her meridians as well, allowing her to be a single step from the immortal ring realm. So does that mean all of the benefits from her constitution are over now? Well, the most obvious, potent, and short-term ones, yes. She won't experience anything more so drastic after entering the connecting heaven realm. However, as her bone structure slowly enters the sovereign realms, her cultivation speed will naturally increase. But this isn't the true strength of the causal gate bone structure. Much like your heavenly pupils, it can peer into the ties of karmic strings. In addition to this, her comprehension will naturally be higher than most at her cultivation realm. Ryu nodded. If that's the case, I'll provide her what she needs. I owe her and Granny Miriam at least this much. You can choose which cultivation manuals from the Zoo Palace most suit her. Hello? Melody waved a dainty hand before Ryu's face. After reaching the peak of the vessel tempering realm, much of the imperfections in her body had been purged and she too gained an immortal body. She was far more breathtaking than she had been in the past. Sorry, Ryu said lightly. Would you like to go and get something to eat? Though Ryu's question was very obviously innocent, it left Melody feeling flustered. She had come to the core region alone, so she hadn't been anticipating company. Hearing Ryu's question, she easily overthought things, being a woman who was currently all alone in the world. A moment later, though, she felt ashamed. This was a young man who called her own sister Granny. What was she thinking? He obviously didn't see her that way. Of course, Melody didn't have feelings for Ryu either. It was just the situation that caught her off guard. With a smile that caused many to look over with star-struck expressions, Melody nodded. Sure. Let's go get something to eat. Chapter 319, Dream. Melody felt a charming smile curl her soft pink lips as she watched Ryu eat. He's so cold all of the time, but it's really too difficult to keep up that oppressive aura while eating so much food so quickly. Melody watched on like a mother treating her son to a meal. Of course, she had no idea that Ryu was actually a few times older than she was. In his first life, Ryu didn't have a great appetite. In fact, most of his meals ended in 1 or 2 bites. The kinds of foods he had were extremely dense for a mortal body, so he didn't eat much. However, in this life he consumed food like a glutton. His strength had actually deteriorated after spending those 6 months in a Loom City cell. To his current self, his bodily strength could only be upheld by copious amounts of high-quality foods. Feeding 4 ancestral grade bloodlines wasn't an easy feat. The 2 of them sat at a table meant for at least 12, but a plate of food seemed to cover every inch. Where have you been for the past year? Melody asked after a while. She found that this young man wasn't actually terrible at socializing. Maybe if he was, he wouldn't have asked her to this place in the first place. Though his answers were usually tepid and emotionless, he had a knack for keeping the flow of the conversation going. This made Melody quite curious. These were skills that had less to do with how much Ryu liked to talk, and more about his upbringing. Remembering that he was a prince from the higher mortal plane, she felt that this made sense. Training, mostly. Ryu responded between bites of food. It seems, though, that your speed of improvement is even quicker than mine. Ryu and Ailsa realized that there was actually something about Melody's constitution that they missed. The buildup of karma didn't only encompass her 200 years of life, but also Granny Miriam's more than 200 years of life. It was no wonder her speed of improvement was so potent. I don't understand much of myself, Melody replied with a sigh. It just seems that sometimes, especially when I meditate, my body cultivates all on its own. It's been slowly down in recent days, but this is already more strength than I ever thought I'd achieve in my lifetime. It's just... A sadness pervaded Melody's gaze as she absent-mindedly pushed food around her plate with a fork. Ryu placed down the meaty leg of a 5th-order beast with a slight sigh. There's nothing that I can do to repay what I owe Granny Miriam, but I will do my very best to support you. This promise probably doesn't mean much to you now as you're already so much more powerful than I am, but I'll fulfill its weight one day. Melody was stunned by the somber note of Ryu's voice. The cadence he spoke with was so deep and rich, the kind of voice filled with endless confidence. It was much different from his usually emotionless words. That lack of feel almost made one forget how pleasing to the ears his voice truly was. You don't need to feel this sense of responsibility, Melody said after she collected her emotions. It wasn't you who killed my sister. It should be me taking care of you. This is what I owe big sister Miriam. Melody. Ryu's voice changed once more, almost becoming forceful. Since I have decided that you are one of my people, I won't retract my words. Melody was silenced once more, losing herself in the determination flashing in Ryu's beautiful silver eyes. Here, with a sweep of his hand, Ryu passed forward numerous jades. However, what truly shocked Melody was that aside from a very small number that were green, the vast majority were actually blue. Memory jades, starting with white, increased in value to green and blue and finally violet. Beyond violet, there were red, black, and crystalline memory jades, but when it came to storing techniques, only the first four were important. A violet memory jade could store an origin grade technique. The fact Ryu took out so many blue jades, which could store even mystical grade techniques, showed the value of these jades with just a glance. Most of these are actually earth and heaven grade techniques. However, a friend of mine added insights that might help you cultivate easier, which was why they had to be transferred into blue jades. The value of memory jades wasn't actually in their scarcity, but rather the difficulty in finding and mining them. Ryu had found memory jade ores in the depths of the mortal chi small realm, so he casually kept a few. As a ruin master, did there even exist a resource he didn't know how to collect? Melody was shocked awake. Her slender neck whipped around nervously as she tried to cover the jades from prying eyes. You have to be more careful, she scolded, hurriedly pushing the jades back to Ryu. You don't have to worry. I already cast a simple mirror-type visualization. You can see outside, but they can't see or hear you. Of course, if someone in the soul birth realm tries to take a look, this would be meaningless. But I doubt someone so powerful would be so bored. Only after hearing this did Melody sigh a breath of relief before her gaze became complicated. Ryu, I can't accept this. Ryu shook his head, grabbing Melody's retracting wrist and stacking the jades in her delicate palms. These mean little to me. In addition, they're only copies. Ryu had no method of taking the memory jades in the zoo palace out, so he could only copy them. This wasn't as easy as it sounded considering the complexities of such high-level techniques, but it was a walk in the park for Ryu, who had the first-ranked heavenly pupils. Take these and grow stronger, Ryu said lightly. I hope that you'll one day achieve your dream. Chapter 324. The Ember Clan capital city was blossoming. What once was a city made purely of elites suddenly gained several more in just the span of a few days. Just for this occasion, the city had pushed past its usual occupancy cap, allowing several more thousand in. The tournament arena looked nothing like it had for the wildcard tournament. There was not a single seat that wasn't filled. In fact, even that wasn't entirely correct because there wasn't a single person who actually sat down. From end to end, thousands of individuals were on their feet, looking down toward the numerous platforms with gazes filled with excitement. At the forefront of it all, 32 youths stood with the back straight and smiles full of pride. Of all the geniuses of the entire pedestal plane, only these 32 were worthy to stand here. They were the absolute best of the best. Well, that was the case for the 20 who stood at their front. As for the 12 who were lined up behind them, their auras were relatively lacking, with the exception of 2 individuals. One was a beauty with gentle eyes and a calming aura, while the latter was a young man with an indifferent appearance. These 2 were none other than Melody and Mateus. Ryu had never expected to run into Mateus as well after their complicated history of a year ago, but it seemed that while Melody was one of the 4 participants from the outer ring, he was one of the 8 from the inner ring. This reality made Ryu more curious. As the throne of what should be a true 8th order sect or clan, Mateus should have all the resources he could ever want at his fingertips. If that was the case, why would he bother to participate in this tournament? Ryu knew Mateus' real strength. He should be quite strong even amongst half-step immortal ring realm experts. Of course, his own personal strength was only at the lower connecting heaven realm, but his corpse puppets were a different matter entirely. As long as he was willing to use them, sweeping through these geniuses was as easy as breathing. Well, aside from Ryu and Melody, that is. Yet, he chose to come here anyway. There was another thing that was curious. There was no Eighth Order sect or clan on the pedestal plane. And, if Mateus was from the Blossom plane, he would have participated in their selections, not the pedestal plane selections. One might think that maybe Mateus was looking for an easy way in, but this wasn't the case. Not only would the apostles not allow this kind of loophole for the sake of protecting their pristine image, but as a peak Eighth Order throne, Mateus should be nearly unmatched even on the Blossom plane. So, he would have no need to use such underhanded means. This left Ryu with only one conclusion. Mateus' backers weren't from this realm at all. On top of that, Ryu had very clearly underestimated the value of this Ice Devil legacy world. If it wasn't extremely valuable, why would Mateus travel all the way back? Suddenly several things began to make sense. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence Mateus came back home. Elsa, have you really heard nothing about the Ice Devil legacy world? Before I met you, I simply ignored it because I had never heard of an expert who went by that name, and 900 million years wasn't enough time for such a character to appear. Could I be wrong? Elsa sighed. I really didn't pay much attention to the world while I was waiting for you. I don't know. But, with your speed of cultivation, could you not also reach such a level in 900 million years? Maybe there's someone just as talented as you out there. The cosmos is vast. Didn't you say that there was no one with my level of talent back then while you were scolding me? Elsa was stunned for a moment. Was little Ryu teasing her? What an occasion this was. Her bell-like laughter sounded in his ears. Ryu was completely befuddled by Elsa's sudden weird reaction. But, the pomp and circumstance of the final selection tournament's over-the-top fanfare was finally coming to a close, so he could only turn his attention forward. Why do they always insist on wasting my time with these grandiose speeches? I won't say any more. I believe you all understand the magnitude of this opportunity. Of you 32, 10 will rise above the others and ascend to the Blossom plane. Now, let us all give our respects to the esteemed guests of our pedestal plane. In those moments, the air seemed to turn solid. A man with hair blazing like the sun walked through the air no differently than one would a dirt path. His gaze was indifferent, his posture impeccable, and his aura without equal. The sound of faint gulping spread through the arena. This man was a legend that never appeared in the public eye. One didn't need to think to understand who he was.
Ancestor Ember.
Ancestor Ember calmly took his seat. However, one couldn't miss the obvious. Of the thrones that took the head, there were two, and Ancestor Ember was actually sharing the right to these two center thrones with some unknown entity. On top of this, this individual actually dared to arrive after Ancestor Ember. Soon, everyone received the answer to their burning question. Not even a few seconds after Ancestor Ember sat, space warped above the arena, revealing a beautiful silver immortal cave in the shape of boat. The air itself seemed to slice apart beneath its slow, smooth movement. The silver boat immortal cave retracted, revealing an entourage of 3, led by a beauty that made one's heart palpitate. Just as slowly as Ancestor Ember, they made their way to the final throne. The beauty took her seat with an indifferent expression, her 2 followers standing to her back on her right and left. The fact she felt no need to greet Ancestor Ember with anything other than a nod and slight smile made her status clear. Pay you respects. The announcer took the lead, kneeling respectfully to these 2 individuals. Soon, the entire arena followed suit. However, among them all, there were 4 individuals who seemed to have no intention of doing so. Chapter 321. Move on. Silence pervaded the arena. It was shocking enough for just one to choose not to kneel, but the fact 4 decided on this choice at once was something completely unprecedented. However, there were 2 the audience immediately recognized. One was a handsome young man with dirty blonde hair and warm brown eyes. Though his eyes were lowered, not daring to push his luck too far, there was a confident smile on face. This young man was Byron Lau, throne of the Ember clan and scion of the Lau clan. The second was a petite beauty with a reserved aura. She wasn't exactly cold and distant, but she wasn't warm and inviting either. She tiptoed a delicate balance difficult for many. Her eyes were lowered as well, her glistening black hair falling over much of her face. This beauty was a Lightning throne of a recluse sect that didn't take part in the mundane world of the core region. They were simply known as the Night Terror sect, and very little was known about them. Seeing who two of these four individuals were, the crowd came to an understanding. Thrones could not easily kneel as they represented the faith of a clan or sect. Their actions directly impacted the prestige of the powers they were tied to. The act of kneeling would directly diminish this strength. However, even though Byron and Alot had this excuse, just who were the other two young men? Since the Ember clan had a powerful Path Extinction Realm expert behind them, and this man was even currently present, Byron not kneeling wouldn't put him in any danger. How could Ancestor Ember allow his clan's faith to be impacted over such a matter? Even if the apostles were high in status, their representative was a little girl in his eyes still. As for Alot, even Ancestor Ember didn't dare to casually offend the Night Terror sect. So it was only right that she too was safe. Seeing that Ryu remained standing along with those two, Pascal felt both excited and worried. He had plans to deal with Ryu, but if he was punished first, wouldn't all of his things be snatched? How then would he gain Ryu's wealth? As for who the last person was, who else if not Mateus? However, those three were completely ignored by Apostle Fedroha. Originally, she hadn't paid much attention to these 32 geniuses. She had had a hunch years ago that Ryu would appear here, but it hadn't been at the forefront of her mind recently. This was mostly because the Ryu of back then was too weak. Even if it was the outer ring, it should have been too difficult for him to gain a spot here. But not only was he here, his position proved that he was among the wild card tournament participants. Calculating Ryu's cultivation back then, her eyes sharpened with a fierce light. Even if it was only a conjecture previously, she was now absolutely certain that Ryu was the one to gain the fairy's approval. How else could his strength grow so quickly? However, what Fedroha never expected was that Ryu would have been looking at her from start to finish. His cold, expressionless eyes bore into her soul and sent a shiver down her spine. The message was clear. Even if it wasn't today, there'd be a day where he killed her. Remembering all those months back, that moment when Ryu disappeared into the pile of rubble, she had felt a gaze so cold that it shook her soul with fear. Today, that gaze was glaring at her boldly. Not only that, but its pressure was several times what it had been in the past. She suddenly found it incredibly difficult to even breathe. Of all four who remained standing, only his gaze wasn't aimed toward the ground. His back was straight and his momentum was overbearing. He hardly seemed to react when Ancestor Ember's gaze swept over him. He had ignored him completely, staring at Fedroha with a look that gave away nothing. Him. Edwin, who stood behind Fedroha's throne, took a step forward, his eyes reddening. He had been viciously whipped by Fedroha in punishment for failing to apprehend Ryu many times. But how could he aim his anger toward her? All of the rage he had been pushing down in this over year came bubbling forth, ready to implode. Calm yourself. This cold voice was akin to a bucket of ice water pouring over his head. Fedroha turned her gaze back to her subordinate, taking advantage of the crowd being entirely focused on the four below to reprimand him. They couldn't do anything with so many eyes on them right now, especially when they had promised protection of these 32. Did you not hear me? Pay your respects. The acting host, who had taken a kneel first, suddenly had a change of expression when he noticed that four hadn't kneeled. He had been prepared for Alot and Byron to not kneel, but where had these two nameless individuals come from? Ryu closed his eyes, pretending as though he hadn't heard a single thing. However, Mateus had a completely different approach. His aura suddenly surged, a black throne adorned in dark jewels appearing in the skies. Alot's and Byron's expressions instantly changed, their knees buckling. In that moment, they felt the need to kneel down, that they weren't worthy of remaining upright. Of all those who were the most surprised, none was more than Byron. It was he who had harassed the Loom clan to the point of having to rely on Ryu. He recognized Mateus very easily. He knew in an instant that this was Tay's cousin. His expression flickered several times, but he eventually calmed himself, replacing his nervous air with that confident smile once more. He didn't see this as a threat to his life. What he saw was a chance to evolve his throne. The host's visage wavered in embarrassment. This young man's identity, maybe it was something even Ancestor Ember didn't dare to casually offend. This was the throne of sect or clan with an existence even above Ancestor Ember in strength. Like many others before him, to cover up his failure in hopes Mateus would forget this ordeal, he turned his ire toward Ryu. This young master has a valid reason. I apologize for my ignorance. But what about you? He sneered to hide his reddened face. Don't tell me you're a throne as well. There was a mild laughter through the crowd. Since when did thrones become something you could run into so frequently? For the longest time, their pedestal plane didn't have a single one until Byron and Alote suddenly appeared in the same generation. However, Ryu didn't respond. It was as though he hadn't heard the host's question at all. Just as the host was about to blow his top, a cold voice stopped him in his tracks. That's enough. I'm a martial warrior, not a king. Move on. This stifling voice was none other than Ancestor Ember himself. He didn't seem to have any anger in his gaze. Instead, he looked toward Ryu curiously. Just who was capable of making Fedroha stiffen to this extent? Chapter 322. Killed. The host could only swallow his pride. He himself was an immortal ring expert of the core region, yet he actually had to swallow his pride to this extent. In the end, he could only begin to explain the rules. There was nothing complex about it. Each of the 32 would battle each one of their 31 competitors. The top 10 with the best win-loss numbers would win. As for tiebreakers, this would be up to the judges to decide. Mistress, it can't be that we're going to let things go like this, right? Edwin was completely unable to hold himself back anymore. Even if it meant he would once again be punished later, he had to ask. He couldn't stand the idea of allowing Ryu to breathe even one more breath. Fedroha's eyes grew cold when she felt this chi message enter his mind. If it was up to her, she would begin punishing Edwin this very instant. Did this fool already forget that they weren't meant to kill the fairy's life partner? There was no way to steal a fairy away. The only method of controlling a fairy was to control their life partner. They wanted to use Ailsa. As such, they needed to control Ryu. Yet this fool had actually tried to kill Ryu when they first met all those months ago. That alone was already enough for Fedroha to take his life. Being completely unable to understand her intentions and not having the slightest sense of propriety, why would she bother to have such a useless subordinate by her side? Originally, Fedroha had only wanted to intimidate Ryu a little bit, but now their relationship had fallen into the gutter. She also faintly understood that this Ryu wasn't so easily controlled. In that case, the best choice was to capture him and have a mental realm master enslave his mind, yet this fool was still talking about killing him. Was it because his frame was so large that he no longer had the energy to spare toward his brain? She was infuriated to the point of wanting to kill him on the spot. However, before she could say anything more, the first battle had been drawn. And, interestingly enough, this Ryu who ignored the host was one of the two first participants. Jonite Minnesota Ryu. The moment Ryu's name was called out, a red-haired young man abruptly stood. You! I'll kill you! His eyes reddened with a bloodied rage, flames billowing from his body. Ancestor Ember frowned slightly at this outburst. This youth was one he was faintly familiar with. He didn't interact much with the current generation of his clan, but he still knew tidbits, at least enough to know that this young man's name was Fuoko. This young man wasn't exceptionally talented. He wasn't even among the 20 participants of the core region. But he had a calm, intelligent mind. He was usually quite useful for handling affairs outside of normal martial world matters. This was why he was selected to represent them for the inner ring selection. However, this same calm man had suddenly disrupted such an important affair without regard for anything. How could this ancestor not frown, especially when Fuoko was a member of his own clan? Young master, please pause your steps. Outside of the two participants and the stage judge, no one is allowed to enter this space. The stage judge sent a wave of pressure toward Fuoko that nearly collapsed him to his knees. but it was obvious the stage judge went easy. He's responsible for the death of my Ember clan's 12th elder. What right does he have to participate in this final selection tournament? The shock of the crowd was palpable. Fuoko's words were no different from a bombshell. The Ember clan was a prestigious hegemon that no one dared to touch. To kill one of their own, and an elder at that, how could such a thing be allowed? However, at Fuoko's words, Ancestor Ember's frown only deepened. It had nothing to do with Ryu's actions and the death of his elder, but was rather due to the rashness of Fuoko's words. His statement was tantamount to stating that the face of the Ember clan was worth more than the rule the apostles themselves set. The stage judge's expression changed. "Young boy, watch your words lest you want to lose your head." Fuoko was intelligent. He knew immediately that his words had gone too far. But his emotions were far too agitated. His relationship with the 12th elder wasn't actually that deep, but how could no one be punished for the death of an elder? Since Ryu wasn't around to bear the consequences, Fuoko had to bear the brunt himself. This last year, considering his already shallow status in the Ember clan, was nothing short of torture for him. Seeing the person who caused it all right before him, he nearly went mad. Clenching his teeth and gripping his fists, he bowed deeply. "I apologize for my rash words. This junior has lost himself for a moment. I only hope that you senior brothers and sisters will kill him. If you do, I, Fuoko Ember, will owe you a life." Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately in some respects, Fuoko truly didn't need to say this. The moment everyone learned that Ryu was responsible for 12th Elder Ember's death, countless other stories that had been fermenting for a year bubbled forth. The Zu clan's 2 Immortal Ring experts raged toward the death of their Grand Elder and the kidnapping of Esme. Throne Byron's rage toward the stealing of his woman and the death of his little brother. The Auther clan's fury toward the death of the second-in-line heir, Anbar. "And you killed my big brother Vigil?" Jonit looked toward Ryu with eyes that seemed prepared to flood over at any moment. Her small frame trembled fiercely, the tiles beneath her feet shattering. Ryu, the subject of all of this scrutiny, stood expressionless as though it had nothing to do with him at all, calmly summoning his first corpse puppet. Chapter 323, Min. You have nothing to say?" Jonit's shrill roar reverberated through the arena, forcing Ryu's corpse puppet to stumble backwards several steps. "I kill those who deserve to be killed. Your brother just happened to be among them." To say that Ryu's words were brazen was an understatement. This wasn't just any person he was speaking of. This was the second-in-line heir of the Min clan, a 6th Order clan. Those of the core region wouldn't dare even dream of slighting them. However, what was even more unacceptable to those of the crowd was that Ryu actually dared say such heartless words to a little girl whose cheeks had long since flooded with tears. To Ryu, however, this so-called little girl was already a connecting heaven realm expert and well over 300 years old. What did it have to do with him whether she cried or not? So, even when the chorus of boos began to rain downward with impunity, it was as though Ryu didn't hear them at all. Clans with status on the level of the Min clan had their own reserved section for this event. From eldest to youngest, they all boiled in anger. They cared little for what the backstory of Vigil's death was. All they felt the needed to know was that Ryu was responsible for it. Kill him, Mistress Jonit. Make him regret his words. Among the uproar, the patriarch of the Min clan stared toward the platform with a gloomy expression. Vigil may have been second in line, but he was still his son. It was taking every fiber of his being to not directly implode. Jonit's shriek shook the protective array that covered their battlefield as she lunged toward Ryu. But she was met with the very same puppet she had forced to stumble backward with nothing more than her voice. Unfortunately, this corpse puppet she thought she could swat away with a single hand blocked her path toward Ryu time and time again. First, she thought it was a simple fluke. It wasn't just her, but many others who had this line of thinking as well. However, but third, then fourth, then fifth exchange, Jonit's rage felt so stifled that coughed up blood despite not having suffered an injury. How infuriated she must have been in those moments. seeing the enemy she wanted to kill with every fiber of her being standing right before her, yet being completely unable to pass a mere peak fifth-order corpse puppet. Ryu silently watched all of this, his gaze completely without emotion. Jonit must have thought he was mocking her. But this wasn't the case at all. Her fury, her helplessness, he internalized it all. Maybe one day if he failed in his ultimate goal, it would be him on the other side of this corpse puppet. He wanted to etch this moment into his heart. Never could he allow this to be him. The chorus of boos grew hoarser and louder. Mateus' eyes narrowed. Others didn't know. But he knew well just how terrible Ryu's corpse control was just a year ago. This sort of vast improvement bordered on incredulity. How could a person improve so much in such a short period of time? The corpse puppet's steps wavered. It seemed to be gliding in the wind, appearing and disappearing from existence at different points in time. Its glaive strikes were rare, but purposeful and full of power. Despite appearing to be on its back foot, Jonit never managed to enter a 3-meter radius of Ryu. Even as her fury burned stronger, there was nothing she could do. Her dainty fists rained downward as though she didn't know fatigue, executing all of the close combat techniques of the Min clan. But each of her attempts were dispelled with what seemed like ease. A simple retreat here, a sidestep there. The movements held a simplistic elegance to them that both wowed and infuriated. Soon, the jeers of the crowd grew tired and deflated as even Jonit's movements became sluggish. She had exploded with so much strength in such a short amount of time that she hadn't had the mind to worry about stamina. Just 30 minutes later, she paid a dear price from her mistakes. The butt of the puppet's glaive slammed into her toned torso. Her breath was completely knocked out of her, a mixture of blood and saliva flying forth as she slammed to the outer edge of the arena. The corpse puppet flashed and disappeared, its fluid technique causing those watching on to tremble. A kick slammed against the side of Jonit's delicate cheek, sending her flying once more. Unfortunately, in the final selection tournament, there was no such thing as a ring out. Unless one opponent died, was unable to battle or admitted defeat, the match would continue. However, under such circumstances, how could Jonit be willing to admit defeat? Seeing Jonit's sorry state, the rage of the crowd that had been doused over time ignited once more. By now, Ryu could have killed Jonit several times already, but he held back. He didn't fancy himself an emotionless, amoral murderer. Jonit's rage was valid in his eyes. He didn't hate Vigil either, despite him being a catalyst toward his grandfather's death. At the end of the day, Ryu only blamed himself for being too weak back then. It wasn't Vigil's responsibility to not attack him simply because he was weaker, nor was it wrong of Ryu to seek revenge for his slight. Since Vigil could kill him, why could Ryu not kill in return? Though Ryu would not kill Jonit, he wouldn't feel bad for her either. She believed that her brother's life was worth more than his. Well, in Ryu's opinion, his own life was worth more than every existence, not just in this realm, but in every realm. If he died, his family would never rise again. In comparison to a mere Vigil, what was that worth? Jonit Min is unable to continue. Ryu wins. Chapter 324. Undefeated. Ryu calmly gazed at Jonit's unconscious body. Without much more thought, he turned and left the stage. The moment the array was lifted, the chorus of boos grew louder. Though Ryu could hear what was happening while he fought, the sound was greatly muffled. Only now was the true level of rage the crowd felt by him. Melody couldn't help but worriedly look toward Ryu. But Ryu had long since forbidden her from interacting with him during this tournament. Though she was now much more powerful, the level of enemy Ryu planned to face was beyond this pedestal plane. He couldn't easily reveal weaknesses. An array-powered board flickered. Soon, a set of 32 names shuffled, placing Ryu's 1-0 record at the very top. The gazes of rage and the heckling seemed to roll off his shoulders. He simply found his allocated spot and closed his eyes, reviewing his gains from this past battle. As Ryu was entering silent meditation, a half-eaten apple was suddenly flung in the air toward him. As though taking this as a cue, a barrage of garbage and food soared through the skies. Maybe if the perpetrators were just mortals, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, many of them were in the divine vessel realm and above. The various projectiles streaked across the skies, each with their own supply of chi powering them. It might have been impossible to kill Ryu without suffering consequences, but why not humiliate him? They really wanted to see if he could keep that calm, cold demeanor if he had to fight smelling and adorned of trash. In the stands, a young man was feeling very pleased with himself. He had taken a risk going first, but the results were even better than he expected. Serves you right. How dare you do this to Goddess Jonit? However, none could have possibly expected what happened next. Ryu's body was suddenly engulfed by the platform below him. That could figure they had all aimed their ire toward completely disappeared. In the next instant, another figure appeared, but it was plainly obvious to them all that it wasn't Ryu at all. The figure turned out to be a young man of the divine vessel realm. He looked around in confusion, completely unable to grasp what had just happened. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time to think about it all before he was suddenly bombarded with the very half-eaten apple he himself had thrown. With one came two, then three. A barrage of trash and half-eaten foods assaulted his frame, sullying whatever clean image he had had in a flash. If those in the audience didn't understand what happened by now, they'd truly be too stupid. The hail of food and drink stopped, no one daring to act for fear of being the next on Ryu's list. However, by the time they located the Ryu they feared so much, they found that he was still quietly mediating. The only difference this time was that he silently floated in the air a distance away from the sudden pile of trash. The young man shivered in embarrassment and rage. He didn't know where to place his gaze. He could only run, not daring to look toward Ryu. The host's visage darkened. He was meant to be a neutral party, but as a member of the Min clan himself, he hated Ryu even more than he had for ignoring him before. Jonit in her current condition wouldn't be able to fight another battle for weeks, let alone gain a spot to enter the Ice Devil Legacy world. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a sinister light. If contestant Ryu could please return to his designated seating area, we can move on with the next round. It is inappropriate for participants to sit where they please, lest they interfere with the coming battles. Also, take this as your first warning. Making moves against the audience will absolutely not be tolerated. If there's a second time, I will have to implore the apostles to consider disqualifying you. Though host Min's visage didn't fluctuate as he spoke nonchalantly, many sneered in response to his words. However, these sneers were all aimed toward Ryu himself. How could his actions not be easily seen through? Ryu's so-called designated area was now no different from a trash heap. Pieces of food, liquids of sauces and juices, and wrappers of all shapes and sizes were strewn in every direction. How could any dignified person sit amidst such nonsense? Ryu's eyes slowly opened, meeting host Min's gaze. In those moments, host Min felt he had suddenly been plunged into ice-cold water, his heartbeat uncontrollably slowing to the point he was scared it might stop completely. Host Min, is it? Ryu said faintly. I'll be sure to remember that. Ryu floated to the ground and slowly walked toward his sitting arrangements. But, just when many thought he was truly swallow this humiliation, his body suddenly lit on fire. No, it was more accurate to say that hellish flames began to follow his every step, wafting the arena with an oppressive heat that sought to burn everything down. Ancestor Ember's pupils constricted into pinholes. His sensitivity to fire was far beyond anyone else in attendance. This flame somehow made even him feel fear. The garbage and remnant food was burnt to a crisp, fluttering in the air as gray and black flecks of ash. Somehow, the meditating platform itself remained completely untouched, leaving the area just as clean as it had been the very first time Ryu sat. Host Min's eye could only twitch, his mouth suddenly feeling exceptionally dry. Coughing, he redirected his attention. The next battle. Throne Byrine. Guyot Allos. Guyot nervously made his way to the platform, almost jumping in fright as the array barrier closed around them. He could have never guessed that a throne would be his first opponent. His family looked on nervously from the stands. Of course, they were extremely proud of Guyot for making it this far, but as an outer ring clan, this was the best they could hope for. Their only wish was for Gaiat to gain some insights that would help him rise to an even greater height in the future. Seeing Byron standing silently across from him, Gaiat bowed respectfully, acknowledging their difference in standing. "Please advise me, esteemed throne." His nervousness seemed to disappear the moment his spear entered his hand. His back straightened and his gaze sharpened. Even if he knew he would lose, he wouldn't lose spinelessly. "Advise, huh?" Byron's expressionless visage suddenly upturned to a sinister sneer. Gaiat felt that something was wrong, but the battle had already begun. There was nothing he could do but admit defeat, but his pride in his spear art wouldn't allow him to do so before exchanging even a single strike. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. "I'll show the core region your spear, father. Our Alos clan will rise again." He smiled lightly toward his mother and little sister in the stands. That adorable little 13-year-old girl waved her arm as hard as she could toward her brother, as though she wasn't scared it would fall off. Such a scene warmed Gaiat's heart. For their sake, he must perform. A scorching palm suddenly appeared above him. Gaiat had no idea how it was cast, nor did he know it was possible to execute a technique so quickly. In an instant, he already had no path of retreat. A roar escaped his lips as he sunk into his stance, his chi surging as far as he dared to push it. Alleviating pierce. The strike was exquisite. It flowed with the wind like a carefree swallow making its way to its nest. The tip of the spear meandered, changing forms constantly without rhyme or reason before finally meeting the flaming palm head-on. However, no matter how exquisite the technique, the difference was simply too large. As a genius of the mere outer ring, Gaiat was only a peak spiritual severing realm expert, and this alone was already impressive beyond belief. Without suspense, he was completely crushed. All that was left behind was a charred body, black from head to toe to the point of not leaking a single drop of blood. Even the spear he had cherished with all his being was burnt into a rain of gray and black flecks of ash. "I do have some advice for you," Byron said emotionlessly. "Those who are ants should stay ants. Never provoke a lion, or else the consequences will be severe. You inner ring and outer ring geniuses should know your place." Byron's glance very obviously shifted toward Ryu, the rage in his eyes flickering. "Big brother." Gaiat's little sister's heartrending cry was completely drowned out by the chorus of cheers. "That's right. Show them who's boss. The core region reigns undefeated." Chapter 325. Zoo Animal. Ryu's aura grew frosty, the polar opposite of his previously oppressive heat. His mood only grew worse when he realized that the stage judge had actually still yet to call the match. If this was the definition of being unable to continue, then what was? Without another thought, he suddenly stood, his figure flashing forward. Host Min immediately noticed the change. "Contestant Ryu, please return to your seat." There was nothing wrong with his words. In fact, it seemed he was simply doing his job. However, the sinister glow in his eye was obvious to anyone who took a second look. "I won't say it again," he roared, but he was already making his move. Unfortunately for him, he had completely underestimated Ryu's casting speed. Just when he thought he would intercept Ryu, the latter's body was swallowed by the ground once more, bringing him to the outer edges of the stage's array in an instant. Host Min was stunned and embarrassed. He was an immortal ring realm expert, yet he was actually outmaneuvered by a young pup. How could he not be infuriated? At this moment, how could Throne Byron not realize the situation? Even to now, the stage judge had yet to call the match, as though waiting for Gaiat to die, as though it was something he deserved. After quickly calming himself, Host Min was no longer worried. So what if he got by him? Even he couldn't pass through the protective array, let alone Ryu. His warp would be useless before it. The sinister light in his eyes grew fiercer. "Don't say I didn't warn you." His shout was filled with a righteous indignation that made one's stomach crawl. Throne Byron sneered. "You want to save this ant? Watch well as I kill him." Byron raised his palm once more, a swarm of fire coalescing around a point in the sky above Gaiat's charred, half-dead body. The fact Gaiat had survived at all was a thorough humiliation to Byron, who had intended to kill him with a single strike. Such an ant didn't deserve to live on for any longer. However, it was at that time something astonishing occurred. Just as the palm descended upon Gaiat's body, Ryu passed through the stage's array as though it was never there to begin with. Shock colored Host Min's expression as his own palm strike shattered against the outer dome, reverberating through the arena that was already filled with excited cheers and shouts. It felt like he only took one step, but Ryu had already appeared beside Gaiat's body, even as the flaming palm enveloped them both. Byron was shocked by the change, but he soon sneered. "Since you want to die together with him." Before he could finish his words, his expression changed once more. His flaming palm seemed to slow. It didn't dissipate, but rather moved as though it was wading through a thick, viscous liquid. It hovered above Ryu's kneeling form, slowly losing power before it began to visibly shrink. Eventually, its form began to flicker weaker, its heat cooling and its body deforming from a palm to a ball of flame and ultimately to nothing. "What an exquisite defensive technique," Ancestor Ember mumbled softly. Others couldn't tell, but Ancestor Ember could certainly see that although the palm had appeared to stop, it was actually traveling hundreds of meters in a very confined space. Throne Byron's attack essentially dissipated because it had crossed too large of a distance. It hadn't even met the true defense of Ryu's technique before it winked out of existence. Ryu calmly placed his hand on Gaiat's chest. After a moment, he lifted it upward, taking with it a torrent of raging fire chi that had been wreaking havoc within Gaiat's body. He flicked it into the distance, dispelling all of the latent heat within him. As an herbologist, Ryu knew well that the worst danger in severe burns wasn't actually the initial hurt, but rather the lingering heat that would continue to do damage over time. Unless it was dealt with first, the situation would only become worse and worse. The stage's array quaked as the string of fire chi collided against it. It was clear and obvious that this casual chi could obliterate a divine vessel realm expert, yet Ryu had handled it so deftly. However, there now remained a dilemma. Even if the latent heat was now gone, just how could he save someone at death's door? Gaiat's mother and sister had cheeks flooded with tears. They had wanted to move forward to retrieve Gaiat just as the Min clan had been allowed to receive Jonit, yet their path had actually been blocked. They thought for a moment that they really could only watch Gaiat die until Ryu came out of nowhere. Ryu's brow furrowed. The stage judge cleared his throat. Gaiat Allos is unable to battle. Throne Byron wins. He knew it was simply impossible to delay it any further. He wanted to fillet Ryu where he kneeled, but he didn't dare to. He wasn't as brazen as Host Min. Unless the apostles said they were removing their protection from Ryu, he would not make a move. Throne Byron's gaze flickered uncontrollably, but there was already nothing more he could do. "Oh!" Elsa's brows arched. "When did my little Ryu get so soft?" Elsa knew what Ryu planned to do even before he did it. However, even if she was prepared, the torrent of shocked gasps showed that others most definitely weren't. A spiritual herb appeared in Ryu's hand. Toward its center, its beautiful whitish-green petals were folded similarly to the center of rose, except in this case, it took the form of a sleeping baby. Outward from this center, a fluffy white haven was created like clouds formed of balls of cotton. This gorgeous interior was surrounded by a lush green lotus, the size of 2 palms held together. The heavenly fragrance they wafted made one's heart tremble. Crown Great Herb. No one knows who said it first, but the ensuing chaos nearly brought the arena down. It felt like, for the first time, voices alone would be enough to shatter its very foundation. Yet, from this precious herb, Ryu actually plucked a leaf, causing its radiant rainbow aura to dim slightly. The sounds of several hearts breaking was nearly corporeal. They could only watch as Ryu crushed this leaf and placed it into Gaiat's mouth. First it was only one, but then Ryu used a second, then a third. Eventually, the petals of the lotus were gone, leaving a bed of puffy cotton and a whitish-green rose-like center formed into a sleeping baby. Gaiat's chest thumped, his weak vitality slowly strengthening. Seeing this, Ryu took action once more, stealing his heart and cutting a wound in his chest before placing what remained of the spiritual herb inside. Gaiat's body trembled more violently. his limbs quaking to the point where his charred skin began to peel, revealing the bone and muscle beneath. Whether you can survive now, it's up to you, Ryu thought silently. He had just fed Gaiat the Crown Earth Grade herb known as Cotton Rose's Lullaby. The issue was that Crown Earth Grade herbs allowed Divine Vessel and connecting Heaven Realm experts to experience eating a Heaven Grade herb without suffering the consequences. However, Gaiat was only a spiritual severing realm expert. In the end, though, Gaiat did not disappoint him. Maybe it was because he was already so close to the Divine Vessel realm, but his aura surged, his meridians crackling and popping as his first chi vessel was opened. His body underwent a rebirth, a sharp spear chi radiating outward in every direction. It seems this little one has a spear soul. How interesting, Elsa said with a light smile. A spear soul. Ryu was faintly surprised as well. There were 4 pillars of cultivation talent. One's meridians, one's bone structure, one's spiritual foundation, and finally one's bloodline. But there were rare instances where a 5th pillar might appear. This 5th pillar wasn't necessarily better than the other 4 facets. It was only that they didn't often manifest. They were known as soul natures. This hidden 5th pillar of talent was rare already, but they were especially rare amongst humans and beasts. They were only slightly more prevalent amongst creatures like fairies and elves. Of course, Ryu didn't have a soul nature. With his pitiful mental realm talent, it was a wonder he could practice at all, let alone birth such a good thing. Gaiat's soul nature was fairly restricted now, but when he entered the soul birth realm, his talent would blossom forth. The small outer ring would definitely be incapable of holding him. Later stages of cultivation heavily relied on comprehension, and those with soul natures were far beyond others in this respect. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Gaiat's raw spear cultivation talent was even beyond Ryu's. Of course, with the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils by Ryu's side, he could ignore this difference with ease. Gaiat slowly fell back to the ground. His eyes slowly opened, but his gaze remained filled with confusion. Just what happened? Why was everyone looking at him like he was a zoo animal? And why was this handsome guy standing over him? Chapter 326. Irrelevant. Just as Gaiat was lost in thought, he was forced to focus once more as his aura surged again. How could a spiritual herb with an efficacy of a heaven-grade herb have such a small effect on a spiritual severing realm expert? Lower divine vessel realm. Middle. Higher. Gaiat's aura didn't stop surging until he was right on the verge of breaking into the peak divine vessel realm. Just like that, in just a few moments, he had opened for chi vessels right before the eyes of everyone in attendance. However, the subject of everyone's gaze was actually more confused than them all. He had no idea what was happening at all. Your mother and sister are waiting for you. You should go. Gaiat's attention was suddenly brought back to the handsome guy who had been standing over him. Though his gaze still flickered from confusion, he realized that he had likely lost the battle. This guy was probably here waiting to start the next battle, but he had embarrassingly lost consciousness. Ah, sorry. He nodded his head, shooting up from the ground and running out of the dissipating stage array. As though these matters had nothing to do with him, Ryu actually turned to walk back to his seat. Halt! Host Min, fuming with anger, subconsciously infused chi into his voice, sending a torrent of wind and sound toward Ryu. Ryu frowned, his steps faltering slightly. No matter how powerful he was still no match for an immortal ring expert. However, his gaze still coldly met Host Min's. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Host Min was so enraged that he suddenly began to laugh. You just interfered with an ongoing battle. Is this not a problem? His gaze turned upward toward Ancestor Ember and Apostle Fedroha, bowing deeply. Esteemed ones, I implore you to expel this contestant and allow me to mete out punishment. If there's no law and order, how can we appease the masses? Appease the masses? Or appease the core region? Ryu asked faintly. You dare interrupt my conversation with the immortals? Host Min's roar shattered Ryu's eardrums, causing blood to run down the side of his face. But Ryu's passive healing almost instantly cured the problem. With his phoenix bloodlines growing in power, he had already gained a small healing factor. For an immortal ring expert, you spend too much of your time yelling. Ryu responded coldly. I do not fear you, so lower your voice. Many shivered beneath Ryu's words. The difference once clear. One tried to use their cultivation to stir intimidation, but the other used their will. Who was superior and who was inferior could be seen with a single glance. Host Min's face reddened with rage. However, he didn't get a chance to speak again before Ryu had already continued. Either way, your claims are baseless. According to the rules you yourself set, a match ends when one dies, admits defeat, or is unable to battle. Jade was unable to battle, and therefore the match ended. I don't remember hearing anything about others having to wait for the words of the stage judge. If you intended that to be the case, you should have been a better host and said so. Host Min laughed. Is this the faint hope you want to cling to? Your own arbitrary thoughts of what is and isn't able to battle. If anyone could make the decision, what would be the point of stage judges? It was obviously an implied rule that would only need to be stated for the mentally deficient. I didn't know that you were so incapable. The crowd seemed to be on Host Min's side, but Ryu only internally sneered. It seemed this host had yet to realize that he had already subconsciously begun to debate with Ryu as an equal. However, to Ryu, this host was far beneath his notice. He had once debated with World Sea Realm expert who was a mere immortal ring expert before him. Oh? Seeing the smile that wasn't a smile on Ryu's lips, Host Min suddenly felt a terrible premonition coming on. Between the time of the first fire palm strike and my entering the arena, there were no other exchanges between Throne Byron and Jade. Yet, the moment I kneeled by his charred body, the stage judge suddenly announced that Jade was unable to battle. As for why he lagged in his assessment, you'll have to ask him. But I think it's a bit foolish of you to assume that this is my one-sided opinion considering this evidence. Right? This time, it wasn't just Host Min, but even the stage judge who felt a burning desire to tear Ryu limb from limb. Unfortunately, his words were too sound. I've grown tired of this. The voice of a third party suddenly sounded. However, it wasn't from Ancestor Ember or Fedroha, but rather came from Byron himself. Get up here. I've decided to kill you. His cold words were directed at none other than Ryu himself. For an ant to interfere in my battle, you must be truly tired of living. His hair flickered with dancing flames, his eyes reddening to the point it might combust into a fire of its own. The crowd suddenly fell silent before roaring in applause. They had felt just as stifled as Host Min just a few moments ago. But now, their figurehead had decided to take action. How could they not be excited? I hope the Immortals will allow me this chance. Throne Byron spoke, but his gaze never left Ryu. Who knew that Ryu wouldn't care for the answers of Ancestor Ember or Fedroha, and immediately appear on stage, standing not even 3 meters from Byron as though he didn't fear him at all. Byron was stunned for a moment by Ryu's speed even though he had already witnessed it, but he still sneered in his heart. In this confined space, once the stage array was lowered, what would speed mean? He would directly incinerate everything. Byron didn't believe that Ryu could decode the array while facing his pressure. I will show you the true strength of a throne. There are some things you can't imagine. How dare you provoke me? Byron roared. His aura surged, a throne of blazing rubies appearing to his back. It seemed to want to light the world on fire, setting everything in its sights ablaze. Oh! Ryu's gaze lost interest. Is this where your sense of entitlement comes from? In that instant, the skies suddenly changed as the arena grounds shook beneath their feet. A throne adorned of beautiful sapphire gems descended from the skies, radiating a strength beyond even Mateu's display. It was so infinitesimally close to a ninth-order throne that even Ancestor Ember felt the faint urge to lower his head. The ruby throne nearly shattered under its might, its size decreasing by several levels. This is the thing that made you so proud? Host Min's gaze trembled even as Byron's visage paled. Ancestor Ember's fists subtly clenched. This was not good. Byron was directly tied to the faith of his Ember clan as their throne. If he lost so miserably, the consequences would be disastrous. Didn't you want to kill me? Why have you suddenly stopped moving? Ryu asked slowly. Did you forget that I killed your younger brother? Or maybe that I took your woman as my fiancée? Weren't you very awe-inspiring when you sought to take the life of an innocent young man to vent your rage? The more Ryu spoke, the darker Ancestor Ember's expression grew. What had once been appreciation for a young talent had suddenly become something far, far worse. You? Why? Byrine's words stuttered. What a joke. He already hadn't dared to provoke Mateus and was planning on dropping the Te matter. But how had he suddenly enraged someone even stronger? Why what? Why didn't I reveal my throne earlier? The crowd gulped. It seemed they too had the same question. To me, whether I am a throne or not is irrelevant. I don't need to rely on anything else but myself. You presented your thrones as an excuse to not kneel, but the only excuse I need is my own will. Ryu's words were like thunder, reverberating through the arena even over the deafening sounds of the crowd. Chapter 327. Selection. Byrine's frame trembled. He had never felt so belittled and humiliated in his entire lifetime. Take out your corpse, puppet. His humiliation fueled his roar. A sharp chi surrounded his body as his sword appeared in hand. The Ember clan may have been one for flame wielders, but the Lao clan he was born into was a clan of swordsmen. For you! Ryu flashed forward, his body suddenly appearing not even 2 feet away from Byrine. I don't think I'll feel better unless I do it with my own hands. The crisp slap resounded through the arena. Byrine's body flew to the side, his head and shoulder smashing into the stage barrier so fiercely that his neck seemed to break in a single instance. The silence was deafening. Was the difference really so large? How could they know that, to the current Ryu, this throne Byrine was nothing more than a joke? Ryu's personal strength was already comparable to a peak-connecting Heaven Realm expert when his bodily strength and Chaos Chi were used as one. If he added his comprehensions and imposed barriers to this calculation, even half-step Immortal Ring Realm experts would have to take him seriously. Yet this so-called genius throne Byrine was a mere middle-connecting Heaven Realm expert. Not only that, but he had already cultivated just over 500 years to reach this mark. Just by this fact alone, his talent was actually far below Esme's. This Byrine, who saw himself fit to trumpet around his status before Ryu, was actually nothing more than a jumping clown. If it wasn't for the fact he had pissed him off, Ryu wouldn't have even bothered to deal with such an inconsequential person. Weren't you very imposing just now? Ryu appeared by Byrine's half-unconscious body and sent him flying with another kick. His demeanor appeared incredibly relaxed, as though he was doing nothing more than taking a stroll in the park. Weren't you a lion? Even as Byrine's body flew through the air, Ryu mystically appeared above him, striking down from above and using the dazed throne to shatter the white tiles of the stage below. Elsa sighed softly. My little Ryu pretends to be so cold, but he's actually gotten so angry for a complete stranger. I'm a little jealous. In the distance, Guyot was looking on with a shocked expression. After reuniting with his mother and sister, he found out the truth of what was happening and couldn't help but look toward Ryu with a conflicted gaze. This man so suddenly came into his life and gifted him something that was far too difficult to repay. If he were to return to the outer ring now, he would already be among one of their greatest experts. Yet he had reached this realm so easily, at the whims of a young man he didn't even know. The crowd was even more stunned. Byrine and Alote were the 2 premier geniuses of their core region. Though they were worse than Ancestor Ember back when he was young, they were still the very best. How could this be happening? I'm just a little prince from the higher mortal plane. Shouldn't you be teaching me about how much of an ant I am right now? Poochie. Elsa choked on her own breath, falling into a fit of laughter. You're so bad, little Ryu. How could you be compared to a normal little prince? No matter how you sliced it, even though Ryu took the crystalline Jade and found Elsa under his own power, his starting point was still much higher than those of the mortal planes. His words were definitely a bit disingenuous. However, the crowd didn't know that. His words sent off a bomb amongst them. Weren't they just looking down on the outer ring? Why was their hero suddenly being beaten by someone of even lower status? Mateus looked on with a bitter smile. He really is nothing like a necromancer. Stop! Stop! The stage judge panicked. Byron Lao is unable to battle. The match is over. Though he said this anxiously, the stage judge was truly hoping that Ryu continued to attack. Only then would he have a justifiable cause to be a bit heavy-handed. Unfortunately, things did not go as he pleased. Under the astonished eye of the stage judge, Ryu's attacks abruptly came to a stop. To a normal martial artist, such an abrupt stop would cause a severe backlash. But Ryu slowly fell to the ground as though he hadn't been fighting at all. Even the stage judge was stunned. He thought he had timed his words perfectly so that Ryu wouldn't be able to stop, yet how could he know that this was a joke before Ryu chaotic silk meridians? In that moment, Byron's throne considerably dimmed in luster even as Ryu's own brightened. The former nearly fell out of the half-step seventh order entirely. With a dull thud, Byron fell to the ground headfirst, his neck injury becoming several times worse. In the distance, Pascal was sweating profusely. This was way too far out of his expectations. The man he provoked was a throne? A throne who could toy with Byron as though he was nothing more than a joke at that? Of the families, only his Sai clan didn't have a deep grudge against Ryu. Yet he actually went out and sought it for himself. He felt like a fool. How could a normal individual possibly get their hands on so many crown-grade herbs? Commander Fedroha, I really can't take this for even one more second. Edwin's trembling had only grown worse and worse with each passing moment. It really seemed that he could explode at any time. Fedroha herself was frowning. Even if Ryu had a fairy partner, this speed of improvement was too great. How could they properly control him? However, she couldn't change the fact that the higher-ups were dead set on having this cultist fairy beholden to their wills. She didn't have the luxury of changing this. Though she seemed high and mighty here, and Edwin even called her commander, what could a mere immortal ring expert mean in the face of the martial gods? In fact, the immortal ring realm was the bare minimum requirement of joining the apostles, and even then, she wasn't a true member. It was just that these ignorant people from the pedestal plane believed she was. What do I do? Suddenly, she had an idea and her eyes brightened, her forehead relaxing. Hold on a moment, Ryu. Her voice was as delicate as the flowing wind. Many men felt their heartbeats quicken in that instant. However, others sneered, believing that Ryu's arrogance was finally going to pay its due price. Ryu's footsteps toward his seat paused. Please advise me, respected apostle. Ryu said lightly, though his words seemed respectful on the surface. The fact his head wasn't lowered and his features were indifferent painted a completely different tale. Host Min's sneer became fiercer toward Ryu's attitude. Unfortunately, the reality smacked him awake from his delusions. I believe that this final selection tournament is already meaningless for you. You may not necessarily lose even in our Blossom Plain final selection tournament, she said with a faint smile. Her words were like a detonated bomb, sending the hearts of the crowd into a frenzy. To those of lower planes, those above them were no less than deities. Such words had a more profound impact on them than anything else possibly could. With your strength, it already wouldn't be impossible to become a junior brother of mine. In fact, I am of the mind of turning this final selection tournament into a little test for you. If you pass, you'll become just like these two subordinates of mine and be named a candidate for the next apostle selection. What do you think? Chapter 328 Mine. Hidden within the crowd, a familiar father-son pair were looking on at these events with amused expressions. However, after hearing Fedroha's words, the father suddenly snapped. That stinking brat! How many trees is he trying to hold on to? The sloppily dressed drunkard of a son laughed at these words. Father, you actually traveled all the way from the inner ring to the core region just to catch a glimpse of him. Now you're just jealous. His words received a smack to the back of the head. What do you know? This boy is a throne of that awoken moon sect the apostles still don't dare to casually check. He's a core disciple of the mercenary guild, and now he's being invited by the apostles themselves. When is it going to be my armament guild's turn? Who asked you to lurk in the dark instead of approaching him? Considering the fact you're sulking around on a mere pedestal plane, why do you care so much about that old face of yours? Plus, his status as a throne and mercenary guild core disciple don't interfere with joining other parties. Both have a great degree of freedom. That's where the problem lies, boy. He obviously doesn't want to tie himself too firmly to any one organization. Plus, he dared to try to tease me out of hiding that day a year ago. I'll make it so that he begs this old man to enter beneath my wing. The son took a swig of his flask, ignoring his senile old man to watch the preceding events with curiosity. No matter what, I doubt he'll join the apostles. It seems he has a grudge with them. The old man's gaze narrowed. It does seem that way. Down below, Ryu also felt amused by Fedroha's words. To be honest with you, he started. I have little interest in joining your apostles. The atmosphere suddenly plummeted, a cold breeze whipping through the arena. The only one who seemed to take this lightly was the old man who lost himself in laughter. If it wasn't for the fact any noise he made would be too obvious amid this silence, he'd likely be rolling on the floor, clutching his stomach. But if you'd like to make a bet, I'm more than willing to oblige. Fedroha's eyes narrowed. What kind of bet? It's simple, really. If I am to join your apostles, I prefer to do so as a throne. You stinking brat, Edwin roared. You think that because you've risen to the top here that you can casually do so anywhere? Thrones beneath the Nine Order aren't even considered to be true thrones. Yet you're speaking of conquering a second throne with your pitiful strength. Wanting to claim the throne of an 11th Order organization was already an impossible mountain to climb, yet Ryu actually wanted it to be his second throne. It was no wonder Edwin, who had been holding himself back, finally exploded. I don't believe I was speaking to you, Ryu said coldly. His biting words were simply too much for many to handle. Those in the crowd didn't even dare to breathe. Just as Edwin was about to truly lose himself to rage, he felt a piercing gaze to his side coming from his commander. He felt as though he had suddenly been dropped into an ice-cold ocean. Continue, Fedroha said plainly. Instead of speaking, Ryu began to directly bring out several things. Fedroha instantly froze when she realized that Ryu was actually bringing out several crown-grade herbs. I have 5 crown earth-grade herbs here. I will use them as a stake. If I lose, I will give you all 5 of these spiritual herbs. However, if I win, I want you to take me to your headquarters so that I can challenge your throne. In addition to that, I want however many chi stones you have on your person right now. Fedroha's heart skipped a beat. Crown earth-grade herbs were already meaningless to her. After all, she could directly consume heaven-grade herbs. There was no need to pay from crown earth-grade herbs that were more expensive than even many heaven-grade herbs while also having a slightly lower efficacy. However, there were countless young masters of massive clans who would bend over backwards for a chance like this. Edwin himself had already lost his composure. If he had just one of the herbs, breaking into the immortal ring realm would be a matter of just a few moments. It had taken every ounce of willpower he had to not pounce forward when he saw Ryu feeding one to Gaiet. But who knew that Ryu would actually have so many more? And what bet did you have in mind? Fedroha asked after steadying her breath. Simply taking Ryu to the apostles' headquarters wasn't a big deal. Even 1 crown-grade herb was enough to cover the cost. It wasn't as though they were a secret organization, they were more akin to a governmental body. Their location wasn't hidden. The reason Ryu would rather ask for Fedroha's assistance was to lessen his troubles. As for things from Fedroha's perspective, the only requirement that left her a bit apprehensive was Ryu's ask for all of the chi stones in her possession. But, if she were to be honest with herself, her current net worth would barely be able to buy even just 1 crown earth-grade herb. Betting the price of 1 for the price of 5. How could she reject it? Simple. Ryu's gaze turned cold. I want to kill him. At this point, even the old man stopped laughing completely. His son, by his side, stopped chugging his hard liquor, looking toward Ryu with a flickering expression. Fedroha herself was finally unable to control her changes in expression as her face visibly stiffened. In a corner of the arena, Fuoko clenched his fists. When he dies, I must find a way to take his corpse. His heavenly pupils must be mine. Chapter 329, Esme. It suddenly became incredibly difficult for normal individuals to breathe. The atmosphere was simply too tense. They couldn't understand how a junior dared to say these words to the apostles. Ryu didn't say he wanted to spar, He didn't say he wanted to battle or test his skill. He said he wanted to kill. Do you understand the gravity of what you've just said? Fedroha drew out her words long and slow. Ryu calmly found his spot on a familiar platform of white tile. It was as though he didn't notice that Byrine's body still lay unconscious. Nor did he care that the stage judge was attempting to care for him. He only met Fedroha's gaze once more with a bland, emotionless light. Of course, he responded. If I put it any other way, there would be too many excuses later on. It's better for me to make myself clear right now. Fedroha wanted to speak more, but Edwin's laughter didn't allow her the opportunity. Commander, please allow me this. Do not worry. I won't kill him. I'll only break every bone in his body to the point where he won't dare to fight back again. Edwin's words caused many astute individuals to frown. He promised not to kill Ryu. Why was this Ryu so important? Was this the reason he dared to be so unbridled? Edwin leaped from Fedroha back, his leg strength alone being enough to carry him through the skies over 100 meters before he landed with a quaking boom upon the arena. The stage judge had no choice but to fly from the stage, Byrine's body in hand. The kind of person I hate the most is the kind who overestimates himself. Edwin released the restraint on his aura. When he was around his commander, showing off his slight skill was nothing more than asking to be punished. However, before an ant like Ryu, he could be as unbridled as he pleased. A familiar red aura shook the air around him. Spiraling cracks deformed for the white tiles beneath his feet, spreading outward in a pattern that was both ferocious and oddly beautiful. The last time Ryu had seen this chi, Edwin had used it to attack him. However, it didn't truly seem like chi either. Felt more like vital chi, but wasn't entirely like that either. Vital chi was the energy type cultivated during body realm cultivation. When Ryu tempered his blood, what he was really doing was saturating it with vital chi. As his body realm cultivation increased, the saturation point also increased, allowing his body to withstand more and more. As his vital chi increased, his blood would circulate about his body and uniformly greaten its quality and strength. This was the cycle of body realm cultivation. This is a very special cultivation technique, little Ryu. These apostles have the ability to create a fusion of the body and chi realms. This is not a simple additive impact on their strength, it's very nearly exponential. His strength is already a sliver away from a normal immortal ring expert. Elsa hadn't bothered to explain these things to Ryu before because she knew he would do this anyway, but now that it was already happening, she felt she had to say something. If it wasn't at least this difficult, why would I waste my time coming here? If his strength was already below mine, I wouldn't even care to seek revenge anymore. Ryu swept a gaze over Edwin and turned his head up toward Fedroha. Have you agreed? Edwin was so eager to battle that he seemed to have forgotten that Fedroha had yet to give her assent. Fedroha's expression flickered. She suddenly felt incredibly uncomfortable. Why was it that this Ryu had no reaction to Edwin's strength? It doesn't matter. No matter how talented he is, he was raised in this pitiful environment. There aren't more than a few handfuls of 11th order thrones in all of the cosmos, and there are even few that dare to make such a throne their second. Taking him to the headquarters is already as good as fulfilling my mission, even if he wins by some inexplicable miracle. I agree. Thinking to this point, Fedroha calmed. Even if she gave up all of her wealth now, the rewards she would receive for bringing Ryu back wouldn't be small. The one with the worst reaction to this situation was Fuoko himself. How could he not see how valued Ryu was by these apostles? How could he ever get his hands on his pupils like this? Nodding faintly, Ryu turned back to face Edwin. With a casual wave of his hand, a storm of death chi suddenly enveloped the arena. It was so suffocating and dark that many lost color as though their blood was being drained from their bodies. By the time their sight cleared enough to lay eyes on this corpse puppet, their hearts were struck with an incomprehensible feeling. Was this really a corpse? Why did it seem so alive? How was it possible that it had the sinister aura of a blood-sucking demon, yet also the elegance and beauty of a dark elven princess? Esme's body was wrapped in a bold armor alternating in black leather and shining obsidian-like metal. Her gray skin gave off an exotic aura even as her hair, black as night, whipped beneath Edwin's pulsing chi. Despite her delicate frame, she held a violet spear with a silver head that stood more than a foot taller than her. Yet, considering the sharp chi that wafted from her, it didn't even remotely feel out of place. Peak 6th Order Corpse Puppet? The other participants of the final selection tournament suddenly felt faint. All of their pent-up dissatisfaction toward Ryu had already mostly dissipated after he defeated Byron so easily. But seeing for themselves how truly large the disparity was made whatever remained disappear entirely. Mateus' eyes narrowed. He wasn't a layman in necromancy like these people were. He could see just how extraordinary this corpse puppet was with a single glance. I really can't tell what sort of refinement method he used. Mateus was inwardly shocked. Esme? In that moment, a roar shook the arena. The rage of an immortal ring expert was nothing that could be ignored. Two white-haired, middle-aged men shot into the skies, their eyes bloodied with indignation. Ryu didn't even need to look toward them. He knew how this matter would end. A light snort completely suppressed their bubbling cries of fury, leaving them frozen in the air. I ask that these two experts of the Zhu clan not interfere. This matter is already beyond your reach. Though Ancestor Ember spoke calmly, there was an undeniable magnetism within his voice that left the two Zhu clan members completely stifled. Who else could these two men be if not the two Immortal Ring Realm experts the Zhu clan sent to lay their foundation within the core region? The fact that Ryu was using Esme as his own personal soldier was already enough of an insult. But for him to not even bother to attempt to hide her identity was a smack in the face that was completely intolerable. However, how could the two of them face off against a Path Extinction Realm expert? The two experts fiercely trembled, but in the end, they could only swallow their rage and leave the arena at their fastest possible speed. How could they have the face to remain here? Ancestor Ember's purpose in appearing here wasn't to observe the youth. He could care less which genius of the younger generation earned the right to enter that legacy world. His true purpose was to act as the anchor of Pedestal Plane and ensure that no one tested the prestige of the Apostles. Though Fedroha could do so herself, if he allowed this to happen, there would be consequences he wasn't equipped to deal with. Since Fedroha had agreed to this bet, how could he allow others to interfere? Edwin sneered at these turn of events. It seems you're nothing but a fool who seeks to make enemies at every turn. After I teach you a lesson, I won't mind handing over your half-dead body to the two of them for a little while. The term enemy implies that I see you to be at or above my level. For a person like you or them, it's more accurate to call you a stepping stone. Hearing these words, Edwin was so enraged that he began to laugh. This puny little corpse is why you're so overconfident? Watch as I pummel it into the ground. The moment this roar left his lips, the ground beneath his feet shattered as he propelled himself forward. The devastation left in his wake was so severe that the stage array's foundation faltered and cracked, sending his chi barreling out of its confines.
Chapter 330, dont Remembé.
Esme's expression shifted to the point of being incomparably cold and stern. It was as though for a moment she molded herself after Ryu. This was a small change almost no one noticed, but it sent waves of crashing with Mateus' heart. It's still not enough, Ryu thought to himself. It was then that the first clash occurred. Esme's spear tip met Edwin's fist, causing its body to bend like a bow. Edwin's momentum was fierce. Anyone could see that he won the exchange. However, in his rage, he didn't notice Fedroha's frown. There was no doubt he won the first bout. But why was it that it seemed to be by a smaller margin than he should have? Ryu looked on toward this scene with a mocking smirk. It seems that standards of the Apostles are quite low. Edwin's gaze reddened hearing these words. It was only now he suddenly realized that the corpse puppet he should have blown away in a single strike had actually exchanged strikes with him for several rounds already. Just who is this child? Ancestor Ember could naturally see the crux of the matter. But what made him feel a sense of apprehension was the fact that even to him, the truth was foggy. Oh, since you still have time to glare at me, it seems the pressure on you isn't high enough. Ryu's arm left their clasped position behind his back. as though he was conducting an orchestra. His fingers flicked with an arrogant majesty. Flickers of silver appeared around him. To some, the appearance of Vector Eagle was so thin that they couldn't see a thing. To others who had slightly more lucky viewing angles, it felt as though a flock of beautiful silver birds had suddenly taken flight into the skies, collectively making Edwin their target. Suddenly, a battle he had been handedly winning took a turn. Edwin winced as the sharp silver scythes tore through his tough skin. Even with this being the case, though, what infuriated him more than anything was the spearmanship of this corpse puppet. Why did it feel so simple yet impossible to see through? Edwin had never felt more humiliated in his life. He should have ended this battle in an instant. Damn it! He roared. Flames erupted from his body as his strength multiplied several times over. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Elemental mortal endowment, birthed phenomena. Others might have missed it, but Ryu's eyes were too sharp. Beneath the wreath of flames that coated his fists, Edwin was hiding a powerful fist inheritance. He likely wanted Ryu to underestimate him on purpose so that he could end it quickly. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Ryu. Esme's steps became unpredictable in an instant, her movement becoming ethereal. She flitted around Edwin's strikes with an elegant ease. It was as though she was always a step ahead. However, the circumstances had clearly changed. It was now Edwin who pushed forward. His fists tore through the air. Concentric booming spheres of compressed wind fell toward Esme like a torrent. It seems fire is a weakness of Esme's, Ryu analyzed calmly. With a new refinement method, how could it be perfect and without flaw? After being modeled after a spiritual herb, Esme suffered the same weaknesses many of them did. Though it wasn't terrible for now, Ryu could see Esme's skin quickly drying, and her movements were slowly becoming rigid. Esme's wrists twisted and pierced through the air, deflecting the blows of Edwin's fists at their weak points. However, while Ryu was calmly analyzing the situation as though nothing was wrong, he hadn't cared to notice that the arena had become so silent a pin's drop could be heard. Well, that would have been the case if not for the loud cacophonic booms of Edwin's fist strike. Everyone watched on, occasionally rubbing their eyes as though they were trying to wake up from a dream. Was this a joke? Wasn't this battle supposed to end in an instant? Why was it that it was still going? Esme's spear rapidly unleashed a flurry of strikes. Edwin's muscles bulged, his temper flaring more and more with each passing instant. He roared. Meteor sweeping the skies. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Controlling Esme, her feet shifted in an enigmatic manner once more. His third perspective immediately saw through the flaw in this technique. Using Esme as his own spearhead, he had her pierce through, the air around her shifting with an incomparably sharp aura. The strike completely slipped through Edwin's defenses, making its way toward his throat without regard. Warped ripple. Edwin suddenly felt that his fist had slowed. It was only for an instant. In fact, not even a split second later, his chi ripped through whatever barrier there was, sending a violently ripple through the ground that shattered what remained of the white tiles. However, by then, the spear had already made it to this throat. He would die. Clang. Just when that battle seemed to be over, Esme's spear shattered into shards of silver and violet pieces. Along with it, her body was sent flying, crashing against what seemed like the last remnants of the stage array. Edwin stood silently, not moving a single inch. His messy black hair partially covered his features, hiding his gaze. At the same time, his trembling had suddenly stopped entirely. It seems I have to stop treating you like an ant by the road. The pace of his words was slow and deliberate. His momentum seemed to be steadily rising. Completely unlike he had been before, his figure became as steady as a mountain. Ryu walked to Esme's side. To say she was in terrible condition was an understatement. Almost all the bones in her body were shattered. Beyond that, her muscle fibers were sheared apart in some of the most important region. Unless Ryu used his own chi to make up for it, she wouldn't be able to move. It was then the crowd finally sighed a breath of relief. If Ryu really won, it would be too much for them to handle. Now everything was right in the world again. Who among them didn't believe that Esme was Ryu's final trump card? Now that she was unable to battle, it was definitely over. Ryu didn't even try to salvage her and directly placed her into his spatial ring. Shame, Ryu said faintly. He hadn't expected Edwin's aura to suddenly surge like that. He didn't put the opinions of those fools in his eyes. Any one of Edwin's previous strikes could have put Esme in her current situation. The problem was that Edwin perfectly timed his counter. Although Ryu's eyes saw through it in time and he himself would have been able to evade in time, his corpse puppet control was still lacking. What he actually found to be a shame was that he lost his spear. How would he use his dual-wielding style like this? Seems it was time to find a new set of weapons. Edwin's head slowly raised. His gaze was eerily calm, his aura far more restrained than it had been in the past. I said not to kill him. Fedroha suddenly felt the need to remind Edwin by Qilin. I won't kill him. I'll only break him. He no longer sounded like the braggart he had in the past. He sounded like he was simply stating a fact. Ryu, however, didn't pay attention. He only calmly took out 2 glaives, stabbing them into the ground. Is this a joke? What kind of scheme is he playing at? Start begging for mercy, Host Min said with a sneer. A necromancer without his puppets is nothing.
US reserved aura su dans Lightning Qilin.
Silence fell over the arena once more. Not because it was too strong, but because it was too weak. Ryu was a lower divine vessel realm expert. They were so shocked by this reality that they didn't realize that this kind of pressure couldn't come from a normal divine vessel realm cultivator. Ryu flexed his wrists, loosening them as though what was happening around him had nothing at all to do with him. I don't remember ever saying I was a necromancer. The moment his glaives re-entered his hands, the skies themselves seemed to change. Chapter 331. Release. Edwin's pupils constricted. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something. Corpse puppets had to be controlled. Their level of skill was entirely dependent on their master. Esme's spearmanship had been beyond anything he had personally fought against before. Could it truly be that Ryu was at the core of this? The sharp sound of air being slit apart revolved madly around Ryu. The feeling he gave off was completely different from Esme. The latter had felt devious and clever, but Ryu seemed like an insurmountable mountain, an unstoppable force prepared to slice through anything. I hope you don't regret your words, Ryu said faintly. Ryu's body hopped slightly into the air, his glaives brandished to each side. However, the moment his foot landed on the ground once more, he suddenly vanished. Fast! Edwin's frame involuntarily tightened. But he didn't have much more time to react before a glistening glaive descended upon him from above. A roar escaped his lips, his fist chi surging as he met the glaive head-on. Unfortunately, the result was completely unlike what had happened to Esme. Before the glaive met his fist, Ryu's barely formed afterimage vanished once more, appearing to Edwin's back and executing a sweep that shone forth with an elegant simplicity. Edwin's thick plate of armor protected him, but the blow alone sent a tremor through his inner organs, shaking him fiercely. Ryu's body became akin to a gust of wind. Esme's movement technique had seemed to be enigmatic and unpredictable, but witnessing Ryu execute it made her seem like nothing more than a jumping clown. Even Host Min began to feel a cold sweat permeate his back. Ryu was actually faster than him. Fragrant breeze. This was the name of Ryu's peak Earth-grade movement technique. When trained to the grand circle of perfection like Ryu had done, one became a lingering sweet scent in the air, fleeting and impossible to grasp. Truth be told, this was a technique that was incredibly difficult for men to learn. Most male cultivators lacked the flexibility of their female counterparts. However, since the start of his training, Ryu had emphasized not only his own strength, but also the pliability of said strength. Dual-wielding polearms already placed great stress on his body. It necessitated being able to apply strength at angles that may very well shatter the arms of a normal expert. However, Ryu was completely different. Not only did he have his ice jade crystal body, he also fire phoenix martial form which emphasized recoverability and flexibility. When this martial form was combined with the Qilin martial form which targeted small muscle groups in order to increase speed and explosiveness, Ryu's muscle fibers were refined to a level impossible to find among those of his cultivation realm. "That's enough," Edwin roared. How many times did he need to be humiliated on this day? He had already brought out most of his full strength and this still wasn't enough? This was completely unacceptable. First pulse. Release. A roar of pain and rage left Edwin's lips as his body grew one level in size. His fire and fist chi flourished, but both gained a savage red color clearly tinted by the presence of his fusing chi. Ryu smiled, but his gaze was filled with intent to kill. Suddenly, his body was enveloped by a green glow, causing his speed to double in an instant. The brows of the elders watching on twitched. Just what was happening? How could a junior have such strength? How could he be in the divine vessel realm? "I'll show you the difference between you and I," Edwin spoke savagely. "Impose." Ryu's speed suddenly faltered as an impose barrier shrouded their battleground. Those watching on shivered in terror. The impose realm. It had to be said that the number of individuals who had reached such a realm in their core region could be counted on two hands. On top of that, they were all well into the immortal ring realm. They had never heard of a connecting heaven realm expert reaching such a state. There was a reason Vigil, Anbar and Lucian were so eager to kill Ryu. His comprehension was simply inconceivable. As though something had finished fusing within him, Edwin stomped downward viciously. It seemed in that instant that Ember City itself might completely crumble to the ground. In fact, if it wasn't for Ancestor Ember's interference, it truly would have. "Ah, so this is it. How interesting. I want this ability." Lines of fate. The world in Ryu's eyes suddenly became bundles of black and white strings. Every living person seemed to have a line connecting from their heads to the heavens above, their bodies becoming nothing more than wound-up yarn. Ryu carefully observed. Diverting Edwin's strength became even easier. It was as though he could pierce a hole into the future and peek through. Every instant of time was suddenly broken into probabilities. Predicting Edwin's bestial, caveman-like movements was as easy as breathing. Ryu should have been disappointed. After all, he came all this way specifically to battle Edwin. But he could have never expected that his battle strength improved far more than even thought. It was then he understood. His previous calculations were made using common and black-grade techniques as his foundation. He had completely underestimated the power of earth-grade techniques. Even more so, he had underestimated the strength of his imposed realm wind inheritance. However, he wasn't disappointed. If for nothing else, this technique was worth it. Even though Ryu felt that he was taking a stroll, to the vast majority, it seemed as though he was on his back foot. His glaives were constantly being swatted to the side, and he was continuously retreating more and more with each passing moment. Only Edwin, Fedroha, and Ancestor Ember, not to mention the mysterious father-son duo above, saw that this wasn't the case at all. Ryu seemed to be analyzing something. Edwin's heart twitched with anger, but no matter how hard he pressed, he couldn't seem to break through Ryu's guard. Second pulse. Release. Chapter 332. Yes. The moment he said these words, a projectile of blood flew from his mouth. Ryu's gaze glowed. Good. Elsa smiled sweetly from Ryu's shoulder, his erratic movements seemingly not bothering her at all. She rarely got to see Ryu's genuine emotions, but right now, he looked no different from a child opening a gift from his parents. This Tatsuya blood is really too savage, making my lovable little Ryu into a battle fiend. But this should be good. Lines of Fate. S basic ability is to read an opponent's intentions before even they are certain of it. However, in order for its auxiliary ability of technique snatching to come into effect, little Ryu must have a strong fate-based connection with the person he is battling. Though he doesn't have much of a connection with this Edwin, his ties of fate couldn't be stronger with the martial gods and apostles who did this to his family, since this technique originates from them. Currently, Host Min was feeling much better. As long as Ryu was beat into submission, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. It wasn't like Ryu would heal himself all for the sake of revenge against him for a few words, right? He smiled complacently. So what if you're a genius? You'll still get put in your place today. Edwin's speed actually increased to the point where he was now on par with Ryu. There was no one more surprised by this than Ryu himself, but he could also see that the price was also exceptionally heavy. But Edwin seemed more willing to die than to accept defeat on this day. His fist slipped through Ryu's guard. Ryu's expression flickered, feeling the strong wind pressure already threatening to shatter his rib cage even before the fist landed. However, he reacted quickly, casting Warped Ripple in a split second. The ground beneath their feet shattered and splintered as Warped Ripple deviated the strike's power below. But even still, the final barrier shattered. A fist that seemed capable of breaking the skies collided with Ryu's torso, sending him flying backward. Edwin felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally he hit him. Follow! His strong legs launched him into the air, following after Ryu's flying body with blinding speed. However, what he found when he caught up and looked down toward Ryu to send another strike was a gaze of pure boredom. That apathetic gaze dug into his heart and gnawed at his bones. The feeling of absolute inferiority overwhelmed him to the point of suffocation. I think that's about enough, Ryu said calmly as though it wasn't he who flying through the air. Impose. The sound of shattering glass reverberated through arena. Edwin grabbed his head, his agonizing screams making the crowd feel as though bugs were crawling through their heart. Ryu flipped through the air, allowing himself to stand upright before landing gracefully. Edwin, however, completely lost control of his body, crashing into the ground below. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed. I didn't expect you to be so weak. A beautiful green barrier surrounded Ryu. It was none other than his wind-imposed barrier, something he had only recently comprehended. When two imposed barriers crossed, when there was an obvious difference in strength of quality between them, the weaker would shatter. This backlash would directly impact the victim's mental realm. For those who weren't used to such things due to their not being mental realm masters, this result was especially difficult to deal with. Host Min shivered. Imposed barrier. It wasn't just a normal imposed barrier. It was one that made it difficult to breathe even without being within its boundaries. It was the most powerful imposed barrier he had ever witnessed in his life. Elsa's eyes narrowed. This increase in strength definitely can't be due to Earth-grade techniques alone. I have a feeling that Ryu's chaotic chi is still strengthening itself. In addition, this Edwin is weaker than I thought. His chi technique is powerful, especially its fusion. However, he doesn't have a constitution powerful enough to make use of it. He's nothing but a leaking faucet. Edwin's chi was incredibly powerful, but neither his meridians or his body could handle its flow. This led to the vast majority leaking out from his body and becoming wasted. This was why Elsa initially overestimated his abilities. She had gotten too used to working with Ryu, who seemed almost perfect in every facet. Fedroha frowned deeply as Ryu raised his glaive, but she already lost her right to say anything. Young man, is there really a need to go so far? Ancestor Ember's magnetic voice sounded over the arena. He didn't seem to be trying to be overbearing, but the strength of a Path Extinction Realm expert was simply too much. No matter how much Ryu overestimated himself, he wouldn't survive a single blow. So, he didn't even look at him. Yes, Ryu replied. With a swing of his glaive, Edwin's head fell. Ryu looked toward Edwin's corpse with an expressionless gaze. He didn't feel anything special toward this victory. As he had said before, to him, Edwin was nothing more than a stepping stone. His life and death wasn't worth anything more to him than another step forward. With a simple application of demonic strings, he pulled Edwin's spatial ring from his body, then sent Esme out. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the hobbled Esme's fingernails turned a demonic shade of black, extending almost a meter in length and stabbing into Edwin's corpse. A surge of chi and vital chi was ripped from what remained of him, nourishing and healing Esme with each passing second. Esme's body seemed to glow, her gray skin becoming more resplendent. At the same time, her physique bulged almost as though she had overeaten. But very quickly the added weight began to concentrate. One could even see the new muscle fibers being formed, only to be compressed back down into the corpse puppet's original slender appearance. Suddenly, Esme's slender body trembled, her aura breaking into the half-step 7th order. Chapter 333. Stop me. Mateus couldn't have been more astonished. Just what kind of refinement method was this? No matter how he racked his brain, he could have never guessed that this was Ryu's own unique path. He likely wouldn't be able to believe that someone Ryu's age could accomplish such a thing. Of course, he also had no idea that Ryu was just 20 years old. If he did, maybe the shock would have been even greater. Fedroha could only watch as Edwin became nothing more than a skeleton. To make matters worse, when his corpse crashed back into the ground, it shattered to ash, blowing into the wind no differently from dust. This was the special ability of Screaming Bloodroot. Its gestation could only occur upon the corpse of high-level cultivators, but this wasn't the end of it. In order to grow, it must continuously absorb vital chi. After being modified by Weeping Willow Chi, the Screaming Bloodroot used as the foundation for Esme's evolution became even more sinister. The former was known for cannibalizing spiritual herbs, while the later used humans and beasts alike as fertilizer. Their combination was without a doubt potent. The only trouble was that Ryu had yet to become proficient at using these abilities in battle. Maybe Esme wouldn't have lost so miserably if he could. This was why he still felt lacking as a necromancer. On the one hand, he couldn't perfectly translate his battle experience to his corpse puppets. At most, they could use only 10% or so of his skill, 20% on the very upper end. Unless his corpse puppet was far more powerful than he was, it wouldn't be much help in a one-on-one battle. On the other hand, Ryu couldn't use the innate abilities of his corpse puppets very well either. This left him with problems from all sides, problems he knew he had to fix. Looking up toward Fedroha, Ryu met her gaze. I believe I've won? Yes. Fedroha's voice was far steadier than Ryu expected, causing him to feel a faint admiration. But this was all. He could guess why she was calm, so he could only smirk inwardly. One of the 10 spots to enter the Ice Devil Legacy world is yours. You have no need to participate in the tournament any longer. With a wave of her hand, 2 items streaked toward Ryu and landed in his hand. One was an identity plaque, while the other was a spatial ring that likely held her debts from their bet. In that case, I won't impose anymore. I will come to collect the other half of our debt just before the Legacy world opens. Fedroha's eyes narrowed at these words, trying her best not to lose her temper. She had never expected that Ryu would actually choose to delay his venture to the Apostles like this. Was it a coincidence? Or was this child really this shrewd? The trouble was that she really didn't have the ability to stop him from leaving. She still had to oversee what remained of the battle, and had already said that Ryu didn't need to participate in the rest. She had been attempting to come off as magnanimous, thus bolstering the faith of the Apostles all the more. But she had never expected it to backfire like this. With a thought, Little Rock appeared by Ryu's side, its sonorous call spreading over the arena. Those with sharp eyes immediately noticed the uniqueness of Little Rock. That long, slender neck, those platinum feathers that looked almost like the scales of a dragon, that sharp, spiraling lightning chi. This creature had an amazing bloodline and was actually of the peak 6th order. After putting Esme into his spatial ring, Ryu glided onto Little Rock's back, allowing his companion to spread his wings proudly and soar in the air. The sun reflected along its body, making it seem as though it was sparkling with a rainbow of colors. This beast was truly too beautiful. However, who would have expected that just Ryu took off into the skies? A sudden surging aura would envelop the whole stadium? In that moment, it felt as though the suns in the sky had all moved forward, bearing down an oppressive heat below. A flame curtain covered the arena in a dome that completely blocked Little Rock's path. I'll ask that this little friend please respect the rules of our city, Ancestor Ember said faintly. There is no flying allowed. Ryu looked toward this curtain of flames curiously. It was a spectacular feat. The arena itself was at least 1 kilometer in diameter. Yet it was no covered in such a thick sheet of fire. On top of that, it all happened in an instant. Seeing this scene, Fedroha inwardly smiled. She might be younger than Ancestor Ember, but he was much more experienced and cleverer. This was perfect. As long as Ryu was forced to leave the arena on the ground, there were a million other methods to deal with him. There were too many variables in the sky. But who knew that Ryu wouldn't even stop Little Rock's ascent? In fact, he had a smirk of disdain on his face. Ancestor Ember. Ryu's voice called out faintly. A word of advice. Being a lapdog won't allow you to become the martial warrior you claim to be. It won't help you become the king you deny to be either. Such weak flames. Where did you get the audacity to think they could stop me? The moment these words fell, Ryu and Little Rock entered the barrier of flames. To the outside world, they had completely vanished. The arena suddenly felt as though it had been frozen in time. Ryu's words, his actions, by all accounts, they should have believed that he committed suicide. These were flames created by a path extinction realm expert. Even if it was done casually, it wasn't something Ryu should have been able to handle. However, for some odd reason, they were absolutely certain that he had survived. Chapter 334. Rings. Ancestor Ember's expression turned incomparably stiff. He reached his senses outward, dispelling his flames to look for Ryu, but he was truly gone. Had he turned to ashes? No. Of all those here, Ancestor Ember was the most certain of this. He treated his flames like a plaything. Ryu's words pierced into his heart. There was no doubt he was being looked down upon. Though Ryu didn't explicitly say it, the fact he was still middling around on this pedestal place spoke volumes. He couldn't remember the last time that he had had such a volatile emotional reaction. Yet, this had all been caused by a boy who was nothing more than a child to him. How could he not feel infuriated? However, Ryu was already gone. No matter how far he stretched his senses or scanned the skies, he couldn't find even the faintest clue of where he had left to. Elsa's laughter rang out. It was quite a pleasant sound, but only Ryu was able to hear it. Following little Ryu is too interesting. Why are you so good at making people angry? Ryu, who still upon Little Rock's back and even still above the stadium itself, shrugged. I didn't have any strength of my own before. All I had were my words. Elsa giggled. I feel bad for this Ancestor Ember. He actually went quite easy on you. It's just too bad he didn't know my little Ryu is immune to most flames. Ryu's rebirth flame didn't have many abilities and was nearly useless in battle considering its current state. However, what it could do was give Ryu an incredible resistance to flames. Now that it was in the Impose realm, Ryu was immune to all common grade flames, black grade flames to the Divinity realm, earth grade flames to the Dominion realm, and so on and so forth. Essentially, Ryu was immune to flames at the same grade and realm as his rebirth flame, and for every step downward in grade, he took a step upward in the realm he was immune to. Even though the ruled the pedestal plane, the Ember Clan's special technique flame was a mere lower earth grade flame. At the same time, Ancestor Ember's comprehension was barely at the ruler realm, which was only one step above the Impose realm. He was nothing more than a child before Ryu when it came to flames. Though things were explained like this, it was nearly impossible to bring such low-grade flames to such a high level. There probably didn't exist a black-grade flame at the Divinity realm. They were too weak. Unfortunately, Ancestor Ember didn't know any of this. Maybe he was triggered by Ryu's earlier fire inheritance usage and wanted to subconsciously put him in this place. But this ended up being a massive error. Not only did Ryu treat his flames like a joke, but Ancestor Ember actually provided the cover Ryu needed to disappear from everyone's senses. If he knew this, he'd probably spew up blood in anger. Let's go. Ryu thought calmly, urging Little Rock to fly from the city. This little excursion didn't mean much to Ryu. It was a shame he didn't get to spar with Mateus again, though. He felt that maybe only by battling other necromancers would he be able to grasp what he was missing. But it seemed that Mateus was still keeping his status as a necromancer secret, so there was no point in staying. You're not leaving the city? Elsa asked. I'll leave the city, but for now, it's not too convenient to leave too far, just in case some unforeseen circumstances occur. Ryu's gaze flashed with a cold light. Elsa tacitly understood what Ryu was referring to and didn't say any more. Though I didn't receive the challenge I was hoping for, we still did have some great gains. This apostle technique is excellent. Maybe I've been neglecting body realm techniques a bit too much. Ryu had yet to practice body realm techniques outside of cultivation techniques. However, this was mostly because the majority of body realm techniques were attached to specific cultivation techniques. Essentially, unless he was willing to change out his Phoenix heavenly body, he couldn't practice them. And, unfortunately, his copy of Phoenix heavenly body wasn't whole, so it didn't have its auxiliary techniques attached either. However, this technique, though Ryu didn't have its name, was actually one of the few forgiving body realm techniques there were. Ryu found it to be worth learning. If you wanted more of a challenge, why didn't you just battle that little beauty? Elsa teased. I wanted to, but then my chances of getting out would have fallen to zero. Having made his way out of the city, Ryu found a tall tree to enter the foliage of. On a high, thin branch, he leisurely took a seat, taking out Fedroha and Edwin's spatial rings. Elsa, what are the odds that there are tracking arrays on these spatial rings? Fairly high, Elsa said lazily, reclining on Ryu's shoulder. But I've already shifted then into the ethereal plane. And it's impossible for them to be detected from within the inner world of your pupils. Ryu nodded, hearing his thoughts affirmed. He wasn't a fool, nor did he believe Fedroha would let him go so easily. It was just unfortunate for her that Ryu was far more experienced than she thought he was. His eyes flashed. Soon, the hidden arrays of the spatial rings were laid bare to him. With a thought, a beautiful dagger with a crystalline blue edge appeared in his hand. A surge of spiritual chi later, and the arrays were completely shattered. During the process, Ryu also noticed that these tracking arrays doubled as protective formations, but unfortunately they were just too weak. Ryu looked through Fedroha's ring first. Since he had only asked for her chi stones, he had much less expectations for what was within hers, so of course he checked it first. Not bad, Ryu said faintly. If others of the pedestal plane saw this wealth, maybe they would faint from shock. But to Ryu, this wealth wasn't even a small percentage of what he had accumulated in his first life. There were about 1,000 higher immortal chi stones, a few thousand medial immortal chi stones, and about 10,000 inferior immortal chi stones in addition to a few million mortal chi stones of various standards. Most of them were of the higher mortal chi standard. The palace master of the Awoken Moon sect asked him to gather 10 medial immortal chi stones, but that was a calculation based on him being a spiritual severing realm expert. Obviously, he was a level above that now. So, it would likely take 10 higher immortal chi stones to fuel his teleportation to the moon world. Objectively speaking, Fedroha was quite rich for a mere lower immortal ring expert. Her background likely wasn't simple even if her status within the apostles was low. Not that Ryu cared much either way. After tossing the spatial ring into his inner world, he turned his attention to Edwin's. Chapter 335, Second Pocket. The first thing Ryu noticed were Edwin's chi stones. Of course, he wasn't as rich as Fedroha, but this could only be expected. Edwin's cultivation was not only lower, but his background should be weaker as well. If it wasn't, he would be forced to be a subordinate of Fedroha's. Of course, aside from that, Ryu had some middling thoughts of his own. For example, Edwin's hatred of him was far too high. No matter how unreasonable the martial world was, it couldn't possibly birth a cultivator who hated a person to the bone simply for surviving one of their attacks, right? In Ryu's opinion, this hate definitely had to do with some sort of punishment Edwin received from Fedroha. In that case, Fedroha's standing was definitely far higher than his, or else she wouldn't dare to treat him in this way. Still, it was a decent amount of wealth. Edwin had lower immortal chi stones numbering in the several hundred, and higher mortal chi stones numbering in the several 100,000. While it was a drop compared to Fedroha's wealth, it still bolstered Ryu's coffers. Next, Ryu stumbled upon some earth-grade herbs. Edwin had likely been saving them for the sake of having an alchemist refine them for him. Though Ryu didn't use such methods, he knew it was the norm for others to do so. Even when the Holy Wing clan still controlled the incubator that was now in his possession, they did so as well. After all, they treated it like a clan treasure and didn't allow any single person to fuse with it like Ryu had. Elsa, I'll give these to you. There are 1 or 2 here we haven't found seeds for. Ryu and Elsa had been together for upwards of 2 years now, so the medicinal garden they were building was steadily growing in size. Up to now, Ryu had pretty much gathered all of the common and black-grade herbs that were most important to him. But as his strength increased, so did his need for spiritual herbs. He had gathered many earth-grade herbs within the mortal chi small realm, however, it hadn't been remembered that the climate of that small realm was extremely limited. After all, it was a small realm. It couldn't possibly have the complex ecosystems of a true realm. As a result, many of the more powerful and niche earth-grade herbs didn't have proper environments to grow, and as such never did. Oh! Elsa clapped excitedly. It wasn't much of a surprise that as a cultist fairy, she loved nurturing plants maybe even more than nurturing Ryu. Freezing time and earth-grade decomposition root. Freezing time is a good stabilizing agent for pill concoction and often works as a secondary binding agent. However, on its own it's very good at halting biological processes. Earth-grade decomposition root is often used by necromancers to follow the bone refinement branch of the refiner necromancer path. It quickens the process of flesh decomposition into raw energy. The best reason I can think of is related to some sort of masochistic body realm technique. Ryu of course didn't need Elsa to explain the properties and uses of these spiritual herbs. He was an origin-grade herbologist after all. Though he had only received this title in theory, and not application when his strength was enough, he wouldn't fall short of anyone. Your theory is most likely. Ryu nodded in affirmation. Which means that this. Ryu took out a black wooden box. He could tell immediately that it was crafted of a high-grade preservation wood known as sorbic grain. A high-class vessel on this level wouldn't be used for anything weaker than a heaven-grade herb. Opening its lid, Ryu confirmed that his guess was correct.
Gate leaping lotus.
Much like Edwin's decomposition root, this gate-leaping lotus was the lowest grade of its kind. While decomposition root's nomenclature only added its grade to its front similar to a prefix, gate-leaping lotus became floodgate leaping lotus, dragon gate leaping lotus, and finally, origin gate leaping lotus. Of the spiritual herbs Ryu had studied, this one in particular had one of the most abstruse usages in combination with the shortest entry Ryu had ever seen in an herb compendium. Its entry was only a single line, snatching luck from the heavens. Why would Ryu think of such an enigmatic spiritual herb, especially such a rare one, would appear in Edwin's possession? The reason all tied back to the very technique Ryu used, lines of fate, to learn. Both Ryu and Elsa realized that Edwin's constitution was far too weak to make use of this technique. He was constantly trying to jam its abilities into the keyhole that was his body, but he was damaging the lock in the process. If Ryu and Elsa could guess such a thing, how could Edwin, the victim himself, not realize? Freezing time to numb his pain and stop the biological process of the rest of his body. Decomposition root to break down the inner pathways of his body. Gate-leaping lotus to snatch luck from the heavens and reform a better, stronger body. He's a madman. Ryu closed the lid of the sorbic grain vessel, a deep frown setting in. He didn't even notice Elsa's gaze was looking toward him with near infatuation. Other women might fall for Ryu's looks, or his kingly demeanor, maybe even his battle prowess. However, Elsa hardly cared about these things. Yet, whenever Ryu spoke of herbology, especially when he broke down something so complex that anyone else would have struggled to see through, Elsa felt her heart leap to her throat. He's not smart enough to think of this, Ryu said after a few moments. This is an application of herbology I've never read about. Elsa giggled, her eyes still filled with a hazy light. You didn't read about it, but didn't you forge a new path very similar to it? Ryu's gaze flashed. Elsa was right. His unique corpse refinement method was very similar to this. Except instead of restructuring a living human into a stronger living him, he restructured a living human into an undead, but much stronger spiritual herb. But you are right. I don't believe this Edwin can think of this on his own. He didn't have an intelligent bone in his body. Elsa pouted. Daring to attack my little Ryu. Ryu's eyes widened. An inlaid spatial ring? Ryu had never seen a spiritual ring with two pockets of space before. However, this was the scene his heavenly pupils laid bare before him. He had been certain that Edwin couldn't think of this method himself, but no matter how much he scoured his ring, He couldn't find anything more valuable than the sorbic grain vessel. How could he have expected that there was a secondary pocket of space hidden within the first? Chapter 336. Right to Stay. I've never seen a spatial ring designed in this way. The level of space inheritance needed would have to be at the Dominion realm at a minimum, and that's a conservative estimate. Elsa quickly agreed. A rare spatial sprite of the Innis clan might not be able to do this without years of training. Building a space capable of sustaining the opening of another space takes a level of skill beyond normal means. This sort of field of study was incredible in depth. Though Elsa explained in so few words, the reality was far more complex than this. Normal spatial rings could use the plane it currently exists on as an anchor. However, even they have a lifespan. Over time, the inner space of a spatial ring will inevitably collapse as its ability to connect to a stabilizing plane wanes. For a secondary spatial pocket to exist within a spatial ring, it means that this secondary space is using the primary space as a foundation. This means that that primary space of this ring was so sturdy that it was capable of being used as an anchor all on its own. To put this into perspective, this essentially means that the space of the spatial ring is equally as stable as the pocket of space Ryu found the prayer mat in at a minimum. If Ryu really overestimated it, it was possible for it to be just as stable as a true realm. The more Ryu thought about it, the more he was certain he had vastly underestimated the level of skill it took to forge this seemingly ordinary ring. Ryu had no comprehension of space outside from his limited insights into the warp visualization. He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a human be capable of such a thing? If it wasn't for his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, he would have had no chance at seeing this hidden pocket. In fact, the truth was that without his rudimentary understanding space thanks to warp, even with his pupils he would have missed this. Who could create such a spatial ring? And why would it be in Edwin's hands? Elsa sighed. Everyone in the cultivation world will receive their own fortuitous encounters one way or another. It just seems that Edwin died before he could truly take advantage of his own. Ryu thought for only a moment before attempting to open this secondary pocket of space. As expected, it worked no differently from a normal spatial ring. However, the oddity was in the fact focused chi drained much quicker within the second pocket as though trying to maintain a long-distance connection. What wasn't expected, however, was what was within this secondary pocket. Cosmic chi stones. Ryu's reaction was exceptionally lukewarm. How could he, as the scion of the Tatsuya clan, have not seen cosmic chi stones before? The only issue here was that, once again, Edwin had no business having these chi stones. Of course, there were very few of them, only 11 in fact. However, each one carried strength that could shatter the pedestal plane. Cosmic chi was the highest evolution of chi possible in all of existence. The pedestal plane couldn't even produce such high-level chi, let alone withstand its power. Ryu would have never expected to stumble upon such a thing here. This is quite a good find, little Ryu. 10 cosmic chi stones is just enough for me to draw a chi source evolution array. Ryu's brows raised. Such a thing exists. Well, it doesn't exist for normal people. But you forget this big sis of yours is a worshipped princess of the cultist clan. My means are not normal. Elsa stuck her proud chest out and smiled widely. If she was in her full form, it would have truly been a sight to behold. Though the return on this array is fairly limited. Chi sources usually takes countless epochs to evolve. In order to speed up the process, there will of course be some sacrifices that need to be made. 10 cosmic chi stones is only enough to raise one of your mortal chi sources to the immortal chi source level. As for raising the other 6 or raising the one to the cosmic chi source level, you can forget it for now. Reaching the cosmic chi source level would take many billions of higher cosmic chi stones, while you only have 10 lower cosmic chi stones. Ryu nodded, expecting about as much. Still, just one immortal chi source was invaluable. One had to remember the chi sources were usually the foundations of massive sects and clans, yet Ryu only needed to satisfy himself. Plus, having an immortal chi source would remove the limiters on his Deathworm Immortal Cave. It would be able to unleash its full strength from then on. This is a bit odd, though, Ryu said skeptically. Judging by the level of skill it would take to forge this ring, 11 cosmic chi stones wouldn't be the limit of such a person's wealth. Ryu felt that Edwin running into several lucky encounters was unlikely. The most plausible explanation was that he had one windfall and all of his most valuable possessions were related to it. Ryu found it hard to believe that the individual who left behind these things for Edwin to find only left such a pitiful amount of wealth behind. Compared to Ryu's peak wealth, this amount was simply too lacking. Shaking his head, Ryu stopped speculating. He disliked wasting time on such things when he didn't have enough information. For all he knew, Edwin buried most of his wealth elsewhere, or maybe it was taken before he learned how to protect it. There were too many possibilities. But what didn't need to be speculated about was right before Ryu in the form of an ancient tome wrapped in a leathery skin. The tome trembled with a fierce ancient aura that made the secondary pocket seem as though it might collapse at any time. But what was truly sinister was the fact Ryu was certain that this leathery skin was made of humans. Ryu slowly took this tome out, looking at it with an indifferent expression. It felt warm to the touch, as though the humans that made up its cover were still living and breathing even to this very moment. In truth, Ryu wasn't particularly disgusted by such a thing. Though there was an inherent revulsion a human would feel, Ryu found this to be irrational. After the fourth and fifth order, beasts had complex thoughts no different from humans, yet hadn't Ryu been wearing an armor of a sixth-order beast just a year ago? Ryu felt that thinking of such things was just another form of hypocrisy, so he didn't bother with such feelings. Who knows, maybe this tome was written by a high-level beast who decided to use the skin of human experts. I can feel it telling its name to me, Body of an Herbologist. For Ryu to hear the name of this tome so easily, it meant that it had a particular affinity to him. Maybe it appreciated his thoughts or his demeanor. Either way, it was far more in sync with him than the prayer mat which had yet to tell Ryu its name so clearly. Ryu slowly opened its cover, finding a small note to its front written in an ancient language of the Sky God era. However, for a ruin master of Ryu's level, reading it was as easy as breathing. Suddenly Ryu had a thought. Maybe Edwin spent his wealth hiring a ruin master to translate for him. I was frail, so I became a gardener. I was poor, so I became an herbologist. I was weak, so I became a demon. The lines were short, but they somehow made Ryu's heart thump uncontrollably. He resonated with them in a way he had never done with anything else. Steadying his breathing, he turned the page once more. He found on it the very formula Edwin planned to use on himself. Edwin was only 2 ingredients away from succeeding. As it turned out, one of the last of the main ingredients was a crown-grade herb of the earth grade. Ryu ran his hands across the ancient pages, lost in thought. He didn't need this tome. Or, at the very least, he didn't need this particular recipe. His talent was too great and couldn't be molded by these herbs even if he was foolish enough to want to. But the complex theories trapped in this book. Before, he was grasping at straws when trying to build up his own corpse refinement method. He only barely managed to do it after sacrificing 2 half-step immortal ring corpses. However, the creator of this body of an herbologist tome spent his life learning how to modify the human body with spiritual herbs. This was no different than providing Ryu a guiding light in the dark. As Ryu flipped through, he quickly came to understand that Edwin had truly been a fool. The first formula was not only the crudest, but it was a purposeful trap laid by its creator in case of finding the wrong successor. To make matters worse, that formula purposely used overly expensive and hard-to-find ingredients as well. What was truly amazing about this tome was how simple and inexpensive its ingenious designs were. In the end, however, it all benefited Ryu. Just as Ryu was about to become engrossed, his gaze swept upward like a hawk. It seems I was right to stay. Chapter 337. Struck down. I'm sorry, Mom, little Sephair. It's all my fault. If I had just won, this would have never happened. Guyot, his mother and his little sister trudged through the forest pathway. This wasn't the first time he had apologized to his mother and sister, but every time he did so he felt his last apology wasn't good enough. Little Guyot, there's really no need say these things. Mom is just happy you're alive. Guyot's mother, Gisla Aloes, affectionately caressed her son's messy hair. To make it here, they had entirely relied on the kindness of the apostles. Using teleportation arrays was incredibly expensive, far more expensive than Gaiat and his family could afford, so of course they hadn't paid themselves to come here. The apostles should have also guaranteed a safe return trip. In fact, they did. The issue was that there was simply no one to enforce it. Would Fedroha really care to look back to make sure all of the losers who were of no use to her made it back home safely? Gaiat wasn't naive enough to believe so. As expected, when Gaiat and his family tried to use the teleportation array to return to the outer ring, they were coldly rejected. Of course, the foreman gave them many excuses with a beaming smile on his face. But the three of them weren't fools. Even Gaiat's little sister, Sepher, easily saw through it. "Forget those ugly, smelly men," Sepher said with a wrinkle in her little button nose. Gaiat smiled a bitter smile. To someone like Ryu, being frozen out of using a teleportation array wasn't a big deal. At worst, he'd just waste a few months making his way back to the outer ring if he so chose to return. However, to Gaiat's little family, it was nothing short of a death sentence. Even for Ryu, when he first traveled from the outer to the inner ring, he heavily relied on Little Rock and his concealment cloak. If not, he would have died several times over. On top of that, the barrier of nature between the inner ring and core region was easily 10 times more dangerous. How could Gaiat possibly protect both his little sister and mother on the way back to the outer ring? It was an impossible task. Even if he was alone, he would have less than a 1 in 100 chance of survival. Even that might be giving himself too much credit. The only logical option for the family was to remain in the core region. Traveling back was simply too dangerous. But even then, Ember Capital City most definitely wouldn't have a place for them. They had already been kicked out. This meant that they had to travel to some lesser region for the core region in hopes of finding a place for survival. But even if it wasn't the natural barrier, travel between cities without adequate protection came with its own sets of peril. Especially when connecting Heaven Realm experts could be found everywhere in the core region. Though it wasn't to the point of them being ubiquitous, they weren't rare either. Then there was another problem. Even if by some miracle they made it to this unknown destination with their lives, how would they settle down? Gaiat only had gold coins to his name. The first time he had even seen chi stones was when he first used the teleportation array. Gaiat clenched his fists so fiercely that his nails began to chip and bleed, cracking and folding in on themselves. On a simple whim, these elites had forced his family into a corner. It wasn't even a great effort to them. They treated it no differently than one would squashing a bug on the side of the road. Gaiat's neck suddenly snapped in a particular direction, his expression turning even more solemn as he attempted to pull his spear out as a force of habit. But that was when his gaze trembled with despair. Why had he lost the tournament so miserably? It was precisely because Byrine had destroyed his spear. He couldn't even put up much of a fight in his next matches. His heart tore to pieces remembering how his family heirloom was nothing more than ashes now. Regathering himself, he protected his mother and sister's frail bodies to his back, his gaze becoming incomparably cold. Gisla's eyes brimmed with tears staring at her son's back. Gaiat had always been an honest and carefree boy. She had never seen him hold such a cold expression, even after her husband died. Sepher gripped the edge of her brother's robes. By now, whoever it was had become so brazen that the rustling leaves and snapping twigs could be heard even by her. Slowly, a few figures left the thick foliage to block all sides of the dirt road. However, these figures were very clearly led by a young man Gaiat had never expected to see. "Why is a member of the Sai clan looking for me?" Gaiat's brow furrowed more deeply. "Oh? You're not going to ask me why I'm here?" Pascal looked toward Gaiat and his family as though he was a predator toying around with his food. Gaiat clenched his jaw, but said nothing. Unfortunately, his actions inexplicably made Pascal angry. "Subdue them," Pascal said with a sneer. The Alchemist Association head would be very disappointed if his pill materials were harmed. Gaiat's eyes widened with rage. "You dare!" A piercing spear intent wafted from his body, making Pascal's eyes squint with pain. He felt as though dozens of tiny needles were piercing into his pupils. However, he managed to keep his composure, his sneer deepening. "Don't worry, I'll only be refining you into a pill." Since when did trash of the outer ring get to enjoy something as valuable as a crown-grade herb? There should still be some medicinal efficacy lingering in your blood and bones, so you'll be of some decent use. As for your mother and sister, their services would be better spent in the local brothel. How could I bear turning such beauties into pills? Anyone who would do such a thing should be struck down by the heavens. Chapter 338. Worthless. Guyot's gaze became so fierce that the blood vessels within his eyes popped one after another. Pascal's sincere consolation made him want to both vomit and skin him at the same time. "Over my dead body," he said with a growl. Guyot's imposing demeanor skyrocketed. In that moment, a barrier before him shattered, causing a dome radiating with beautiful light blue lights to surround both his and his family's bodies. Pascal's eyes widened with shock. "Impose barrier.
Impossible."
Guyot roared. Before Pascal could react, his fore and middle fingers had pressed together tightly, forming a sharp point that tore across the skies and through Pascal's throat. Pascal's guards were shocked into becoming no different from statues of ice. The change was so sudden that they didn't have time to react. From the very beginning, Pascal had looked down on Guyot. After all, his cultivation was higher. So, he hadn't treated the situation with any caution and had been less than 2 meters in from of him. At the same time, Pascal's guards knew their young master's strength and hadn't been keen to protect him either. To make matters worse, just a few hours prior, Guyot had lost to Pascal handily. The first reaction of the guards wasn't to seek revenge for their young master, but, rather, look for a direction to run in. No matter what they did, the Psy clan would no doubt hunt them down. Staying here was not an option, but who knew that at that moment, the sound of clapping would be heard before they could even decide on their next move. A new figure made their presence known. Except this time, it approached from the sky above. Clearly even more brazen than Pascal himself. When Guyot saw who it was, his expression became several times more solemn. "I originally wanted to seek revenge on that little bastard by targeting that little whore he took to dinner yesterday. But, who knew that that little bitch would actually qualify and receive the protection of the apostles? What a good show I've stumbled upon, though. It's truly lifted my mood considerably. I'm sure you mean quite a lot to him, right? Plus, I wonder what kind of reward that filthy rich Psy clan will give me for catching the killer of their young master, Icham." Guyot's expression changed. "I don't know him." He spoke through gritted teeth, his aura incomparably fiery. "Ah, who would believe your bullshit? Who feeds a crown-grade herb to a stranger? Do you take me for a fool?" Seeing the situation going in this direction, Guyot no longer cared to negotiate with this demon. "How could a black-hearted person like you understand actions of kindness? You're no different from a humanoid beast. What did you say to me?" The figure's chi-infused roar shook the forest scape, piercing toward Guyot. The latter could only watch on, grabbing the arms of his mom and little sister. In that moment, he made the hardest decision he had ever had to make. It was better if he and his family died like this together than for his mother and little sister to live a life of humiliation without him. Gisela looked toward her son with a complicated gaze that soon became gentle. She held onto his hand lightly as though reassuring him that he wasn't to blame. Sepher was too young to truly understand her brother's decision, but she felt an instinctual calm in that moment. She knew that her big brother would only do what was best for her, so she had already resolved to not blame him. The three closed their eyes, accepting their fate together. However, who knew that the expected feeling of death wouldn't come? By the time Guyot gained the confidence to open his eyes once more, he found fluttering white hair and broad back adorned in black standing before him. "Host Minnesota," Ryu said with a faint disdain. "Not only are you still too noisy, it seems that you're more worthless than even I previously thought. You really survived." Host Min's expression was a sight to behold. Though many had the instinct that Ryu couldn't have died in such a foolish way, there were still others who clung onto a faint hope that this arrogant boy really would. It was no surprise that those like Host Min and the stage judge were among those of such thoughts. Of course, Ryu couldn't be bothered to care about the thoughts of such people. He had stayed in this region for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to ensure that Melody would pass as he thought she would. Secondly, since he had decided to help Gaiet, he would do so to the end. Under normal circumstances, Ryu wouldn't care about Gaiet's life and death. Back more than a year ago, he had watched a man be betrayed by his former lover and backstabbed to the point of death without flinching. Could he have helped that man? Yes. But he didn't care to put himself in danger for the sake of some higher moral ground. The reason why he chose to help Gaiet was mostly due to Byrine's brazen provocation and secondly due to his mother and little sister. As cold as Ryu pretended to be, he would always have a soft spot for family. The idea of a mother losing her son and a little girl losing her big brother all because some fool who overestimated himself wanted to provoke him filled him with a sense of revulsion. At the same time, though, Ryu was aware that his method of helping Gaiet placed a large target on his back. So, he couldn't very well wash his hands clean. "Why are you helping me?" Gaiet's brow furrowed tightly. "I don't own anything of value to give you in return." Ryu's only response was his spear. In an instant, his only remaining spear appeared, brandished with a single arm. He sent out a dozen strikes in the blink of an eye. Chapter 339 Bidding. Gaiet felt as though he was being suffocated by the display alone. Something deep within his soul roared as what was left of Pascal's subordinates died one after another without even the ability to fight back. For a moment, Gaiet felt frozen in time. Those strikes, though it was subtle, they were nearly identical to his own. After some silence, Gaiet suddenly understood. Without words, Ryu was telling him that he would shoulder the burden of Pascal's death himself. Karma and faith. These were two concepts that held a stranglehold on the martial world and its inhabitants. There were none who understood this more than Ryu himself, who could peer into their secrets as he pleased. He hadn't done this to make Gaiet owe him, but had rather done so to protect himself. Gaiet may have killed Pascal, but he was only forced to do so due to Ryu's actions. If Ryu had never acted, Gaiet would have never become a target to begin with. "You should go," Ryu said coldly. "Do you best to complete your immortal ring and birth your soul? Then maybe you'll be able to protect yourself." Gaiet immediately thought that Ryu was telling him to simply break into the immortal ring realm. He could only bitterly smile. It wouldn't be until countless years later that he truly understood these words. Ryu didn't look back to see Gaiet's complicated gaze, nor his reluctance as his mother dragged him away. His eyes never left Host Min from start to finish. "Not going to use your halberd?" Elsa asked in a slightly worried tone. The gap between the connecting heaven realm and the immortal ring is massive, and Edwin wasn't as close to that level in strength as we originally thought due to the limitations of his body. Ryu's wrist flexed, sending a strong power rippling through his spear. For a moment, it seemed to lose its metallic properties and become no different from a string, whipping in the air with a savage intent. "I'm feeling confident," Ryu said coolly. Host Min gazed toward Ryu with a frown. The power displayed in Ryu and Edwin's battle didn't particularly faze him, but Ryu had seemingly won that battle too easily. They had seemed evenly matched, until they suddenly weren't. A deep breath swirled into Ryu's lips. His Ice Phoenix martial form reacted violently, instantly calling forth raging winds as his lungs expanded aggressively, pumping his limbs to the brim with oxygen. It felt as though a storm had suddenly formed in the center of this dense forest, but a moment later, it all vanished. Ryu's aura became so subtle and controlled that he almost disappeared from sight entirely. Ryu slowly brought his second hand to his spear. The moment he touched its cold metallic body, a tremor was sent through the earth even as a shimmering birthed phenomena appeared to his back. Host Min heart thumped wildly. Birthed phenomena. The crunching soil beneath Ryu's feet sounded as his stance widened, his base becoming incomparably sturdy. His muscles flexed. For a moment it seemed that he had grown a level in size. But in the next instant he vanished. By the time Host Min recollected himself, Ryu's spear point was already approaching his throat. Reacting quickly, Host Min sent out a hurried punch, coating his fists in a strong, impenetrable chi. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't give him the chance to breathe. His aura was completely different than the usual. Host Min simply couldn't understand why Ryu didn't just use a single spear. If he could use a glaive like this and had used just one, Edwin wouldn't have lasted even 5 moves. Heavenly Flow.
Yin Yang Domination.
Host Min was pulled into Ryu's rhythm. Ryu's strikes flowed like water, advancing with the waves, receding with the tides. He seemed to master the flow of the battle as though the heavens themselves sat in his palms. Heavenly Flow, Yin-Yang Domination, was the very peak Earth-grade technique he had learned. It was so compatible with Ryu's God Emperor Spear that he was shocked. The Tatsuya Saintly Spear was not only a man of war and character, but also the ruler of a nation. He wasn't a tyrant, but a benevolent and intelligent ruler. One who was both a warrior and a scholar. This was the true strength of the Tatsuya Spear, to be crafty yet bold, to be flexible yet rigid, to flow yet block the rain. Heavenly Flow, Yin-Yang Domination, grasped this concept perfectly. It created an invisible domain around the battlefield, allowing an instinctual reading of the flow of battle. In the end, this gave its wielder the ability to balance and counterbalance their strikes and that of their opponents on a whim. When paired with Ryu's third perspective, this technique held unimaginable power. Yet, Yin-Yang Domination was only its weakest form. Suddenly, Ryu's spear stopped, leaving Host Min in a cold sweat. If this is all the immortal ring realm has, I'll be disappointed. Bring out your true strength. I'll allow you to die without petty grievances. Host Min's visage reddened with rage. He stared toward Ryu so deeply that it seemed he'd bore a hole through him with his gaze. You'll know soon the kind of mistake you've made. Host Min's body began to emit a pale white light. It pulsed outward from his body, slowly forming a circle to his back. No, it wasn't a circle. It was a ring. In that moment, the chi in the surroundings began to surge toward him, using the pale white ring as a medium. With each passing moment, Host Min seemed to become filled with more and more vigor. Ryu stood in the air silently, watching this process from start to end without interfering. He knew exactly what this was. It was what truly separated the immortal and the mortal. It was what made the gap between the connecting heaven realm and the immortal ring realm so large. The ability to call upon chi to do your bidding. Chapter 340, Open. Your first stage immortal ring is barely over 1/2 meter in diameter. Am I supposed to be afraid? Ryu's cold voice doused Host Min's blooming confidence. In an instant, his smiling features had been painted in red, trembling under his fury. There were many other things Ryu could have said that he didn't. For example, Host Min's immortal ring bordered on illusory and lacked substance. In addition, he took almost 1/2 minute to summon it forth properly, meaning he was only a sliver stronger than normal half-step immortal ring experts under normal circumstances. Who would allow him so long to prepare himself? Could only be said that Ryu was truly brazen. Others might see Ryu as rash, but Ryu saw it differently. These blips in his road weren't things he merely wanted to skate by and survive. He wanted to push himself to his absolute extremes. He wouldn't be satisfied with merely defeating Host Minnesota. He wanted to defeat Host Min at his very best. However, Ryu wasn't a fool at the same time. Though he sneered at Host Min's pitifully small immortal ring, he knew well that this infuriating host was at least 10 times more powerful now. As though to respond to these thoughts of his, Host Min's figure distorted. His speed was so fast that he left afterimages in the air, striking out toward Ryu's torso with a burning fury. Ryu reacted quickly. Executing a seamless sidestep, he pierced outward with his spear, relying heavily on Heavenly Flow to read and react. However, though Ryu succeeded in diverting the blow, his inner organs trembled. His chest convulsed as he uncontrollably coughed up a mouthful of blood. He circulated, fragrant breeze, accelerating backward to evade Host Min's pursuit. A flurry of exchanges exploded through the air. Though they were already dozens of miles from Ember City, it would be surprising if this exchange wasn't heard. However, thankfully, Ryu had Ailsa by his side. For a fairy who could shift the real and ethereal as she pleased, something like blocking sound waves from traveling too far was as easy as breathing. As for Host Min, He hadn't even thought of such a possibility. His thoughts were filled with rage and shock. Though Ryu was most definitely in a sorry state, it wasn't to the point of him being on his last legs. In fact, it seemed he still had quite a lot left in him. Ryu's attacks maintained their sharpness, his silver pupils burning with a desire for more. His spear spun in his hands, snapping to a halt only to unleash an avalanche of pierces, each layered atop of each other, executing the black-grade monumental pierce in a barrage. 2 strikes became 1. 3 strikes became 1. 4 strikes still became 1. The God Emperor to Dian's back, its face still obscured from the vision of most, calmly gazed downward. Its aura alone was imposing enough to make the suns in the sky dim. It had become the center of the world, pulling everything toward it. As though responding, Ryu's spear strikes began to hold a certain gravity to them. Whereas before his strikes read and reacted to the actions of his opponent, they began to slowly morph, instead pulling the battle in the direction it so chose. This was no longer yin-yang dominance. It had become infinite cycle. It seemed he really did need an opponent of this caliber. Ryu's improvement speed had long since passed the barrier of incredulity. However, it could be said that the last year had been his slowest in this regard. Though he had learned many techniques that fundamentally increased his battle prowess, and Ailsa had also spent a lot of time helping him strengthen his foundation, this was still slower than normal for him. There were simply some things where real experience couldn't be replaced. Yin-yang dominance was the first phase of heavenly flow. However, infinite cycle was the second, and it was of the heaven grade. How Ryu, a mere divine vessel realm expert, was using a heaven grade technique only immortal ring and path extinction realm experts could. Ailsa felt that this was a very unique situation, such that it was even outside of her expectations. The limitation of those who could use certain caliber techniques wasn't just about withstanding their might. Rather, more importantly, there was the matter of Meridian nodes. At the pulse opening realm, one would only have 333 such nodes. Only upon entering the divine vessel realm could one begin improving this number to 999. As of now, Ryu still only had 444 since he had only opened one of his 6 chi vessels. What did this mean? It meant that, functionally speaking, Ryu could only use techniques that only made use of these 444 Meridian nodes. The problem was that most peak Earth grade techniques used all 999, for obvious reasons. As a result of this, Ryu was limited, only being able to pick from the rare peak Earth grade techniques that either made use of less Meridian nodes, or gained their high ranking by not relying on nodes at all. Demonic Strings, though only of the higher Earth grade, was one such example. With his high level of comprehension, Ryu was able to use it even within the chi refinement realm. Heavenly Flow was another such technique. Using one's chi, Heavenly Flow created an invisible domain. This exponentially increased one's ability to read the flow of battle and react appropriately. But, if this was all it could do, Ryu would never choose it. Reason being that his heavenly pupils more than accomplished this function on their own. However, what Ryu wanted Heavenly Flow for wasn't for what its mere first phase could do, but rather for what its latter phases could accomplish. Perfect counter. The moment Ryu shattered the great circle of perfection realm, he had been in 4 yin-yang dominance, and stepped into the small success realm of infinite cycle, he could suddenly see things he hadn't before. No, he had always been able to see these things with his pupils, but now he could feel them. He could feel the chi surging toward Host Min's immortal ring. He could feel it swirling around the battle, tingling his skin. Ryu's sensitivity to chi had always been extraordinarily high. How could it not be, considering the fact he was able to absorb it through his skin? However, this felt different. It felt like his talent before was simply unmolded clay, while Infinite Cycle had become his expert sculptor. Ryu's silver pupils suddenly flashed a blinding light. If it wasn't for Ryu's self-control, he would have gasped in that very moment. Lines of fate drained all the color from the world, turning it into a scape of white and black. However, currently, Ryu felt that the world had become far more beautiful. In empty space, he suddenly saw all sorts of swirling colors. Gorgeous reds, blues, greens, sometimes they would combine into one, and at others they would diverge, spreading out to find a new mate to converge with. Ryu innately understood what these swirling colors were. They were chi, ever present, but usually invisible to the eye. Did the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils really have such an ability? Ephemeral tapestry. Ryu's skin began to involuntarily glow. As though on instincts, these swirling colors latched onto him and sunk into his body. The sound of a shattering barrier resounded. Just like that, after a year-long plateau, Ryu's second chi vessel had opened. Chapter 341. Sick. Ryu's aura surged as he firmly entered the peak of the lower divine vessel realm. But even to the end, he didn't quite understand what happened as his battle prowess took another step forward. Still, with thicker chi reserves to pull from, matching Host Min's strikes became a level easier while the shaking of his organs and the blood flowing from his lips all but ceased entirely. With each passing moment, he grew stronger and stronger as the neutral chi he rapidly absorbed was catalyzed into chaotic chi. Host Min was stunned silent. Absorbing chi through the skin? What kind of monster are you? His fists flew forward at a faster rate, but the waves in his heart couldn't be quelled. If he had enough knowledge to know about ancestral grade constitutions, Host Min would immediately know what bone structure Ryu had to cause such a phenomenon. Unfortunately, he didn't. While heavenly pupils were known by all, the specifics of ancestral grade bone structures, bloodlines and meridians were comparatively less well learned. Actually, this truth could be seen for heavenly pupils as well. Though everyone knew the broad abilities like the projection of spatial chi every heavenly pupils had, Ryu's more niche abilities had yet to be seen through. How could the mere elder of a clan of the pedestal plane know the ins and outs of a constitution he would likely never even witness in his lifetime? Elsa, what is this? Why do I feel like I can take control of atmospheric chi as though I already have an immortal ring? The truth was that if Ryu acted on his instinct, he could defeat Host Min in a single strike. But at the same time he was very worried. He had never taken control of atmospheric chi before. Without an immortal ring to act as a filter and funnel of sorts, the chi he took hold of could very easily go out of control. For someone else, this would never become a problem. Reason being most people could never elicit the movement of enough chi to the point of being a danger to themselves. However, Ryu was certain that he could pull in enough chi to kill himself several times over. One needed to understand that Ryu wasn't pulling this chi into his meridians. If he was, it would be far less of a problem. After all, his meridians were nigh indestructible. When one takes control of atmospheric chi, one is supplementing the exterior of their technique. The entire point is that this chi doesn't have to enter your body. This is a great boost to those who don't have the ability to hold as much chi in their bodies as Ryu can. However, this process is also very dangerous. Since this chi hasn't been refined, controlling it is comparatively more dangerous. This is especially since Ryu could vaguely feel that even lower-grade immortal chis would listen to his call. Not only was this incredulous, Ryu almost wanted to turn the ability off. Chi had such a high affinity for him that even without him actively calling for them, they were running toward him. In the end, this completely disrupted the flow of his own chi, causing his battle prowess to drop slightly. Damn it! Ryu muttered. He had grown more powerful, yet had somehow grown weaker at the same time. What kind of sick joke was this? There's actually nothing much to worry about, Elsa said after thinking for a moment. Ryu dodged backward, his spear swinging in a sweep, before arching back upward to execute a beautiful slice. Host Min seemed to have noticed the oddity in Ryu's fighting stance. And after a moment, he understood what was going on. Ah! He roared with laughter. A sudden breakthrough isn't always good, little fool. Your greatest asset is your chi control, but now you suddenly have far more than you're used to controlling. It's no wonder. It isn't that your battle sense has dropped, but rather that your ability to act on those senses has. Host Min was ironically correct, but for all the wrong reasons. Ryu had gone from pressing him back after his breakthrough to being on his back foot. Ryu could only ignore him. What do you mean? How is this nothing to worry about? Well, this actual situation is pretty worrisome. But the situation as a whole isn't. This is actually pretty common. Your heavenly pupils went through what is called a synergistic mutation. It's just shocking that the mutation is actually so good. Ryu's eyes flashed. He had read about synergistic mutations before. The martial world, and especially the human body, wasn't a static entity. Whenever several constitutions appeared in a single body, the chance of a mutation was possible. After all, with two or more sometimes completely different powers existing in one body, they are forced to find a unique balance with one another lest they kill their host. What Elsa said about them not being rare was both right and wrong. It was wrong in the sense that a single person having more than one constitution was incredibly rare. However, mutations occurring in those who happen to have more than one wasn't a rare occurrence at all. It could be said to happen over 50% of the time. You heavenly pupils resonated with your ice jade crystal body. It's a fusion your bone structure's ability to harmonize with nature and be beloved by chi, and your heavenly pupils' ability to see through the mystery of all things. When those two combine, you receive a mutation like your ephemeral tapestry. Ryu was kicking himself for having forgotten such a possibility. In his last life, he had extensively researched his heavenly pupils, hoping that maybe the number 1 ranked pupils might have a way to help him cultivate. He knew all of his current and future abilities like the back of his hand. This was why he had never been surprised when they appeared to now. However, he was currently in completely uncharted waters. He wasn't even sure if this ability could be turned off. He couldn't deny that these sights were incredibly beautiful. It felt as though the world had lit anew, but these same gorgeous sights were very much making him feel sick to his stomach right now. Chapter 342. Survive. Though Elsa could have guided Ryu through this precarious situation, her gaze instead shone brightly as she remained silent. This wasn't because she felt Ryu needed to improve without her. After all, life partners never left each other's side. Such a thought would assume that Ryu would one day be without her, which wasn't the case at all. Rather, the reason she remained silent was because she knew well that anything she could say about chi control, Ryu would grasp infinitely faster on his own. I can't continue to use my spear. Ryu's brow furrowed as he made a difficult decision. With a thought, his spear vanished. It was no surprise that the immediate aftermath placed him in an even sorrier state. Ryu used the most primal methods of attack, his fists and legs trying to match Host Min's movements. However, it became very obvious very quickly by his inelegant striking that he was no better than a layman in close combat. Host Min found Ryu's actions to be ridiculous. However, his own confusion was overwhelmed by his sense of entitlement and happiness. The feeling of his fists meeting Ryu's flesh and bone. He had never experienced something so exhilarating in his lifetime. Elsa frowned, but she didn't say anything even as Ryu was severely beaten. Though he tried to fight back, his attacks were full of openings and his defense was non-existent. The Min clan was a close combat clan that specialized in fist chi to begin with. This was truly the worst opponent Ryu could have had under these circumstances. However, he had no choice. Trying to control this swirling chi around him that seemed intent on becoming one with him while balancing it with his spear chi was simply too difficult. If Ryu wanted to have any shot in even partially succeeding, he needed to stop trying to incorporate this atmospheric chi into his complex and multi-layered spear techniques. The weapon that gives me the best chance for success will be my glaive. However, even that is too tall of a task for me. Unless... Ryu's eyes flashed. His speed suddenly skyrocketed. A beautiful green wind enveloping him even as a green-red barrier descended into this plane. Impose! Ryu's voice was forceful and deep, rumbling through the booming strikes of their battle with absolute ease. Host Min suddenly felt his immortal ring waver, but it quickly recovered. Unfortunately, its speed at gathering chi had at least halved. 2 imposed barriers? Ryu acted quickly, a singular glaive appearing in his hand. However, this time, he pinned his left hand to his back, brandishing his glaive almost as though it was sword. Whenever Ryu wielded his polearms with a single hand, he was entirely focused on channeling the essence of conventional polearm wielding. The reason he could only tap into a portion of his strength when wielding with a single arm was precisely because polearms simply weren't meant to be wielded with a single hand. They emphasized stability, power, and distance, however, Aside from distance, which Ryu interestingly gained when using one arm, the former two strong points fell drastically. As a result, Ryu had still failed to evoke his birth phenomena when dual-wielding. He could only do so when channeling all of his focus with both hands into a single weapon. Now, however, Ryu had done away with all of this. He wasn't trying to tap into the essence of the war god right now. His mind was only focused on one thing: the wild, primal nature of the glaive. Ryu's wind chi and rage flames blossomed, a perverse heat that could melt suns blooming from his body. Host Min involuntarily began to sweat profusely. A portion of it might have been due to nervousness, but a large majority was due to the heat. He had no choice but to quickly wrap himself in a layer of chi, hoping to stop his skin from burning. What Host Min had no way of knowing was that this was likely the weakest Ryu's rage flames could be. He was simply not in an enraged state. He treated Host Min no differently than a passing bug by the roadside. As such, he wasn't tapping into his rage flame's greatest ability, to turn his fury into power. For now, I will use my impose flame and wind chi to make up for what I'm lacking. Ryu's gaze burned with fighting intent as his wildly raised his glaive upward and hacked down. Host Min was shocked, feeling a looming shadow of death breathing down his neck. Ryu's weapon felt as light as a feather under this influence of his wind chi. At the same time, his attack prowess skyrocketed as a flame so deeply red it almost flickered to black coated his blade. A flurry of attacks were unleashed by Ryu's singular arm. They were so ferocious that the clouds above split, only to be rapidly burned and singed by the wild flames. These attacks held none of Ryu's normal technique, none of his normal calculations or his elegance. It was as though he had become a wild beast, his eyes reddening to match his roaring flames. Host Min retreated time and time again, not daring to meet Ryu's flames head-on. He was confident that his chi shield could survive through its strikes, but the problem was for how long. If he had to continuously replenish his shield of chi, even if he wouldn't run out of chi thanks to his immortal ring, his focused chi would most definitely give out. However, his eyes shone when he noticed something peculiar. There was only one reason Ryu had never used his rage flames like this before. His weapons simply couldn't withstand its strength. With his current impose realm flames, only a heaven-grade weapon could last under its influence without regard. Ryu had only entered this state for a few minutes, yet his glaive was already showing signs of completely melting. One could say that other than the fact his halberds made him too powerful to the point of making his training pointless, Ryu didn't use them often because eliciting the dragon god necessitated activating his rage flames. His halberds simply couldn't withstand that state for long. Host Min grinned. His glaives won't last long in this state. What a little arrogant fool. If he was really the throne of an Eighth Order sect, he should have taken a weapon with him that could withstand his own talent. He must have thought he simply didn't need it. Your own pride will be your downfall. This wasn't the only reason why Host Min was growing increasingly arrogant despite his now sorry, burning state. Numerous cuts were inexplicably appearing all over Ryu's skin as though he was bursting from the inside out. Host Min believed that this only proved his ascertain that Ryu couldn't control his two chi vessel strength. However, the truth was that Ryu was continuously trying to rein in the chi that kept swarming to him, only for it to overflow and force him into a state of perpetual backlash. Host Min's sensitivity to chi was so poor that he couldn't even see this truth. Who knows what luck he stumbled into that let him reach the immortal ring realm with such terrible talent. Still, with every strike, Ryu's gaze grew brighter and brighter. His wild attacks incrementally grew more powerful. The process was so slow that Host Min didn't even notice. He was no different from a turtle sitting in a pot of slowly warming water. However, at that moment Ailsa said something worrying. Little Ryu, I can continue to block the sounds of this battle without an issue, but the range to which you're pulling in chi is too wide. I can't cover such a large radius from the senses of others. Eventually, someone will notice that abnormal flow of chi and come to investigate. Ryu's brows furrowed at these words, but there was nothing he could do. If he could stop this flow of chi, he would have done so ages ago. How could he possibly control its range? Ryu took a deep breath, his attacks growing even more ferocious. The fire dragon blood within his veins roared with excitement. Ryu suppressed it far too often. This was the first time he had ever unleashed it, allowing it to run rampant as it pleased. However, as the saying went, two tigers couldn't exist on a single mountain peak. The dragon and Qilin had always butted heads throughout the history of the martial worlds. Something like them appearing in the same body might have never happened before. If it wasn't for his ice jade crystal body, Ryu would have most definitely been a stillborn, just as Ryu's Lightning Qilin bloodline seemed to roar to life in response. Ryu caught the presence of two rapidly approaching auras. Even if his spiritual sense range hadn't been 1,000 kilometers, he would still be able to guess exactly who they were. It seemed like the two Zhu clan ancestors hadn't given up on finding him after all. What made them confident enough to disregard the apostles? Ryu didn't know. Host Min was just a fool who couldn't think even one step ahead. So Ryu never questioned his stupid actions. The Zhu ancestors were a completely different matter entirely, though. Ryu wasn't in the least bit surprised that they were the first to notice the odd chi fluctuations. They were mental realm masters for a reason. All that was left was for Ryu to figure out a way to survive this. Chapter 343. Prepared. Ryu suddenly felt a wave of calm overwhelm him. Isn't this exactly what he came here for? This teetering balancing act. To his left was an endless abyss and death. To his right was a light enveloping warmth. He remembered the exhilaration he felt defeating Leopold. Maybe that was the most emotion he had displayed since he regained his memories. Only the moments after losing his grandfather could match. Since they want my life, they can come and get it. Little Ryu. Elsa began to feel worried. It's fine, Ryu said calmly, the mad swings of his glaive not dulling for even a moment. Elsa's delicate brow furrowed. It's not going to be remotely the same as fighting this host Minnesota. His immortal ring is below even the lowest standard. In addition, mental realm masters have an advantage in controlling their immortal rings. Oh, Ryu hadn't known this before. But this only made sense. He knew little about cultivation after the awakening and pulse-opening realms thanks to his experiences in his last life. It could be said that he was quite blessed to have run into Elsa so early on. One's immortal ring is like a new limb. You can even liken it to controlling a corpse puppet. Except when you fail in controlling a corpse puppet, the worst that can happen is it falling awkwardly. Maybe if you're in a battle, you might meet some danger. However, if you fail in controlling your immortal ring, well, look at the state of your body right now. I'm sure you can guess. Ryu's gaze swept over the bloody cracks that ran across his body. Considering he was wearing sixth-order robes weaved by a spiritual seamstress, only a small portion of his skin was exposed as all. Who knew how bad the situation was truly? Seeing that Ryu didn't respond, Elsa could only sigh. Still, you can't continue like this. Your glaive is in shambles. I didn't plan on interfering too much in this battle of yours and wanted to wait until after to guide you since you already have too much on your plate. But if a challenge is what you want, I'll give it to you. Do you know what the biggest problem you face now is? Ryu pressed host Min, his wild attacks increasing in frequency. Ryu almost didn't know how to respond for a moment. Wasn't his biggest problem obvious? This chi wouldn't let him off. It kept surging toward him madly, and he didn't seem to have the ability to turn it off. He had tried everything, but nothing worked. The worst part was that trying to run away was impossible now. With this surge of chi constantly around him, finding him was too easy. However, Ryu didn't answer with this. He knew that since Elsa had asked this question, the obvious answer was most definitely incorrect. After a moment, Ryu's gaze sharpened. My weapon. That's right. Your weapon. Elsa smiled. You're battling an immortal ring expert right now. This is an attempt to cross over the mortal realms to challenge the immortal. Your chi was already excessively powerful before, but now it's even more so. On top of that, there's your rage flame. Your strength is too limited by an earth-grade weapon. Ryu smiled bitterly. He obviously knew that immortal ring experts could use heaven-grade weapons, but where was he going to find one? The best treasures on the pedestal plane were capped at the 6th order or the higher and peak earth grades. There was no 7th order or heaven grade weapons here. Even Ancestor Ember wouldn't have one. Do you think this lovely princess would give you a problem you can't solve? You already have the solution. Your imposed barriers. Ryu's eyes widened. His imposed barriers? Could imposed barriers be used like this? Ryu had assumed that they could only be summoned as domains, but who's to say that the size and shape of this domain couldn't be controlled? Ryu thought back for a moment. Hadn't he learned to apply his northern heavenly wind inheritance to his weapons long ago? In fact, he was subconsciously doing this even now. It didn't add any sharpness to his weapons, but it made them as light as a feather. Since he could do that, why hadn't he thought of taking it a step further? If he applied his rebirth flame, imposed barrier to his glaive, wouldn't that fix his melting weapon problem? Unfortunately, in the next moments, Ryu realized why Ailsa hadn't told him about this earlier. There was only one word to describe it: difficult. Under normal circumstances, Ryu would be able to do it with some time and thought. However, he was already struggling to control this vast influx of chi. How could he have time to learn this all-new skill? Even as he was grappling with this new concept, two figures that had been distant dots even to his spiritual sense tore a blazing path into his line of sight. They couldn't even hide the vicious excitement in their eyes when they laid their gazes upon Ryu. Those devilish silver eyes, that billowing white hair. They looked exactly like the horror legends of the white devils that permeated the mortal planes. It really is him. A murderous glint turned their pupils red. Little Esme was entrusted to us, yet such a thing actually happened. We can only pay with our lives. Is that foolish host? Is he really so powerful that he can battle an immortal ring expert? Doubt flooded the pair, but the murderous intent didn't diminish. Host Min was the very last to notice the sudden change to the battlefield. However, when he realized that these were enemies of Ryu, how could he not be elated? Ryu didn't have time to care for his sneers. He tightened every nerve in his body, prepared for a fight of a lifetime. Middle Immortal Ring Realm. Peak Immortal Ring Realm. Chapter 344. Cold. Ryu sent a glance toward the two Zhu clan ancestors before directly ignoring them. His actions truly had a way of infuriating everyone around him. Not only were the Zhu ancestors enraged, but even Host Min, who was looking forward to Ryu's look of despair, felt completely stifled. Yasuo, what do you think? Yasuo Zhu was the name of the Peak Immortal Ring Zhu ancestor. Though the two traveled together, there was a clear difference in status between them. Kiyoshi, the weaker Zhu, could only look toward him to dictate their actions. Yasuo and Kiyoshi hovered just a kilometer from Ryu and Host Min's battle. Such a distance was akin to a single step for them, but it was still far enough away that they didn't impede the flow of the battle. They clearly sought to quietly pressure Ryu from a distance. Kiyoshi, aren't our deaths already guaranteed? What is it that we can do? Little Esme was not only a great talent, but she's elder brother's beloved daughter. If it wasn't to fix that abrasive personality of hers, she would have never been sent out to struggle with the rest of us at all. Our only choice is to atone for this with our lives. This was the bitter reality of the martial world. It was neither Yasuo or Kiyoshi's fault for Esme's death. They had been tens of thousands of miles away at the time. However, it just didn't matter. Then, we can only go all out. One would never imagine that this was a conversation two Immortal Ring experts would have about a Divine Vessel Realm expert. Though Ryu was calm on the surface, the moment he saw the duo surge forward to join the battle, he knew he couldn't meet them head-on. Host Min was nothing more than a joke. He would crumble before another Immortal Ring expert. However, the Zhu ancestors were definitely far above his level. Even if they were the same cultivation realm as him, they could crush Host Min, let alone the fact they were levels above. Little Rock, a majestic silver-plated bird, appeared below Ryu. Don't even think of running. Run? Ryu would have sneered at Host Min's words if it wasn't for the situation. Immortal Sakura. In an instant, even as Little Rock was enveloped by a green glow, the skies became a beautiful winter wonderland. A gorgeous immortal sakura with a canopy that stretched just over 100 meters appeared around Ryu. Its delicate bark was covered in sparkling ice crystals, washing the domain over with a cold breeze that made Ryu feel comfort to the depths of his soul. Freeze! Ryu's gaze brightened as a transparent blue flame set his immortal Sakura ablaze. The dichotomy of solid ice crystals and glittering blue flames captured the heart. However, no matter how beautiful these flames were, Host Min and the two Zoo ancestors felt as though they had been dropped into a pit of ice water. They were chilled to the core, their skin becoming filled with goosebumps in the blink of an eye. Ryu pushed his defenses to the upper limit, pressing forward in an attempt to take Host Min's life before the two Zoo ancestors reached his side. Little Rock. Understanding Ryu's intentions, Little Rock flapped his gorgeous wings. His speed was so quick that he seemed to teleport through the skies, closing the distance on Host Min's retreating figure in a flash. The things Ryu learned during his year of training were numerous, but he had only learned one beast taming technique. Heart linked as one. This technique was one countless beast tamers would cause a bloody war over. Yet very few could get their hands on it. That said, as a clan of mental realm masters, the Zoo clan had many beast tamers in their long lineage. How could such a prestigious clan not have such a technique? Heart linked as one allowed a beast tamer and a beast to share their skills with one another. Currently, Ryu had only mastered the lowest tier of this technique since he hadn't spent much time on it. As such, he couldn't share in Little Rock's affinities or skills. However, what he could do was share his inheritances with Little Rock to a small extent. As a result, Ryu no longer had to actively cover Little Rock with his wind inheritance as he had done in the past. Their connection was much deeper. Rather than Ryu doing all of the work, Little Rock and he shared the burden as one. It was thanks to Ryu sharing his Rebirth Flames ability with Little Rock that they were able to escape Ancestor Ember. Unfortunately, Heart linked as one didn't allow the sharing of bloodline talents no matter how high the level of mastery. But Ryu was confident enough in his own talent to not need such a thing. He had learned the technique purely to share his strength with his partners. As a winged beast, Little Rock already had great affinity with wind, albeit less than he did with lightning. However, the results were devastating nonetheless. The timing was perfect. Host Min had finally become too arrogant, believing that with two more helpers coming to take Ryu's life, the battle was as good as over. In fact, believing that Ryu would run, he had taken the initiative to run forward, not thinking for even a moment that Ryu would come after him first. Ryu's glaive swung at the unsuspecting Host Min. The strike was savage and unbridled. The blazing rage fire pitted against the backdrop of sparkling ice crystals made for an awe-inspiring, if not dangerous, scene. Heaven, earth, fire, thunder mountain, lake. 6 trigram shell, 6 curved, triangular shields suddenly appeared before Ryu's strike. They each were made of a transparent bronze, faint ancient runes pulsing on their surfaces. Chanting, Ryu's brow furrowed, a reverberating impact sending a mighty shockwave through his arm. His already opened wounds split further, scattering blood into the air. Retreat. Little Rock stopped his forward momentum in an instant, accelerating backward. Chanting was the ability of a mental realm master to exponentially increase the strength of their visualization through the use of their inner voice. It seemed like Yasuo was speaking normally, but the truth was that he was simply opening his mouth. It was his soul that was speaking. This reality made it obvious why Ryu hadn't learned or used this ability. It required one to birth their soul into a great enough state of maturity. When a soul was birthed, it would be nothing more than a baby. The same common-sense logic thus followed. How could a baby speak? The fact that Yasuo's soul could chant meant that his soul was far beyond the entry levels. Ryu's heart couldn't help but turn cold. Chapter 345 More. The legacy of the Zoo clan can't possibly be as cut off as I originally believed. To still have access to a technique like chanting, they've hidden their roots deeply. Still, Ryu didn't panic, nor did he try to run. He stood on Little Rock's back proudly, looking forward toward the 3 Immortal Ring experts. In truth, he was a bit surprised by Yasuo's actions. Chanting wasn't exactly a great stress, but it wasn't as easy as breathing either, especially for someone only of the soul birth realm. He was a bit confused as to why this Zoo ancestor would cast such a powerful defensive visualization from so far away for the sake of a mere Host Min. This was far different than what the norm should have been. With Ryu's low cultivation, they should believe they could defeat him easily. No? What would they need Host Min for? It must not be so simple. The Zhu clan is trying to gain a foothold in the core region. As for their reasons, I'm still not sure. Even though this Host Min is nothing but a jumping clown, immortal ring experts are too rare on the pedestal plane. He's only one of two in the Min clan. If they grasp a hold of his gratitude, their futures will definitely be much easier. Ryu had been so rampant that he almost forgot that these were mere sixth-order clans he was talking about. Immortal ring experts were already ancestor-level characters among them. If Ryu were to take on an even deeper level of analysis, what the Zhu ancestors gained wouldn't just be mere gratitude either. Host Min was too foolish to realize that his current actions were making him an enemy of the apostles. However, the two Zhus most definitely knew this. If they waited until after they killed Ryu to explain this, then Host Min would be in the palm of their hands. How could he dare go against someone who knew such a dark secret of his? In such a case, he would be little different than a puppet on a string. This made the reason they saved Host Min obvious. They wanted to ensure that he was the one who dealt the killing blow to Ryu. Seeing through all of this, Ryu sneered. I can use this. Without giving them time to coordinate, it was actually Ryu who attacked first, his valiant figure streaking across the air upon Little Rock's back. His actions completely shocked the three immortal ring experts. Who would ever think that a divine vessel realm expert would take the initiative to attack them? I need to focus, manipulate my imposed barriers, change their forms as I please. Ryu completely ignored Yasuo and Kiyoshi, making a mad sprint toward Host Min. Chi chi chi. Little Rock's battle cry sounded across the skies. His voice was still immature, but still held a powerful gravity that only a beast with a primordial bloodline could elicit. After years of being diligently raised by Ailsa, his bloodline had slowly grown purer. If it wasn't for the fact the pedestal plane was lacking in the rare spiritual herbs the little guy needed to evolve his earth-grade bloodline to the heaven grade, he would already be far more powerful than he was now. Simply put, as a battle partner to Ryu, he was perfect. Little Rock flashed forward at blinding speeds, closing the distance once more. Fool! Host Min roared in laughter, completely oblivious to Yasuo and Kiyoshi's furrowed brows. He clearly didn't understand the Ryu's actions were obviously the smartest. Many thanks for helping me, Host Min said respectfully. Let's take this ignorant brat down together. Yasuo and Kiyoshi smiled on the surface, hiding their disdain deep within their hearts. They may have resolved to die, but their mission still came first. It was only after they succeeded that their lives would be reaped. As such, Host Min was still important to them. The Zhu Empire must reign once more. Vortex Spear. The Zhu ancestors attacked at once, but who knew that Ryu wouldn't even attempt to block the runes-etched spears that manifested in the skies. Beautiful petals of snow descended, deflecting them in all directions. But now a single landed upon Ryu or Little Rock. Unfortunately for the Zhu ancestors, they had made two mistakes. Firstly, they lowered their strength on purpose, holding back so as not to kill Ryu. And secondly, they had underestimated immortal Sakura. Now that Ryu was less worried about his focused chi thanks to the prayer mat, the calculations he executed with this supreme defensive technique were far more sophisticated. Instead of simply meeting and blocking attacks head-on by getting in the way of their trajectories, Ryu could now spare the processing power to deflect their paths at angles of least resistance instead. This meant that Ryu could not only better protect his mind from backlash, but the attacks he could block were far higher in strength now. Yasuo's gaze flashed. 6 trigram shell. In that moment, Ryu's lip curled. Yasuo sensed that something was wrong, but the change was too sudden. Yasuo, Kiyoshi, Host Min and Ryu all stood in the air within 20 meters of each other. This distance was ironically both meaningless and infinitely large at the very same time for reasons that would soon become apparent. Warp, Kiyoshi saw what was about to happen and reacted quickly. Flow Wave. Much like chanting, Flow Wave was the unique ability of a birth soul. However, instead of amplifying visualizations, it had the opposite effect, interrupting them. Unfortunately for Kiyoshi, Ryu had the origin flame. His visualizations were flawless every time. Interrupting him was simply impossible. Ryu vanished from Little Rock's back, appearing behind Kiyoshi in an instant. "I've been a fool," Ryu thought to himself. "I've been struggling with trying to manipulate my rebirth flame impose barrier. But do I not have the King of Flames by my side? If the origin flame wants the rebirth flame to heed a command, it does so." Ryu's gaze focused entirely on Kiyoshi's back. A mental realm master's weakness was always obvious: their body. After letting him get so close, Ryu didn't care if Kiyoshi was even 10 times more powerful.
Ryu sera sur Jade.
His rage flame imposed barrier breathed like a living being, its outer shell marked with the scales of a dragon that rippled rhythmically. In that moment, Ryu tapped into his origin flame, grasping control of the rage flame's core and bending it to his will. The sound of a shattering barrier resounded. Ryu's glaive pierced Kiyoshi's back, exiting through his heart and chest in a single instant. Even his own eyes widened at the ease of it all. All he could hear was Ailsa's gentle, bell-like giggle over his shoulder. "I may have forgotten to mention that manipulating the shape of one's imposed barrier is the key to transcending the imposed realm and entering the ruler realm. Oopsie." Ailsa's innocent laughs played as a backdrop to an immortal ring expert burning to ash without so much as a cry of pain. Unfortunately for Ryu, entering the ruler realm was both exactly what he needed and didn't need right now. Kiyoshi's death was good. But what was he supposed to do now that even more chi was surging toward him thanks to essence descending from the heavens? Chapter 346. Proud. Ryu didn't have much time to lament his problems. In order to kill Kiyoshi, he had essentially placed himself less than a meter from Yasuo. Having calculated this already, Ryu coordinated with Little Rock artfully. The silver-feathered lightning hawk flapped its wings, explosively moving backward. The torrent of air caused by its wide wings swept across the battlefield with the momentum of hurricane-force winds. Ryu's body became no different from a feather fluttering in the skies, circulating fragrant breeze, to launch his body in a beautiful arc. By the time Yasuo reacted, Ryu was already over 50 meters away. "Kiyoshi!" Yasuo's mournful roar caused even Host Min to cower, his inner ear bursting into a rain of blood. Yasuo knew that he could have stopped this from happening. If only he had been just a little more careful, just a little more prudent. He had completely underestimated Ryu. As a mental realm master of the soul birth realm, he could cast multiple visualizations at once. Just because he was visualizing 6 trigram shell didn't mean he couldn't have cast another. But when he noticed Kiyoshi casting Flow Wave, he hadn't bothered. The two had worked together for many years. They battled as one about as well as one could hope for. So Yasuo had a deep trust in Kiyoshi and his abilities. Never did he think that Flow Wave would actually fail, so he had been preparing an attacking visualization for the moment Ryu faced the backlash of his interrupted cast. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Kiyoshi failed to interrupt Ryu, and the attack he had been preparing completely missed its mark due to the fact that Ryu was no longer where he thought he'd be. To make matters worse, Little Rock had already prepared to retreat, so the hidden attack missed him as well. Ryu grit his teeth as essence stormed into his body. There was yet another problem he hadn't considered. Essence and his chaotic chi were existences on the same level. However, they were equal and opposite. Ryu had never experienced pain accepting Essence's baptism, until now. Elsa's jaw set. "I'm definitely correct. I've done all of the calculations. The essence called down by breaking into the ruler realm is more powerful than the chaotic chi little Ryu has right now, making it harder to balance. However, his ice jade crystal body has evolved to the immortal realms thanks to the absorbing the realm heart. Elsa would never recklessly play with Ryu's life. She knew long ago that Ryu could rely on the origin flame to enter the ruler realm, but hadn't allowed him to do so precisely because of the chaotic chi variable. She still wasn't absolutely certain how his body would react to having both chis appear at once. As such, over the last year, she had been diligently calculating and recalculating everything. After accounting for everything, she believed that Ryu could handle it. Ryu's skin began to glow a bright light. No, it wasn't his skin. It was his bones. Like a crystalline sculpture carved of ice, his bones radiated with pure majesty. Ryu knew that his ice jade crystal body would only truly begin to display its strength once he entered the immortal realms. After gaining an immortal body, he had been preparing for its changes, but nothing came immediately. Yet suddenly today he underwent two massive changes at once. First, it catalyzed the mutation in his heavenly pupils, creating ephemeral tapestry. And now it was grabbing a hold of Ryu's essence and evolving itself. The essence Ryu was calling down was simply too powerful. Having only opened one body vessel, his strength was capped at 50 million gene. In addition, since he had broken through with his Rage Flames and Rebirth Flame, the essence was tailored for his Fire Dragon and Fire Phoenix bloodlines. Ryu had calculated the limits long before. His Fire Dragon bloodline had 17 million gene of strength to provide for the first body vessel, while his Fire Phoenix bloodline had 8 million. This was enough added strength to put him on par with any lower Immortal Ring expert. The trouble was that this essence had far more energy to provide than just this. But who knew that his ice jade crystal body would swallow it all? Suddenly, what Ryu felt was a disaster took a complete turn. As his ice jade crystal body greedily swallowed essence, its four facets of strength improved by leaps and bounds: friend of beasts, healing, godly chi cultivation talent, and absolute balance. The wounds of Ryu's body rapidly closed. At the same time, the chi he had found nearly impossible to control just a moment ago suddenly became docile little children, bouncing around him as though waiting for his approval. In a flash, the war going on his body completely subsided. His essence and chaotic chi completely stopped battling one another, listening to the soothing vibrations of his bone structure and becoming calm. Ryu's strength blossomed, reaching over 25 million gene in a single bound. Maybe the only unfortunate part was that his Lightning Qilin bloodline, which had been stirred to action due to his rage flames just minutes ago, died down completely as though subdued. Ryu was almost as shocked as host Min and Yasuo. Although his visage was just as expressionless as ever, he couldn't help but send a glance toward the gorgeous little fairy sitting on his shoulder, his gaze blazing with emotion. This wasn't luck, nor was it a fortuitous turn of events. Ryu was intelligent enough to see that this was planned every step of the way by Ailsa. She knew how to help him break through the imposed realm long ago. She derived how his body would react, and in the end, perfectly laid a flawless path out for him. In that moment, the slow progress he thought he had made in the last year was completely erased. It was only now he understood that this slow progress wasn't by error, but rather by design. Cultist fairies. It seemed this princess of the cultist clan was far more capable than even Ryu knew. Ailsa proudly swung her long, slender legs, a smile that could collapse worlds playing her plump red lips. Chapter 347. Cannot. Ryu felt power coursing through every fiber of his being. Before, his strength was mostly reliant on the chaotic chi that ran through his meridians. Its strength was so far above that of other chis that Ryu was directly able to compete with quantity with his quality. However, now, Ryu's strength didn't originate from his own meridians any longer. Now, he suddenly felt as though the chi that swam freely in the skies was under his complete control. You! Ryu's glaive sliced upward. Before what remained of his words could finish, host Min found a diagonal slice running through his body. His figure tore apart at his right shoulder first, his flesh and blood falling along a line toward his left hip. What remained of his upper half hovered in the air for a moment, his stunned visage looking down toward the inner organs hanging loosely. He couldn't believe for a moment that this was in fact himself. He had died? He died to a divine vessel realm boy? He fell from the skies, his immortal ring blinking out of existence. Not long later, he was incinerated to a pile of ash, Ryu's rage flame not letting even his corpse go. The sound of another barrier shattering resounded as Ryu made use of his origin flame to take control of his ice flame. Essence surged toward him once more, his ice phoenix bloodline surging to provide him another 8 million gene of strength. The excess energy poured into his ice jade crystal body once more. It seemed insatiable at that moment. Ryu suddenly understood that having his ice jade crystal body evolve once more into the cosmic grade would take much more than he could provide now. Still, this was an excellent start. Ryu's immortal Sakura blossomed. Though it remained at the white stage, the crystals that coated its bark became far more robust as Ryu's ice flame bloomed to another level. Its strength skyrocketed. From a state of being able to just barely block the strike of a lower Immortal Ring Realm expert, Ryu felt that blocking a strike of a middle Immortal Ring Realm expert was child's play. Yasuo watched on with a dazed gaze. He was completely lost in his feelings of shock. His brother of many years just died before him. Now, his murderer was breaking through with a momentum that placed a suffocating pressure on his chest. Ryu gripped his fists tightly, his gaze blazing to life. He didn't care about Host Min's death, nor Yasuo's reaction. His mind was caught up in the excitement of his progress. He felt closer to that ever-looming, impossible goal of his. Suddenly, Ryu's glaive crumbled, burning to dust in his hand. Ryu hardly reacted to this change, simply slowly manifesting a mighty halberd. Its body was the same violet color as his glaive and spear, and its head was a glistening silver, standing a head taller than ever Ryu himself. Come. The silvery spear tip of the halberd pointed toward Yasuo, a reddish hue spiraling through it to coat its body. The suppression Yasuo faced was instantly several times higher. There were no longer defined borders like Ryu's imposed barriers, but the result was somehow far more devastating. Hearing that magnetism in Ryu's voice, Yasuo was almost compelled to listen against his will. However, such a reality ironically snapped him away, filling him with shame and rage. For Kiyoshi, for Esme, Ryu's dull gaze met Yasuo's. The glittering rainbow of colors swirled around him. It seemed he truly didn't have the ability to turn ephemeral tapestry off. However, this was a good that he could hardly fathom because, I can see it. I can see it all. He could see the chi gathering around Yasuo. He could read its flow, its direction. He could sense what Yasuo wanted to do even before he finished. Usually, cultivators, especially experienced warriors, learn to hide their chi fluctuations for their benefit in a battle. Unless it was a large-scale technique they hadn't learned to properly control or was simply too powerful, all great battle experts knew how to not telegraph their attacks. However, all of these hidden fluctuations were suddenly laid completely bare before Ryu. Ryu's flashed forward, his speed more than tenfold what it had been before. Other than wrapping his spear in his rebirth flame ruler barrier, he did nothing else, executing a simple slice. Yasuo's eyes widened. Heaven, earth, fire, thunder mountain, lake, 6 trigram shell. A booming shockwave coursed through the skies, leaving a rippling cracking to spread throughout Yasuo's shell. His chant is so low level, Ryu thought without emotion. He could see how the chi reacted to Yasuo's call to action. They couldn't have been less enthusiastic. The truth about chanting was that it relied on one's comprehension. A singular visualization could have an infinite number of chant variations. There was no perfect chant. Or rather, there were any number of perfect chants. What mattered was whether one's chant grasped the quintessence of the visualization. Yasuo's chant was the most basic. He simply listed the fundamental laws that built his 6 trigram shell. He didn't grasp its full meaning at all. You underestimate me too much.
Yasuo sera bloomed.
Unlike Host Min, who took several minutes to summon his immortal ring, Yasuo succeeded in less than half a minute, relying on the delay his trigram shell visualization bought him to summon his strength. As expected of a peak immortal ring realm expert, his immortal ring put Host Min to shame. Its form was far sturdier, a complete opaque white unlike Host Min's transparent and feeble ring. In addition, it was 8 meters in diameter. Chi surged toward it, even snatching away much of the chi that had been swirling around Ryu. It was then that Ryu understood that his ephemeral tapestry was still lacking in comparison to a true immortal ring. However, he could faintly feel that much like his other heavenly pupils' abilities, it could be strengthened by unlocking his seals, so he didn't worry about it. The mere fact he could control atmospheric chi while in the divine vessel realm was a truth enough to send shockwaves through the martial world. And what of the day he truly did awaken his immortal ring? What kind of synergistic affects would they have together? 8 meters at the peak immortal ring realm? That means that not only did he not cultivate his body realm, but also that his immortal ring is of the second lowest black grade. If I cannot defeat him, I will not leave this pedestal plane. Chapter 348. Ash. There's no need to take action against a junior, don't you think? A familiar old man lounged leisurely in a place only one man had ever stepped into over the last several hundred years. The garden where the two sat was quite odd. In fact, one would be hard-pressed to truly call it a garden at all. What should have been a calming stream of water was actually a trench filled with lava. The green lotuses one would expect to find had become odd flower rock structures that glistened mostly of obsidian. At the same time, the creatures which should have been beautiful were instead sinister scaled creatures of the snake and salamander variety. Ancestor Ember tried his best to hide his ugly expression behind a veil of calmness. But it didn't take a genius to realize that his fists were clenched beneath his long and wide robe sleeves. I see. Maybe I should have known, Ancestor Ember finally said. The old man tilted his head in confusion for a moment before bursting into a fit of laughter. He laughed so hard that he was eventually forced to wipe the tears from his eyes. Not to be the bearer of bad news, but he doesn't know I'm here. In fact, we've never met or spoken a day in his life. I find your conclusions quite amusing. Ancestor Ember's visage turned stiff. I was wondering why a Path Extinction Realm warrior bothered to stay in such a place. This pedestal plane can't produce heaven-grade treasures, nor are there any alchemists or herbologists capable of providing you what you need. To make matters worse, the strongest beasts are only of the 7th order and aren't worthy of taking even a single strike from you. Anyone with any sort of backbone would have long since ascended to the Blossom Plane to seek a new challenge. Yet you actually hold yourself up here, playing king in a sandbox. I almost feel bad for you. The old man stood from his lounging area. He wasn't particularly worried about Ancestor Ember taking action now. Such a coward would never take risks knowing he was here. With a flash, he disappeared. Ancestor Ember sat with his entire body trembling in rage. Such a scene went on for hours before he finally slowly calmed himself, his fists unclenching. Come out, he suddenly said. In that moment, a tall, slender beauty suddenly made herself known. She had a shapely, willowy waist. Her hips and buttocks stretched against the fabrics of her black dress, bouncing ever so slightly with her elegant gait. Her face was veiled, but she still revealed 2 delicate brows and shimmering violet irises as deep as the night sky. Even without seeing her face, one would be enraptured without a chance. Such a beauty shouldn't appear in the world of mortals. She didn't say anything for a moment before she suddenly giggled lightly. It was a captivating sound that could slow a man's heartbeat to a crawl. The reason I'm in such a state is due to your night terror sect. Yet you dare come here to laugh? There are few things I don't dare to do. The woman's light laughter suddenly shifted with an imposing tone. It was difficult to tell which was the real her. Of course, Ancestor Ember said shortly. Coming from such an inferior world and daring to place your sights on my martial god realm. Your guts are quite large. Are you not the same, daring to make a deal with this devil? And my reward for it is ridicule by an old man I can't see through and a youth with talent that shouldn't appear on even the martial god plane. Of course you cannot see through him. He's a member of the Armament Guild. He could destroy your little Ember clan with the wave of a hand. Ancestor Ember's expression stiffened. Clearly this was news to him. Thankfully he hadn't attempted to attack, or else the ending would have been quite tragic. As for the boy, he may be a variable even more difficult to handle.
Ancestor Emberes Braufuroved.
Is it because he's favored by the Armament Guild? This is only a small reason. The ring on his finger is that of a core disciple of the Mercenary Guild. This also doesn't conflict with his identity as the throne of a peak 8th Order sect either, though that is ironically his weakest identity. What aren't you telling me? The beauty's black veil shifted slightly. Considering the slight wrinkling at the corners of her eyes, it was obvious that she was smiling. Just how much would he be willing to give up to see this smile? I ran into a very interesting clan a while ago. They went by the name Batil. Their young heir had some good information, you might say.
Ancestor emberes braus furroved.
The Batil clan? That half-step sixth-order clan of the Inner Ring? What information could they possibly have? It seems that the boy went by Ryu when he entered Loom City, even taking on the ridicule of being called a no-name. What a heavy burden for a youth. The beauty side. What resiliency too. He must have learned his lesson after the first time. It's unfortunate that a released fragrance can't easily be recaptured. What are you trying to say? Stop being so mysterious. It's nothing much, the beauty said lightly. Just that this young man isn't nameless. His family name is Tatsuya. Boom! Violent cracks spread beneath the meditation platform Ancestor Ember sat upon, crumbling much of his lava garden to dust. What did you just say? Just the name alone made him feel difficulty breathing. He felt for a moment that even if he called his flames to action, they wouldn't obey in respect of this very name. Just what was this Tatsuya clan? How could their faith be so strong to the point of suppressing him at their mere mention? These are things you do not need to know, the beauty said lightly. I've already wiped that Batil boy's memory. He won't be telling anyone else this little secret. There'll be a time when I reclaim this debt from our little Tatsuya too. Stop! Stop saying that name. Ancestor Ember felt a crushing weight on his heart. Just what kind of existence was this boy? Who had he offended? A cold sweat matted his back as he suddenly had trouble breathing. The beauty snorted with disdain. You're in the path extinction realm yet you can't handle the suppression of a clan name. Yu Dao is too weak. Turning, the beauty slowly turned to leave. Before she disappeared, her steps paused for a moment. My moon world is in endless turmoil right now, but so is this martial god realm. Not everything is as peaceful as it seems on the surface. The shrines, there's no use in telling you such things. You have no ability to understand my words. The short of it is that order breeds chaos and chaos breeds order. Within this turmoil, there'll eventually be a winner, and I plan it to be me. No one can stop me. Not the martial gods and not the dregs of the Tatsuya clan. Play your role well and you'll be rewarded appropriately. Within the next century, I want this entire plane under the control of the Ember clan, or else of what use are you to me? With that, she vanished. Hundreds of miles away, a bloody halberd fell for the last time, reaping the life of peak immortal ring realm expert. The young man who stood above his falling body only coldly looked on, not feeling a sense of accomplishment in the slightest. In the end, he sent out his corpse puppet, devouring what was left of the peak immortal ring expert to ash. Chapter 349 Worth. Ryu's appearance was far less elegant than it had been just hours ago. Aside from the fact he was beaten and bloodied in several places, his gaze was dull due to an overdrafting of his spiritual chi. It really felt that he might collapse at any moment. She didn't break through even after absorbing a peak immortal ring realm expert? Ryu's brows furrowed. He had been hoping that Esme would experience a breakthrough, but somehow she failed. If it wasn't due to the fact he simply didn't have the energy to complain any longer, he would definitely be far more disappointed. It only makes sense, Elsa said lightly. You modeled Esme to gain strength from blood. That's inherently a body realm facet ability. Mental realm masters have weak bodies in comparison to their chi and body-centric counterparts. This was a predictable outcome. Ryu weakly landed on Little Rock's back. After defeating Kiyoshi, he hadn't participated in the remainder of the battle, so he was far healthier than Ryu was currently. I guess I just have to accept it, then. This isn't necessarily a bad thing either, little Ryu, Elsa said. Host Min and this Zoo ancestor could be considered to be the weakest among Immortal Ring Realm experts. The difference is quite large. Even if you defeated this man, you may not necessarily defeat that apostle beauty. From the very beginning, the gap between the connecting Heaven Realm and the Immortal Ring Realm was vast. This was for two reasons. Firstly, this was the barrier between the mortal realms and the immortal realms. One would only be considered a true immortal after completing their first immortal ring. The second reason lay in the vast differences between immortal ring experts and, in specific, their immortal rings. To make a long story short, Host Min's immortal ring was of the pitiful common grade. Yasuo's was of the black grade. As such, after their creation, they were 0.5 meter and 1 meter in diameter respectively. This size and grading system worked identically with one's spiritual foundation sizes. To put this into perspective, Ryu's spiritual foundation started at the origin grade's 10-meter mark and doubled after every breakthrough. Likewise, Yasuo's began at the 1-meter mark and doubled with every leap forward. There was a more complex underlying mechanism to this that was related immortal ring cores formed by pulses and vessels opening in the pulse opening, pulse tempering, divine vessel and vessel tempering realm, but this was something Ryu wouldn't put his attention toward until he began forming his first immortal ring. This was all to say that Yasuo wasn't even the best among black-grade immortal ring experts, let alone comparable to Fedroha, who was of at least the heaven grade despite the fact her cultivation was several substages lower. This was just the reality of talent disparity. In the same way there's a large difference between human cultivators, it's likewise for beasts and even your corpse puppet, Esme. The harder it is for her to shed her mortal blockers, the more powerful she will be as a 7th-order puppet. Ryu nodded before sneering. Then there's no need to stay here anymore. I'm only surprised that the Ember clan never appeared. It must be tough for that Fuoko character to keep my heavenly pupils a secret unto himself. Ryu had not a single clue that the Batil clan wasn't the only informant the black lace-veiled beauty had. You're really going to let him go? I told you that I would make him beg for my help. If you were going to make him beg, then why did you preemptively stop that Ancestor Ember clown from attacking? No matter how much of a genius he is, crossing 3 large realms to battle is impossible. Just look at how much he struggled against a fool with a black-grade ring. He would have definitely asked you for help then. That's only because his weapons are too lacking. I'd like to see you go back to the Divine Vessel realm and battle someone with even a common grade ring. Look at you, already defending him as though he's your son and not me. If you weren't such a good-for-nothing, I wouldn't have to look for a new son like this. Drunkard. The father and son quarreled and bashed heads for several moments before finally calming down. But he doesn't seem to be headed to the Blossom Plain like you thought, old man. It's likely that you won't be able to follow him to his destination. It's fine, I wasn't planning on stalking him constantly anyway. It is indeed a bit too early for him to go to the Blossom Plain. Their influence is much stronger there than here. Ah, so you know that this is stalking too. Respect, respect. Boy! Within the Deathworm Immortal Cave, Ryu had no idea that his battle had been watched from start to end. He had instead been letting Ailsa execute her cultist martial forms on him to slowly refine his body back to peak condition. After Ailsa finished her laborious massage, she left to set up of the formation needed to raise one of Ryu's chi sources to the immortal grade. Though it wouldn't be directly useful to Ryu just yet, it would completely unleash the features of this immortal cave. Oh, little Ryu. That adorable 3-person family is above us right now. Do you want to take them back to the outer ring with you? Ryu thought for a moment. His initial instinct was to say no, but in the end he sighed. It was a slight inconvenience to him, but it was of great help to them. Since he had already decided to help them, he might as well finish the job. Considering they caught up to them so quickly, it definitely meant that Gaiet hadn't wanted to leave too far away. If not, there was no way they could appear here. This mentality alone was worthy of respect. Chapter 350. Big Brother. Gaiet, his mother and his little sister could only look around in complete shock. How could they have ever seen something like an immortal cave before? Back in their homeland of the Outer Ring, they weren't even large players in the 27 major sects. Gold coins were already fairly hard to come by for them, let alone the chi stones needed to power this monstrosity. After a few hours, Gaiet settled down with his family in a vacant room, an inner struggle pulling him in all directions. How could he repay Ryu? Money? He didn't have any. His life? How much was that really worth? For a talent on the level of Ryu, someone who could defeat an immortal ring realm expert at the Divine Vessel realm, was he even worthy of such a thing? Rather than helping, it would probably be him benefiting from such an arrangement. His sister's hand? Absolutely not. Sephair was too young, and what kind of elder brother would he be if he had to pawn his little sister's future because he couldn't repay his own debts? Gayet believed his limit was the pedestal plane, yet Ryu already stood at the pinnacle of this plane. This left him at a complete loss. I should go talk to him. No, I can't bother him like this. But I can't seem ungrateful. I don't want him to think that I expect this kind of protection. I can't impose too much, though. Gayet paced back and forth madly. If it wasn't for the sturdy build of this immortal cave, he very well might have left 2 parallel trenches beneath his feet. Forget it. I'll go and speak to him. Even if he wants me as a corpse puppet, I'll accept. Gayet snapped awake from his thoughts to find his mother smiling and laughing at him. Gisela felt that her son was very much like his father. Everything was about the spear, so whenever they had to deal with a problem that couldn't be solved with one, the result was very much like this meltdown she was witnessing now. Gayet blinked before embarrassingly scratching the back of his head. Wait, where's little Sepher? The 3 of them had been sharing a room. Though this was a bit inappropriate, Ryu really had no other choice. This was an immortal cave built for experimentation, not living. This was already the only living area in the entire place that wasn't contaminated in some form or fashion. So, when Gayet noticed his little sister wasn't here, he panicked. The last thing he wanted her to do was stir up trouble. Don't worry too much, Gisela said non-committedly. It's her choice, Gisela said with a sigh. Your little sister isn't a baby anymore. I was already betrothed to your father at 13. I had you only 3 years later. Mom! Gayet's gaze reddened with anger. Gisela only shook her head. If you wanted a husband for your sister, could you find someone better? Gayet choked on air, unable to respond. His chest seemed pressed down by a heavy weight that was only growing larger. I'm not ashamed to say this, little Gayet. If he would have accepted me, I would have betrayed your father in this way on this day. I may have forever been branded as a whore by our ancestors, but I would have still protected my daughter. Gisela's voice faltered and cracked, causing Gayet to enter a tailspin. Just what had happened in the last few hours. After pressing his mother for several minutes, he finally gained a grasp of the situation. He had been so lost in his own world trying to figure out how to repay Ryu that he had actually let his mother and sister suffer so terribly. Just a few hours ago, his mother left this room to see Ryu, planning to repay her with the only thing she had. Unfortunately, she was coldly rejected by Ryu with curt, emotionless words. What she could have never expected was that little Sepher had followed her, sensing that something was wrong, and overheard their conversation. The tears she held back before came spilling out uncontrollably as Gisela explained Sepher's resolve. The little girl was determined to take her mother's place, and Gisela was too weak-minded to stop her. How long has she been gone? Gayet grasped his mother's frail shoulders, his eyes brimming over. It's been over an hour. I'll kill him.
Gyot, no.
Unfortunately, it was already too late. Gayet, in a violent rage, sprinted through the immortal cave. He didn't know what he was going to do, he didn't know how he could possibly best an enemy like Ryu, but he was willing to risk it all. Ryu, you beast! Gayet burst into the central laboratory of the immortal cave, standing at the edge of one of its countless honeycomb-like entrances. He wanted to say countless more words. He wanted to curse Ryu's past generations and future generations. At the very least, he wanted to spew all the venom he had before he inevitably died. However, what he saw froze him in his tracks. The cold, arrogant Ryu was smiling? His laughter was so captivating that Gayet had to remind himself several times that Ryu was a man. Ryu and Sepher sat on their knees. The little girl had her small tongue sticking out the side of her lips as she concentrated on the alchemy cauldron before her. Ryu seemed to be diligently guiding her. His alchemy knowledge was superficial, but it seemed that he was teaching how to better control and efficiently use chi. But this was beside the point. The iceberg was smiling. Whenever Sepher made a mistake, he would console her with a pat on the head and encourage her to try again. Whenever she succeeded, he would seem even more excited than she was. Gayet stood there stunned until the trembling footsteps of his mother came in from behind him. Then, they both stood in stunned silence until they realized over another hour later that Ryu hadn't heard their outburst, because he had cast a silencing visualization to help Sepher focus. What the two didn't know was that Ailsa, who was sitting on Ryu's shoulder, was even more shocked than the two of them. It was only after shamelessly reading through Ryu's memories again that she understood. He wanted to be a big brother this badly? Ryu's worry for Nuri's fate weighed so heavily on him that Ailsa's own eyes brimmed with tears. Chapter 351. Demon. Just like that. Good. Ryu smiled, lightly patting Sepher's soft dark blonde hair. He couldn't remember the last time he felt this sort of genuine happiness. Regardless, it had been a very long time. Don't try and treat Chi like a beast on a leash. Think about it more like breathing. You aren't pulling air on a rope into your lungs. Rather, you're expanding your lungs and creating a vacuum that invites air in. Treat your Chi just like this. You don't have to tug, fight, and pull it. Make it subconscious, a reflex you have as synonymous with yourself as taking a breath. Ryu's voice was incomparably gentle. Even his gaze was soft. When Sepher came here with such a ridiculous goal in mind, he was honestly infuriated. His fury was for this poor girl as her resolve, but rather toward her mother and brother who actually allowed such a thing to occur in the first place. If it wasn't for Sepher's pleading, Ryu would have most definitely lashed out. Ultimately, the little girl burst into a fit of tears, causing Ryu's heart to soften. Through her sobs, she managed to eke out a few words. Ryu learned that much of her sadness and even her actions on this day stemmed from her being unwilling to be a burden on her family. She had even hidden the fact she was trying to learn alchemy because it was simply too expensive. Sepher wanted to become an alchemist because she had heard from a friend that alchemists made a lot of money. If she could become even a decent common-grade alchemist, she would be able to support her brother's cultivation journey and be less of a burden. Unfortunately, she had a frail body and could barely become an working disciple of a subordinate half-step fifth-order sect. After saving up her contribution points from the time she was 9 years old, she barely managed to afford an ungraded alchemy cauldron and a crude circulation method. It had been almost half a year now, but she hadn't made any progress whatsoever, mostly because she had miscalculated. Now that she had a cauldron and circulation method, how would she afford the spiritual herbs she needed to practice? Having hid all of this from her mother and brother so as not to burden them, the little girl suddenly felt the crushing weight of the world. She had surmounted one obstacle, only for a much larger one to appear. Gisela and Guyot thought her to be naive and innocent, so they tried to protect her with all her might. But the truth was that this little girl had been fighting her own battles for a long time already. Ironically, it was this little 13-year-old girl who took a stand to defend her mother and brother this time. Don't blame Mom and Big Brother. My brother doesn't even know that I'm here, and my mother only reluctantly let me go after I told her there was no better fate for me than becoming your woman. Hearing such words come a small girl's mouth, Ryu's last bit of rage dissipated completely. It wasn't easy for a woman in the martial world to raise her children alone like this. Gisela had made a mistake this time, but Ryu no longer hated her for it. This little girl is too pitiful, Elsa said through tears. Whether she was crying for Ryu or Sepher had become a blurred line long ago. This is an unfortunate reality for her. The harm caused to a normal woman's body giving birth to a talent on Guyot's level is extremely high. In most cases, the mother will die during labor. The fact Gisela survived and even gave birth to a second child with her weak cultivation is near unfathomable. Unfortunately, little Sepher paid a price for it. Her body and meridians are overly frail due to the fact her mother's body lacked the strength to properly nurture her during gestation. The fact this little girl survived is another miracle. How could the cosmos not work on equivalent exchange? The higher the cultivation of the parents, the more likely they were to produce talented offspring. However, the heavens didn't cut off all paths. One's rights was one such example, but soul natures were another. But there was a price to pay for everything, and little Sepher was bearing some of that burden. This is enough to be worthwhile in investigating little Ryu. This little girl's talent in alchemy is only a little above average for the pedestal plane. If she takes full advantage of your help, she would become an Earth-grade alchemist if there weren't any other variables. Unfortunately, her meridians are too frail, She would never be able to increase her cultivation level enough to accomplish this. Ryu frowned as he continued to observe. He didn't quite understand what was worth investigating about this. The little girl had a tragic fate, that was all. It may seem like another closed case of the unfairness of the world, but that may not necessarily be the case. Both Gisela and Sepher have incredibly weak bodies. Their vitality is much lower than what they should be for their age. Yet, they walk and interact with the world as though nothing was wrong. In fact, when you met them on their way back to the outer ring, the two had walked tens of miles already. What you're saying is that their outward vitality might be the result after losing a much higher amount? That's exactly right. It may be that the reason the two survived wasn't due to luck, but rather because their vitalities were much larger than normal individuals to begin with. If that's the case, then this isn't a normal situation. If there's something special about them, wouldn't you be able to sense it? Not necessarily. There are many special conditions that aren't explicitly locked into categories and grades. For example, soul natures have a category, that being their moniker itself, but they don't have dividing grades among them like, say, bloodlines or bone structures do. Another example are warriors born with innate strength. This isn't classified as a particular constitution, but they do occur, and one often can't see the result without personally witnessing it. Even beyond this, there are concepts like intelligence. It's nearly impossible to slap a label and grade onto something as abstract as this. Plus, these don't touch things like genetic abnormalities, constitution mutations, or even first or undocumented occurrences. The world is too big. Then what should I do to help her then? I'll prepare a diet that will help her and her mother recover. It doesn't seem like this situation is impossible to reverse. It's just that they haven't had the expertise or the wealth necessary to do it. Then we can simply observe what happens. Ryu nodded before turning his attention back toward little Sepher's progress. Elsa gazed toward the side of Ryu's face and sighed deeply. Little Ryu, she'll be fine. Ryu remained silent for such a long time that Elsa thought he just wouldn't respond as he usually did. However, he, to Elsa's shock, spoke again. The person I feel the most guilty toward is Big Sister Nuri. I at least said goodbye to Elena, but I know Nuri will take it the hardest. She was tasked with protecting me, yet I died. Even if it wasn't her fault, she will still blame herself. She had better be alive, because if she's dead, I really will become a demon. The human skin tome in Ryu's inner space vibrated before falling to rest. Chapter 352. Human? So delicious. Little Sepher munched away on her food, her small legs swinging happily. It was as though Ryu didn't notice her mother and elder brother at all. They were much less pleasing to his gaze, Gisela for actually allowing her daughter to do such a thing, and Guyot for not paying enough attention. What would have happened had Ryu been a demon who wouldn't even let a 13-year-old little girl go? Wouldn't little Sepher's life be ruined? He couldn't easily forgive such a thing. Guyot himself was both embarrassed and stunned. He had profusely apologized to Ryu for his previous assumptions already, but what stunned him was Ryu's major personality shift. He felt that he knew too little about Ryu. But how could he? After all, they had only just met each other. The person truly the most shocked was Elsa. She was still having trouble wrapping her head around a kind, smiling Ryu. The weeks ticked by. The journey from the core region to the outer ring was quite a long one, but with an immortal cave and considering the pedestal plane was the smallest of the immortal planes, it should have only taken half a month at most. This time would have been even shorter if Elsa lay the formation necessary to upgrade one mortal chi source to an immortal chi source. However, Ryu and Elsa purposely slowed their pace in order to see what kind of special abilities a healthy Sepher had. The results were quite intriguing. As Sepher's vitality grew, her talent seemed to grow proportionally as well. This made sense and would be true for anyone in reality. When a body's vitality was low, much of its energy was geared toward sustenance. Everything from blood flow to digestion was slower in such a state. Once vitality was normal, the body could then spare the needed energy for less essential tasks. As a result, Sepher broke through a bottleneck, entering the sixth awakening realm. The little girl was ecstatic, smiling so brightly it seemed her cheeks might pop. It was then that Ryu noticed Sephair's spiritual foundation was decent. Actually, Ryu's standard of decent would make little Sephair a genius of the core region. Her spiritual foundation was 64 meters across at the 6th awakening realm. That meant she had an Earth-grade spiritual foundation. From this, Ryu understood why she was overlooked. Even though such talent made her a genius, spiritual foundations simply weren't very important to the pedestal plane, so they often didn't bother to check it at all. The unfortunate truth was that the spiritual foundation didn't truly display its prowess until the Tao pedestal realm. It was then separations in grade divided those with talent and those without. The problem then became obvious. Who on the pedestal plane could reach such a high standard? Why bother with it at all, then? That said, one's spiritual foundation wasn't useless at lower realms. For example, the chi fumes of the pulse opening realm wafted from one's spiritual foundation. Once little Sephair entered the pulse opening realm, her true talent would start to shine forth. It was just a shame that her body had been too frail to progress until now. Aside from this, one's constitutions were interconnected and could build off of each other. This was why mutations could occur. So, even though Sephair's meridians were normal, they would benefit greatly from her spiritual foundation, making them sturdier than others. Still, none of this was out of the normal. Ryu just felt he could breathe easy now. If he brought little Sephair to the Awoken Moon sect, they'd have an inheritor who could replace Melody. Sephair would even be able to lead them to the core region one day. Really, big brother Ryu? Sephair's big eyes sparkled, her small hands grabbing onto Ryu's. I can enter a 5th order sect? Really, really? Of course. If you work hard, you can even become their inheritor. Your spiritual foundation is of the Earth grade, so your future is bright. Gilsa and Gaiet gasped when they heard this. The Earth grade? Such an evaluation was so high they felt faint. In the outer region, having any sort of ranked constitution was something a clan could celebrate for generations, even if it was of the common grade. Honestly, you are too good for the outer ring. But the Awoken Moon sect are people that can be trusted. It's also a female-only sect, so you will be comparatively safer. I'll have the castle master take you in as a disciple. Sephair almost started crying. If it wasn't because she didn't want to be any more of a burden, she really would have. All she wanted was the ability to support her brother and mother, yet it had actually come so easily. That bad old lady. She told me that my spiritual foundation was a little bit better than others, but that it was useless. Ryu's expression darkened. So it seemed others had already noticed and likely pressed Sephair down due to jealousy. It was a lucky thing that Gaiet had at least been of the spiritual severing realm, enough to be an elder of Sephair's sect, or else her fate would have likely been even more tragic. Ryu sent a glare toward Gaiet, his frigid gaze piercing the latter's heart. Gaiet shivered, wondering for a moment who really was Sephair's blood brother. But then he was overwhelmed by guilt. He spent so much of his hours off training that he didn't consider the details of his little sister's plights. He hadn't even known Sephair joined a sect until months after the fact. Like this, Ryu became more determined to have Sephair enter the Awoken Moon sect. As for her previous sect, would they dare to quibble with a 5th order hegemon? The days ticked by and Sephair and her mother grew healthier and healthier. Even Gaiet seemed to improve thanks to the high-quality food. But this could only be expected. Elsa had perfectly tailored their diets to maximize the benefits. Gaiet especially consumed many soul-nourishing foods. Still, though everything was trending well, Elsa couldn't help but feel a bit weird about it all. The mother has such great vitality, yet she's immortal? Hold on a moment. How is it possible for a person without cultivation to live long enough for their son to reach the spiritual severing realm? And to also have enough vitality to give birth to another child just 13 years ago? How is that possible? Also, the little girl's chi control talent seems to be improving disproportionately to her spiritual foundation grade, but I don't sense anything unusual about her other pillars. It's almost like she's not human. Different species had different innate talents. An average talent for a human was not the same as an average talent among beasts or fairies or any number of other existences. Sephair's rise back to her baseline talent didn't make sense for a normal human. But what if she wasn't? Chapter 353. Well, The Awoken Moon sect was in great spirits. Despite the harsh winters they experienced every day, the bright smiles didn't leave the faces of the fairies of the Outer Ring. They had received great news just over a month ago. Not only had Heiress Melody received a spot from the Apostles, their throne, Ryu, had appeared in grand fashion as well. He handily defeated Throne Byrine and even killed an apostle candidate. Faith wasn't always a tangible thing. However, this was mostly the case when it rose slowly. It was difficult to see its effects when it took centuries and even millennia for significant improvement to be made. Still, there were always exceptions to the rule. The most excellent of thrones could steal faith for their sect at speed unimaginable under normal circumstances. While everyone was happy that their inheritor was also impressive in her own right, the benefits given by Ryu's success were much more immediate. First, Castle Master Toria suddenly broke through her bottleneck of several decades to enter the connecting heaven realm. Now, the Awoken Moon sect had not just one connecting heaven realm expert, but two. Just like that, their slow but steady trend downward halted, reversing direction. Following that, several elders who had been stuck at the spiritual severing realm for many years broke through as well, entering the divine vessel realm. The sect went from having 10 divine vessel realm experts and 1 connecting heaven realm expert, to suddenly having 15 divine vessel realm experts and 2 connecting heaven realm ancestors. This seemed like only the beginning. In addition to these things, the sect had given birth to 3 common grade and a black grade talent in just the last year. Elder Glurn, their head alchemist, had succeeded in entering the half-step heaven grade, matching the greatest alchemists on the pedestal plane. On top of this, they had managed to find a small realm swimming in resources. No matter how intangible faith was, only a fool wouldn't understand that this was all in thanks to Ryu. Their fortunes seemed to have turned its head in just a 2-year time frame. How could they not be grinning ear to ear? Today, Ryu brought them an even greater gift. The elders fawned to the point of their teeth shining bright at the sight of little Sephair. The little girl, who was very much used to be praised by so many people, buried her head shyly behind Ryu's sleeve, only peeking up every so often. Little Ryu, it seems that having you as a throne has been the greatest gift of our Awoken Moon sect. I only regret that we cannot help you more. Castle Master Toria sighed from her ice throne, looking on toward Ryu with a complicated gaze. She could faintly feel that he was already far more powerful than she was. In fact, she didn't need to guess. The reports about him defeating Edwin were clear enough. She wasn't enough to even shine his shoes any longer. Ryu shook his head. I only do what I must. The Awoken Moon sect and I have some fate together, so it's only right that I do my part. Toria sighed, knowing that she couldn't say much else. With Melody heading off to the Blossom Plain, Ryu had even managed to find them an inheritor talented enough to take her place. Sometimes, having an inheritor that was too talented was only a detriment to the sect. In such a case, the talent would grow far quicker than the sect could keep up with. When this happened, the talent would have no choice but to spread their wings and go off on their own. Originally, Melody had also been an Earth grade talent. But, after her sister died, her constitution became complete and entered the Heaven grade. In truth, these were only Toria's ignorant thoughts. The reality was that Melody's talent had only paused at the Heaven grade for a moment before shooting up toward the Sovereign grade. The Blossom Plane wouldn't be likely to hold her for long either. Still, the effective truth was still the same. Melody could no longer be their inheritor. But this little Sephair was perfect. In fact, Elder Glurn had already taken a great liking to her after sensing her great chi control. She would be able to learn under one of the best alchemists of the pedestal plane. Still, thank you. After recollecting herself, she smiled. She had become much younger after breaking through, so she seemed to be at the prime of her youth. It's a regret that Ancestor isn't able to come out of seclusion. She is very old already, so her entire focus is on preserving her vitality. My breakthrough is a great burden off of her shoulders. There was a moment when we believed we would fall from the ranks of Fifth Order sect. Though she explained it simply, it really could have been far worse. The difference in status between a Fifth Order and half-step Fifth Order sect was too large. Had their ancestor died before her breakthrough, their disciples would have most definitely been in danger. Ryu smiled lightly, though he didn't explain why. he would always help the Awoken Moon sect. They were a subordinate clan of his mother's Ice Phoenix clan. It was his responsibility to look after them. In the future, they would understand his intentions. All right, that's enough of this old woman talking your ears off. Toria laughed brightly. The eclipse will begin in just a few hours. Are you prepared? Ryu nodded firmly, his expression turning cold once more. Big brother Ryu. Sephair tugged on his sleeve. Do you really have to go? Ryu's gaze softened, patting Sephair's head lightly. Work hard. I won't be gone forever. Of course I'll come back and see you. Sephair pouted, but in the end, she nodded obediently. She had only known Ryu for a short time, but had already grown attached to him. He was the first person to treat her so well outside of her brother, mother, and late father. The effect of his simple acts of kindness left a permanent print on her heart. Before you go. Toria hesitated before her features steeled with resolve. Take this with you. I can't explain much simply because I don't know enough, but I'm sure that it will be of help. Toria took off the blue marble ring on her finger. Considering the shocked expressions of the elders around the iced Grand Hall, it was obvious how important this ring was. Ryu's gaze narrowed slightly as he stepped forward to accept it. Without hesitation, he slipped it onto his finger. In that moment, his Ice Phoenix bloodline surged uncontrollably as though it was eager to spill out of him. Hidden from the gaze of everyone, a cut manifested beneath the arc of the ring as Ryu's blood was greedily swallowed by it. The castle of ice shook, the mighty call of a phoenix causing the skies to tremble. A light snowfall suddenly became heavy, the temperature plummeting along with its every fallen flake. The odd changes only lasted for a moment before settling down once more. However, Toria's heart vibrated fiercely as her gaze seemed to border on infatuation when it met Ryu's own. It seemed that, in that moment, she had finally understood something. Ryu smiled lightly, neither confirming nor denying Toria's speculations. I'll keep it well. Chapter 354, Enemies. Ryu. The sound of a shout breathed out through huffing and puffing reached Ryu's ears. The location of the teleportation array to the moon world was quite sensitive. So only the castle master could escort Ryu. In order to say goodbye to little Sephair, Ryu had led her out of the Awoken Moon sect's central castle along with their now 15 elders. Though he hadn't expected to find Gaiet standing here. Since the sect was female only, Gaiet wasn't allowed to move around freely. The fact he was here meant that he had likely broken some rules to rush over here. That said, considering all of the Divine Vessel realm and above experts had been meeting with Ryu, there really was no one else powerful enough to stop him anyway. As though confirming Ryu's speculations, a host of outer and inner sect elders were found rushing after Gaiet. Judging by the displeased and tired expressions on their faces, there were none too happy about his actions. Seeing that the situation may go badly, Gaiet immediately lowered his head and bowed sincerely. In fact, his forehead nearly touched the floor despite the fact his lower half was standing upright. I'm sorry. I know I've broken the rules of your sect, but I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I didn't ask. Please take me with you. Throne Ryu. Ryu raised an eyebrow. At the same time, it seemed Castle Master Toria was more inclined to wait for Ryu's response because she stopped the flow of incoming ladies with a wave of her fair hand. Unfortunately for Gaiet, Ryu wasn't very fond of the idea. He didn't particularly dislike Gaiet, but his mind was entirely focused on saving his family. He needed to push himself to his limits constantly. It was a day-to-day grind. If he had to account for someone so much weaker than him at the same time, it would slow down his progress too much. However, equally as unfortunately for Ryu, before he could reject, Elsa spoke covertly to him. You should accept his request. Why? Ryu couldn't help but frown. He really didn't like the idea. If it was Melody, he'd probably accept. For one, he still wanted to repay Granny Miriam. And, secondly, Melody may very well be more powerful than his current self, so she wouldn't be a burden. However, Gaiet had none of these things going for him. It will benefit you. Those with soul natures are different in that they can also have an impact on the environment around them. The entire purpose of the soul or the mental realm is communication with the heavens. When you visualize, you use runes that represent the fundamental laws of the heavens. When you comprehend an inheritance, it's your mental realm that acts as a bridge to the faith of said inheritance to call down upon essence to increase your strength, etc., etc. For those with soul natures, the heavens is blessing them with comprehension, but it's fundamentally an external source. As such, it has a faint effect on the environment around them. For most, it would be impossible to take advantage of this. But you have the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Being around someone with a soul nature, you'll be able to see things others don't. Maybe eventually, if you grasp the truths enough, you'll be able to incorporate them into your own strength. Ryu's frown eased hearing these words. He didn't just take Elsa's word for it because he could very clearly see it himself. After over a month, Ryu realized that it really would be impossible to turn ephemeral tapestry off, so the world had suddenly become a constant bright swirl of colors to him. At first, he thought it would be annoying, but after a few days, he felt that it had become an inseparable part of him. He no longer wanted it to go away. This aside, Ryu could very clearly see something unique about Gaiet. Whereas Chi mostly ignored everyone else, it seemed to linger around Gaiet for a moment longer, as though enjoying his presence more than it did others. There was also something curious about little Sephair. For her, the Chi seemed denser and more filtered, as though there was a very specific type of Chi that had a great affinity with her. If this ability continued to evolve, there would likely come a day where Ryu could see through the limits and abilities of an opponent without exchanging even a single blow. All right, I accept, Ryu said slowly. However, it will be very dangerous. The moon world was once ruled by the Awoken Moon sect. As a result, it had structure and order. But now that the Awoken Moon sect hasn't had the strength to oversee its matters for a while now, it's likely bred a dangerous atmosphere. Hold on, let me finish. Ryu wanted Gaiet to truly understand what kind of world he was entering. The moon world is one of extreme Een. If it's not policed properly, Een beasts and wraiths will proliferate and populate. The potential of these creatures is far beyond the ninth order the Awoken Moon sect once was, so in order to maintain control, the sect had to stunt their growth before they reached their true strength. The world we're entering now could very well be filled with enemies far beyond our means to handle. Are you still certain you want to enter with me? Yes. Gaiet seemed to think that if he hesitated for even a moment, he would lose this opportunity, so he rushed to accept. He knew from the beginning that this would ultimately be a journey fraught with danger. Even if he didn't know that he might have to face 9th order Een beasts or 10th order Een wraiths, did it really make a difference? He knew from the beginning that any enemy that could challenge Ryu would be of at least the Immortal Ring realm. In fact, maybe this was just the low standard of the pedestal plane. Who knew if there were connecting heaven realm experts who could match Ryu? However, what Gaiet knew without a doubt was that whether it was such an expert or one far more powerful, any one of them could defeat him with a single look. So why fret over the semantics of their exact strength? Since he had decided to do this, he would do it. All right, since you agree, I have a mission for you. Anything. Taking you along will be expensive. Since you're a divine vessel realm expert, it will cost me 10 higher immortal chi stones. By the end of the journey, you need to earn this amount on your own and return it to me. Gaiet's mouth hung open, completely unable to answer for a moment. This might have sounded like a simple task to Ryu, but to Gaiet, he would have to shed blood, sweat, and tears before he gathered even a single lower immortal chi stone, let alone a single higher immortal chi stone worth 1,000,000 times that. Torius smiled lightly, feeling a bit of pity for this young man. Their throne was really too cold. Taking a deep breath, Gaiet settled himself. All right, I'll do it. Good. Let's go then. The separation was quite a bit more involved than Ryu would have liked. But, since he was quite fond of little Sephair, he didn't mind waiting several moments while she tearfully bade her brother farewell. Gisela was also brought over. She held her son's forearms so tightly that her own arms started to quake. She tried her best not to cry, but the worry kept bubbling over in her heart. What if she lost her son just like she lost her husband? Ryu watched on with a hidden complexity in his own heart. Gaiet's family might have been small, and he might have also suffered losses in his life, but he at the very least still had people who loved him remaining. Ryu's resolve inwardly steeled several times over. There would come a day where he slaughtered the martial gods and brought his family back together. Touching his own heart, his breathing became as steady as the surface of a lake. Soon he would be able to enter the soul birth realm. Soon he would be able to tell his wife that he was alive. Soon he would be able to let Elena know that she wouldn't have to wait much longer. After the small family of 3 finally separated, Toria took Ryu and Gayet to disappear into the castle grounds. They traveled into its depths, going down 9 floors levels to leave them over 100 meters beneath the surface. The room they entered was filled with a grand ice blue array. Gayet's teeth clattered, barely stopping his bones from freezing over. The so-called eclipse Ryu referred to was an eclipse of worlds. The Moon Realm and Shrine Realm would enter an alignment very soon that placed them the closest they could be in a 100-year cycle. As a result of this, their moons and suns would intersect, casting a shadow upon both worlds. Time ticked by before it finally occurred. The ice-blue room trembled slightly, their lines that etched its complex array growing brighter as the temperature plummeted. Ryu had no choice but to put a hand on Gayet's shoulder just to stop him from becoming an ice cube. "Thank you, Castle Master," Ryu said with a nod. "Stay safe until I return." Without another word, Ryu brought Gayet forward, leaving a beauty with a very complicated gaze behind. In a flash they disappeared. Ryu's vision blurred, a slight dizziness taking hold of him. It had been very long since he took such a long-distance teleportation formation. He couldn't help but use his free hand to touch his forehead, trying to regain his bearings. The first sense Ryu regained wasn't his sight, but was rather his hearing. Inexplicably, the sounds of clashing metal and harsh roars filled his ears. By the time his gaze cleared, he was rendered speechless. Why the hell was he in the middle of a battlefield? No, more importantly, why the hell did that damned formation send him here? Suddenly, as the only unknown, Ryu and Gayet became enemies of both sides. Chapter 355 so far. Ryu's cold gaze swept across the battlefield even as his hand tightened on Gayet's shoulder. A glaive appeared in his other hand, breaking the attack of a soldier who attacked him without hesitation and leaping into the air. The moment he did so, Ryu knew he had made a mistake. An onslaught of arrays assaulted him from every angle, attempting to burn him and Gayet to ash. Ryu had never been on a battlefield before, but he knew what these arrays were. They were the protective mechanisms of the 2 armies. Only those who were sufficiently powerful would dare to enter the air like this. But those who were so powerful usually wouldn't act in a battle of this scale because their abilities were too devastating. The battle between such entities would be decided on a different field. It was in the best interest of both armies that the battle continued on the ground. If flight was allowed, it would be far easier for stronger cultivators to pick off the weaker ones. In the case that an army was trying to raise a group of youths by helping them gain experience, it would be too easy for them to be assassinated. These reasons were just the tip of the iceberg. But the ultimate conclusion was that battles of this scale were usually littered with these aerial arrays, meant to shoot down anyone brazen enough to enter the air. And now they were all targeting Ryu and Gayet. Ryu's gaze turned colder. The easiest thing to do would be to toss Gayet into his incubator. But if he was willing to do this, he would have already done so and saved himself the chi stones he spent on him coming here. Obviously, he wasn't comfortable with Gayet knowing about such a great treasure. Despite the situation, blasts of multicolored chi assaulting him from all sides like beaming lasers, Ryu felt inwardly satisfied. This was exactly what he had come here for. If this moon world wasn't at least this dangerous, it would be a waste of his time. It was suffice to say that seeing a young man enter the sky so brazenly, both sides were stunned. In fact, since they had no idea who Ryu was, they took turns pointing and laughing at the other side for having such a foolish soldier on their side. Rule. Ryu's voice deeply rumbled. A vast barrier of ice bloomed around Ryu, the pillar of an immortal tree protecting him from all sides. The violent booms of detonating arrays colliding against his immortal Sakura from all sides was deafening. The battle below could only stop for a moment so that they could take measures to protect themselves. As the smoke slowly cleared, many believed that they would see two corpses. But what they instead saw was one shivering young man, and another who seemed to be in a sorry state, blood dripping from his lips and his face pale. Ryu coughed out a mouthful of blood, sweeping another gaze across the battlefield. Without another moment of hesitation, he shot into the air. The only way to avoid another assault was by ascending much higher than the arrays were set. Of course, the prerequisite for this method to work was surviving the first assault. Little Rock appeared below Ryu and Gaiet just when Ryu felt he couldn't hang on any longer. Shooting off into the distance, the beautiful silver-scaled lightning hawk disappeared from the battlefield in the blink of an eye, leaving both sides stunned. Who was that young man? How had he survived an onslaught only Path Extinction Realm experts could shrug off? Whose side was he on? These questions could only continue for a small while before the battle was forced to erupt once more. It was hard to tell just how far the story of this white-haired young man would spread. But it most definitely wouldn't be barred to this battlefield. Ryu grimaced. With his life flame having reached the ruler realm and being followed by a saturation of his Ice Phoenix blood, his healing factor was far more robust than it had been in the past. So, though he was in a bad state, he was still fairly confident in recovering in a few days. Those warriors on the battlefield were right. Only Path Extinction Realm experts should have survived that onslaught. Obviously, Ryu didn't have the defensive abilities of such an expert. He only survived for a few reasons. 1. His ethereal tapestry. 2. His expertise in formation theory. And lastly, his immortal Sakura. Without all three, he wouldn't have been a corpse before he even lasted a single minute in his moon world. What a joke that would have been. Hours later, Ryu managed to stabilize his injuries and slowly sat up. "Are you all right?" Gaiet finally spoke. He hadn't wanted to bother Ryu before, but now that he saw Ryu moving, he thought that asking was the least he could do. In truth, guilt was all but eating him alive. He had come here with such brazen confidence, yet he had almost died in the first instant. Had it not been for Ryu, he really could be dead. In fact, he was certain that if it hadn't been for his presence, Ryu would have gotten out relatively unscathed. "It's not a problem," Ryu replied emotionlessly. "Just bad luck. What should we do first? It seems that the moon world is in a constant state of war if that battle is anything to go by. So there will be many opportunities to come. I personally want to join a necromancer guild. It will obviously be impossible for you to follow me, so you'll eventually have to find a path for yourself." Gaiet nodded. He didn't feel dissatisfied with Ryu's words. After all, he had tagged along uninvited. "But first, I would like to open my second body vessel," Ryu said. "For that, we'll be heading to quite a dangerous place wherein lightning beasts reside. That's to entering the ruler realm in 3 of his flames." Ryu's fire dragon and 2 phoenix bloodlines had already reached saturation within the first body vessel. He needed to reach saturation in his Lightning Qilin bloodline, and thus reach 50 million gene of strength, if he wanted to attack his second body vessel. Ryu learned the hard way just how many kinds of lightning qis there were when his body was ravaged by immortal qi during his battle with Yukai. He knew that the Lightning Qilin was a young lightning beast, so absorbing in lightning wouldn't be very efficient. But he could only work with what he had. The good news was that Ryu was very familiar with the moon world. Even if the factions and powers were likely very different from what he remembered, at the very least, the major geographic locations should be the same. As long as that was true, he wouldn't have a problem navigating. A half-step Path Extinction Realm expert would have 100 million gene of strength. If he opened his second body vessel, it wouldn't be so far from his grasp any longer. Chapter 356. Second-ranked Heavenly Pupils. Sorry for the lack of chapters yesterday, guys. Something came up that had to be resolved before I could write. Anywho, without getting into details, we're back in action. Don't move too far from Nemesis, Ryu reminded Gaiet. Flying in this region is definitely not an option as well, so even as a last resort, think of something else. Gaiet nodded, following as closely as the red-maned horse would allow. Nemesis was quite temperamental when it came to dealing with others, so Gaiet didn't dare approach too closely, staying within about 3 meters. Much like the rest of the moon world, their current location was practically buried beneath several feet of snow. Only by circulating some lightness techniques could one manage to stop themselves from sinking several inches with every step. Ryu didn't have to do such things thanks to his northern heavenly wind making him as light as a feather. But Gaiet didn't have such luxury. He could only alternate between training his movement techniques and suffering through the brutal cold. The moon world was shrouded by a perpetual winter. As a pure Een world, it was not only known for its Een beasts, but also its terrible cold. As though this wasn't already dangerous enough, Ryu was slowly inching toward the territory of Een lightning beasts. One had to remember that this was no longer the mortal plane. A sixth-order beast was likely the worst Ryu would have to contend with on the pedestal plane. However, in the moon world, though it was ranked lower than Ryu's shrine realm, it was still very possible for ninth-order beasts to appear. In fact, without the regulation of the Awoken Moon Sect, Ryu predicted that several 10th-order beasts had likely been born in his absence. Little Ryu, I sense something pretty good. Elsa's gaze suddenly lit up. Unlike Gaiet, Ryu didn't feel much in the face of this cold. It wasn't nearly enough to make him uncomfortable, so his entire focus was on scanning his surroundings. In a place like this, he didn't dare to release the full range of his spiritual sense. Powerful beasts would immediately pick up on it and target him. So, it was sufficient to say that Elsa's words were the last thing he expected to hear in this situation. And what's that? Griffins. Ryu's pupils constricted. Griffins? They were ancient beasts on the same level as dragons, phoenixes, or rocks. It was such an exclusive class of existences. What would they be doing here? And Elsa seemed to imply that there was more than one of them, and in such a low-level world at that. It had to be said that though ancient beasts were driven out of Ryu's shrine realm, it didn't mean that they couldn't exist elsewhere. It was just that the main core of their race was eradicated by Ryu's ancestors. It could even be said that the aftereffects of that war was precisely why the shrine realm, though being among the top echelon of worlds, wasn't of the absolute elite. The secrets behind that war and the transition from the ancient beast era to the sky god era were things that Ryu had spent a lot of time studying. But even he didn't have the full breadth of answers. To make a long story short, ancient beasts had mostly been in hibernation since then. So why? Aside from this obvious question, if they really were here, Ryu should be doing his best to run in the opposite direction. They would most definitely sense his ancient beast blood. And, for obvious reasons, humans having noble beast blood was a massive taboo to the ancient beasts. Why was Elsa saying that this was a good thing? All ancient beasts have their traditions. Like you've probably guessed, after the wars fought in your shrine realm, the number of them is incredibly scarce. However, you probably also know that there are many prophecies that tell of their return. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Even Eska, the immortal Sakura sky god, had said something about this. In fact, she claimed her actions were semi-related to a prophecy of this kind. It wasn't that prophesying the future was impossible, but it was rather that it was never 100% accurate. Much like Ryu's lines of fate technique, they always worked in percentages. The Griffins have their own special practices. At birth, they have something similar to the awakenings humans have when they turn 7 years of age. Those above a certain threshold will be allowed to remain with the main clan. Those below will have to prove themselves in other ways. They're often sent to lower-level worlds like this one and are tasked with becoming its ruler within a certain number of years. Should they succeed, they can return to the main clan while the Griffins gain yet another piece of territory. If they fail, they can join a branch clan if and only if they eventually succeed in taking control of the world they were sent to. You sensed a Griffin taking their trial? No, I sensed something even better. I found a Griffin egg that was just dropped off for their trial likely not even a month ago. In fact, it's cracking out of its shell as we speak. Lead the way, Ryu said without hesitation. Ryu didn't care if this Griffin was expelled from its clan for having weak talent. Little Rock, as an example, wouldn't even be allowed into a branch clan. Yet he was a treasured ally for Ryu. Nemesis was even a step worse than that as a beast with a black-grade lineage. In addition to this, Little Rock had an incredibly small wisp of ancestral grade blood, yet it manifested itself as an Earth-grade bloodline equivalent. The little guy was even very close to reaching the heaven grade under Ailsa's care. But any griffin born to the main clan would be of the sovereign grade at worst. A beast of such value falling into his lap in thanks to Ailsa was almost inconceivable. Still, even this was only a small portion of the reason Ryu didn't hesitate to hook Gaiat under his arm and leap onto Nemesis' back, shooting into the distance like a red blur. The abilities of the griffin were legendary. For one, their feathers could cure any poison, curse, or afflicted disease. Secondly, they had incredibly sensitive senses and were born with innate spiritual sense. This ability made them very good at finding treasures and navigating ruins. Though Ailsa was good at finding natural geographical treasures, a griffin could leave her in the dust when it came to man-made treasures. However, of these reasons were enough for Ryu to disregard his safety and charge straight toward where Ailsa's finger pointed. There was a legend Ryu had read many years ago that told of the origin of heavenly pupils. If he had followed the breadcrumbs properly, he was certain that the second-ranked heavenly pupils, the World Eyes, originated from the Griffin clan. Every griffin, no matter how weak, would be born with some version of these pupils. The stronger their bloodline, the stronger their visual prowess. How could Ryu possibly give up a chance to have two of the strongest pairs of eyes by his side? Chapter 357. Begun. Nemesis glided across the thick snow, his mane fluttering. It had been a long time since he could run so freely, so to say that he was happy was an understatement. Though there was a lot of space in the incubator, it ultimately had defined edges. Ryu held Gaiat under his arm tightly, his gaze narrowing with an extra bit of seriousness. He knew that his actions were incredibly reckless. There was a reason he had been proceeding so slowly to this point. However, he knew that there was something Ailsa left out of her story. The death rate amongst griffins who had to take this trial was obscenely high. Not even 1% would survive. The blood of ancient beasts was a delicacy to normal beasts and even others of their kind. Running into an infant griffin was a lucky windfall for even a 10th-order beast. There was no way they'd let the baby griffin go after it hatched, especially since a pillar of light shot into the sky, separating the perpetual cloud cover that snowed year-round. Ryu's own birth had come with an auspicious sign that covered the whole of the shrine realm. The birth of a sovereign beast in such a small world would have no less of a profound impact. Ryu's gaze kept shifting from Gaiat, who was in his arms, to the path before him and back again. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision and finally threw Gaiat into his incubator's world. The trade-off of handing over the secret versus the value of a baby griffin was more than worth it. Ryu knew that even if he got lucky and no 9th and 10th order beasts appeared, it was a foolish wish for him to desire the same to occur for 8th and 7th order beasts. Existences of that level were too ubiquitous in this world. If he didn't pull out all the stops, he would have no chance. And this was especially so if he had a burden like Gaiat by his side. However, he did have 3 advantages. For one, he was relatively close, or else Ailsa wouldn't have been able to sense it. Second, he had moved first. Other beasts would have to either luck into the egg or converge after its birth phenomenon. But Ailsa's sharp senses had caught onto it just as the hatching process began. And, finally, his ice jade crystal body's friend of beast's ability would most definitely come into play. Any beast with ancient blood would have an aversion to him due to his bloodline. After all, even Little Rock battled him before becoming his partner. However, he just might be able to mitigate this with his bone structure. Ryu patted Nemesis' neck, sending him back into the incubator and shooting forward himself. Nemesis simply wasn't a beast known for his speed. Ryu had only been using him to mask his scent as a human, but now it wasn't necessary anymore. A cloak covered his body as he crossed over several mountain ranges. His speed was blinding. It felt that even without his cloak, it would be almost impossible to lay eyes on him. My eyes are more powerful than I thought. Ryu weaved around territories that had lingering chi from beasts far stronger than himself. He could see their residual energy hanging in the air, flickering with the dark, sinister aura of unattributed energy. It was as easy as reading a map. Barely 5 minutes later, Ryu finally crossed into the mountain peak, looking down on the valley the egg had been left in. He suddenly realized that he had another advantage he hadn't thought of until now. Natural phenomena had a certain level of protection that came with them. Those with lineages too weak would never be able to approach one so closely. However, the suppression they felt was entirely shrugged off by him. There are others. Ryu's gaze narrowed, a halberd slowly making its way into his hands. Others was an understatement. There were hundreds of beasts of all shapes and sizes all around. They had furs of deep blacks and blues. Some soared through the skies with a flap of their wings, and others growled on the ground as though to prepare themselves for the coming battle. There was nothing more ingrained in the bestial psyche than evolution and progress. Even if it cost them their lives, they would fight to the bitter end for a chance at rising to the top of the world. It was this mentality that both made them among the strongest and most scarce species in all of existence. At least the most powerful of them were rare anyway. Ryu wasn't surprised by this result. Though he was close, he couldn't have possibly been so lucky to be the closest. Considering how long it took for him to get here with his level of speed, there were most definitely several beasts between him and the egg. It seemed that despite the fact he had only been in this world for a few days, he would already have to put his life on the line for the second time. This is really the phenomenon of a beast they discarded? Beasts are indeed cruel in their pursuit of evolution. Ryu's gaze narrowed. The birth of a sovereign grade talent was celebrated even on the shrine plane. Yet the griffins had tossed it aside. If humans had to face such an enemy again one day, Ryu's jaw set. He jumped, free falling from the mountain's peak. Ryu knew he couldn't allow this stalemate to continue. The more chaotic it was, the better chance he had. He was certain that not only were far more powerful beasts on their way here, but the human experts wouldn't allow such an event to go without their interference either. His aura surged. With so many beasts on edge, the sudden addition of Ryu's actions were like a spark to a powder keg. His halberd slammed down with the fiery rage of crimson flames, smashing tens of fifth-order beasts into meat paste. A powerful heat violently expanded outward, melting the snow beneath his feet to the point dust and soil shot into the skies into a tall mushroom cloud. If e'en beasts had any weaknesses to list off, there were two that would be at the top of the list. One was Yang Lightning and the other was Yang Flames. There would come a day where Ryu tapped into his Lightning Qilin lineage. But for now, this would have to do. That said, Ryu's rage flames weren't just considered normal Yang Flames. They were among the very strongest in all of existence. And, not only were they powerful, but they had already entered the ruler realm, a level normally exclusive to immortals. Simply put, even 7th order Een beasts could not easily survive beneath his might. Roars of pain and anguish filled the skies. The chaos had begun. Chapter 358. Race. Ryu vanished into the cloud of smoke, his footsteps so light that a single tap to the ground sent him zooming forward several hundred meters. His pupils flickered from side to side at blinding speeds, quickly finding blind spots amidst the beasts and using them to slaughter wantonly. Ryu's figure was like a fluttering wind, appearing to the backs of unsuspecting beasts and lighting them afire in a furious blaze with his halberd. Like clockwork, the enraged beasts would lash out at those around them, furious that the end of their lives was quickly approaching and causing a cascading impact toward the overall situation. Yet, in all this time, no one managed to lay eyes on the culprit. Ryu was too fast, his cloak's abilities too heaven-defying, and his craftiness too overwhelming. Ryu avoided the 7th and 8th order beasts, slaughtering his way through swaths of 5th and 6th order ones. However, there was only a small time this would work, and Ryu was well aware of this. It took not even a minute for him to light the entire valley in battle. Then, without hesitation, he planted his foot firmly into the ground and shot toward the pillar that surrounded the hatching egg. As though on command, dozens of beasts shot forward with him. Beasts of this level were no less intelligent than humans. They saw how the situation was going and could even tell that someone was instigating it, but for some reason, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find this person. Thinking to this point, they knew that the wait-and-see approach wouldn't work any longer, so they shot toward the egg. The sight of the baby griffin's phenomenon was truly jaw-dropping. Even on the ground of the valley, it was impossible to see the form of the egg. Instead, there was a pillar of blinding white light that pierced the clouds above in the way. The gloomy cover that perpetually covered the moon world burst apart into concentric circles, rippling outward like the waves of a calm lake suffering the throw of a stone. Without suspense, large swaths of beasts that sharped for the pillar were repelled backward. Some of them were even incinerated to ash. Their lineages were simply too poor and weak. But this was exactly what Ryu had planned for. His cloak wasn't all-powerful. It had some striking weaknesses of its own. For one, he was unable to disappear before the sight of even the weakest individual if they had their senses trained on him, whether that be their eyesight or their spiritual sense. Secondly, the higher the cultivation of the being he wanted to hide from, the higher state of meditation he had to enter, or else he would risk being found. And, thirdly, his invisibility didn't make him lose his substance. That meant that his invisibility could be interrupted by a sufficiently powerful physical or energy-based event. In this case, even though Ryu was certain that the pillar wouldn't be able to rebuff him so easily, the act of him interacting with it would most definitely dispel his invisibility. So he needed a cover. The blood and gore of dying beasts would just have to be enough. Ryu fluttered into the barrier beneath the writhing corpse of a massive beast. The moment he entered, he felt like a fish in water. The energies that had blocked so many beasts before him was almost like a refreshing rain of dew to the Tatsuya clan scion. Of course, not all of the beasts ended up in such a sorry state. In the pillar with him, Ryu could see several 8th Order beasts who had made it to this point. In fact, they could see him as well. With all the wild chi fluctuations within this pillar, it was obviously impossible for him to maintain his invisibility. That said, that was what his necromancer half-mask was for. If it was impossible to hide from everyone, at the very least, those who could see him wouldn't be able to sense his unique chi signature, nor his physical features. About the only things they would know about him was that he was male, and that he was a human. Several roars were suddenly aimed toward Ryu. If these beasts weren't sure before who caused the chaos, they were now. Of course they could leave it to a human to instigate such slaughter. Ryu swept his gaze over the massive beasts. He couldn't lay a finger toward and walked forward unperturbed. In this sort of environment they should worry about themselves. If they let up for even a moment, the backlash this phenomenon would cause them would be irreparable. Ryu had gone through all of this trouble so that these beasts wouldn't be able to stop him from entering this pillar. But now that he didn't need to spare them more than a glance. Everything was working perfectly so far. He dashed forward, leaving the roaring beasts in his dust. Ailsa, how much longer will this phenomenon last? Depending on the species and strength of a phenomena, anywhere from a few seconds and minutes to even days. But there's something strikingly odd about this one. It's different. Different good, or different bad? As in this phenomenon is far weaker than it should be. If not, there's no way Earth-grade beasts like the ones we just passed would be able to enter at all, even if they are of the 8th Order. Only if they were of the 9th would they have a chance. This baby griffin is likely very weak even by the standards of their branch clans. Ryu nodded. He didn't mind this too much at all. In the end, an ancestor beast was an ancestor beast. From the barrier to the center of the pillar of light, there was easily 10 kilometers of space. However, with Ryu's current speed, it took him no more than a few seconds to cover it. He didn't take any chances at all, activating his imposed realm wind inheritance to its fullest extent. In a few blinks, Ryu had made it to the egg. He wasn't very surprised that it was massive, standing at what seemed to be easily 5 times his height. Griffin eggs shouldn't be this white either, Ailsa said slowly. Ryu could sense the gears in her mind turning. What do you think I should do? Ryu asked. If I put it away now, wouldn't the phenomenon disappear? There might be 10 kilometers between me and those beasts, but that's a blink of an eye to them. No matter how fast Ryu was, he was under no illusions that he was faster than even the slowest 8th Order beast. When cultivation reaches such a high level, such distances are nothing but child's play. This was why he hadn't dared to simply run through the barrier without stirring some chaos first. If he hadn't, those beasts could have definitely killed him with a single glance before he even made it into the pillar. If he put the egg away now, Would the chi fluctuations dissipate quickly enough for him to cloak himself before those beasts locked onto him? That was simply impossible. To make matters worse, the egg disappearing would still weaken the fluctuations enough for the restricted movements of those beasts to become far less so, putting him in even more danger. As if this wasn't bad enough, if he tried to simply move the egg without putting it away, the pillar would move along with it, making such an action useless. Ryu felt a major headache coming on. He was beginning to realize that he hadn't thought this through enough. "I have a solution," Elsa said. "If I didn't, I wouldn't let you come here. I know you're always reckless when it comes to these kinds of things. I'll slip the egg into the ethereal plane. There'll be a small lag in the phenomenon as a result. Use that time to exit the 10-kilometer radius." Ryu's gaze brightened. The phenomenon was occurring on the real plane currently. If Elsa did as she said, there would be a sort of disconnect or interference for just a moment. Due to that lag, for a split second, it would seem like the egg was still here when in reality, it was already in Ryu's incubator. "But you'll need to run faster than you did to get here. Much faster." Ryu's expression became covered with a piercing cold. He silently felt the changes in his body. Then, he spoke the words he had heard Edwin speak before. "First pulse. Release." The land beneath Ryu's feet shattered. A violent boom sweeping out as a fierce red aura billowed from his body. "I'm ready." Elsa nodded. The next moments happened in a flash. The egg fading to the ethereal plane. Ryu taking it into his incubator. The phenomenon fluctuating. Ryu shooting off into the distance like a meteor streaking through the skies. It was a race against time. Chapter 359. Masks. It wasn't until Ryu had pierced toward over 200 meters away that the ground he exploded from blasted part, leaving a deep semi-sphere of over 10 meters in diameter. And, by the time the pillar of light began to falter and wane, Ryu had already traveled over 8 kilometers, just barely within the range of the flickering pillar of light. Ryu's jaw was covered in pulsing veins that snaked up his cheek and his forehead. He circulated fragment breeze to his utmost, making his inner organs scream as his chaotic silk meridians pressed up against them. Not enough. Second pulse. Released. Boom. Space trembled beneath Ryu's speed. His thighs bulged, tearing the pants of his robes apart. Ryu subconsciously circulated, lined assault. Never would he have thought that he would need to use a black-grade technique in such a situation, but he found his body executing it before he could react. His limbs and torso bent like a bow with every step, his explosive straight-line acceleration reaching obscene levels. A green-goldish glow wrapped around his body, the image of a green-haired fairy manifesting to his back. Ryu burst out of the range of the pillar. Without hesitation, he swallowed 3 silver vein spirit-seeking lily petals. His state of meditation seamlessly entered breath of earth before skyrocketing into one with self, the legendary 5th state. The bloody battle of beasts surged all around him. Some were still rushing toward the flickering pillar, while others were fighting battles to the death. Several large auras are making their way here, Ryu. You can't stay. Ryu's tense nerves didn't calm. He kept sprinting with all his might, beginning the visualization of the largest warp he could. Just when the ground was about to swallow him, he understood that he had miscalculated. His body had managed to leave his target range in time, but in exchange, he was forced to manifest his northern heavenly wind's mortal endowment. Such a strong existence couldn't possibly be missed by the powerful characters all around him. Ryu was stunned when he registered the bloody hole in his chest. He realized that this was what absolute power was. With all his talent, he hadn't felt anything from start to end. He hadn't realized that he had been targeted. He hadn't felt the killing intent lock onto him. He hadn't even perceived the attack piercing through him. All Ryu could see were the beasts that had just been before him being incinerated to ash. It was only then he was able to deduce that he had been attacked not from the front, but from his back. As Ryu fell forward, his lip curled into a bloody and bitter smile. You've taught me a good lesson today. Ryu collapsed to the ground. In the distance, what seemed to be a youthful young man leisurely lowered his bow. Despite his appearance, he had easily experienced several 10,000 years of life. and, judging by the fluctuations in his chi, he had long since entered the Path Extinction realm. A divine vessel realm boy did so much by himself? If he hadn't made that mistake, I would have missed him. Well, no matter, I'll snatch him from wherever it is he's planning on teleporting to. Makes things more convenient for me. That way I won't have to worry about those 8th Order monsters. Just who was that boy, though? That elemental mortal endowment was so powerful despite only being in the Impose realm. If his background is powerful, I have to make sure my connection to his death is never exposed. His eyes flashed with a cold light. The young man could tell that Ryu had begun circulating a teleportation technique just before he pierced him. That arrow had both killed Ryu and left a small tag on his destination. This would make things much easier for him. Lucky me. Who knew that I would gain such a boon while completing such a menial task? Ryu's body finally hit the ground, being swallowed by the warp visualization he had just barely finished before being pierced by the arrow. It could only be said that the young man's timing was impeccable. Hey kiddos, you 3 wait here and don't do anything reckless. I'll be right back. The young man turned back toward 2 boys and a girl who actually looked just about as young as he did. They held haughty expressions, but they didn't dare turn it toward the young man before them. It was more so an arrogance buried deep within their bones. We won't be late. Will we, Marshal Uncle Zulfikar? The young woman asked. Of course not. Despite his confident answer, the 3 youths couldn't help but feel bitter. They felt no reason to trust this martial uncle of theirs. He was too unreliable. The only reason they had traveled so deeply into beast territory to begin with was because he had gotten them lost. Then, even knowing they were running late and that they were lost, he didn't hesitate to take the 3 of them toward that pillar of light. They still didn't even know what was being born. Was it a spiritual herb? A powerful beast? A natural treasure? They had no idea. But what they did know was that it wasn't safe to be here. You'd have to be at least of the Tao pedestal realm to roam here semi-freely. Even their powerful martial uncle wasn't worthy of this. He was too reckless in taking them here. Ah, stop worrying so much. I'll be back in a flash. Without another word, he vanished into a puff of smoke. If Ryu had been there, he would raise an eyebrow at the fact all 4 of them wore necromancer masks. Zulfikar carefully navigated the battlefield. He knew that the beasts were in a rage after Ryu disappeared, and he also knew that there were very likely several human experts on their way here. He had to take the utmost caution to not be caught. Chapter 360, Lesson. The truth was that the 3 youths with him hadn't been able to see the battle situation like he had. His mental realm was far beyond theirs, and he was an expert at controlling it. It may have seemed like he was close to the valley, but the truth was that he was several mountain peaks away and over 100 kilometers from Ryu. Those 3 young necromancers thought he was going closer to check out the situation. They had no idea that he already had a firm grasp of where the treasure was and that it was already all but his now. Zulfikar smiled to himself, seemingly content. A divine vessel realm boy managed to teleport so far away? How is that possible? Warp had a very short range. Within 100 meters was the best one can do, and most would be even worse. But Ryu had managed to not only leave the range of the valley, but had also exited the entire range of the conflict. That was several kilometers at the very least. How could a spiritual endowment expert have so much spiritual chi? At this point, Zulfikar was even happier that Ryu was dead. Having such an anomaly as an enemy would make it difficult for him to even sleep at night. But he felt that this was only right. If this boy wasn't at least this heaven-defying, how could he dare to enter this place and even steal a treasure beneath the eyes of so many experts? If it wasn't for him noticing the fluctuations of Ryu's northern heavenly wind mortal endowment, Ryu would have actually gotten away cleanly. The other beasts and experts ultimately ignored it because it was just of the Impose realm. So, they didn't analyze it too deeply and just assumed it was just more rabble fighting amongst each other. However, Zulfikar had had a literal bird's eye view of the entire matter. He knew well that that was no normal Impose realm inheritance. Ha! Zulfikar froze. He had reached the place Ryu should have come to, but he didn't find the corpse he was looking for. In fact, there wasn't a single drop of blood. nor was there even the slightest energy fluctuation. That's impossible. I completely destroyed his heart. Zulfikar's frown deepened. Could he be wrong about the location? But that was impossible too. He had perfectly mapped it all to this very place. His fine control of his spiritual sense was exactly why he was of the greatest necromancers of his generation. He wouldn't make such a rudimentary mistake. Opening up his palm, several spiders barely 2 inches long appeared. However, if one looked closely, they were entirely exoskeleton. They shot off in all directions, looking for even the tiniest of clues. If Mateus were here, he would be in absolute awe. Compared to bone, exoskeletons of deceased beasts were incredibly fragile. This was doubly so considering the extraordinarily small size of the corpse puppet Zulfikar was controlling. Forget about being precise. Even implementing the slightest bit of uncontrolled spiritual chi would cause these corpse puppets to break, crumbling to dust. The amount of fine motor control needed to be the master of just one was completely outside the bounds of reason. Yet Zulfikar was controlling hundreds. To say that this seemingly young man was a genius was the understatement of understatements. However, even with his genius, he was completely unable to find Ryu. A daunting shadow was cast over his heart. Just how was any of this possible? Zulfikar stood without a word for a long time. Don't let me find you before you grow. Without another word, he turned and left, not knowing that Ryu was just 10 meters beneath his feet. Ryu knew quite well that Zulfikar was standing above him. Or rather, he would have known had he had the wherewithal to care. In his present state, he was completely reliant on Ailsa to operate the cloak. The issue was that Ailsa still couldn't stay in her true form for very long. The good news was that she had lasted long enough for Zulfikar to leave. The bad news was that it was impossible for them to tell whether or not he had left any of his corpse puppets behind. With his level of control, and their small size, Ryu wasn't confident in dealing with them.
Plus.
He had a fist-size hole in his chest. Had he not fused with the realm heart, he would be a dead man already. This was too close of a call. He hadn't even been here a week, yet he had almost died twice. Well, 3 times if he counted Zulfikar's arrow and his search for 2. Well, he got what he had asked for. He wanted to live with his life on the line, and the moon world delivered. This said, the potential lingering corpse puppets may not be too much of a problem because Ryu and Ailsa were already on the move, tunneling through the ground. Ryu lay in his death-worm immortal cave beneath the immortal chi source Ailsa had evolved, paled-faced and wheezing. However, despite his ghastly wound, he knew that his life wasn't on the line. Half of his heart existed on the ethereal plane, so as long as an attack didn't exist across both planes, he could recover. Unfortunately, though, in order to recover he would need to swallow his precious crown-grade spiritual herbs. The stronger a body, the more difficult it is to heal. You may be a divine vessel realm expert, but your body is already as stronger as an immortal ring expert. You'll have to swallow all of them. Not all of the 5 remaining crown-grade herbs Ryu had were good for healing. He had given one of them to Guyot, so he only had 2 left. However, Ryu had the incubator and his own knowledge as an herbologist. Those 2 healing herbs could be absorbed normally, but for the final 3 he would have to make some modifications. It's just that it's extremely difficult to think when there was a hole in your chest. Ryu had no choice but to absorb the first 2 spiritual herbs first, hoping it would alleviate his pain. The incubator did what it was meant to do. The tyrannical energies became as docile as a baby. Ryu could almost instantaneously feel his flesh and bone begin to reform and color slowly return to his face. It took several days of nursing the energies he absorbed and calculating how to efficiently use the remaining 3 herbs to maximize their small healing abilities. But Ryu's situation finally stabilized, countless liters of blood later. For the first time in what felt like forever, Ryu slowly sat up. It would take some time for his lost blood to be recuperated. It was only right, his blood was worth more on average than others and he needed a lot of fuel to sustain it. Unfortunately, he hadn't been doing much eating in the recent days for obvious reasons. Ryu's gaze still held a biting cold. He had analyzed the energy fluctuations that pierced him so many times that he could recognize them even if he was burnt to dust. He had really almost died. A good lesson indeed. The cold glint in his eyes was so fierce that his silver irises seemed blue for a moment. Chapter 361. Curse. Ryu took a deep breath. He didn't feel lucky that his heart had been targeted and not his head. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that it was by design. Whoever attacked him realized that he was preparing a warp, and timed his attack such that it landed just when his visualization was complete. Had this person attacked his head instead, his mental realm would have shattered, breaking the connection he had to his warp, and making it fail. In the end, the heart was about the only place he could attack to execute his plan. Whoever this person is has a level of spiritual chi control I've never seen before. More control than I even thought possible. Are you all right now? Because this little one seems to think that I'm his mother. Elsa's voice entered Ryu's ears. It was rare for him to actually hear her speak aloud. Normally, it would just sound in his mind, but the feeling wasn't the same. It was easy to forget that there was such a beauty on his shoulders all the time. Elsa walked toward Ryu with a shimmering white gown. Her golden hair flowed like the first light of dawn, and her ruby-red eyes held an ethereal magnetism to them, the kind that seemed of another world. It was the kind of thing you'd expect in the glint of a fairy's eye. Women were rarely so tall in Ryu's experience, but there was something about Elsa's height that made her seem even further from the natural world. In her arms, a bundle of white nestled in her bosom. Its body was incredibly frail, but it seemed quite comfortable using Elsa's ample chest as a pillow. Ryu frowned. That was most definitely not what a griffin was supposed to look like. Their fur and feathers were white, yes. However, it wasn't meant to be entirely white. Their feathers were meant to form a crown on their heads, and the very edges of that crown varied in faded colors. Some griffin bloodlines had blue feather tips, others had red. The possibilities were endless. But each represented a different strength of bloodline. However, white feather tips didn't exist. In addition to this, all griffins had a gemstone on their foreheads. It was this gem that carried the strength of their innate spiritual sense. Innate spiritual sense was a fairly simple concept, whereas those without one, like Ryu, had to awaken their spiritual sense by mental realm cultivating. Griffins had theirs from birth. This both made their mental realms more robust, and they had, on average, much larger ranges. Their gemstone was the source of this ability, not to mention the core of much of their inherited techniques. But this young griffin didn't seem to have one. And, to address the elephant in the room, how did a 5-story tall egg produce what amounted to a puppy that could fit in Elsa's arms? Ryu sighed, gingerly walking to Elsa. He accepted the baby griffin when she passed it to him. The little guy was actually quite adorable. It slept away, apparently not even realizing that Ryu was holding it up by its armpits. The legends of griffins having eagle claws, scorpion tails, and lion bodies were actually tainted versions caused by members of their kind with extremely impure blood. Their true form was right before Ryu now. Well, in part. They had soft paws hiding their claws like a lion cub would. Their backs did carry wings, but their tails were completely as one would expect, covered in soft fur. The real distinguishing quality of griffins was the seamless transition of their fur-covered faces into a subtle beak. That and, of course, their gemstone and crown of feathers. This little guy really did look like a griffin for the most part, right down to its small beak and folded wings. But it was far more lacking in every other regard. It should have been born at least 5 meters in size at a minimum. Yet it wasn't even 2 feet in length. It should have had a colored crown of feathers, but it was completely blank, as though it hadn't inherited any of the Griffin clan's most powerful bloodlines. And it didn't even have a gemstone. No, Ryu realized now that it did. It was just that it was so incredibly small that it couldn't peek out from the fur on its face. Author's note: if you'd like to see the inspiration for this version of the Griffin, check out RRR's wiki fandom page. I've been slowly building it up recently. It already has detailed explanations of every Chi realm cultivation stage up to the Path Extinction realm. https://rise-rising-risen fandom.com/wiki/griffins. The baby griffin yawned, its small little tongue sticking outward as its large eyes sleepily blinked open. It silently observed Ryu for a moment, realizing that it had never seen this human before. Its eyes are white. It doesn't have the world pupils. Ryu almost smiled bitterly. All those born with the second-ranked heavenly pupils had golden eyes, just like all those born with his pupils had silver eyes. The fact this baby griffin didn't have this coloration meant that the reason Ryu risked his life wasn't even waiting as a reward for him. Ryu sighed. "You're a cripple too, huh?" Ryu gently brought the small griffin into his arm, rubbing its crown of fur until it settled back into its nap again. It snuggled into Ryu's arms, seemingly finding him even more comfortable despite his lack of appropriate assets. "Since you're a girl, I'll call you Little Gem." "So what's wrong with her?" Ryu asked. He believed that Ailsa definitely had an answer by now. "The little one is cursed." Ryu was speechless for a moment. Wasn't one of the abilities of the Griffin race to cure all curses? What kind of warped reality was this? Ailsa sighed. "Not all curses are created equal, and nothing is infallible. So someone harmed this child with capabilities beyond even the natural abilities of the Griffin? Not exactly. It's not someone, but something. The heavens cursed her." Ryu's gaze flashed with a cold glint. The whiteness of her coat and eyes are symptoms of this curse. It's almost an artificial cap the heavens place on certain powerful species to stop them from growing too powerful and allowing the balance to be maintained. For this little one to appear, it means that the Griffins are at a tipping point in their evolution. They may be ascending to a new tier of strength soon, so the suppression on them has an added level of fierceness. It's a trial the heavens sets for bloodlines. Little Gem just happened to be the unlucky one. Ryu had known that cultivation had tribulations to undergo, but he never thought that bloodlines did too. The worst part about this curse is that this doesn't necessarily mean that this little one is a great talent either. The heavens are simply trying to bottleneck the reproduction rate of the Griffins. How talented Little Gem is unfortunately irrelevant. This is why the little one is so unlucky. Ryu's gaze became colder. For one, this meant that the ancient beasts were already so close to completing their comeback, and maybe even coming back stronger than ever, judging by Ailsa's words. But he wasn't even thinking about this in any real capacity. He was more so focused on the heavens pissing him off again. Chapter 362. Oblige. About a month later, Ryu had made his way to a city known as Fel. He was actually quite familiar with this place. Or, rather, he was very familiar with any place he had been to before, thanks to the origin flame making his memories infallible. He had visited this city twice before with his mother. In truth, there wasn't anything special about this city. Though compared to those of the mortal and pedestal planes, it was quite grandiose. It was still mid-sized to the others of the moon world. However, despite her status, Ryu's mother loved coming here because it was where her favorite flower originated from. The city was named Fel after this flower. The fallen petal rose was a spiritual herb of the heaven grade that was nothing but stem and root for 99% of its life. However, just moments before its death, it would bloom in the most gorgeous of ways, giving way to a sight Himari, Ryu's mother, couldn't get enough of. Both times the mother-son pair visited this season was for this blooming. Ryu still remembered those awe-inspiring sights. There was even a point where he promised Elena to have their wedding in this place. However, this moment was not the fallen petal rose's blooming season. That said, the imprint the flower left behind was clear and obvious. All across the cityscape, along cobbled roads and around store windows, the vines of the flowerless spiritual herb spread. It gave the city the feeling of a hidden garden, buried beneath an endless greenery. However, it carried a heavy een and dark aura with it. The fallen petal rose was known for swallowing yang in its unbloomed form. This dropped the temperature of the city, while skyrocketing the concentration of yin qi. As a result, the city that could produce the most beautiful sight the mistress of the Tatsuya clan had ever laid eyes upon, was ironically quite ugly the rest of the time. That said, it would depend on who you asked. To Guyot, coming here was like a nightmare. But to Ryu, he quite enjoyed the aesthetic of the vine-covered buildings and roads. And his Ice Phoenix bloodline adored the high-quality een. Ryu had come to this city in order to break through to his second body vessel. after gathering up hundreds of 7th Order in Lightning spiritual roots. He believed he had enough to satiate his Lightning Qilin bloodline. At first, he was worried about what absorbing in lightning for a young Lightning bloodline would do to him, but he had almost forgotten that he had a cultist fairy by his side. If it was detrimental to him, Ailsa would have never allowed him to do it. "This city is perfect," Ailsa said, swinging her long legs as she sat on Ryu's shoulders. It seemed that she too was ignoring the sick face Guyot was making. "If they still have those cultivation rooms you spoke of, it would be even more perfect. But even if they don't, with this kind of environment, it won't be an issue to make our own. You still haven't told me exactly what you want to do." "I already told you," Ailsa said with a sweet smile. "Absolute extremes give birth to absolute opposites." Little Gem stirred in Ryu's arms, yawning adorably before shifting a bit and going back to sleep. She unfortunately couldn't stay away for more than an hour or two a day. Her body was too frail and wasn't very good at retaining the energy she consumed. Even her bones felt thin and hollow like that of a bird's. Ryu had no qualms about carrying her around like this because no one would recognize a griffin anyway. Plus, even if they did, they would never know that the legendary griffin could ever be so small. On top of that, Little Gem didn't exude the aura of an ancient beast because of the curse, and the little bit she did exude could easily be blocked by Ailsa. The real reason Ryu was carrying her around, though, was because the poor baby griffin panicked whenever he left her in the incubator. "You did already say this, but you never explained exactly what it meant. The formation of 8 extremes. Sleep and wakefulness. Yin and yang. Life and death. Order and chaos. The heavens love order, but to maintain it, there needs to be balance. Wherever an extreme appears, there's an equally high chance of its opposite being birthed as well. You tell me the fallen petal rose, is it a yin spiritual herb, or a yang one?" Hearing this question, Ryu's gaze flashed with a certain understanding. At the same time, several theories about how he might improve Esme came to mind. The fallen petal rose swallowed nothing but yang energy for hundreds of years, but when it bloomed, it gushed out with an abundance of yin. "It seemed you understand now. I'll set up the formation of 8 extremes for you. It will concentrate the yin lightning you've accumulated and birth its perfect opposition. Hopefully, this will help you awaken the first talent of your Lightning Qilin bloodline. It has been lagging behind for too long. When it came to talent awakenings, it was always a crapshoot. Ryu hadn't been guaranteed to awaken the 3 flames he had to now. They only had thanks to his origin flame. However, the Lightning Qilin bloodline obviously had no flames of its own. A single bloodline had dozens of talents, some weaker and some stronger. It was uncertain which would awaken, but maybe with a cultist fairy guiding him, it would be less of a guessing game. At the very least, it seemed Ailsa already had one she was shooting for in mind. And so did Ryu if he was being honest with himself. Finally, the life partner pair plus Guyot made it to the destination. It was a tall martial tower that seemed from the outside as though its individual floors were built separately before being stacked atop one another in a spiraling pattern. "This is a good place to test yourself, Guyot. I won't be supporting you from now on, but if I had to give you some advice, I'd say make it as far as you can in this martial tower first. If you perform well, it can give you some funds in return to support yourself." Guyot stiffly nodded, still trying to shake the goosebumps this city gave him off. He didn't know how anyone could find a snow and black vine-covered city anything but creepy. "Yes, the procession will be here soon. Stop talking about it. All those events are nothing but wastes of time for those elitists to show off their disciples. Who cares if they come here? I'd rather take my chances going up the tower." "Idiot. This tower is owned by those elitists you're talking your nose up at too. Stop pretending." "Procession? Parading disciples." Ryu raised an eyebrow as a piece of a conversation drifted to his ears. The lobby of the martial tower was practically filled to the brim with young cultivators. But this wasn't a surprise. This tower was meant for serious business from the outside, but the inside was more like a social gathering. There were bars, scantily clad dancers, musicians, and even some alchemists who were sneakily slipping their latest concoction into the palms of their customers. When Ryu had come here last, it had obviously not looked like this. It wasn't because this place had degenerated from its norm, but rather because who would dare put up such a bad image for the mistress and scion of the Tatsuya clan? In this life, though, he got to see its true face. Did you remember something? Ilsa asked curiously. If they were talking about what I think they were talking about, it should be the elimination event. Disciples chosen by those top establishments must go on tour and challenge the mid-level cities of the moon world as a sort of trial by blood. Only then can they affirm their spots as students or disciples. If you happen to defeat one of these disciples, you can receive a probationary spot as a working disciple for the institution in question. Just a working disciple? Ryu shook his head. It's the reason why they're complaining about it now. It's already impossible enough to defeat their hand-picked disciples, yet you don't even get properly awarded for it. Back when the Awoken Moon sect was under our jurisdiction, we had too many other things to worry about than to focus on making the rules of this world fairer. Elsa nodded. This was the dark truth of the world. Even the kindest of rulers couldn't possibly cover the sky with a hand. If they oppressed their subordinates too much, their empire would only become more fragile. But, when compared to the other horrible occurrences of the martial world, for example, what those so-called martial gods allowed the white devils to do to the mortal plane, Ryu's Tatsuya clan was a group of angels. My friend would like to take the tower trial, and I'll take a Tier 8 cultivation room. Ryu spoke emotionlessly after finally weaving his way to the central command desk of the lobby. The receptionist, a middle-aged man, frowned. A Tier 8 cultivation room is meant for Path Extinction Realm experts. Even if you have the money to waste, young man, you shouldn't look down on your parents' hard work so easily. I understand, was all Ryu said. After several seconds of not hearing anything else, the receptionist could only oblige. Chapter 363, Lightning Qilin Bloodline. The price for the Tier 8 cultivation room was 100 peak mortal chi stones an hour, which ended up as 2,400 a day. So, it was for good reason that the receptionist felt that Ryu was wasting good money. However, in Ryu's mind, such a price was far cheaper than what he had been expecting. Paying mortal chi stones for the cultivation room of a Path Extinction Realm expert? Something didn't seem quite right. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Why is it so cheap? The receptionist was shocked by Ryu's question. What was wrong with this young man? Listen, kid. If you've come here to stir up trouble, I don't have the patience for it. If you can't afford it, leave. Ryu frowned, his cold expression stopping the receptionist from speaking anything harsher. You're selling a Path Extinction Realm level cultivation room for mortal chi stones, and you don't see any problem with that? A sudden laughter came over Ryu's shoulder. This friend, a Tier 8 cultivation room hasn't represented such a thing in a long time. This receptionist is exaggerating. Clearly, he doesn't know what he's talking about. At most, it's pretty good for connecting Heaven Realm cultivators. The highest Tier 9 is passable for an Immortal Ring cultivator. If you really need something high quality, that's the best you will get here. The receptionist blushed with embarrassment. Ryu's question to him had left him speechless because he really didn't have a good answer. He had only repeated the things his employers asked him to. Ryu raised an eyebrow, looking back to see a young man wearing a half-mask. Ryu even recognized the insignia at its top corner, a flower blooming to reveal a cratered moon within. The Moonlight Blossom Sect. Some half-masks were without affiliation like Ryu's current one, though that was mostly due to Hecate's methods being rejected by the broader necromancer community. However, those who did have clans or sects they were tied to had their symbols engraved onto their masks. There was no difference in substance between these kind of masks. They were still ultimately protected by the Necromancer Guild network. It was only a matter of pride in some instances. The Moonlight Blossom sect is the sect Ryu had already chosen to join before he even stepped foot into the Awoken Moon sect the very first time. In fact, this was even before he had decided to become a necromancer as well. They just happened to have something that would be quite helpful to him should he be able to get it. I see then. Thank you. Ryu replied plainly before turning back to the receptionist. I'll take a Tier 9 cultivation room. The price is 1 lower Immortal Chi stone a day. Ryu handed over 10 of them without much of a fuss. Be careful during the trial. You can lose your life. he said to Guyot simply before following the attendant who appeared away. Senior brother Neil, he was way too casual with you. Who cares if he has a little money? Seemingly unsatisfied with Ryu's attitude, another half-masked young man pursed his lips. Neil waved a hand, silencing his junior brother as he watched Ryu's back disappeared. Who is he? Neil's attention turned toward Guyot, who was just about to leave with his own attendant. Guyot blinked, not knowing how to answer. Ryu hadn't exactly drilled him in how to respond to such a question. However, he was certain that that day Ryu sent him into that world that something important had happened. He didn't know what, but he had a feeling that Ryu didn't want people knowing about it. However, Guyot also knew that for him, lying to someone so much stronger than him, especially one with a powerful mental realm like a necromancer would be next to impossible. So, he could only tell the truth while remaining as vague as possible. I do not know much about him. I had to beg to get him to bring me here. I only know that he is powerful and that his name is Ryu. That is all. Neil's junior brother snorted. I'm sure many things are powerful to you. Ryu? Is that all you have of his name? I'm not sure of his family name. He doesn't usually tell people what it is. Is it that he doesn't tell people? Or that he doesn't have one? This time, Neil didn't correct his junior brother. He was curious about the answer. In the end, Guyot could only answer with his humble opinion. He knew that the pedestal plane believed Ryu was nameless. But, I believe he simply doesn't tell people. Neil's gaze flashed. You believe, huh? This is your Tier 9 cultivation room. If you would like to ask for more time, please use the built-in small-scale teleportation array to send down more chi stones. If you fail to do so, and overstay your payment limit, there will be guards on standby to escort you out even if you are at a critical point in your cultivation. So, please be mindful of this. Ryu nodded but didn't say much else. He could only be inwardly disappointed by the state this martial tower had fallen to. For a Tier 9 cultivation room to fall to barely within Tier 7 levels was unacceptable. The only explanation had to be the war Ryu had fallen into when he got here. This peaceful surface obviously wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. Turmoil had been boiling in this place for a long while already. This will be a good place for me to hone my skill as a necromancer. Maybe I can find that missing piece I've been lacking. For months now, Ryu had already felt like he was on the brink of something in his control as a necromancer. However, he didn't know what it was, and Ailsa was unable to help him. After all, she was a cultist fairy, not a Kabus fairy, but the moon world provided the perfect opportunity to learn from true necromancers and fill in what the Zhu clan was lacking. But first, my Lightning Qilin bloodline. It was quite ironic. Ryu's Qilin bloodline especially made his path of necromancy incredibly difficult. It constantly clashed with his attempts at diving toward the darker and more Yin-based death chi. However, he had never really gotten anything in return for that headache aside from a basic boost to his physical strength. It was about time his fourth bloodline started pulling some of its own weight. A gentle click sounded behind Ryu, followed by the turning of complex gears and a gushing of powerful immortal chi. Ryu took a deep breath then sat in a calm meditation as Ailsa entered her full form. Chapter 364. Lightning Qilin Bloodline 2. Why are you naked? Ryu finished adjusting himself, only to open his eyes to find a blood-boiling sight. Why were all the women in his life like this? Elena was always doing that sort of thing, and the first time he met Ailsa she hadn't been wearing anything either. This wasn't the second time he had seen Ailsa like this either. It was just that he tried his best to scrub it clean from his memory. She was simply too enticing. No matter how cold he was ultimately a man attracted to women. While you're enjoying the sight, take off your clothes as well. Our intimacy is not yet deep enough to do this clothed. You can only blame yourself. Ailsa's teasing words weren't exactly wrong. In fact, they were quite accurate. Ryu shook his head and obliged. He stripped his chest bare. Those have to go too. Ailsa giggled lightly, the long golden hair that had covered her most sensitive parts parting ever so slightly to reveal two undulating mounds of flesh. Her skin looked so soft that even the slightest touch would bruise her. Ryu sighed, taking off his lower undergarments. He didn't believe that Ailsa was taking advantage of him. Maybe years ago, when they first met, he would have been defensive toward such asks. But their relationship had at least evolved enough for him to trust that she understood boundaries. He trusted that if this wasn't entirely necessary, she wouldn't ask it of him. Ailsa, seemingly understanding that Ryu had this trust in her, felt a warmth in her heart. Her smile became less teasing and more genuine. When Ryu was ready, she climbed into his lap, resting her soft back to his broad chest. She was quite tall for a woman, standing at just over 6 feet tall. However, she was still completely enveloped by Ryu. Like a pair of nesting dolls, she perfectly fit in her place. Place your open palms upwards on your thighs. Ryu steadied his breathing, obliging. He had already realized why Ailsa felt this was necessary. He could feel her heartbeat through her back. And, the moment he laid the back of his hands on his crossed legs and her palms slipped into his, their level of synchronization reached near perfection. Their breathing, their hearts, and their blood rushed and beat together. And, maybe the most important point was that Ailsa's time limit for staying in her full form was extended practically indefinitely. The only drawback of this method was that Ryu had to calm his mind once again. Dealing with Ailsa's delicate fragrance or her soft back to his chest was one thing. But, the feeling of her plump bottom separating into two on a particularly sensitive part of his wasn't so easy to ignore. It took Ryu half an hour before he managed to regain his same state of calm. Ailsa seemed to understand this, so other than smiling a satisfied smile to herself, she said nothing else. In fact, she went out of her way to not move a single inch. Slowly but sure, Ryu's lower regions, which were threatening to roar and display their might, cooled and he managed to enter the first state of meditation. Moments later, he entered Breath of Earth. Then, finally, Breath of Heaven. Good. Ailsa didn't actually speak, nor did she use a chi line technique. All she did was think the words, and Ryu managed to easily comprehend her intentions without them exchanging so much as a gaze. All around the pair, a dense array drawn of blood slowly chilled around them. However, one would never guess what they were made of. The lines were too clean and precise. It was as though they were drawn with curved rulers on a sheet of paper. There was only one clue as to the origin of this array's lines. At every node, there were large bowls forged of beast bone, filled to the brim with blood and processed spiritual root with a mixture of unknown spiritual herbs. The temperature of the room continued to plummet. A day later, the pair still hadn't moved an inch, but frost had begun to appear all around the room. For context, although this room was no longer of the Tier 9 level, this was only because its arrays had deteriorated. The materials of the room itself were completely untouched. For it to chill enough for frost to begin to appear on its parts was completely unprecedented. At the same time, though, it was only because of the strength of these materials that the room had yet to completely crack and collapse, while Ryu and Ailsa's action could remain hidden from those outside. At this point, even Ryu, who was practically impervious to cold, felt that his lips were beginning to turn blue. Another day passed. It had already been a long time since Ryu slipped out from Breath of Heaven. Just half an hour had already been his previous limit, and that was already vastly improved from where he had been in the past. Staying in it for 2 days was nearly impossible. At this point, the lowest state of meditation was the best he could do. Ailsa remained unaffected. After all, although she couldn't use her strength on the real plane due to her intimacy with Ryu being too low, she was still ultimately the equivalent of a cosmic seed realm expert. The days became something crossed between a test of endurance and torture for Ryu. Ailsa had conveniently forgotten to explain just how painful this would be. Ryu feared that his eyelids were probably frozen closed. The moisture in his skin was seized, shrinking in on itself and splintering his body in several places. In all likelihood, if he tried to stand now, the parts of his body contacted with the ground would rip from his body. Hold on. We're almost there. Ultimately, the level of extreme Yin Ryu needed was only of the Immortal Ring level, or the 7th Order as it was formerly known as. However, Ailsa knew that Ryu could handle more. So, she pushed it, seeking the 8th Order. Any other person with an Immortal Ring level body would have shattered into a block of ice by now. However, Ryu had his Ice Phoenix bloodline. His limits were obviously beyond others. There! Ailsa's thoughts rang out once more and the formation suddenly shifted, crackling with violent ripples of lightning that surged from the blood that had been suppressed to now. The temperature surged, flipping in the blink of an eye as lightning began to soar through the air. They arched forward, meeting above the pair and piercing into Ryu's back. Chapter 365, Sapphire. Despite the fact he had yet to awaken a talent for his Qilin bloodline, Ryu's resistance to lightning was objectively high. However, no matter how high his resistances were, the power that slammed into his back practically tore him apart. Focus, little Ryu. The awakening of talents is fairly random in most cases, but this is only because certain beasts don't have the proper lineage, while humans with beast bloodlines like yours have it even worse. If you want any sort of control, you have to work with me. Ryu's bloodlines had the potential to be no weaker than true ancestral grade bloodlines. As long as he continued to temper them faithfully, there was no doubt. However, this didn't mean that there weren't also disadvantages. For one, despite the fact Little Rock's bloodline was far thinner than Ryu's own, it actually projected far better than Ryu's. This was regardless of the fact Ryu had 4 full bloodlines while the young Lightning Hawk only had the wisp of 1. This ultimately meant that much of the true strength of Ryu's bloodlines wouldn't manifest themselves until the point his power was sufficient enough to hold them. He had only just barely met the minimum threshold to begin reaping some rewards after his body entered the immortal realms. However, this was where a new barrier was put up. Awakening bestial talents with the body of a human was near impossible. At best, he could hope for one of the weaker talents to awaken for him. Of these, the Lightning Qilin had many. For example, there was their sharp sight talent. It was part of the reason Ryu's grandpa Qilin had such good archery skills. However, Ryu had the first-ranked heavenly pupils in all of existence. What good would such a talent do for him? Aside from this, there was also the earthen hoof talent that Ryu definitely didn't want. Just like his 2 phoenix and fire dragon bloodlines had wind attributes as secondary strengths since they were winged beasts, Ryu's Lightning Qilin bloodline had an earth attribute as a secondary strength. Of course, this so-called secondary strength was far more powerful than most beasts could hope for. But this was still nearly very last on the list of talents Ryu wanted to awaken. Earthen Hoof's auxiliary function was to strengthen the legs, provide a steady base, and act as a kicking art inheritance. Its main function was a boosted control over the earth element, which also gave an even greater resistance to lightning. Ryu didn't specialize in hand-to-hand combat, so a kicking art didn't interest him. In addition, he had no intention of branching into Earth Chi either. This talent would just be marginally more useful than the sharp sight talent. In truth, Ryu was being a bit spoiled. Even the worst talents of the ancient beasts were classified as the very peak heaven grade. No matter how simple or seemingly useless their descriptions, they would ultimately be a great boost to his strength. But, as a man lucky enough to have a cultist fairy by his side, it was only right that he was a bit spoiled. There are 2 talents that I most want for you in your current state. Ailsa thoughts projected into Ryu's mind as streaks of blue lightning coursed throughout his body. The first is Lightning Qilin Spirit Body. The second is the Storm Soul talent. I will leave the decision up to you. The one you don't choose will have to wait until you have opened your 6th body vessel and are preparing to enter the next body realm. Ailsa didn't explain what these 2 talents were because she was certain that Ryu already knew. The Spirit Body talent wasn't exclusive to the Qilin. Every ancient beast bloodline had the potential to awaken this blessed talent. In addition, it would be considered the most fundamental, as well as one of the most powerful talents a beast could awaken. It allows a Qilin, or in this case, a human like Ryu, to tap into the deepest wells of a Lightning Qilin strength. It's a fundamental boost to the talents a Qilin has already awakened, while allowing the faster cultivation of lightning elements. The strongest ability of a Lightning Qilin spirit body is the one with lightning state. This state allows a person who has awakened this ability to shift into the pure element out of their physical form and back again seamlessly. This not only increases speed to even more obscene levels, but it also acts as an almost impossible to deal with escape and defense mechanism. Also, as a human, activating the spirit body talent would allow Ryu to manifest Qilin scales and output a multiplier to his strength for a small time. The Storm Soul talent is the second fundamental ability of the Lightning Qilin. Except this time, it is exclusive to them and doesn't share a name across ancient beasts. However, it is a sin talent. The heavens have many taboos, one of which could be considered controlling weather patterns and events. The Storm Soul talent gives those who awaken it the ability to steal strength from the skies and use the weather to power and strengthen their attacks. Once this talent is awakened, one gains access to the potential to unlock several of the Lightning Qilin clan's most precious techniques. If it reaches a certain level, calling down tribulation clouds to smite one's enemies wouldn't be entirely impossible, though the penalty for doing so is harsh beyond compare. It was a difficult choice, indeed. The Sin talent title might scare others away, but it didn't faze Ryu even the smallest bit. He really did find it difficult to choose. Since the Spirit Body talent was available to all of his bloodlines, he could set it aside for now. But the issue was that there was no doubt that the Lightning Qilin Spirit Body was the most useful and enticing. Turning into flames wasn't nearly as good for obvious reasons. However, if he awakened the Storm Soul talent, his power would take an instantaneous massive leap forward. And, once Nemesis' strength reached a certain level, he might even be able to pass on the ability to Little Rock. The other thing to consider was that abilities that could turn one into lightning were somewhat scarce, but not exactly rare. However, as for ones that could control the weather, there might only be a handful in all of existence. What should he do? Ryu took a deep breath. My escape ability is too important to me right now. Choosing the Spirit Body talent is smartest. Are you sure? Elsa asked. I know that your father had 2 ancient beast bloodlines, and he was only able to awaken a single spirit body, so he chose the Fire Dragon spirit body. However, your mother awoke both of her spirit bodies because she had your Ice Jade crystal body to rely on. You don't have to choose one or the other, even if the Lightning Qilin spirit body is most useful to you. Ryu took another breath and shook his head. No, I've made my decision. Controlling storms does me no good if I just end up dead. Elsa nodded, her eyes closing as she rested her head beneath Ryu's chin. Ryu suddenly felt a strong spiritual sense latch onto every cell of his body. He had already known that Elsa was within the Soul Ascension realm, but it was only after witnessing the power himself that he truly understood just how large the gap between them was. In the martial world, such a gap should have made them people of 2 different worlds. Yet here they were, together. However, Ryu couldn't think about his for long. A furious, uncontrollable roar left his lips. It was so powerful that the sound protections of his cultivation room cracked and splintered, followed by the sturdy materials beneath his seated form shattering. The roar of Ryu's Ice Phoenix bloodline had been mighty. When he touched the blue marbled ring now on his finger, it felt like it had been released from a shackle. However, the oppression of Ryu's Lightning Qilin bloodline had been on another level. Of his 4, it had been the most neglected. It was only made worse by the fact it had been being suppressed by its longtime rival, the Fire Dragon. With a resounding snap, Ryu's second body vessel burst. Ryu's gaze flashed open, his body crackling with endless power. Beautiful blue sapphire scales rippled across his body, fading in and out between arcs of vibrant blue lightning. However, the most captivating were his eyes. They slit vertically like a Qilin emperor's, pulsing with a sky blue and being charged with endless power. They were like 2 gems, glowing in the darkness. Even after his scales faded away and his pupils returned to their original circular shape and silver color, the subtle arcs of lightning hidden in their depths never stopped. Anyone now meeting Ryu's gaze would feel as though they had landed eyes upon an ancient crouching beast. Those that could last without lowering their heads would be few and far between. Chapter 366. Promise. The wounds over Ryu's body slowly closed. One of the greatest abilities of the Spirit Body talent was the power to heal through the absorption of your primary element. With so much extreme yang lightning surging toward him, it was child's play for Ryu to return to his peak form. Now that Ryu had opened his second body vessel, in order to have enough strength to attack his third, he would need to reach 125 million gene of strength. Both of his Phoenix bloodlines would provide 20 million to the total, while his Dragon and Qilin bloodlines would provide 42,500,000 each. They currently had already provided 8 million and 17 million respectively, so he needed to make up the difference. His current strength had finally crossed the 50 million gene barrier. Ailsa? Ryu looked down toward his lap. He was going to ask why she hadn't gotten off of him yet, but his words stopped on the tip of his tongue. Ailsa's skin tone had paled considerably. Her breathing was erratic, and she was sweating profusely. Somehow, her golden hair seemed less vibrant. Ryu's heart ached completely out of his control. His first instinct was to have her get off of him, but he hadn't considered for a moment the amount of work it took for her to accomplish this. It might be far easier to awaken weak talents of his bloodlines, but those on the level of Spirit Body and Storm Soul were rare even amongst Lightning Qilin themselves. Ryu's parents didn't even sense and awaken theirs until well into the Cosmic Sea realm, and they were already great geniuses of their time. The act of stimulating and awakening them so early on wasn't nearly as easy as it seemed. Ryu placed a hand on Ailsa's shoulder, rotating her in his lap until both her thighs lay on one of his, and her back lay on his other. He looked down toward her pale face with a frown. He wasn't even in the mood to cast glances toward her body despite the fact her breathing cascaded through her like a wave. Ailsa smiled weakly. Just let me rest here for a bit. She rested her ear to Ryu's chest, breathing heavily. Ryu sighed, wrapping an arm around her waist and holding her thighs with the other. There was no point in creating some faux distance between them in a moment like this. Plus, he didn't think Ailsa deserved such a reaction from him. Ailsa blushed slightly, feeling Ryu's actions. However, Ryu couldn't see her reaction because of her sweat-drenched hair covering much of her face. Though had he, his face would have likely twisted into a weird expression. Why was it that she was embarrassed about such a thing and not the fact she was currently naked in his lap? This isn't so bad, Ailsa said softly. Maybe it was because of her current state of weakness, but Ailsa said something out loud that she would usually keep to herself. She knew that Ryu avoided reading her thoughts like they held some sort of incurable disease despite the fact he could find out everything about her just as easily as she could him. So, she was also quite aware that even if she thought those words, he wouldn't have known that she had, but something compelled her to speak them instead. With her ear to Ryu's chest, she could hear his heartbeat pause for a moment before becoming steady once more. At the very least, he didn't shove her off his lap. So, that was a bonus? Ailsa sighed inwardly. She had spent much of her youth dreaming of her life partner. Much like not every human had a fairy, not every fairy gained a partner. And, even those who did might sometimes be paired with a tree or some river or some other inanimate thing that may never be able to speak to them in their lifetimes. Cases like Ailsa and Ryu, who were born at practically the same time, and were so suited for one another, were not even 1 in a trillion. She had tried to look for Ryu when she was younger. Usually, clans like the Tatsuya clan would do a small check to see whether their youths had a life partner. But, maybe due to the fact Ryu had a false spiritual foundation, his clan never did so. But, Ailsa had known he existed for a long time. It was just that Ryu's cultivation was distant, so finding him was far too difficult. Finally, after almost 1 billion years of waiting, she finally had him by her side. Regardless of how cold he was, he still gave her a comfort she couldn't get anywhere else. However, she would be lying if she said that their relationship didn't leave her feeling empty at times. Due to her pride as a cultist fairy, she still did everything in her power to help Ryu. She was even already prepared for this to be as deep as the both of them went for the rest of her life. Ailsa smiled another smile that was hidden from Ryu. It was somewhat sad, but still carried a somewhat content attitude. I guess this is all we'll ever be. Maybe I'll have to accept that. After catching her breath, Ailsa moved to push herself up, but found that her waist was still being absent-mindedly clamped down by Ryu. He didn't even seem to notice that she had tried to leave his arms. Ryu was seemingly snapped out of his thoughts, blinking slightly after he realized he was the one stopping Ailsa from getting up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ryu released his grip. Ailsa pouted slightly, but still pushed herself up. Ailsa, do you ever get bored? Just sitting on my shoulder all the time. I mean, Ailsa was stunned for a moment before bursting into a spring-like laughter. But after a while, she realized that Ryu was completely serious. With how much time you spend in danger, when is there ever really a dull moment? You don't miss walking around on your own two legs. Elsa didn't know how to answer. She really hadn't thought about it before. Her whole world was Ryu now. Since she met him, she hadn't even missed her home, let alone thought about the things she wanted. Even her hope that Ryu would accept her could be seen through the same lens as well. If our intimacy was deeper, wouldn't you be able to enjoy life a little more? Ryu asked. Ryu knew quite well how unfair these matters were for Elsa. Despite his outward demeanor, his emotional intelligence was very high. He didn't need to look into Elsa's mind to grasp much of her thoughts. However, he couldn't erase Elena from his heart. She had been waiting for him for so long. He owed her so much, but the truth was that Elsa had been waiting for him just as long even if he hadn't been aware of it. You could say so, but these kinds of things can't be forced. Ryu sighed, standing up. He loomed over Elsa, seemingly having gotten taller after awakening his Lightning Qilin spirit body talent. His lean body and chiseled form seemed to brim with far more power than it had in the past. However, he wasn't imposing to her at all. He simply looked at her for a moment. Maybe it was because he was constantly in pain when he cultivated with her methods, but he never truly registered that for every step of improvement he made, she was pushing him from behind with all of her might, even to her own detriment. Elsa, I promise you, Ryu said firmly. I promise you that if you're willing to wait for Elena to return by my side, I'll do my best to give you a happy life. Elsa stood stunned as though she couldn't believe what she was hearing. At that moment, she felt Ryu probe into her mind for the first time. It was a sort of feeling others might have found invasive, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face as tears she hadn't registered began to fall. She dove into Ryu's arms, squeezing him as tightly as she could. Her happy giggling between sobs only made Ryu feel more guilty. He hadn't even promised her anything concrete, yet she had reacted like this. Can I get a kiss? Elsa looked up at Ryu with a mischievous grin. There was something about the way her drying tears sparkled in her ruby eyes that made her look exceptionally beautiful. Kidding, kidding. She dove back into Ryu's arms, giggling away. Ryu's mouth hung open for a moment before he shook his head and smiled, hugging her back in return. Open up. Your 10-day period has come to an end. The abrupt shout interrupted the life partner pair as the mechanisms of the rounded closed down opened from the outside. Ryu sighed, shielding Elsa with his back. Chapter 367 Might as well. Damn kids today. The door of the cultivation room clicked shut once more only for the aged voice of one of the Marshall Tower's guards to ring out. Renting a Tier 9 cultivation room just to impress a woman? I wish I could be so extravagant. Another guard muttered. Was the cultivation room always so broken down, though? It was a complete mess. Maybe the kid's fiercer than we gave him credit for. The third guard said, words laced with innuendo. It's a shame, though. We didn't get to see what kind of beauty he was playing with. A kid who could afford such a place just for some fun is definitely not toying around with a normal woman. Excuse me, gentlemen. Might I ask you a question? A young man suddenly appeared in the circular-shaped lobby area. This floor was one of the highest in the Marshall Tower and only had 9 rooms in total, equidistantly spaced in a circular pattern. Each had large metallic and round doors fitted with complex gears. They were both works of art and feats of engineering all at once. In such an open floor plan, it was nigh impossible for someone to sneak up on 3 immortal ring-level guards. Yet this was exactly what had happened. This young master, how might we be of service? Compared to Neil, who Ryu had met 10 days prior, this person was decidedly darker, though he wore a similar half-mask. His brooding aura almost coalesced around him into a tangible form, swaying in the air like the tentacles of a lingering beast. Who was in that room? The young man asked. This. The 3 guards looked at each other. We are not sure, but there were 2 of them, a man and a woman. We only faintly saw the long hair of the woman, but the young man wasn't someone we had seen before. It was impossible to see behind his mask, but it felt like the young man frowned. His aura became slightly gloomier, darkening by a measure. A man and a woman? A powerful dual cultivation technique, perhaps? The young man muttered to himself as though the 3 guards before him were nothing but air. At that moment, the door to Ryu's cultivation room opened. His presence held an imposing might, the kind that spread out regardless of his own wishes. The air simply seemed heavier around him. But there was a devastating beauty beside him that carried a directly opposing and exceptionally light air. Elsa wore a flowing white gown, her golden hair and ruby eyes glistening like rays of sunshine. However, her smile was the brightest of them all. She clung to Ryu's arm with both of hers, unwilling to let go. The guards and the half-masked man were left in a daze. This was the woman that was with him? They had assumed that she couldn't be normal, but wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Was it even possible for such a beautiful woman to exist? And weren't women like this meant to be distant treasures one could look upon but never touch? Why was she so infatuated with this young man? However, after finally prying their eyes from Elsa and looking toward Ryu, they suddenly felt like they understood. They both seemed like people of the same world. Ryu's black robes and Elsa's white gown should have clashed, but they rather seemed meant for each other. Ryu suddenly felt that he might have brought another headache upon himself. Most people assumed he was traveling alone since they couldn't see Elsa, so he was rarely bothered with trivial things like people lusting after women by his side. But he couldn't take his words back now. He didn't want to be the one to take that smile off of her face. It wasn't like he had never dealt with this before. Anyway, Elena might not have been as beautiful as Elsa when she was by his side, possibly due to her weaker cultivation back then in comparison to Elsa currently, not to mention the innate disadvantage humans had in that department compared to fairies. But she was still the object of affection for countless people. Back then, Elena could only rely on herself to swat these annoying flies away because he was too weak. But in this lifetime, Ryu didn't plan on taking a back seat in such matters again. At least that was what he had thought until... Humph! A violent aura erupted from Ryu's side. It was such a raging torrent of oppressive energy that even Ryu's own heart seized, his gaze whipping about as though trying to find the source. But when he did, it took all of his self-control for him not to display a surprised expression. The 3 guards and the half-masked man all simultaneously turned various pale shades of white. We're sorry, noble lady. The 3 guards bowed their heads immediately. After being stunned for a moment, the half-masked man cupped his fists. I apologize for my rudeness, noble seat. This junior comes from the Nightingale Mansion. Might I ask where Noble Seat and her partner hail from? The 3 guards turned paler hearing the half-masked man's form of address. In the Moon World, a seat was a title reserved for those above the immortal ring realm. If this seat's temper was bad, their referring to her as simply a noble lady could result in their deaths. To make matters worse, they had just been talking about missing out on seeing her body just moments ago. What if she heard and decided to kill them for their words? Thinking to this point, they trembled and fell to their knees. Elsa looked toward Ryu as though asking his opinion. Seeing this scene, the half-masked young man could hardly control the cold sweat to his back. Had he made a mistake in addressing Elsa instead of Ryu? Ryu, who had been lost in thought, looked up and shook his head. I guess you could say that we will be your rival soon, Ryu said simply before leading Elsa away.
¿Rival?
He will join the Moonlight Blossom sect? The Black Wind's Kingdom, perhaps? Or is he one of their starred recruits? But I would have met him by now. At the very least, there would be some intelligence on someone like this. I didn't know you had regained some of your strength, Ryu said to Elsa after they left the range of the 4 of them. Of course, Elsa said brightly. The better our intimacy, the more of my strength I will have. I can easily stay in my full form now, and I can display the strength of a Path Extinction Realm expert for a few minutes. I see. That's good then, Ryu said lightly. Will you take the Marshall Towers trial? I'm not very interested in it, but I have no intention of working my way up from the status of a working disciple. The only way to enter these powers as an outer disciple without being selected as a starred recruit is to claim both a challenge badge and a tower badge. I might as well do the latter now. Chapter 368. Deeper. In the end, Ryu had still underestimated the kind of impact Ailsa had on people. He had forgotten to consider the fact that not only was she beautiful beyond most comparisons, but the people of this world were also unused to seeing women of this caliber. Even when he ventured out into the public with Elena, it was usually within echelons of society where path extinction realm experts were ubiquitous. But in this place they were practically gods. If one considered this, it wasn't much of a surprise when the whole world seemed to stop around their walk back to the receptionist's desk. Gazes of furious jealousy could hardly be hidden as several piercing eyes seemed to want to tear the both of them apart. That was right, even Ailsa, who happily clung to Ryu like a little kitten, was subject to this scrutiny. Whether it was because these women were jealous of her beauty, or because they preferred to be by Ryu's side instead, it was unknown. "I would like to take the Marshall Towers trial," Ryu said plainly. In any other context, his words would have gotten drowned out in the fanfare of the Marshall Towers lounge. However, there were simply too many people paying attention to his movements, and the atmosphere had become much too quiet. Something like taking the tower trial was far too common. The number of people who took part in it were too numerous. There were countless every day. However, there was one exception to this usual nonchalance, and that was when those of high standing took on the challenge. Their clans would usually make big spectacles of the event. After all, it was an excellent way to gather up faith. Those listening on couldn't help but wonder if Ryu was among this number. The receptionist audibly gulped, summoning willpower he didn't know he had in order to focus on his task. He had already offended Ryu once. He couldn't afford to do it again. "Okay, I will. Give me the immortal ring trial," Ryu interrupted. The already fairly quiet lounge area grew even more so. There was only one level of difficulty for the tower trial. At least, it was designed to have the same level of difficulty no matter who you were or how often you took the trial. It was essentially impossible to use experience to outperform others. However, there was one exception to this rule, and that was reserved for those who challenged above their station. These challenges were extremely rare and were known as path-blazing challenges. That said, even those rare instances usually had individuals only attacking a single level above their chi realm cultivation. Attacking 2 realms above, like Ryu was suggesting now, was completely unheard of. Genius necromancers could control connecting heaven realm experts at the divine vessel realm. But controlling an immortal was impossible. It was very obvious to them all that Ryu was a divine vessel realm expert, while they had no ability to see through Ailsa. His ask now was bordering on the ridiculous. It wasn't that they couldn't feel how powerful Ryu's body was. Ryu made no attempt to hide any of himself. It was just that the stage his body was at shouldn't have been powerful enough either. Normally, one would only challenge the tower when they were on the verge of breaking through into the next stage. This was because the trial was specifically tailored to the pinnacle of said cultivation realm. However, Ryu's body was nowhere near the limits of the immortal realm yet. In truth, if the tower was in the original condition Ryu had expected of it, he would never make such a reckless decision. However, after seeing the state the cultivation rooms had fallen to, what reason did he have to believe that they had managed to maintain the trials to the same standard? Knowing this, the decision to take this chance was a no-brainer for him. Plus, there was no better way to test his new talent than this. In one corner of the lounge, a familiar figure watched on with narrowed eyes, his junior brother uncharacteristically silent by his side. The latter was beginning to believe that it just might be true that Guyot was right. Neil was having a hard time taking his eyes off of Ailsa, much like many of them. But, unlike most of the others, he could feel a strong pressure that came from this gorgeous woman, a pressure that reeled in much of his innate desire. In another corner, the masked young man of Nightingale Mansion also watched on. Unlike Neil, he didn't have to guess. He knew that Ailsa was every bit as powerful as her aura would suggest. His question lied in just how powerful Ryu was. After a moment, the receptionist finally recollected his emotions enough to begin fulfilling Ryu's request. Soon, under an uncomfortable amount of silence, Ryu was finally led to the entrance of the trial. The second floor of the Marshall Tower could be considered where it truly began. There were no more bars, no more dancers, no more questionable pills. There was nothing but long hallways painted in deep blacks and flickering blue lights. The long somber hallways might have been eerily quiet, But that didn't mean that they lacked people. There were actually many here, it was just that they were all very much aware of just how dangerous the trials they were about to undergo were. At the end of the line, there was a line of massive doors, standing at over 50 meters each. Before each one, there stood a podium where silent, stoic and black-garbed individuals could be found. Unlike the receptionist on the ground floor, these individuals could not be taken lightly. The air seemed to tremble around them all. At any moment, they could explode out with an unimaginable power. For these trials to be trusted enough to act as possible entry into the most prestigious sects of this world, it no doubt had strict requirements. And, in this case, the reason these trials were so trusted was because the sect that created them was the most powerful of this world. The Three Pupil Eclipse sect. The Three Pupil clan were an enigmatic existence. It was because of them that despite knowing of the existence of a stronger power to join, Ryu decided against it. He wasn't sure if Ailsa could help him keep his secrets in that clan. It was very likely that if he entered that place, his heavenly pupils would be exposed. The young woman standing behind the podium of the door Ryu was meant to enter frowned when she saw Ryu. Or, more accurately, she frowned when she saw Ailsa hanging from his arm with a bright smile on her face. It was obvious what kind of assumptions she made. Yet another young master come to treat this trial as though it was a joke. To make matters worse, he was a divine vessel realm weakling who had come to the doors of her immortal ring realm trial. Her expression became piercingly cold. No matter how low her status in the sect, she was still a member of the Three Pupil Eclipse sect. Dealing with something so far beneath her dignity was something she would never do. "Leave now or I'll kill you where you stand." The voice was far too conspicuous. The biting cold in combination with the already deathly silence created the perfect recipe. However, what the young lady already felt was a done deal didn't turn out the way she expected. Ryu's already cold gaze became a level even colder. It was to the point where it completely swallowed the aura of the young lady before him. For the first time, she met Ryu's gaze only to feel as though she had met the eyes of a beast emperor, a king that ruled over countless subjects. Seeing that she had gone stiff, Ryu didn't bother to say anything at all. He never had much patience for such nonsense. "I'll be back soon," he told Ailsa faintly. "Be careful," she said with a light smile, finally letting go of his arm. She watched his back disappear into the tall doors, oddly much more nervous than she ever had been in the past. It was such an odd feeling. She hadn't thought that it was possible for her to care any more for Ryu. For the first time, she felt something deeper than just their connection as life partners. Chapter 369 70th. A silence hung over the lit dark blue flame. It took a long while for the young woman at the podium to grasp what had just happened. When she finally did, her face reddened with an intense shame. She wasn't a fool. No normal person could surprise her to such a state. It was very obvious that she had misunderstood Ryu. She had allowed her annoyance in taking on such a menial task to impact her mood, and by extension, her judgment. However, even if she knew this, she found it difficult to swallow her pride. When her gaze landed on Ailsa, who was looking toward where Ryu had disappeared with love-struck eyes and an adorable white creature in her arms, her anger flared once more. Entering the trials of the Three Pupil Eclipse sect without permission is a capital offense. Ailsa coldly swept a gaze over the young woman, but she surprisingly didn't say a word. Instead, her lip curled slightly and she remained silent, the bubbling strength within her lithe body settling into a low rumble. In a while, the thoughts of this girl wouldn't matter for much of anything. The young lady could feel that her attempts at being overbearing had fallen on deaf ears once more, leaving her feeling stifled. However, at that moment, a torch lit on the gate to her back, causing her to freeze in place. Impossible! Not only were these tall doors massive, but they were surrounded by unlit torches of dark blue fire that followed the arch of the door's frame. There were a total of 99 of these torches, representing the 99 floors of the Marshall Tower. The fact that one had been lit already meant that Ryu had already cleared a floor. However, he hadn't entered for more than a few seconds. On top of that, he was a divine vessel realm expert. How was this even possible? She had hardly finished her thought when the second torch was lit even quicker than the first. The young woman's body trembled. She realized now why Ryu had only given her a glance and Ailsa was too lazy to deal with her. Anyone who could perform so well in this trial wouldn't have to worry about her rage at all. Even if this kind of person wasn't accepted into her sect due to their strict bloodline requirements, they would still be valued to some level. Ryu simply didn't have to care for her opinion at all. In the case that his bloodline met the requirements, he would practically be guaranteed a spot amongst them. In the case that it didn't, he would still gain an honorary title from their sect. In some instances, these honorary titles were worth more than even a true position within their echelon. Soon there came a third, then a fourth, then a fifth. Not even 5 minutes had passed by the time the 10th torch had been lit. By now, considering many had already been paying great attention to Ryu, the martial tower was in a state of combined wildness and contradictory stillness. The crowds of people found it difficult to choose between their stunned states and discussing just what in the world was going on. Within the trial, Ryu coldly glided across a bland landscape. Though a single glaive dragged along, its blade just barely a fraction of a centimeter from the ground, he didn't use it. As crackles of lightning followed his seemingly casual but impossibly quick steps, numerous vector eagles flew in beautiful silver patterns around him like the wings of proud birds of prey. There was nothing complex about the trial floors of the martial tower. They weren't particularly large either. In fact, as the enemies grew, the rooms seemed to be gradually shrinking in size. This place reminded Ryu of the 4th floor of the crystalline Jade. Bland gray floors, ceilings and walls, a fairly small area of a maximum of 50 square meters, and the only difference was that instead of facing just one enemy, Ryu was facing many. These enemies didn't appear all at once, though, which was key to why Ryu had moved forward so quickly to now. As soon as Ryu cut down one enemy, another would appear, only for him to cut it down and yet another to appear right afterward. It wasn't until Ryu had already cleared the 30th floor that he realized that there were 2 rules for the appearance of the next enemy. They would either appear right after you defeated the first, or they would appear if you took longer than 10 seconds to defeat the first. Like this, the longer you took to clear a floor, the greater the difficulty over time became due to the fact you would be facing more and more enemies at once in a relatively small space. Realizing this, Ryu stopped entirely relying on his mental realm and began combining this strength of his with his glaive. Though this was the Immortal Ring trial, that didn't mean that all of the enemies he faced were at this level. In fact, much of the difficulty of the lower floors was dealing with large numbers of powerful half-step Immortal Ring realm experts. However, after crossing the 30th floor, lower Immortal Ring experts began to appear. By the 40th, the 10-second time lag had dropped to 9, and by the 50th it dropped to 8. As Ryu expected, the trial had gained an extremely terrible flaw. This flaw had most definitely not been present at the advent of this martial tower, or else it would have never gained its reputation of great difficulty. And it seemed that not many were able to exploit this weakness, or else its previous reputation would have taken a great hit. The flaw was simple. The enemies didn't appear with their immortal rings deployed. Instead, they would attempt to form them after they appeared, but before they succeeded, Ryu would have already cut them down. Ryu suspected that the only reason that such an obvious flaw hadn't been dealt with yet was precisely because this fell city was merely among the middle-tier cities of this moon world. The geniuses that appeared here would find this trial enough of a challenge, so why change anything? However, even as Ryu had this thought, he felt that it was more complex than this. What the true reason was, though, he wasn't sure. Ryu coldly cut down another gray armored puppet, crossing into the 70th floor. Chapter 370, Burning Gazes. Finally, the pressure of the trial became real. Instead of just a single warrior puppet appearing, there were 2. Whether Ryu could kill them before their immortal rings manifested or more spawned was unknown. Ryu's expression didn't so much as flicker. Without hesitation, he spun his chi and his skin turned a slight shade of red. First pulse. Release. Arcs of electricity pulsed through Ryu's body. He suddenly felt that the previous burdens he had had using this nameless technique had suddenly disappeared. Whether this was because his body was simply stronger now, or if it was because of his newly awakened talent, Ryu didn't know, nor did he have the time to find out. Regardless, there was no better way to find out this truth than by battling. On the outside of the trial gates, Ailsa watched complacently as the blue torches flickered to life one after another. Many had thought that Ryu would slow as he reached closer to the top, but his pace inexplicably shot upward after entering the 70th floor. It was completely inconceivable. By now, the thought of discussion had completely slipped the minds of those around, and any hints of a bustling atmosphere the Marshall Tower once had vanished, replaced by an eerie and pervasive silence. Not even half an hour after Ryu's entry, he slowly walked out from the trial gates, all 99 torches flickering as his backdrop. He looked as though he had just come back from a leisurely walk. His breathing was steady, his white hair was spotless, and his aura left an oppressive heavy air hanging around them. Ailsa smiled sweetly, her ruby eyes shining with an unconcealed pride. She had said before that there were next to zero who could match Ryu's talent, and he was only proving her more and more correct with each passing day. A badge twirled between Ryu's fingers as he seemed to almost glide forward. This thing in his hands now was the only reason he had bothered to come to this place. What he wanted was to push himself to the limit, not to take easy paths just so that he could show off. In the end, the trial was crippled. It had no ability to pose any sort of challenge to him. But it ultimately served its purpose. Just as Ryu made it to Isla's side, there was a change in the flickering torches. They suddenly burned bright, growing a fold in size before radiating out into several beams of light. These beams of light met at the center of the impossibly tall trial double doors, slowly forming into the shimmering image of a robed elder. The voice sounded both broken and natural at the same time. It held the tone of a normal person, but had a mechanical edge to it that exposed the fact that whoever this was in this projection, they hadn't sent a portion of their consciousness here. This projection was only better than an automated message by barely a hair. The young woman who manned Ryu's gate had her expression go stiff. She had worked these gates for a long time. It was one of the easiest ways to gain contribution points in their sect, and about the only way to do so without putting your life on the line. However, she had never seen this scene before. The only explanation was that her worst fears had been realized. Ryu's bloodline really did meet the minimum requirements. Others looked toward Ryu with flashing tinges of jealousy of various degrees. However, the look of excitement that they might have been expecting didn't cross his features. And why would it? To Ryu, this sect had always been subordinated to him. That said, this wasn't the reason that Ryu's expression was still so bitingly cold. At least it wasn't the case this time around. The real reason was that even he found this situation odd. At least in his memories, it shouldn't be like this. Another might have thought that they had simply forgotten, but Ryu, who had the origin flame, trusted his memories without reserve. This situation wasn't normal. The only explanation was that this policy was either newly implemented, or he had somehow activated an extremely old mechanism that had never been triggered until now. Considering the neglect these trial grounds had suffered, it was simply impossible for the former to be the case. It wouldn't make logical sense. That means that the only explanation was the latter. But, if this was true, then Ryu felt that maybe he had been a bit too reckless in his display. Whatever reason this projection had for appearing, Ryu had no doubt that this overlord sect had been alerted of his existence now. Whether that was a good or bad thing, he wasn't sure yet. My apologies, Elder. However, I have set my sights on joining the Moonlight Blossom sect. After these words fell, the projection collapsed and distorted. The blue flames its body had been forged of began to morph and mutate, changing into a key with a triangular tip. The key was large and blocky, being about 6 inches in length. Complex grooves were etched into its triangular prism body, making it difficult to fathom just how complex the lock it opened was. Its bronze body gently floated down and into Ryu's hand. The reason I wanted to join the Moonlight Blossom sect was for one of these keys. Ryu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On one hand, he wanted to join the lesser sect for this purpose. Yet, he couldn't have gotten this key unless he rejected the offer to begin with. It was a shame. If he had a choice, why wouldn't he join the better sect? The 3-pupil eclipse sect even had several ocular techniques he was quite interested in. It was just that he found entering Tri-Palace to supersede them in importance. Ailsa giggled. being the only one who could hear Ryu's thoughts. It's fine. She projected her voice into his mind. Who's to say having 2 keys instead of 1 isn't better? And, even if it isn't, the Moonlight Blossom sect is still better for you because your other main goal is to improve your necromancy. After a moment, Ryu nodded. He wasn't sure if Ailsa's first words about 2 keys being better or not were true, but he did know that the Moonlight Blossom sect was better for improving his necromancy. Once he settled his mind, Ryu put the worries to the back of his thoughts. There was no need to dwell on them. In fact, there was a more important problem to deal with right now. If he went to the Moonlight Blossom sect, there was a chance that he could keep his acquisition of the Tri-Key a secret. But now, Ryu looked up to find countless burning gazes trained on his palm. Chapter 371. Piss off. Ryu didn't hurry to put the Tri-Key away, completely unlike a person who was the subject of so many greedy gazes. He curiously analyzed the key and put it away moments later at his own leisure. Even a fool could tell he wasn't pressured by their gazes even in the slightest. Ryu looked toward the tall black doors of the trial. He faintly wondered how Guyot was doing, but he didn't pay these thoughts much attention. Not everyone could complete the trials as quickly as he did. Staying inside for even a few months wasn't an odd occurrence. In addition, though Guyot's cultivation had approaching the pinnacle of the Divine Vessel realm, he had done so with the use of Ryu's treasures and had yet to get used to his realm, so the trials wouldn't be easy for him. In Ryu's mind, it was fine as long as Guyot didn't die. He didn't want that adorable little girl to cry over the loss of her brother. Though he was fond of her, he had no intention of replacing Guyot's place in her heart. How far Guyot went would be up to his resolve. With his talent, simply by virtue of having a soul nature, he was already considered to be among the most talented youths in existence. He only had to grasp the opportunities he had been gifted. As long as he grew stronger, it would be easier for Ryu to take advantage of his abilities and maybe improve his own comprehension toward the spear. As Ryu was lost in thought, a lit tug came from his elbow, and he looked down to see little Gem weakly biting at his robes from within Ailsa's arms. His cold expression melted a bit when he saw this. The poor little one hardly had enough strength to accomplish even this. It seems little Gem likes you far more than me, and here I thought fairies were beloved by nature. Ailsa muttered somewhat resentfully as she passed the small bundle of white over. Ryu smiled lightly as little Gem snuggled in his arms, falling back into a deep sleep. Ailsa herself pouted, now finding that she had lost her place to cling to Ryu. Was she really inferior to a little beast? Brother Ryu. At that moment, a voice came to interrupt their small bit of ambience. Ryu looked up to find that it was actually Neil who he had met at the receptionist desk earlier. However, it was easy for Ryu to notice that though Neil had been respectful to him before, it was out of his polite disposition. But the politeness he exuded now was out of a place of acknowledgement. It was subtle, but it was most definitely there. I heard Brother Ryu say that you'd be joining our Moonlight Blossom sect? Hearing this, Ryu could only nod. It wasn't as though he had much of a choice left. He had already said so publicly, so if he went back on his word now, he would be foolishly offending the 3-Pupil Eclipse sect for next to no reason. At the very least, he couldn't change his mind so quickly. Plus, Ailsa was right. It was a good idea for him to join anyway. Yes, I will be challenging one of your disciples soon, Ryu said. At that moment, even the junior brother who following Neil like a little tail couldn't find it in him to say any words of discouragement toward Ryu any longer. In the martial world, talent was important, but there was nothing more important than strength. And even if Ryu was still nothing compared to their elders, at the very least, he was already a monster within their generation, and that was enough for respect. This is great, Neil said with a hint of happiness in his voice. I have come here as the leading disciple brother of our sect. My junior brother here will be among those you can challenge. Neil's junior brother's expression changed, and he suddenly looked a bit gloomy. You don't have to give him any ideas, senior brother. Seeing his head droop down like this, Neil laughed and slapped his junior brother's back. As a cultivator, even if you feel you will lose, you still need to step forward with your head held high. Don't shrink back, or your future road will be even harder. Do you understand? Neil's junior brother's gaze lit up as he nodded hurriedly. It was obvious that he respected this senior brother of his greatly. Even Ryu had no choice but to give him a second look. If he was a leading disciple brother for something as important as the procession, he was, at worst, a half-step path extinction realm expert. If Ryu wanted to know for sure, he would only have to exert some pressure with his heavenly pupils. But he decided against it. Usually, he would be able to do so even without this much effort, but Neil was still wearing his necromancer half-mask, shielding himself. Unless he started displaying his chi, it was impossible for normal people to see through him. That said, this wasn't enough to make Ryu change his attitude toward Neil. In fact, no one was worthy of him doing such a thing. Seeing that there was no change in Ryu, Neil oddly became even more respectful. "Hello." It could only be said that anyone with the gall to interrupt a conversation between Ryu and Neil was either incredibly foolish or had actual ability. Just the act of the two of them turning their gazes over would pressure anyone into oblivion. Just now, even Neil had trouble maintaining eye contact with Ryu, but this didn't mean he didn't exert his own unwitting pressure. It was little surprise then that the culprit was the half-masked man with a dark aura Ryu met after exiting his cultivation room. A disciple of the Nightingale Mansion. "I would like to buy your tri-key." "I refuse," Ryu said plainly. "Don't be so quick to do so. I can provide you many things in return. There are many legacies that the Nightingale Mansion has that the Moonlight Blossom sect does not. Why not reconsider?" This young man had clearly felt Ailsa's strength before, yet still dared to do this. It could only be said that his background was most definitely not simple. After sensing Ailsa's strength, he was apprehensive. But, knowing that Ryu intended to join another power, he concluded that Ailsa was a rogue cultivator. If that was the case, then even if she was individually powerful, she would still be helpless against a colossus like the Nightingale Mansion. There was a reason why the power found its sex and why even those who wanted to remain unfettered would instead opt to being thrones. Having backing was invaluable. No one would dare claim to be invincible. If one wasn't invincible, having outside support was just too important. Ultimately, this young man couldn't allow the tri-key to fall into the hands of the Moonlight Blossom sect so easily. The wars of this moon world were not a joke and were constantly being sparked and battled. Even now, all of the major powers, the three Pupil Eclipse sect notwithstanding, were in some sort of major conflict. This was the best opportunity to pressure Ryu, before he officially joined any powers. "Fool. Do you think that you'll be safe after you join that sect? Even if I don't take the key from you, the people you deem as your backers most definitely will. You're nameless, without backing, yet dare to carry such an arrogant gaze. You won't survive for long." It was obvious that this young man was still a bit resentful about Ailsa pressuring him with her aura earlier and Ryu's disregard. Now that he had grasped a weakness, he wouldn't let it go. "Piss off, or I'll kill you where you stand." Still, this young man with a dark aura could have never guessed that he would receive such an overbearing response from Ryu. Chapter 372. Target. Ryu's cold, biting expression made it feel as though the gravity of the surroundings had multiplied many times over. Those who were weaker found it almost impossible to breathe, and even those who held some strength felt their knees buckle all the same. The young woman overseeing the entrance to the trial gate felt an overwhelming pressure bear down on her heart. It made her realize that even though this Ryu's cultivation was a bit low, he really couldn't be underestimated in the slightest. If he wasn't worthy of entering the trial grounds, then who could possibly be? The expression of the half-masked man warped. Though it was a bit difficult to tell behind the abilities of a necromancer mask, just the disruption in his gloomy aura was enough to paint enough of a picture. Neil raised an eyebrow. He was a bit surprised by Ryu's actions as well. Though conflicts between talented disciples weren't rare, what was rare was shedding all pretenses like this. After all, many followed the principle of, there were no eternal enemies, only endless benefits. Since everyone had such thoughts, there was no need to become irreconcilable with people because you just might need them in the future. However, this Ryu didn't have qualms at all. At that moment, Neil cleared his throat. "Brother Anfroy, your words were indeed a little inappropriate, and it seems Brother Ryu didn't take kindly to them. How about we forget it for now? I think you yourself realize this as well. If you want something from others, it's better that you come forward with a bit more sincerity. The half-masked young man with a gloomy aura, who apparently went by Anfroy, shot a ferocious glance toward Neil. He had come here with every intention of trading fairly. However, he had told Ryu that he wanted to buy the key when Ryu said, "I refuse." To answer in such a cold and succinct manner, was the person who first showed disrespect not this Ryu and not him? "Stay out of this," Anfroy said coldly before turning his gaze back toward Ryu. "I really want to see just how this arrogant fool plans to kill me. I'm standing right." Before Anfroy could react, Ryu's fist blasted into his chest. Completely stunned, the air was completely knocked out of Anfroy, his eyes bulging and his tongue involuntarily hanging out from his mouth as he dry heaved while his body flew through the air. Ryu didn't pursue as Anfroy slammed against the sturdy black walls of the Marshal Tower. He could tell that his strike hadn't done any true damage to Anfroy. Not to mention the fact the latter was a half-step into the Path Extinction realm. He also wore a high-grade defensive treasure as well. The only reason Ryu was able to put him into such a sorry state was because he was a necromancer, yet he actually dared to stand so closely to him. Necromancers were ultimately mental realm masters. How could their bodies match up to Ryu's? He was simply courting death. However, in the end, Ryu had still chosen to hold back for now. This Anfroy was lucky that he had used a fist and not his spear, or that latter really would have died. If he really killed Anfroy in a single, sudden strike, his Nightingale Palace might use it as an excuse and say he had used a sneak attack. But this way it would become a formal duel of the younger generation. At that moment, the scene of numerous twitching lips could be seen. How could they not be shocked? When had cultivation realms become so meaningless? Since when was it possible for a divine vessel realm expert to treat someone on Anfroy's level like a ragdoll? Even if they weren't aware of Anfroy's cultivation due to his mask, what they did know was that he was the leading disciple brother of the Nightingale Mansion. This meant his cultivation was at worst a half-step into the Path Extinction realm. Of course, there was another reason Anfroy was blasted away so easily, and that was because his immortal ring hadn't been summoned. "Bang! I'll kill you!" Ghastly black chi surged from Anfroy as he roared with all his might. If this had been a normal dwelling, the shout of such an expert would have caused it to collapse entirely. But since this place withstood countless ongoing trials, how could it not withstand this little bit? Unlike what one might expect, the Marshal Tower didn't prohibit battle. In fact, though guards were present, it was actually quite rare for them to act. It was just that Ryu was a bit unlucky in going over his time limit. Now that there was the sudden eruption of battle, not only did no one in a position of authority step forward, many even looked over in interest. This was called the Marshal Tower for a reason. To think that I, Anfroy Nightingale, would have a day where a mere divine vessel realm expert dares to attack me. Neil seemed to want to stop Ryu, but the latter had already flicked his wrist and opened his palm, causing a spear to appear in his hand. Ryu's black robes billowed, sharp piercing spear chi whipping around his body incessantly. Their momentum was so fierce that even the sturdy materials the tower was forged of were suddenly filled with countless white marks in an instant. He slowly walked toward Anfroy, who had raised into the air, his chi billowing like a dense black fog with the intent to envelop everything. "I'll use your head as a warning," Ryu said in a calm and even tone. "Those who want this key in my possession should be ready to pay a price, no matter who they are." Anfroy's laughter shook the air. Even as it did, 3 figures stalked outward from the dense fog that was his chi, sulking forward with the scent of death lingering in their wake. Though all 3 were humanoid in their shape, but they were most definitely larger than any human would be. Unfortunately, it was impossible to tell exactly what they were due to the thick black robes they all wore. A black imposed barrier erupted around Anfroy. In that instant, the auras of his 3 corpse puppets raised to another level. Their cultivations jumped from the peak immortal ring realm to infinitely close to the Path Extinction realm. If others saw how Anfroy was acting now, they'd see that he was truly infuriated. Though it couldn't be said that he had brought all of his trump cards out, it was very clear that he wasn't underestimating Ryu in the slightest. As for Ailsa, He didn't even spare her a thought. If she dared to make a move, even if she ran to the ends of the earth, the experts of the Nightingale Mansion would never let her off. You think that just because you cleared some neglected trial that you have the qualifications to go up against me? You want to know why passing this trial is only worth a spot as a working disciple. It's because this trial is worthless. Only by taking this trial at one of the 8 cities can it actually have some meaning to it and allow you to become an outer disciple. Since you've thoroughly infuriated me today, I'll toy with you to the brink of death, and then refine you into a puppet, so you can spend the rest of your miserable existence regretting your bang. In that moment, Anfroy's imposed barrier shattered, and he spit out a mouthful of blood as he almost fell from the air. An instant later, the auras of his 3 corpse puppets plummeted once more, returning to their original strength. Impose. A beautiful green barrier wrapped around Ryu in the shape of a dome. Arcs of bright blue electricity and wisps of light green wind followed his steps, building momentum with his every stride. A solemn expression coated Neil's face. It wasn't just him, but everyone watching felt a shudder in their hearts. Just how much stronger was Ryu's inheritance to shatter the Nightingale Mansion's death inheritance so swiftly and easily? I suggest you don't use such flimsy imposed barriers before me. Bring out everything you have now, or you'll lose your chance to do so. Anfroy was right about one thing: the trial to Ryu's back was meaningless. It had far too many flaws and had been far too easy. The current Ryu wanted to deter others from pissing him off on the one hand, but on the other, he wanted to test where the limits of his new strength lied. This leading disciple brother was the perfect target dummy. Chapter 373, Luck. Ryu had yet to meditate upon the lightning inheritance of the Lightning Qilin clan. The truth was that the moment he awakened their spirit body talent, his body was reconstructed into the yang lightning element. As a result, he could use lightning qi at will without having comprehended an inheritance. Due to the fact he still had poor control of it, whenever his qi surged, streaks of lightning would unconsciously emanate from his body, striking the surroundings with a vicious momentum. But it was exactly this uncontrolled lightning that shook those watching on. It was too powerful. The streaks of beautiful blue lightning beneath Ryu's feet were even more devastating than his surging spear qi, directly causing savage cobwebs of cracks to race across the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that the precious materials that formed this tower were already black, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that they would have been charred as well. Anfroy weakly stood, blood dripping from his lips and rebounding against the ground. However, the moment he turned a vicious glare toward Ryu, his pupils constricted. Fast! Ryu practically teleported, a clap of thunder following his stride as he pierced toward the first corpse puppet. A vortex of wind and crackling lightning followed the tip of his spear, slamming against the middle humanoid corpse puppet. Anfroy's pupils constricted. A hole was blasted through the center of his corpse puppet as it was sent flying back. In that same instant, its black robes were blasted into pieces beneath the crackling of lightning, revealing its ghastly appearance. It was difficult to tell whether Anfroy's corpse puppets were corpses or golems. Though its face was obstructed by a black fog, it hardly mattered because its body couldn't be considered to be normal any longer. All sorts of metal components were attached in odd and intricate patterns across its body. Its right forearm was actually shaped like a silver metal cannon, and its left arm had 3 joints instead of the normal 2, making it so long that its fingers stopped at its knees. Even with a hole in its chest, it leaked a black liquid that reminded one of oil formed of the fossil processing of countless precious beasts. What was the most shocking about this corpse puppet was that the hole in its chest was actually trying to mend itself. Unfortunately for it, the lingering lightning qi made its death qi unable to gather up and complete the action. This was another reason why Ryu dared to fight this battle. If he had ascended to the Blossom Plane instead of coming to this world, at most Ryu would dare to challenge a middle immortal ring expert. Leaping realms to do battle, especially in an immortal realm like the Immortal Ring realm, was far too difficult to put into words. However, in this moon world, Ryu had absolute confidence to do so. Why was that? It was because the experts of this world were almost all path cultivators. Those who followed this path, before Ryu's lightning and rage flames, could only court death if they sought to infuriate him. It might not be so on any other world, but here, Ryu didn't have to fear anyone below the path extinction realm. Oh, I guess not. Ryu corrected himself. I seem to have inadvertently become an heir and reached the first inheritor level. With some time, I should be able to step into the imposed realm with ease soon.
Pure yang lightning.
Anfroy's shocked roar reverberated through the tower's hall. Who are you? Anfroy's words were like a thunderclap in the ears of those in the surroundings. Yang lightning was one matter, but pure yang lightning was a different matter entirely. If it was normal yang lightning, though he would suffer a bit, it wouldn't be to an exaggerated extent. However, pure yang lightning represented that antithesis of all that he was. To put these matters into perspective, Ryu's lightning chi was to all lightning-type energies what his rage flame or phoenix flames were to fire-type energies. There wasn't a ranking system among lightning elements like there were amongst flames because lightning was a huge taboo of the heavens. As a result, not many dared to tap into its mysteries, and even those who did could only touch upon greatly inferior forms. But, obviously, Ryu was completely unlike these individuals. He stood on a level unto himself. Only beasts like the Lightning Qilin and Lightning Rock could touch upon this grade of lightning aside from a few other rare existences. Ryu remained indifferent to Anfroy's shocked cries. His body felt exceptionally light. Due to his northern heavenly wind, his body could already be considered to be not even half the weight it should be, especially considering his Qilin and dragon bloodlines ceaselessly increased it the stronger they became. However, now he was truly as light as a feather. Now, his body carried the strength of an ancient beast, yet he was also formed entirely of elements, so he was heaven-defyingly ethereal at the same time. On top of this, when his chi surged and the lightning flickered out of his control, he gained a charm that only a fairy could possibly have, making those who laid eyes upon him have a hard time looking away. Anfroy's expression changed multiple times, seemingly hesitating. But in his lag, he didn't react in time to control a second puppet of his from being blasted flying. This puppet's appearance was just as ghastly as the first. Ryu's strike had taken a massive chunk out of its hip, making it look as though some monstrous beast had bitten into his side. Anfroy's pupils constricted. He realized that Ryu's lightning was continuously becoming stronger and stronger as though he was still learning. With a wave of his hand, he acted decisively and put his 3 puppets away. He took a deep look at Ryu and vanished. Ryu frowned slightly, because he actually couldn't grasp how Anfroy had done it. This could only be blamed on himself. He had been too careless. Or else, with his heavenly pupils, how many things could escape his understanding? He actually chose to swallow his humiliation and leave. A wisp of coldness suffused Ryu's heart. At that moment, Ryu felt a few light taps land on his shoulder. He looked over to see that it was Neil who was laughing heartily. I've never seen Anfroy in such a sorry state. I have to say that I've still underestimated you, brother Ryu. How about this, since I've seen your combat strength with my own eyes, there's really no need for you to take part in the procession. If you hand in that badge you received from the trial, I have enough authority to directly give you the status of outer disciple. Ryu's gaze narrowed slightly. No normal disciple had the right to do such a thing. Even if he was the leading disciple brother, his authority stopped at acknowledging Ryu's strength and bringing him to the sect. Only there would his recommendation coupled and the badge in Ryu's possession be able to be combined to allow Ryu to become an outer sect disciple. The fact Anfroy could do such a thing meant that he was a core disciple at worst, and maybe even a level higher. Was he an inheritor disciple? It was impossible to tell. Ryu didn't have enough information. Ryu nodded. Then I'll have to thank you in advance, senior brother. Neil was a bit shocked when Ryu addressed him in such a way before he roared with laughter, maybe a bit too loudly. He had thought that Ryu would be too arrogant to do such a thing, but it seemed he had misjudged him. Elsa smiled from the side. From start to finish, she hadn't said or done a single thing. What an adorable little beast, Neil said with a smile. Yet it's actually so bold. It didn't even wake up from its nap while you battled. Neil's small talk poured out in a continuous stream and seemed without end. With Ryu's personality, he had practically tuned it all out, so the next few weeks were nothing but a blur to him. Then, sometime over a month later, after the 8 disciples of the Moonlight Blossom sects completed their procession, they finally began making their way back to the sect. Unfortunately, maybe it was just Ryu's luck, but when they were just half a day's journey away, the sound of hundreds of marching troops resounded on the horizon. In a rare showing, Neil's smile vanished and his gaze narrowed. Ryu, who had been silently meditating, slowly opened his eyes. These days, the 8 chosen of the Moonlight Blossom sect had an odd relationship with Ryu. Their standing was technically higher than his own, as they would immediately become inner disciples. However, under the influence of Neil and that junior brother who went by the name of Gil, they didn't have the courage to treat this apparent outer disciple with disdain. In fact, the 4 female chosen were quite curious about this youth. Only Gil and Neil had seen Ryu fight on that day. And, in the last month, while they were undergoing their procession trial and challenging the youth of various cities, he hadn't fought a single time. However, they had lost their confidence to grow closer to them after seeing Ailsa. Though this mysterious beauty had disappeared for a long time already, they knew that she was close to Ryu. Ryu, come with me. You 8, stay here. Chapter 374. Again. Hearing their leading disciple brother's words, the chosen were even more shocked. Ryu nodded and didn't hesitate. Since there was a chance for battle, he obviously wouldn't give it up. He had come to this place to temper himself. So, it didn't matter to him who the enemy was, as long as he could fight, it was a good thing for him. In the past month, he had broken through into the middle divine vessel realm after opening his 3rd chi vessel. In addition, he had easily grasped his Impose realm lightning inheritance. The only unfortunate part was that Impose realm breakthroughs no longer called down enough essence for his body to experience significant improvements. After all, the Impose realm was still ultimately within the mortal realms while his body was well into the immortal realms, but still it was a good thing, especially since he felt he was already on the verge of entering the ruler realm. This only made sense. Awakening the spirit body talent meant that his lightning affinity had skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. So, of course, his immortal realm body could sustain the immortal realm comprehension that was the ruler realm. He was eager to test himself. Silent cultivation wasn't his style. Neil grinned when he saw Ryu's willingness and shot out of the carriage. Ryu quickly followed him, spear in hand. But his eyes narrowed as he saw the quickly approaching clouds of dust. These warriors, he recognized them. They were part of the battle he and Guyot appeared in the midst of. Neil's expression flickered. With a wave of his hand, the earth-grade beasts who pulled the cart died and their blood seeped into the ground. A pungent black fog that smelt of death exploded from them and surrounded the carriage, protecting it from all angles. Ryu spared a curious glance toward the scene before turning away. It was likely a technique used to sacrifice corpses for the sake of power. There were a lot of necromancer techniques that fell under the category like corpse poison or corpse explosion. This seemed like a purely defensive art. It seemed the means of necromancers were far beyond what he currently knew. He also knew that this was why Neil hadn't fought for a higher position for him. The Moonlight Blossom sect was ultimately a land of necromancers. If he didn't display the skill of a necromancer, it didn't matter how powerful he was. He'd probably be an outer disciple for the rest of his life. The reason the chosen were, well, chosen was due to their exceptional talent in the field of necromancy. Ryu knew all of this. Neil saw his talent and likely wanted to take him in to avoid him going to powers with less restrictions and thus lessen a potential future headache. After Ryu joined their sect, unless he was expelled, he didn't have the right to leave. This was why, though this Neil looked like a good guy, he was probably even more dangerous than that Anfroy fellow. But, despite being smart enough to see through this, Ryu didn't care. Because he had indeed come here to be a necromancer. Black Wind's Kingdom. Neil's visage turned darker. Those floating specter steeds rushing toward them now were the signature mounts of the Black Wind's Kingdom. It wasn't that they were really floating, but rather that their legs were obscured by black fogs and wind that gave this impression. This was why their hooves could still be heard. The reason they could maintain their small sizes wasn't because they had the same talent as Nemesis, but rather because they were half-dead creatures. They had their bodies amplified by treasures and couldn't break through beyond their current limits. This was the price they had to pay. Soon, the approaching troop began to slow, eventually stopping about 50 meters from where Ryu and Neil stood. The group was covered in black armor obscured by black winds and numbered about 100. What are you doing in Moonlight Blossom Sect territory? Is this to be considered an act of war? Do you think that our elders won't eradicate you all? Neil asked calmly. Ha ha! A robust man at the front laughed uproariously. Neil, are you even worthy of my empire declaring war on you? You're too full of yourself. Just as the man was about to say more, his gaze suddenly narrowed as he landed on Ryu's figure. It's you. Neil frowned and turned to gaze toward Ryu. What was that supposed to mean? Did these two know each other? I would have never expected that that white-haired fool who dared to fly on a battlefield and actually survived was on your side. Though this robust man called Ryu a fool, the seriousness he took Ryu with could clearly be seen in the space between his brows. Neil was even more surprised by this. What exactly had Ryu done to make this musclehead take him so seriously? However, he didn't have much time to think about this because he was more worried about why the Black Wind's kingdom would appear here. They were just half a day's journey from the sect now. Logically, they shouldn't have waited this long to attack. Was it because of the key? Neil didn't think so. If it was, why would they wait so long? It had already been a month. Neil had already concluded that the other powers didn't dare rashly offend the three-pupil eclipse sect. After all, they had given it to Ryu as a reward, so taking it from him would be like smacking their faces. Why else would someone as arrogant as Anfroy try to buy it first? There was no doubt that there'd be no shortage of individuals trying to pressure Ryu into giving it up willingly. But coming here with a troop of 100 was foolish. No matter how much of a meathead this youth of the Black Wind's kingdom was, he wasn't stupid to this extent. Plus, he didn't seem to have recognized Ryu due to his key, but due to an event that occurred on a battlefield. That was outside of expectations. The three major powers beneath the three-pupil eclipse sect had been in a constant state of war for a long time now. But, if Ryu was joining their Moonlight Blossom sect now, that obviously meant he wasn't a part of any other power and couldn't have participated in such scuffles. Unless, Neil's gaze narrowed, but he didn't say much. If Ryu really was a spy, this meathead wouldn't be foolish enough to say this much. And if he had been fighting on the side of another power at that time, he wouldn't have said anything either for reasons just as sinister. I'll ask you again, Jock. Why have you come here? Jock sneered. You claim that this is your Moonlight Blossom sect's territory, but you're easily half a day's journey from your sect. Aren't you a bit too shameless? This is clearly an unmarked land. Ryu's brow cocked. Even if you wanted to have a spar of words, you shouldn't be this stupid, right? All of the cities in this vicinity were under the control of the Moonlight Blossom sect. You could practically draw a circle connecting them all and enveloping this area. If this wasn't considered their territory, then what else could it be considered? Could it be that they had to have a city on every single bit of free land? Just as Ryu was about to attack, having had enough of this nonsense, a powerful aura shot over from the direction of the Moonlight Blossom sect. It had a heavy in character that made the air seem colder. The moment Ryu sensed the aura, a concealed killing intent began bubbling deep within his heart. Ha! Junior brother Neil. Thank you for taking care of these little pups for me. Neil's face twitched. He finally remembered that this irresponsible senior brother of his had pawned this job off on him. Senior brother Zulfikar. Neil greeted somewhat reluctantly. Still, he sighed a breath of relief. At least now this problem was resolved. However, he hadn't expected the next words his senior brother spoke. Oh, you're here. Neil frowned. What's going on? Nothing much. We just plan on launching a joint attack on Nightingale Mansion, so they're escorting some representatives over. Neil's eyes widened. This was quite a big secret. Why would his senior brother so casually say such a thing out loud? Shouldn't he have thought of an excuse before telling him the truth later? It seemed that Zulfikar realized this too as he smacked his forehead with a palm. Ah, my fault. I shouldn't have said that. He waved his hand casually and the entire Black Wind's kingdom troop collapsed. There were only a handful and a conspicuous carriage he left untouched. Zulfikar, what is the meaning of this? Jock roared. Aya, is there a need to get so angry? I made a mistake, so I rectified it. You don't care much about those troops around you anyway. Plus, I left those valuable steeds of yours alone. And my side is going to suffer a bit too. At first, Neil and Jock didn't understand what Zulfikar meant by that last part of his words. At least, that was until his hand suddenly stretched toward Ryu. Ryu's gaze narrowed. He had already been shocked that this man had a high position in the very sect. He now had no choice but to join. But to think he would try to kill him again. Chapter 375 Choice. We've made it, boys and gals, if there are any of you lurking. Finally, a new chapter of Gab after what feels like forever. The reason chapters have been slow is because I've had to reread GAB from start to finish because it's been so long since I've written Ryu and Ailsa. LMAO. Anywho, I have a lot of exciting stuff planned. This is where the main plot of GAB finally kicks in. You want to kill me? Zulfikar's had just been raising into the air when he suddenly heard Ryu's voice. It felt as though the world had been drenched in a cool fog, the calm, killing intent radiating from the latter almost condensing into the air. Zulfikar's eyes narrowed as his hand accelerated. To him, Ryu was as good as dead. The death chi condensing onto his finger was so thin and sharp that it was invisible to the naked eye. A simple wave of his finger had just killed over 100 with cultivation realms beyond Ryu's. Let alone the fact Ryu was right before him now. This matter was over. However, how could Ryu's eyes be compared to the eyes of another? Even without trying, he could see the chi in the surroundings swarming toward Zulfikar. He could even see through some of the secrets of the technique he used to do so. In a flash, Zulfikar extended his finger beneath Neil's pitying gaze. But the result was out of their expectations. Ryu's body suddenly became ethereal and the sound of clapping thunder could be heard. The invisible line of death chi passed right through his body, causing an incredibly small hole to be burrowed into the ground. Ryu flashed to the side. Though his face was slightly pale, his vision was even sharper and a cold sneer curled his lips. Ryu's cold voice made his rage clear. If it wasn't for the fact he knew he was no match for this man, he would have struck to kill no matter the consequences already. This was already the second time this man had tried to kill him. What are you talking about? Zulfikar said innocently after reining in his shock, not to mention his spike in killing intent. He already knew that since Ryu had said this, he wouldn't be able to attack again. But what he didn't expect was for Ryu to make no attempt to hide his animosity. Wash your neck. These were all the words Ryu said in response. The feeling was absolutely stifling. The idea that a mere divine vessel realm expert would say such words to him was almost as bad as the idea he truly couldn't attack anymore. A tri-key held too much significance, and a tri-key given by that sect personally held even more. The only way to get the key would be to get Ryu to willingly hand it over. Taking it by force would cause one to offend the three-pupil eclipse sect. With his high status in the Moonlight Blossom sect, it might have been possible for him to get away with an accident. But attacking twice in succession, especially after Ryu so clearly stated his identity, would be nothing more than him courting death. However, even knowing this, the fact Ryu so brazenly took advantage of this fact filled him with a belly of resentment he didn't know how to get rid of. What might have been worse was that he felt a lurking sense of danger from this boy. At the very least, his eyes were dangerous. By the time he had calmed down his anger enough to be certain he wouldn't lose his cool and attack Ryu again, the latter had already walked off into the distance and toward the Moonlight Blossom sect, not even bidding Neil farewell. As for the matters here, what did they have to do with him? Even from the distance, they could see how each of Ryu's steps left burning scorch marks on the earth. It was clear that his words weren't false. He really wanted to kill Zulfikar. Not only did he really want to, he really dared to as well. All right, Elsa giggled. There's no need to be angry. We'll make him pay eventually, right? Ryu walked through the snow, arcs of blue lightning coursing around his body. Ryu wasn't quite used to his new body just yet. So, with his emotions having become so heated, he found it even more difficult to control. The dragon and Qilin were both beasts of extreme yang, and both were quite known for their tempers. The red dragon specifically even had their rage flames which could be fueled by their emotions, so there was no surprise there. But now, Ryu had unlocked talents of both beasts, making his own temper even more difficult to control. Despite the consequences, he almost went all out with Zulfikar right then and there. Of course, he knew that it would be foolish to do so, so he hadn't, but the strong temptation somewhat scared even him. It only made it worse that Zulfikar's attack had been so volatile. Just turning into lightning wasn't enough for Ryu to dodge. Had he done that, all the energies his body had been made up would have been corrupted by the death chi, leading to his death. In order to survive, Ryu had to not only enter his elemental form, but he also had to bend his body around the needle. The level of concentration it had taken to accomplish this almost drained him completely. He wasn't fast enough to react, so he had to use his pupils to predict the trajectory. If it wasn't for his willpower, he probably wouldn't even be standing now. After a long while, Ryu finally managed to calm himself, his silver eyes sparkling with a cold glint. He had to admit, if it wasn't for Ailsa, he might not have calmed down so quickly. This will be troublesome. Ryu finally spoke. He originally wanted to use the Moonlight Blossom sect to train in peace until it was time for him to use the Tri-Key. But he wasn't a fool. If he still tried to do this now, he would only be asking for constant harassment. In fact, Ryu even thought of finding a new sect to join regardless of what the consequences might be. He didn't particularly care about what others thought about him. To Ryu, the most important thing was growing stronger as quickly as possible. He didn't have millions to billions of years to waste to reach the top of the martial world. He had to step onto a grander stage now. If the Moonlight Blossom sect would be more of a hindrance than a help to him, then he would definitely throw them to the wayside. He had no intention of joining an uphill battle just for the sake of public perception. Understanding Ryu's thoughts, Ailsa smiled. I think you've forgotten about one thing, Osiris. Ryu's gaze narrowed when he heard this word, looking down at the black ring on his finger that he had ignored all this time. In truth, it had been more subconscious than anything else. Knowing that his great-grandfather was out there and alive, yet hadn't made any attempts to save his legacy, still left a bad taste in Ryu's mouth. Back then, Ryu had spoken a whole bunch of nonsense about abusing his great-grandfather's name in spite of him, but the truth was that he was still too prideful to do so. He knew that he wasn't in a position to be willful, but he had still thrown this matter to the back of his mind, never even attempting to use it. Ryu's pride couldn't have been more obvious from this. Let alone using the ring, he hadn't even looked at it or even thought of it until Ailsa just mentioned it. As a result, despite the fact he had such an amazing resource sitting right here, he had never even attempted to use it. The mercenary guild was definitely not to be trifled with. A smaller world like this one couldn't even hope to match up to it. The benefits Ryu could get from this one ring was definitely far beyond anything that the Moonlight Blossom sect could possibly provide. In fact, it would probably be beyond what even the Tatsuya clan in its prime could provide. Of course, compared to the resources of the Tatsuya clan, Ryu would have to fight for resources of the mercenary guild, whereas in the Tatsuya clan, Ryu would have everything handed to him on a silver platter. But the sentiment was still the same. Seeing the complex light, Ryu looked down at the ring with Ailsa sighed lightly. Entering her full form, she snuggled one of Ryu's arms, seemingly not bothered by the crackling lightning around him in the slightest. No matter how cold Ryu was, he couldn't help but feel comforted by such an action, though that comfort was layered with a tinge of guilt when he thought Elena. It made his fervor to grow stronger burn even brighter. However, though he hadn't said it in but so many words, he had also accepted Ailsa as his woman. Since he had made such a decision, he wouldn't go back on his word. Ailsa could feel Ryu's thoughts, but she also smiled in understanding. If Ryu didn't have such a reaction, he wouldn't be the Ryu she knew. In time, their relationship would hopefully be just as close. When that time came, the place she held in his heart would be no smaller than Elena's. I know how you feel about these things, but even the most powerful need to make sacrifices. When the day comes where you can stand above your great-grandfather and ask him to answer for his actions, who will care about how you got there? Ryu closed his eyes. Somehow, even now, he felt as though a piece of himself was being taken away. A blazing killing intent surged around his body. Even the snow began to melt and the evergreen foliage began to wither beneath its aura. To Ryu, this decision was no different than dropping to his knees. For making him make such a choice, Ryu swore there would be a day soon where he buried Zulfikar beneath the soles of his feet. All right, I will enter Osiris. Chapter 376. Pod. Ryu vanished into the large forest, his body cloaked in a veil of darkness. While the others thought that he would make his way to the sect, Ryu chose to take his time. He had no intention of entering that lion's den now, since he had chosen to finally try his hand at the dream world. Osiris, he would simply find a location where he wouldn't have to worry about being interrupted. Not long after Ryu disappeared, several shadows appeared where he had just been. They looked around in confusion as though wondering how a middle divine vessel realm pup could possibly elude them. However, there was no denying the fact that it had happened right before them. Could he have not headed toward the sect? Impossible. I'm certain that he took this path. Well, he's clearly not here, so how do you explain that? The shadows looked toward each other, but clearly didn't have a good answer for one another. Ryu coldly watched on from the sidelines, his expression indifferent. It was as though he didn't know that these shadows were here for him. After a while of getting nothing in return for their efforts, the shadows scattered. Not even 10 minutes later they returned. But there was still nothing to find. Quite persistent, HM? Elsa mused, her thoughts drifting to Ryu. Quite bold, Ryu replied, an edge to his tone. They were still with Moonlight Blossom sect territory and weren't very far from the sect at all. Yet they still dared to come after him right here and now. He had to say that this was probably a smart decision. It would be easy for Zulfikar to blame another in this sort of situation. Though the three-pupil eclipse sect was a looming threat, the reality was that much like how everything else in the martial world functioned, it was entirely reliant on strength. Ryu could complain, but if his voice wasn't loud enough, who would listen? From what he understood, this Zulfikar had quite the loud voice. Ryu sneered. To think that this is how far my family's world would have fallen. I'll remind them of the power of the Ice Phoenix clan soon enough. Ryu vanished. Not long later, he found himself a secluded place and summoned his death worm immortal cave before burrowing into the ground. He had to admit that despite the relatively weak nature of the death worm, at least compared to higher-end immortal caves, its stealth abilities were top of the line. Once Ryu felt that he was in a safe enough position, he began to enter a state of meditation. Will you be able to come with me? Ryu asked. Elsa nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. In fact, over there we'll likely run into many more fairies. My existence won't be too surprising. Ryu nodded. That much made sense. I also have a few ideas. Namely, we need to do something about your weapons. My weapons? Yes, your level of strength has long since surpassed them, so they're more of a hindrance than a help to you. And beyond that, I think we may also need to consider something a bit more novel. Ryu's brows furrowed, not quite understanding what Elsa was getting at. Let's go first and I'll teach you what I mean. Welcome to Osiris. Ryu felt his vision swim, but he quickly acclimated himself. After observing his surroundings, Ryu found that he was in the small pod. A gel of a consistency a level more solid that jello covered about half his body lengthwise. Not even a foot above him lay a ceiling and his arms couldn't even stretch horizontally without crashing into more walls. He wasn't very surprised by this realization. According to his understanding, Osiris was a grand dream world no smaller than maybe the whole of the martial world itself. Of course, things weren't so exaggerated since it was the hub of mercenaries alone, but the point was that it wasn't much different from the real world. As such, there were differences in statuses between people here not unlike how there'd be in the Shrine Plane or anywhere else. The fact Ryu awoke in a pod meant that he couldn't afford to have awoken anywhere else. As such, the default brought him to this location. Of course, part of the reason for this was the fact his great-grandfather must not have put any effort into building his faction. From Ryu's understanding, he was the only person who had joined the saintly weapon Sky God faction, so unlike the other direct descendants of Sky Gods who likely awoke in luxurious mansions, he had to settle for this uncomfortable hellhole. Ryu looked down at himself as best he could in such a position and shook his head. Not to mention the fact he awoke in a pod. But even his clothing was downgraded. All of Ryu's clothing had been sewn by spiritual seamstresses, but it seemed that he wasn't lucky enough to bring such things with him. As a result, he was now wearing bland gray robes that made him look somewhat like a dilapidated Tai Chi master. Ryu didn't actually mind this very much. He only wished that his clothing was black as he had grown accustomed to over the years. But there was no need to be so picky. Despite the lists of complaints, Ryu actually felt quite refreshed. Compared to sending his mind into the crystalline Jade, this sort of feeling was very different. He found that his mind was almost breathing. It was a weird feeling, almost as though his brain had lost the protection of his skull. But, rather than being in danger as a result, it felt more free and lively. The feeling was rejuvenating. In the past, the perpetual use of ethereal tapestry was more of a burden than anything else. Though being able to see all the cheese of the world was a special feeling that made reading the attacks of opponents and even cultivating far easier, it weighed heavily on the mind. Ryu found that he got tired much more easily and his mind needed to rest more frequently. But this only made sense. After all, wouldn't anyone feel this way if their normal world suddenly became nothing but a swirl of bright lights and colors all the time? But, in this place, Ryu felt as though the burden had been completely lifted from him. In fact, he began to enjoy ethereal tapestry just as much as the very first time he awakened it. He found that this mutation his heavenly pupils had undergone had far more possibilities than he had initially given it credit for. If he could bring out its full potential. Chapter 377. Authority. Ryu shook his head. He had been so lost in the feeling that he had begun to waste time. He came here to train and gather resources for himself, not to bask in a feeling of pleasure. With a thought, Ryu could see his information floating before him in an illusory panel of some sort. From his understanding, no one could see this information unless he allowed them to. Ryu Tatsuya. Saintly Weapon Sky God Faction. Talent Designation, Subcommon. Battle Prowess Designation, Black. Status, Direct Descendant. It is detected that host has undergone significant changes since last connecting with Osiris. Would you like to update your information? A voice rang into Ryu's ears, asking for his permission to scan. Remembering how overbearing the system had been when he last entered, Ryu's eyes narrowed. He wondered if he said no if it would find an excuse to scan him anyway. Last time Ryu got lucky. Aside from the fact he could hide under the umbrella of his great-grandfather, due to Ailsa and his false spiritual foundation, the Osiris system failed to place his talent properly. But, now that he had lost connection to his spiritual foundation, Ryu wasn't certain if he would get the same benefit. If the mercenary guild suddenly became aware that a great ancestral circle-level talent had joined their midst, who knew how they'd react? Ryu had no intention of relying on his great-grandfather for help in this regard. Doing so would just be like him asking for a quicker death. Is there any benefit to a second scan? As a direct descendant, your priority options are already as high as they can get without becoming a pillar of the guild. In that case, don't. Ryu replied succinctly. Surprisingly, the Osiris system left him alone after this, allowing Ryu to sigh a breath of relief. If the system detected his realm heart, he had no idea what would happen to him. All right, let's go. With a thought, the pod Ryu was laying in released a large amount of gas and began to slowly extricate itself. When Ryu finally got the room he needed to sit up, the sight left him smiling bitterly. His pod was just one of hundreds of thousands, located in just one of the countless rows and columns around him. Flying treasures of all sorts flew overhead and below. Not a single person even spared Ryu a glance. It was clear that they were quite used to small characters like him. Ryu tried to fly, but quickly settled back down into a frown. It wasn't because he couldn't fly, but rather because it was far more difficult to do so here. He had thought, because of how comfortable his mind felt here, that everything would be easier. But controlling his body here felt as though he had suddenly grown another set of limbs and could now only move with them. Ryu suddenly heard a giggle at his ear after a while. Ailsa! Ryu called out. It will be more difficult for you to control your body here the more talented you are. So, you have your work cut out for you. Ryu frowned. Why? Usually, he would be able to guess Elsa's thought process. But, at this moment he was at a loss. Think of it like a lag. Elsa's body manifested into its miniature form, finding a seat of Ryu's shoulder. This is just a dream world. But, unlike your crystalline Jade, it's projecting you toward a central hub that connects with the minds of trillions of other people. The more talented you are, the more data the system needs to send, and thus the more sluggish your projection becomes. Actually, if it wasn't because you were a direct descendant and had priority when it came to certain things, it would be even more difficult for you to control your body. Let alone flying, you might not even be able to sit up properly. Ryu frowned. If this was the case, was it still worth it to come here at all? Of course it's worth it. Elsa chided. This is another reason I wanted you to come here. You still haven't broken past that barrier in your puppet control. But, if you can reach a certain standard here, I promise you that controlling your corpse puppets will be no more difficult than controlling your own body in the real world. Ryu's gaze lit up, a sudden understanding overcoming him. Since that was the case, he would do his best. Because it was his own body, he could see through the mistakes he made much easier and understand the proper path with much more clarity. This would indeed make his progress much better. He hadn't forgotten that he needed to become a summoning necromancer. In order to do this, he needed more than just general talent. He needed talent as a necromancer, or else he could forget it. Unfortunately, his mental realm was one of his great weaknesses. In that case, he could only make it up with hard work. Ryu focused his attention on his body, Elsa watching to the side in silence. His body raised from the bed of jello only to crash back down. Ryu took a deep breath, using the origin flame to see through all his mistakes and correct them in the blink of an eye. Then he tried again. This time he rose much further, albeit much more shakily. His arms spread, his core flexing. He had never struggled this much to utilize his chi before. With his talent, it had always come as easy as breathing. To think it could be this difficult. In all his focus, Ryu didn't realize that his surroundings had become deathly silent. The flying treasures had come to a grinding halt, and their owners, who hadn't spared him a single glance before, looked toward him with wide eyes. By the time Ryu realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere, it was already too late. Elsa giggled. I forgot to mention that only those with a certain level of authority can fly in Osiris. Chapter 378. Uproar. Ryu sent a glance toward Elsa, but she didn't seem to take his coldness very seriously. After getting used to Ryu for so long, she had learned to shrug off such things long ago. Elsa knew exactly what Ryu planned to do. He likely wanted to use the resources of the mercenary guild while keeping a low profile. Even if he had a chance to use his status as a direct descendant, he likely wouldn't unless he had no other choice but to. However, in this situation his status was all but exposed. Elsa pretended like she knew little about the mercenary guild. But, despite having spent most of her life in a deep sleep waiting for Ryu to reincarnate, if there was anything she did know about, it was these large guilds. The mercenary guild was large and expansive. It couldn't truly be considered to be a single power. Rather, it was the combination of several, thus their factions. Not all factions within the mercenary guild were as empty as Ryu's great-grandfathers. These factions usually have billions of people within them, and not even all of these factions were necessarily led by sky gods either. This was all to say that the mercenary guild was a massive conglomerate with hands in several pots across the martial world. If one wanted to get something they couldn't do on their own done, it was more than likely that this mission would appear within Osiris for a mercenary nearby to accomplish it for them. As a cultist fairy, and a princess of her race, no less, Elsa would definitely have had some dealings with this guild before. In fact, it was very likely that she had once been a part of a faction on her own. Of course, if Ryu wanted to know about these things, he could just look into Elsa's mind. But he already had a habit of not doing this. Don't pout, Elsa said with a giggle. If I didn't trick you like this, who knew how long you would spend ignoring your privilege here? Now that everyone's seen you, there's no escaping it any longer. Ryu shook his head and ignored his surroundings. It took him a moment, and his flight speed was still barely 10% of his maximum, but Ryu finally managed to raise himself from his pod. He understood where Ailsa was coming from. If he really held himself back from using his privilege in this place, then he would be hampering his progress. In that case, what would have been the point in coming here? He might as well have dealt with the nonsense the Moonlight Blossom sect had in store for him. "All right, you win," Ryu replied, gliding down from his pod. "Since you know so much about this place, where should we go?" Ailsa smiled mysteriously. "Well, since you said so, remember those Armament Guild accounts I mentioned before?" Ryu's gaze sharpened as he tried to maneuver through all the people looking at him as though he was a circus act. Back in Loom City, Ryu ran into a branch of the Armament Guild. Back then, he lamented the fact he couldn't use the accounts under his name because that would expose his identity. But, having read his thoughts, Ailsa mentioned the fact that her cultist clan had no small number of accounts themselves. And, as their princess, she could of course use them as she pleased. "You mean, well, I did say that you need better weapons, right? Also, we can't waste time trying to earn money here. By the time we make any progress, it will already be time for the Tri-Palace to open. So, if Big Sis can speed up the process a bit, don't you think I should?" Ailsa smiled sweetly. Accessing her Armament Guild accounts here wouldn't be a problem at all. "All right, I forgive you." Ryu gave up. Ailsa's bell-like laughter rang in Ryu's ears. But, unfortunately for others, he was the only one that could hear it. Well, he was the only one that could until they stepped out from the large spherical building. To Ryu's back, there was a large ball of glass that stood several kilometers tall. It had a slight tilt to it and a steel wrap running around its circumference once. By now, Ryu had already stepped back down to the ground, but the news of his appearance had caused an uproar in this small section of Osiris. He was simply too conspicuous. Otherworldly handsome features, long flowing white hair, yet somehow wearing the default gray clothing of the poorest paupers this world had to offer. The dichotomy would have been eye-drawing even if news of him flying hadn't spread. As though that wasn't enough, Ailsa soon entered her full form by his side. The appearance of a fairy caused the already great uproar to grow to another level. Ailsa appeared in a long flowing white dress, her golden hair almost falling to the street beneath her delicate bare feet. Her ruby eyes sparkled, but her entire world seemed to be filled with Ryu's side profile. "Let's go on a date. Big Sis will spoil you rotten." Ryu smiled bitterly. How had he gone from the scion of the Tatsuya clan to a gigolo? The news of Ryu's appearance couldn't be underestimated. Osiris was one large massive hub of connected minds, but it was also split into several smaller quadrants. Due to the fact Primus Tatsuya never bothered to organize a residence for his faction, Ryu had been teleported to one of these smaller quadrants. Not all smaller quadrants were created equal, though. Depending on the level, one's immersion in Osiris would differ and the difficulty of controlling one's avatar would vary. These quadrants were separated into lower, middle, upper, and peak quadrants. There were also rumors of a fifth level which only a select few could step onto. But the main point here wasn't this, but rather that each of these designations were controlled by their own factions. So, how would these factions react when an unknown entity with such high privilege appeared in their territory? Chapter 379. Too much? Such a thing happened now? What are they playing at, exactly? In a world disconnected from Osiris, a voice sounded. Its owner was a man of plain appearance. There didn't seem to be anything particularly amazing about him. But the longer one gazed upon him, the closer one would be drawn in. It felt as though the energies of the world were at peace in his surroundings. Had Ryu been there, his ethereal tapestry would have seen a still lake of colors, as solid as a painting and as beautiful as the most gorgeous artistic conceptions. He rose from his meditation, his spiritual sense sweeping outward. If one was too weak, it would feel no different from a breeze. But, if one was of a certain level, it would feel as though a giant of epic proportions was gazing down at you. There was no doubt that this man wasn't as weak as a divine vessel realm entity. In fact, even a path extinction realm expert would be dwarfed beneath his presence. He could only be described as a mountain. The gathering of materials for the Ice Devil's legacy world was just a few years away from completion. It can't be that someone wants a piece of the pie now? Only those martial gods and their partners were aware of just how truly special this Ice Devil legacy world was. Whether or not the shrine plane could come under their full control or not would be entirely reliant on this. It was such an important matter, in fact, that they even went so far as to recruit geniuses from the lower immortal planes. If that didn't prove just how important this matter was, then nothing would. The man mused to himself, his steps even and unhurried. Eventually, after he rounded his own small garden, he seemed to have come to a decision. With a flip of his palm, a crystal ball of some sort appeared, and he relayed several orders before going back to his place of meditation, the mountainous aura around him fading with the closing of his eyes. Even with all of that said, of these things were the most shocking parts about this man. If Ryu had been there, the first thing he would have noticed wouldn't have been the towering aura, nor would it have been the inconceivable cultivation, nor would it have even been the still palette of colors around him. It would be the white hair and silver eyes of the Zhu clan. What is this about a new weapon? Ryu finally got around to asking this question. In truth, Ryu was more used to being stared at like this versus not. After all, his face was well known on the shrine plane during his first life, and his wife was a femme fatale as well. If it wasn't for her lower cultivation, Elena would have been among the top-rated beauties of the shrine plane without fail. A little attention was meaningless to him, so he easily ignored the eyes around them. Elsa glanced at the wares lining the streets. Most people in lower quadrants had to scrape by to afford their living in Osiris. So, such street vending in these lower levels was quite common. Because of the way Osiris was created, there was a great burden on the mind. Though Ryu felt as though his mind had been alleviated, that extra benefit he gained waned considerably after he began to control his body. As a result, whatever boost being in Osiris gave to the mind became a net negative when controlling one's body was taken into account. As a result, most couldn't stay in Osiris for longer than a few days. The only way to extend one's time without damaging one's mind was to use spiritual crystals. Unfortunately, though, spiritual crystals were incredibly expensive. Even the lowest denomination could only be afforded with immortal chi stones. A single lower spiritual crystal could extend one's stay in a lower quadrant by 10 days. But it could only extend stay in a middle quadrant by 1 day. The price only became greater and greater the higher one climbed within Osiris. At the same time, though, despite the expenses involved in remaining in this place, the rewards were too great to pass up. Even if one ignored all of the resources, simply staying and living in this world could explosively increase one's combat power and had a subtle effect on purifying one's mental realm. The higher one climbed, the more exaggerated these benefits would become. Beyond this, if one could rent high-class hotel or training rooms, there would be an added bonus to these effects. And even beyond that, if one could afford to buy a home in Osiris, these benefits would reach a whole other level. Unfortunately for the players selling their wares on the road, though, it was unlikely that they would be able to make much to begin with. The sad truth was that much of them were probably members of teams and had to pay a cut of their earnings. They were essentially fueling the lifestyles of their leaders. And, if they couldn't meet certain quotas, they would be kicked out. As for why talents great enough to enter Osiris to begin with would fall to such a level, that would easily be explained by the death penalty for dying in Osiris and the benefits for killing another here. In the end, everything always came back to benefits. I think that you should abandon the Tatsuya saintly weapons. At least, you should abandon them as presently constructed. Ryu's footsteps paused. If Elsa had said such a thing when they first met, he would likely respond coldly and abrasively. The Tatsuya saintly weapons might have been created by his great-grandfather, a man Ryu didn't have many if any fond feelings for, but it was passed down to him by his grandfather and his father, two men Ryu deeply cherished his relationships with. His father, Titus Tatsuya, a man who was stoic but loved deeper than anyone else. He was the backbone of their small family, a man who understood responsibility and cared for him unconditionally. His grandfather, Saint Tatsuya. He was a man of few words and hardly communicated his emotions. Truthfully, his wife and Ryu's grandmother, Marila Tatsuya, had become his mouthpiece a long time ago. Both of these men saw Ryu as the bearer of their legacies. Though they never blamed him for it, he could see the hurt in their eyes when he failed to awaken that day on his 7th birthday. To Ryu, the Tatsuya saintly weapons had little to do with power to him and everything to do with carrying on the Tatsuya name as was his duty. Now that he had the strength to do so, he had every intention of making them proud. For Ailsa to ask this of him, wasn't it too much? Chapter 380, Ailsa Cultus. Ailsa took a deep breath. The truth of the matter was that she had had this idea for a very long time, but she was also privy to Ryu's thoughts. Though the man seemed cold on the outside, his heart was filled with nothing but warmth and sentiment. If not for this, how could he possibly have treated Gayat's little sister as though she was his own? Compared to that little girl, though, Ryu's feelings for his family weighed even heavier. Why was it that despite knowing his life wouldn't last long, despite knowing he was nothing but a cultivation cripple, despite still having the unconditional love of his family, that Ryu would still have worked so hard in his last life? The truth was that no one knew how hard Ryu had slaved. How much time he had spent with his nose in a book he didn't want to read, or the sleep that he had deprived himself of for days to weeks on end. As a mortal, even the simple things were difficult for him. Even a non-factor to cultivators like sleep or sickness were things Ryu always had to deal with. Yet, no matter what it was that faced him, no matter what hardship that stood before him, Ryu continued to press forward, his mind entirely focused on being of benefit to his family. In the end, his hard work paid off. He helped his parents to accelerate their cultivation and improve their spiritual foundations. He found endless stores of treasure for the Tatsuya clan, helping to bolster their fame and wealth. He pioneered new feats in the field of herbology, resurrecting long-extinct spiritual herbs and creating never-before-seen ones. It could be said that Ryu's greatest pride, his greatest drive, and his most important ambition was his family. And why was that? It was all because he was a cripple. He was a cripple who couldn't have passed down the family legacy. A cripple who couldn't do the Tatsuya saintly weapons proud. A cripple that couldn't bring forward the full strengths of his bloodlines or his bone structure or even his heavenly pupils. Ryu saw himself as a failure, so he worked until he had no more tears to shed and no more blood to bleed. But now, everything was different. He could finally fulfill his duty as the scion of the Tatsuya clan. He could finally make those weapons ring and have those who watched on as his clan fell shake in horror and fear. Other than saving his family, this was the greatest ambition Ryu had. He finally had the strength to do it. And Ailsa was well aware that he had put in the work necessary to reach that goal as well. There wasn't a moment in the day where he wasn't cultivating. And this was exactly why Ailsa waited so long to bring this topic up. She knew Ryu better than anyone. In fact, even those silent moments in the Tatsuya clan's library, memories that Ryu kept to himself and never spoke to anyone else about, she was well aware of. It was only now Ailsa finally felt that she could say these words to Ryu without him closing her out completely. If she had tried to say these words any earlier, Ailsa wouldn't have been surprised if Ryu never spoke to her again. Even now, she could feel his aura growing distant and somewhat cold. But, as Ryu's cultist fairy, Ailsa knew that these were words she had to speak. Many who had been observing Ryu and Ailsa seemed to realize that there was something off about the atmosphere between them. They couldn't fathom why a man would be showing such an expression to such a great beauty. It had to be said that Ailsa was the most beautiful woman any of them had ever seen. There didn't seem to be a single flaw on her well-endowed body. If it wasn't for their better judgment telling them that Ryu wasn't one to be trifled with, many of them might have already surged forward to be her knight in shining armor. "Listen to me, Ryu." Ryu nodded. "I'm listening." Though he said this, the coldness in his voice was undeniable. "I'm not asking you to give up the Tatsuya saintly weapons. I said that you should abandon them as presently constructed." Ryu's brow furrowed. He couldn't understand what this was supposed to mean. Was he abandoning them or not? Ailsa looked around and frowned. Though Ryu didn't care about being watched like this, she wasn't very fond of being ogled during such an intimate moment. This was a very important milestone in their relationship, and she would rather not have a peanut gallery come along with it. "Come." Ailsa grabbed Ryu's hand and pulled him along. Somewhere deep inside, She sighed a breath of relief that Ryu still allowed her to do this much. Inwardly, Ryu was greatly conflicted. His visceral reaction was to cut Elsa off completely for saying these words. However, when he met the look in her eye, his heart softened considerably. Just like she could see his emotions, in that moment he could see hers. He could see the trepidation, the fear, the anxiety she felt speaking these words to him. He could sense the courage it took for her to speak them. At that point, for the first time, Ryu couldn't help but wonder, was he too cold? Before Ryu realized what was happening, he had been pulled into another large building. Compared to the glass sphere housing countless pods, this building was just as vast, albeit not as oddly shaped. In addition, while the glass sphere had been filled to the brim with people, this large building was practically empty. The building itself seemed completely out of place for a lower quadrant level world. My name is Elsa Cultus. I would like to take a look at my assets, please. A young woman at a counter was completely taken aback. Excuse me? The young woman couldn't believe what she was hearing. The moment Elsa spoke her name, it was as though all the energies of the world began to sing. Chapter 381. Great. The young receptionist shook, unsure if she had heard correctly. But the name alone kept reverberating in her ears, beating to the sound of her heart and refusing to allow her to forget. Names in the martial world were too powerful. When they reached a certain level of standing, they clapped in one's ears like thunder. Even Ryu's Tatsuya family name when spoken felt like a reaper gripping at one's throat. Yet they were technically wiped out almost 1 billion years ago. However, Elsa's clan hadn't waned in the same way. In fact, they were still brimming with force and vitality. The young receptionist couldn't quite seem to understand why it was that Elsa would come here in the first place. But, even beyond this, wielding such a name so nonchalantly as though it hardly mattered seemed to be even the worse offense. Even now, after speaking her name, Elsa's attention was entirely placed on Ryu as though she was still trying to coax him. Her actions were gentle and loving as though she was trying to impress him rather than the other way around. As a receptionist at this lower quadrant's bank vault, this young lady's standing was actually quite high. Compared to other who had to sell their street wares to stay in this place, her experiences were, by far, much better. But, even then, even with all the things she had seen, this was the very first time she had run into such a situation. Yes, ma'am. Right away, ma'am. The young receptionist hurried with the procedures. As for checking Elsa's identity, was that a joke? Anyone who dared to speak of the cultist fairy name without being a part of them would have found themselves struck down by fate. The best-case scenario for such a person was to become a cripple. In the worst case, their existence would be completely erased. The only way to escape such a fate would be to have enough strength to rival the most powerful existence of the cultist clan. But if you were such an individual, would you really need to use any other name but your own? Understanding this, it was no wonder that the young woman was so flustered. This was the most powerful name she had ever heard. On top of that, those of the cultist clan were practically living legends. She never thought that she would run into such a character. Looking toward Ryu, who still seemed to be somewhat cold and distant, the young woman couldn't help but feel a twang of jealousy. The only human such an existence would be close to would be their life partner. But everyone knew how rare it was for humans to gain the favor of fairies. This could only mean that Ryu was also an elite amongst elite talents of humans as well. All of this left the young woman in a complete daze. She practically felt like she was dreaming even up until Ryu and Elsa vanished from her sight. Ah! I need to report this. The young woman finally snapped out of her daze, a flustered expression still on her face. Ryu and Elsa walked through the long and tall empty hallways in silence. The marble decorations were quite beautiful to behold, but neither seemed to be in the mood to speak. Ryu was still trying to sort out how he should be reacting to this situation while Elsa felt as though she was walking on pins and needles. Somehow, compared to before, Elsa was even more afraid of displeasing Ryu. In the past, their relationship hadn't been very deep. But, if after finally getting Ryu to accept her, her own words pushed him away, she didn't know if she could ever recover from that. The emotions left her feeling somewhat stifled. She almost didn't realize when they reached their destination. Since Osiris was a dream world, there were, of course, no tangible locations for things. As a result, Ailsa didn't need to go to an exact bank to retrieve things she left behind. Rather, she only needed to visit a branch and she would have access to everything. Ailsa fiddled with the key that the receptionist had given her, but her hands were shaking so much that she couldn't seem to use it properly. Ryu watched on from the side, at a loss. He had never seen Ailsa in such a state. Of course, this was one part due to the fact he never looked into her mind and another part due to the fact she had never been able to stay in her true form for long in the past. Ryu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them, a beautiful silver reflecting within his irises. He had subconsciously reacted, reaching forward and placing his hand on Ailsa's. Ailsa froze, looking back at Ryu, a half-expectant, half-confused light in her eyes. "It's all right," Ryu said, the edge in his tone dulling considerably. He took the keycard from Ailsa's hands and opened the door for her. A wash of light assaulted them as their identities were checked. Since Ailsa and Ryu shared the same wavelength, it wasn't even necessary to go through any hassle of giving Ryu permissions. He was allowed in just as easily as she was. Ryu pulled Ailsa into the room, the oddity in his heart calming considerably. At a loss, Ailsa followed Ryu in, the large doors clicking closed behind them. Ryu found a marble bench sitting in the middle of an empty room with pinkish rouge marble on all sides. The only other thing in this room was a marble table, but there wasn't anything on it either. He sat at the bench, pulling Ailsa to sit beside him. "I've decided," Ryu said, looking toward Ailsa. "Even if I don't agree with your path in the future, I will never hate you for voicing your opinion." Ryu took a deep breath. "Ailsa, you are my woman. Do you understand what I mean by this?" Tears brimmed within Ailsa's eyes to the point they began to spill over. The words were said with such straightforwardness and brevity, yet they were words that rang with Ailsa's soul. The reason was simple. She could see through what Ryu meant exactly. His eyes conveyed it all. "Now tell me, what do you mean?" Ryu gently pushed. Ailsa took a deep breath, her heart feeling much lighter. Ailsa smiled, wiping her tears. "The Tatsuya saintly weapons are great, but they were flawed. For one, they separated into 3 disciplines that have yet to be fused. But this is only the most surface-level issue. While switching between weapons in battle seems like a great idea, the reality is that it's only hindering you. I want you to put effort into a single weapon that can fuse all 3 paths of the Tatsuya saintly weapons into one. And, most importantly, I want you to choose a weapon that can make use of your dual-wielding talent to a much greater extent than the spear, glaive, and halberd can allow. I spent a lot of time thinking about what weapon could meet all these criteria, while also allowing you to carry on your clan's legacy. I've decided on an ancient weapon that's long since been phased out of use." Ryu's gaze narrowed, feeling an image Ailsa was projecting to him. The sword staff. Just saying the word made Ryu feel as though something was calling out to him from the depths of his soul. As a runic master, he had come across his ancient weapon more than once.
No.
Ailsa smiled mysteriously. "For you, we will make it the Great Sword Staff." Chapter 382. Sword Staff. Ryu fell into his thoughts. The Sword Staff. As a ruin master, there were very few staples of history that Ryu wasn't aware of. The sword staff was an ancient weapon that didn't get much attention during later eras. In the past, polearm weapons were the norm, at least for the shrine plane. This was because beasts were the rulers. Facing enemies with such large bodies, humans had to take advantage of whatever they could. As a result, polearm weapons were created. Over time, the sword staff evolved into the spear, glaive, halberd, and other more common polearms. As for the reason it was forgotten, it was quite simple. The sword staff was good at many things, but not perfect at any one thing. It wasn't as good as the spear at piercing. It lacked in the cleaving prowess of the glaive. And it was a worse hybrid in comparison to the halberd. In addition, due to the change in blade design that came with the halberd, a sword staff couldn't match its power either. For all of these reasons, the sword staff was eventually abandoned. But it seemed that Ailsa wanted to bring it back. There are a few reasons why I want you to choose this weapon. The first is its versatility. It is a jack of all, master of. However, it's exactly because of this that it's perfect. This is why I said I only wanted you to abandon the Tatsuya saintly weapons as presently constructed. I want you to pave a new path that fuses the three, succeeding where your great-grandfather failed. Ryu's gaze sharpened, a twinkle hidden within their depths. The second reason I want you to take this path is because a great sword staff would make it far easier for you to dual wield. With your dexterity, it will almost be no different from wielding two swords rather than two polearms. This will give you far greater control, and the disparity between your dual and single wielding strength won't be as exaggerated. Even to this moment, Ryu was much stronger when single wielding. When he used a weapon with a single arm, he could at most exhibit a fifth of its strength. The good news was that when he used two weapons at once, the effect was multiplicative. So, when he dual-wielded, rather than only being able to display 40% of his strength, he was closer to 80 to 90%. This was exactly why Ryu didn't want to give up dual-wielding. If he could have such results with just a fifth of his strength, what if he could exhibit 100%? Wouldn't his strength reach an all-new level? He might be even 10 or 20 times stronger than he was now. But there was more bad news than good. For one, Ryu hadn't made any progress in his dual-wielding in a very long time. It was as though he had reached a plateau he couldn't break past. But the second piece of bad news was even worse. Ryu had never dual-wielded the halberd before. Whenever he dual-wielded, it was always with the glaive or the spear. If he brought out the halberd, he would always single-wield it. There was a very obvious reason for this. He couldn't dual-wield his halberd, no matter how hard he tried. The stronger his comprehension of the halberd became, the further away from dual-wielding it he got. This became a perpetual cycle he had been stuck in for years already. Elsa took another deep breath. Little Ryu, what you're fighting against is more than just yourself. The same way names carry fate, so do weapons. The more powerful a weapon, the stronger the convention around it, the more difficult it will be to break past what it has become used to. Every time you battle, you're not only trying to increase your own strength, but you're essentially swimming against the tide of the world. Everyone who picks up a spear will do it with two hands. Everyone who picks up a glaive will do it with two hands. Everyone who picks up a halberd will do so with two hands. The halberd is especially like this. There might be some rarer instances of soldiers wielding a shield and spear at the same time, but this will never happen with the halberd. It's a weapon of power, of oppression. You don't defend when you use it, you attack, you destroy. This is the embodiment of the halberd, and it's especially so for the Tatsuya saintly weapons. From this, I'm sure you can understand the third reason I've chosen this weapon for you. Ryu nodded slowly. Elsa smiled. As a rarely used weapon, the faith around the sword staff has dwindled down to near nothing. As for the modification I have in mind for you, it's even more unfettered. Little Ryu, this isn't only about not being restrained by convention. Pioneering the faith of a new weapon will give you added strength no one else has access to. While others will have to pull from the same reserves of essence the world has to offer, you can pull from your own. The restrictions will be far less and the benefits far greater. Elsa steadied her breathing. So, what do you think? Ryu stayed silent for a long while, his irises flickering. For the first time in a long while, Elsa didn't peer into his mind, patiently waiting to the side. Show me this great sword staff, Ryu finally said after a long while. Elsa paused for a moment. She thought that this was maybe the most important image she would ever project. If she did this wrong, maybe she would lose Ryu's potential acceptance of this matter. Deep within her soul, she felt that this was a necessary step Ryu had to take. If he didn't abandon his current path, he would never reach his full potential. However, Elsa wasn't a weaponsmith. She didn't know what she should do. Elsa closed her eyes, calming herself once again. She never thought that such a matter could be so stressful. Since she couldn't rely on her expertise, she would force it. If there was one thing she did have expertise on, it was Ryu. In that case, she would show him something she felt reflected him to perfection. All right, this is it. Chapter 383, In My League. When Ryu saw the image, he lost his breath for a moment. Half of the weapon was shrouded in a heart-stopping mystique. It was a jet-black blade, radiating out with a dark fog. It had a width of 2 feet and a length of almost 2 meters. The blade was so flat that it seemed capable of slicing a piece of paper down its thickness. There was a slight taper to it, leading to a slightly elevated spine that just barely reflected the light. Everything about the weapon screamed to one's inner demons, calling out for slaughter. But this was just one half. The hilt of the weapon stretched out into a pole arm over a meter long. It was wrapped in the scales of a dragon, wheezing and breathing as though it was alive. Every pulse caused the scales to lift slightly, revealing a sinister red beneath. It felt like just grasping this hilt would slice one's palm apart, and just swinging the weapon would allow it to drink one's blood. A second copy of this weapon stood side by side. They seemed to be calling out to Ryu, begging them to take them into his hands. Ryu intook a sharp breath. He could feel his blood rampaging about, threatening to burst out from their veins. He had never seen a weapon call out to him in this way. He subconsciously reached out, trying to touch them. But, when he expected to feel his palms being sliced into by the sharp scales of the hilt, he grasped onto something soft instead. Ryu shook his head, his vision clearing, only to find his large hands practically disappearing into Elsa's ample breast. "Oh, sorry." Ryu pulled his hand away, his expression regaining its calm. Elsa giggled. "Why don't you touch some more?" A slight blush colored her face. Though Ryu had already seen her everything, this was the first time he had touched her in such a way. Plus, even if he was cold, he could at least pretend to have enjoyed it, right? Why was his face still so bland? Luckily, Elsa could read Ryu's thoughts, so she was well aware he enjoyed it more than he was letting on. It was a good thing too, or else she would begin questioning her womanly charms. Ryu shook his head with a slight bitter smile. This woman played too much. But he didn't necessarily hate it. "So, what did you think?" Elsa said after she was finished teasing Ryu. "How manly would you be wielding such weapons?" The great sword was already a weapon of men, but this seemed to take it to a completely different level. That said, not just anyone would be able to wield such a weapon. Not only would it take an insane amount of strength, the dexterity required would be beyond most. Elsa believed that Ryu was one of the very few who could manage it. Ryu took a deep breath. "It's a beautiful weapon. I could feel it resonating with me." The sword staff in a lot of ways was just like Ryu. Both had been abandoned by the world, and both wanted to carve out their own path within it again. This was the first time Ryu had felt such a way about a weapon. The Tatsuya saintly weapons were for his father and grandfather. But this was for him. However, Elsa froze, a tinge of worry coloring her expression again. Her excitement waned considerably just by virtue of this single word. "That weapon's power is currently beyond me. Even if we have your funds and can commission its build, I wouldn't be worthy of it. Shouldn't we start with something a bit more in my league? And also something that wouldn't make every Dao pedestal realm expert on the moon world chase after me as though their lives depended on it." Though Osiris was a dream world, shipping things into and out of it was incredibly easy. Everything here was illusory, but something like teleporting products across worlds would be exceptionally easy. It could be said that thanks to Elsa's wealth, Ryu already had everything at his fingertips. Elsa was stunned when she heard this, but then she suddenly began laughing. Her laughter was so beautiful that the energies of the world seemed to sing. One would think that she had just accomplished the goal of a lifetime. Her smile was so genuine that Ryu felt as though centuries of icicles were slowly melting around him. Elsa pounced into Ryu's arm, happily burying her head into his chest. Ryu was stunned for a moment before he shook his head, a light smile on his face. He patted her head, allowing her to do as she pleased. Sometimes, this cultist fairy of his acted more like a little girl than a billion-year-old existence. Many hours later, Ryu walked out of a weaponsmith shop with 2 massive great sword staffs strapped to his back. His every step was heavy, causing the ground to quake. Unfortunately, he still hadn't mastered the control of his body. So, whereas in the real world his steps would be as light as a feather regardless of the weight he carried, In this world, he was practically a walking earthquake. From within the weapons smith shop, an older man wiped his brow of sweat, a partially curious and partially gratified light in his eye. As a weaponsmith, his job could often be quite repetitive. Casting the same weapons, repairing the same weapons, forging the same weapons, swords, 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 and more swords. Occasionally, he would get a spear master. But after enough years, he had gotten bored of this as well. But today, he finally got to forge something new, and he had to say that he was greatly satisfied. Youths these days are quite ambitious, but I guess you can do whatever you want when you have a beauty like that by your side. Outside the shop, Ryu reached his arms to his back. Strong winds kicked up the moment he unsheathed the twin great sword staffs. Each weighed over 10 million jin, so just their slight movement seemed to make the world tremble. Ryu's arms flexed, veins bulging as he held them out horizontally. The great sword staffs glistened with a silvery light. The runes drawn across their body reflected beneath the sunlight, bouncing in every which direction. The blades had a more three-dimensional structure, making it look like blunt weapons from afar. But the very edges contained a sharp sheen experts would never miss. Both weapons were peak Earth-grade treasures, radiating a might that made all those who saw them tremble. At this moment, for the first time in a long time, Ryu felt that he was limiting his weapon strength rather than the other way around. He activated the runes of the treasures, causing a force field to appear around him. Bang! A massive crater with Ryu at the center of it all appeared, the weapons each doubling in weight. Elsa watched with a smile to the side, floating in the air to avoid the destruction. Just watching them enter Ryu's hands, she knew she had deduced correctly. He was made for this weapon. At that moment, the sound of clapping forced Ryu to pull his attention away from his weapons, a cold light suffusing his gaze. A young woman leading an entourage came forward, her slender hands clapping against one another. To have such strength at the middle divine vessel realm, and what interesting weapon choice, as expected of someone with such high authority. The young woman smiled, looking up at the floating Elsa as well. Would you two care to have a chat? Chapter 384, Uproar. Ryu's arms flexed, somewhat clumsily returning his great sword staffs back to their sheaths. He had been looking forward to training his body control back to where it once was, being very expectant of the kind of gains he would have to his necromancy as a result. In fact, this was exactly why he had chosen to commission a holster for his new weapons rather than simply storing them in a spatial ring. He wanted to push his body to its limits so he could gain this greater control. But he hadn't expected to be interrupted before he could even decide what his next step would be. It was quite a shame. Ryu had thought the benefit of being upfront with his high status would make people leave him alone. He had grown used to running into trouble these past few years because his standing was too low. It seemed that the trouble he had to deal with had less to do with how low his standing was and more about how unlucky he was. Ryu calmly observed the young woman before him, seemingly not minding the slightly awkward silence. She was quite a beauty. Though nothing compared to Elsa, she seemed to command attention of her own under the circumstance that a fairy princess wasn't also nearby. That said, her beauty was secondary. She wore tight-fitting gray robes that may have followed her curves, but also worked to accentuate the team emblem that rested just above her right breast. This very emblem was the very same one shared by all those who followed her, making it obvious that they were all a part of the same organization. What was especially intriguing, though, was that this young woman also seemed to have stepped into the immortal ring realm. And not only had she done so, but her completion of the realm was not shallow and her age was most definitely quite young. Simply put, compared to the talents Ryu had run in the Shrine Plane during his second life, and even compared to the few he had stumbled across in his short time in the Moon World, she was leagues above. It could be said that this young woman was the closest person to his own talent that Ryu had run into in his second life. Of course, this wasn't saying much. It was impossible for her to compare to him, and the quality of youths Ryu had come across were lacking. But it still said something. After a long while, just when the young woman was starting to get uncomfortable and seemingly realized that Elsa deferred to Ryu, Ryu finally spoke. "And you are?" The young woman cleared her throat. She had never been treated this way before, but anyone who could have a cultist fairy by his side likely had the right to be so arrogant. She had thought that since Ryu was still in the divine vessel realm, things would be somewhat easier to handle. But, despite being so close to him, he didn't seem to display any fear whatsoever. Under normal circumstances, even if one's backing was far higher than another, there would be a minimum amount of respect afforded to those with higher cultivation than you. This was the way of the martial world, where strength reigned. However, Ryu didn't seem to take her seriously at all. Of course, how could she know that Ryu was used to berating World Sea Realm experts even as a mortal? Ah yes, we are the Violet Olive team and are under the rulership of the Immortal Sakura Alliance. We're here on orders from our superiors to have a chat. According to the unspoken rules of our several alliances, we aren't meant to cross into one another's territory, especially during these sensitive times. Might I ask which alliance you're affiliated with and why you've come to our territory? Ryu sent a glance over to Ailsa, to which she responded with a giggle. Teams, alliances and factions, that's the order from smallest to largest. Alliances are usually less strict and aren't truly recognized by Osiris. Same goes for teams. Factions, on the other hand, are the real big players of this dream world. That said, due to the smaller restrictions in size, there are far more teams and alliances than there are factions. As such, most of what happens in the lower regions are dictated by these smaller teams. If an alliance is provoked, things can get especially murky because many of the shops here run through them. Of course, the same can't be said for major establishments like the bank we just left. But, for smaller places like the weaponsmith who forged your blades, you'd have to be careful. Ryu listened to Ailsa's words filter into his mind, but he was still quite intrigued.
Immortal Sakura Alliance?
What a bold name. I am not part of any alliance. Ryu replied plainly. The young woman frowned upon hearing these words.
No alliance?
Then what was he doing here? It was also impossible for her to think that Ryu was part of a faction because even the worst of factions would spawn their members in higher quadrants. Even the most fringe members of such factions would spawn within elite resting locations in middle quadrants. Something like a faction member appearing on a lower quadrant was unheard of. None of this even mentioned the fact Ryu had appeared among the lowest grade sleeping pods as well. It was already hard enough for them to accept that such a person had a cultist fairy to begin with, let alone then accepting that he was from a faction. Is he a lone wolf? If Ryu really was without affiliation, things would be easier. If he didn't have any backing, dealing with a single divine vessel realm expert wouldn't even remotely be a problem. In fact, it would be too easy. This was especially due to the restrictions fairies faced. Under normal circumstances, a fairy would enter with their life partner as a proxy. As a result, their combat prowess would be assigned a value of 0. Basically, floating in the air like that was practically the extent of Ailsa's abilities currently. Of course, there would be an exception if Ailsa also gained the approval of the Mercenary Guild on her own. But, judging by the fact she had no chi fluctuations around her, this was unlikely. Plus, even if she had, so what? Since her life partner was in the divine vessel realm, even if she surpassed him, she would at most be in the connecting heaven realm. It seemed that they had been overly cautious. In that case, it seems we've overstepped. But, since we are here, I believe it's important for Sir to understand a few things. As I mentioned previously, this is a sensitive time. I'd like to warn you in advance not to take any unnecessary steps that might affect your future in Osiris. In fact, if I were to give you any advice, I would advise you to quickly relocate to another lower quadrant world. I see that you recently commissioned the creation of your weapons, so you must not be lacking in funds. Ryu listened to these words curiously. He wondered just what was happening here that they would be so serious. Unnecessary steps? Such as? The young woman looked back toward the group that had followed her before looking toward Ryu. The look she had on now was as though she was looking at someone who didn't understand his limits. I believe we've said all that is necessary and we've given you enough face. We'll be taking our leave now. Ryu raised an eyebrow, his face still the picture of calmness. What did she mean by that? Ryu turned his question toward Ailsa. I'm not sure, but if I were to guess, it is likely related to the resources of the quadrants. Resources? Osiris is a dream world, but there are tangible benefits to be gained. Most importantly, it's a world for training and exchanging benefits. Some of these benefits can be traded amongst people like you just did with your new blades. However, many more of these benefits have to be fought for through ranking competitions and field competitions of the like. They're likely worried about you interfering in these missions. Or, rather, they were back when they thought you were a part of an alliance. It seems they're looking down on you now, my little Ryu. Elsa giggled lightly, her actions causing several eyes that had been quietly listening in on the clash to stick to her like glue. Oh, so that's the case, huh? Ryu hopped out from the crater he had formed, his steps heavily landing on the paved roads and causing cracks to spread. Not long later, the crater began to mend itself as though nothing had happened. Immortal Sakura, is it a coincidence? Elsa smiled, seemingly knowing that Ryu had already made a decision. If he didn't seek chaos, would he be the Ryu she knew at all? Not long later, an uproar sent waves across the lower quadrant world. News that one of the missions the Violet Olive team had reserved was now gone spread like wildfire. To make things more interesting, this matter was undertaken by a lone wolf in the mere divine vessel realm. Across worlds, there was a lush paradise with beauty beyond words. Pinkish-violet clouds hung in the air, a refreshing scent rode the soft spring breezes, and the creatures seemed to laugh jovially, splashing about in crystal-clear waters. At the center of this world, though, a huge commotion was taking place, a commotion so large it made what was happening in that Osiris lower quadrant seem like a joke. After so many years, news of Princess Elsa had finally been found. Chapter 385 where, sitting within the center of a budding flower, there was a man with handsome features beyond description. It could be said that Ryu was a man who was almost perfect in every regard, but compared to this fairy king, he was several levels inferior. It was to the point where Ryu could only be seen as substandard if they were placed in the same room. Of course, this difference mostly stemmed from a gap in cultivation, but it was the truthless. The king of the cultist fairies was a man who shared similar looks to his daughter. He had flowing golden hair that reminded one of the nectar of the gods and 2 ruby eyes that dazzled and dazed. His features were sharp and his beard was meticulously kempt to the point where not a single strand seemed to be out of place. All of his hair curled the same and followed a perfect flowing gradient. His skin was without blemish, so clear that it radiated a natural light all to its own. And, as though this wasn't enough already, his body gave off a refreshing scent even more intoxicating than the smells of Ryu's current ice jade crystal body. The fairy king wore elaborate robes, but it was hard to tell if they were constructed with true lines of fabric. They held an ethereal character that made the strands of clothing seem to resemble the lights of twinkling stars, rather than a mesh woven by a spiritual seamstress. At this moment, the fairy king was in silent meditation. However, the commotion of his abode couldn't have been missed by him. With his level of strength, there was hardly an inch of his lands that wasn't always in his purview. As expected, several burst into his room of meditation, causing the fairy king to awaken and shake his head. He was a king, a mighty existence in both status and power, yet others could just barge into his quarters like this. It was truly laughable. Of course, a majority of the reason this was possible was due to the construction of the cultist fairy world. Though this was a palace, the design was quite open concept. It floated amidst the clouds and didn't even have a roof to speak of. Let alone barging into his room, anyone could see what he was doing simply by flying over the palace. Not that many dared to do this. Likewise, not many dared to enter his living quarters so freely either. The count that barged in slowly grew to a few dozen. However, the fairy king recognized each and every one of them. His 7th son, 11th son, 3rd daughter, 7th daughter, his 9th concubine, his 3rd wife, each and every one was a family member and each was gorgeous beyond compare. But, at this moment they were all frothing at the mouth like a pack of rabid dogs. It felt as though they would all implode at any moment unless they got to say what they wanted to say. To make matters worse, unlike their properly dressed father and husband, these fairies all hardly wore any clothing. It was quite the sight to see them in such a state, pushing against one another as though vying for position. Each and every one of them wanted to be the first to speak and didn't mind elbowing a few exposed breasts and groins to get their way. Of course, this was simply the way of the fairies. There wasn't an ounce of sexual tension in their actions. They really did look like any other normal family who just happened to be at each other's throats. Didn't Ryu also find Ailsa completely naked initially? Alright. The Fairy King placed a palm against his forehead, shaking his head. Each one of them was millions of years old at the youngest. Was there a need to act like children? Just tell me. What is it that you have to say? Father. The Fairy King's 11th son finally managed to barge his way to the front of the group. Littlest sister. We have news of littlest sister. The Fairy King, who had been nonchalant this whole time, suddenly froze. He slowly moved his palm from his forehead, his gaze sharpening as he looked toward the small crowd of his family members. At that moment, the jostling for position came to a grinding halt. The aura around the Fairy King had changed abruptly. From a carefree existence, he suddenly became a towering existence that seemed capable of even dwarfing Shrine Mountain. A palpable, innate suppression suddenly took hold. They weren't reminded of it often, but sometimes the Fairy King's family would forget that their father and husband was no ordinary man. The fairies were split into 3 major rankings. The lowest echelon fairies that included elemental fairies and mixed-blood pixies. The middle echelon fairies that included the unspecialized battle fairies which received the blessings of the martial world's essence. And finally, there was the highest echelon, the true fairy deities that stood above all others. This echelon included Fishia fairies, the remarkable healers and breathers of life, the Kabus fairies, the harbingers of the dead and the reapers of death, and finally, the cultist fairies, the nurturers and the sustainers of the martial world's enigmatic cycle. This highest echelon had just 3 kings, 3 fairy kings that stood above all others, 3 men and women that ruled the fairy world with their might. And this was one of them, Elafrin Cultus. He was the greatest cultist fairy of his generation, a man responsible for countless impossible deeds passed down through the millennia. It was impossible to recount his valor in just a few words, to encapsulate his legend in just a few breaths. If one had to say just a small bit to capture just an inferior portion of this man's grandeur, one only had to say a single thing. The balance of the fairy plane as the martial world had come to know it was precisely the result of this man's efforts. Where is my daughter? His words practically came out in a growl. Chapter 386. 9 Cycles. The Fairy King's 11th son seemed to have trouble breathing. But he eventually shook his head and grit his teeth, his words eventually coming out in a steady flow. According to reports, littlest sister recently used her name to access one of our vaults in Osiris through the Mercenary Guild. She withdrew a small sum for unknown reasons. But regardless, she should be in Osiris right now. The Fairy King frowned. Osiris? Wasn't that the dream world formed by the Mercenary Guild? Why would his daughter be there? Unless she found her life partner? The Fairy King asked with a dark expression. We can't be sure, but after some digging we did find that she entered with a human boy. Find out this boy's information. The Fairy King replied, his voice tinged with a hint of cold. Osiris was a dream world. This essentially meant that it couldn't count as a location. Even if they knew she was in Osiris, there was no telling what world she had gone off to and where she was connecting to Osiris from. Since, in all likelihood, she was connecting to Osiris by proxy of this life partner, then the best way to find her was to find him. Then they could make a complicated matter simple. We've already tried, Father. But the Fairy King's expression grew colder. But what? A chilly aura gripped the meditation room, refusing to let go. The information is sealed off. Then contact someone to unseal it. The Fairy King spoke of violating the core laws of the Mercenary Guild as though they were nothing. This was precisely why Ryu had known not to trust it and why he didn't dare to use his own bank accounts even after reincarnating. In the martial world, rules were only followed by the weak. The Fairy King might not have been a sky god, but just how many sky gods had there been in cultist clan history? Plus, with his current status, he could just barely carry just as much sway as a sky god could. This was how heavy his every word was. Something like unsealing classified information of a singular individual was no problem at all. This, Alafran's 11th son hesitated again. What's the problem? Speak. Father, I already tried requesting such information already. Unfortunately, the information is sealed, even beyond what our word can unseal. It's likely that this boy has joined a faction. The Fairy King's expression flickered, a light of fury deep within them. A faction? Who cared? A damned faction dared to stand in the way of information about his daughter? Were they tired of living? Father, the situation is more complicated. The boy has joined the faction of the saintly weapon sky god. That man has always been an eccentric and is practically impossible to contact. There's no telling where he is now. He has no subordinates, so the only person we can contact to release this information would be him personally. There aren't even any members running his faction at all. Our hands are tied. The Fairy King's expression twitched several times. It was clear his anger had reached the point of imploding, but he didn't know where to vent it. A sky god with no fetters like the saintly weapon sky god was the most difficult to deal with. If such an existence was offended, who could bear the rage of a sky god without worries? The only thing that stopped sky gods with grudges against one another from acting indiscriminately were their families and descendants. No one wanted to see their hard work of countless epochs come crashing down before their eyes. However, what if a sky god didn't have such worries? Why him? The Fairy King's brow furrowed. As far as he was aware, the saintly weapon sky god had only joined the mercenary guild due to convenience. After all, their restrictions on their members were practically non-existent. Logically, such a person shouldn't accept anyone into their faction. So how had this boy been accepted? Husband. At that moment, another woman walked into the meditation room. But, compared to how the others were treated, no one dared to get in the way of this woman. Everything from her gait to the slight swaying of her hips exuded perfection. This woman was other than Alafran's first wife, his queen, and Ailsa's mother, Sasha Cultus. Sasha only had 2 children, one elder son and one youngest daughter. Unfortunately, her son had died to an incident that occurred long before Ailsa's birth. So, it was clear that even in comparison to the Fairy King, Sasha was even more concerned about the whereabouts of her daughter. Sasha? Is something the matter? Alafran's expression softened considerably. He stowed away his coldness with an unnatural swiftness the moment he laid eyes on his wife. "Where's my Ailsa?" Sasha said softly. Though her demeanor was elegant, her expressions seemed to carry a slight sickliness to them that made one want to protect her with all their might. Alafran took a deep breath. "I will find her." Sasha smiled somewhat bitterly. She had heard these words many times before, but they never came to fruition. Little Ailsa just doesn't understand. Alafran sighed, rubbing his temples. Life partners seemed to be a great tradition of the fairies, but the truth was that this was only a responsibility of the commoners amongst fairies. Fairy royalty were far too valuable to simply hand away to an unknown life partner, and this was especially so for Ailsa. Not only was Ailsa the child of the Fairy King, but her mother was of a background that even the Fairy King himself always remained silent about. And, as important as these matters were, Ailsa was also the most suited to take up his position once he chose to retire. With her talent, she shouldn't even be very far from having the strength necessary to accomplish this either. But, after Ailsa found the notes left behind by her elder brother all those years ago, her feelings toward life partners seemed to take a complete turnaround. Before them, as her parents could even comprehend the changes occurring to their daughter, Ailsa had disappeared to places unknown and had already been gone for over 9 cycles of 100 million years. Chapter 387. Upheaval. The atmosphere within the meditation room became heavy. Unlike their littlest sister, they, as her elders, were much more informed about the matter that happened all those years ago. However, it was for these exact reasons that they didn't want Ailsa running about on her own like this. There were some things that the actions of a single person simply couldn't stop. The martial world was being warped and changed. A single Ailsa couldn't change this fact because even the cultist clan itself was nothing but a leaf blowing in the wind. They had already sacrificed one of their own to this nonsense. They refused to also lose Ailsa. The Fairy King took a deep breath. Since little Ailsa has found her life partner, there should be some changes to the wheels, no? Why is it that we are only now finding out about this? Realizing something, the Fairy King's gaze sharpened once more. The so-called wheels actually referred to the sacred lands of the cultist fairies. Due to the specialty of the fairies as a race, they were able to accumulate more faith than other empires with far more ease, and this was especially so for cultist fairies. Even the common cultist fairies were capable of raising up legends across the humanoid and bestial races. The cultist fairies essentially gained free thrones every time a genius was contracted to one of their own, while not having to pay the same price other powers would have to. This was part of the reason the fairies were so untouchable. Even if they didn't produce a sky god for several generations, no one would dare to target them. And, if they did happen to have a sky god in a given generation, their growth would be unstoppable. Obviously, this didn't make them undefeatable, or else there would be nothing to worry about in the first place when it came to Ailsa. But it most definitely made them formidable. The wheels were how the fairies kept track of these matters. The more important the family member, the more prominent their wheel. It didn't need to be said that Ailsa's wheel was among the most prominent and the one that was the most frequently checked. But, aside from letting them know that Ailsa was alive, the wheel didn't let them know anything else. Even after so many years, there hadn't been a single movement. Originally, they thought that this was fine. It only meant that Ailsa's life partner had either not been found yet, or her life partner was dead. At least if it was the latter, they could just wait patiently for Ailsa to come home after giving up. But now, the expressions of the fairies changed. They looked toward one another, their thoughts clear in each other's eyes. In order to gain the favor of a fairy, one had to already innately be a genius of their race. This much was undeniable, and was the case no matter how low the standing of the fairy was. A fairy's will represented the combination of fate between them and their life partner. In order for a change to occur, a life partner's fate had to be strong enough in order to influence change in the fate of their fairy. What did this mean? It was simple. If Ailsa's will showed no movement, it meant that the fate of her partner was exceptionally weak in comparison to her own. The only way this could be possible is if Ailsa's life partner's talent was so poor in comparison to Ailsa's that it couldn't influence Ailsa's future in the slightest, or Ailsa's life partner was destined to live a short life. After reaching this point of their analysis, the meditation room was suddenly filled to the brim with murderous intent. It wasn't just a single person, but all of them. Fury lit their gazes, and tore a burning path through their veins. Each and every one of them wanted to charge out and blaze a bloody trail toward where Ailsa currently was. The death of a life partner after a connection had been formed would be devastating to a fairy. In fact, the result might be no different from a true death. Ailsa being partnered with a life partner without talent? That was impossible. Even if they were breathing their last breaths and the only option to live on was to accept this, they still wouldn't. The heavens wouldn't play such a joke. A princess of the majestic cultist clan being paired with an insignificant worm? No, there was only one explanation, then. This life partner, whoever he was, didn't have long to live. The Fairy King's aura alone shredded the budding flower he sat upon. Any herbologist present would have felt their hearts constrict in pain. This flower was of the mystical grade at worst. And, considering its size and maturity, it might not be any less valuable than an ordinary ancestral grade spiritual herb. Who can enter Osiris? Elafrin practically growled. Me! Ailsa's half-siblings practically all called out at once. Husband! This isn't appropriate. Sasha's calm and soothing voice cut through the chaos. Despite the fact it was her own daughter, it seemed as though she was the only one capable of keeping her cool at the moment. What's inappropriate about it? The hoarseness of the Fairy King's voice didn't fade this time as he faced his first wife. Though he loved her very much, he was still a king. The final decisions for all matters were always decided by him. The matters around the mercenary guild are especially turbid at this moment. The guild isn't controlled by any one existence, but somehow they're all turning a blind eye to the same matter at this moment. The Fairy King frowned. Why did this wife of his seem to know more about the mercenary guild than she should? There's not just upheaval in the mercenary guild either. The armament guild is experiencing such upheaval as well after the incident with the Hastam clan. If Ryu had been there, mention of the Hastam clan would have instantly reminded him of the old son and father pair. Of course he wasn't aware of this currently. But if it wasn't for old man Hastam stopping Patriarch Ember from taking action, he wouldn't have made it out of the core ring alive. The fact there was something wrong with the Hastam clan should have been obvious. If not, why would they appear on such a weak plane in the first place? Chapter 388. Soulbind. You are always concerned with your cultivation and do not pay enough attention to the outside world. The affairs of the clan have been handled by me for a long time already. Sasha continued to speak calmly, her explanation patient. The appearance of the martial gods has caused a lot of the status quo to change. We can't be as willful as we have been previously. The fairy king stared toward his wife a long while, but the words martial gods seemed to dampen his mood considerably. What do you suggest, then? Sasha smiled lightly, her pale face gaining some color. She was truly mesmerizing in this current state. Send the little ones after their aunt. Sasha replied plainly. They need to be properly trained for the coming tide regardless. The mercenary guild is as good a place as any. The fairy king sat back down, another budding flower magically forming beneath him. After some thought, he nodded. The little ones didn't need to defeat their aunt. They only needed to lay eyes on her and deal with her life partner. After this, it would be far easier to find out exactly where they were. Then, they wouldn't have to rely on the mercenary guild any longer. Call Ralith and Sanrith over. Not long later, two young men were escorted into the meditation room, their eyes wide with curiosity and apprehension. Elafrin's sons, daughters and wives might have been bold enough to charge right into his meditation rooms, but the youths separated by a few generations didn't dare to be so bold. To them, the fairy king was like a living legend. They might not even get the chance to meet him until they stepped into the Tao pedestal realm. But, even then, they wouldn't have expected him to be aware of their names. Of course, what the two young men didn't know was that the fairy king was very doting of his family. He kept a distance from his grandchildren not because he didn't love them, but because there would always reach a point where it was impossible for him to give them all the same love and affection. As such, it was an unspoken rule that the fairy king would only interact with his direct line descendants so as not to show any favoritism. That said, the fairy king was quite unique in this aspect. Many took the same path as him for vastly different reasons. To them, getting to know family members too far removed from them was a waste of time. After enough generations, they were hardly even related any longer. But, clearly, the fairy king didn't fall into this camp unlike Ryu's great-grandfather. Could be said that the only reason that Primus knew Ryu's name was firstly because sky gods had infallible memories. He would have only needed to hear it once to never forget it. And, secondly, the only reason he bothered to hear it in the first place was because Ryu was born with a Great Ancestral Circle level title, something incredibly rare through the martial world. Ralith and Sanrith, though, were still among the most talented 5 of their generation. For them to reach such a standard within the cultist clan, their level of genius spoke for itself. To achieve this feat in such a family was akin to standing atop the shrine plane. Despite both being less than 2,000 years old, they had long since taken deep steps into the immortal ring realm. Ralith and Sanrith both were in the 3rd immortal ring realm. And, unlike the pitiful Zoo clan members Ryu had met previously, each had formed ancestral grade rings. Their strength was easily hundreds of times that of those Zoo clan members Ryu defeated. Still, when they both heard of the task they were given, they couldn't help but hesitate. They too felt a fire light in their belly when they heard that their aunt had such baggage hanging onto her life. But, "Grandfather, are you sure that we are enough?" Sanrith spoke hesitantly. Auntie's life partner should, at worst, be in the Tao pedestal realm. We're no match for him or her. Ralith nodded in agreement.
No.
The only information we were able to glean was that this bastard is still immortal and he is also young. The two boys looked at each other, their expressions half filled with confusion and another determination. If their aunt's life partner was truly so weak, this wouldn't be a problem at all. However, they couldn't understand why there was such a difference in strength. The most fundamental law between life partners was that they would be born on the same day, at the same hour. A billion-year-old mortal? That was impossible. The fairy king didn't bother to explain. Noble fairies didn't usually seek out their life partners, so they were ill-informed on the subject. The more talented a fairy, the more the rules bent. If a fairy of Ailsa's talent was really born on the same day at the same hour as her life partner, if their intimacy reached the deepest level, the power the two could exhibit together would be heaven-rending. As a result, the more talented a fairy, the less compatibility they tended to have with their life partner. It was simply the way of the heavens. Of course, Elafrin had no idea that Ailsa and Ryu were indeed born on the same day at the same hour. Not only that, but it was the same minute and same second as well. Their blessings fell down in unison and they gifted the world with their first cries simultaneously. Their partnership was simply unprecedented. Take these soul-binding formations. You only have to kill your aunt's life partner a single time within Osiris and they will take effect. By then, there will be nowhere he can hide from us. The two young men were shocked seeing such things handed to them. In order to bypass the formations that formed Osiris, these formations would have to be at the very peak of the ancestral grade at worst. The reality only made the seriousness of their mission truly settle in. Leave it to us, grandfather. Oblivious to all of these matters, Ryu dashed through a forest, trying to gain better control of his body. With his talent, he had already gone from 10% control all the way to 50% in just a few hours. He could tell that if he tried to use his corpse puppets now, his skill would be on a completely different level. He almost regretted not entering earlier. But, as things went, the further you progressed, the more difficult more progress became. Ryu already felt that even reaching 51% might take several dozen minutes, which was significantly slower than the past. The location should be up ahead. Just defeating a sixth-order beast, right? Unfortunately, even as Ryu downplayed his task, his nerves were pulled tight. This was because before, the best sixth-order beast he had come across was of the Earth grade. This one, however, was of the Sovereign grade. Chapter 389, Sovereign. It was well known that beasts were always stronger than their human counterparts. It simply couldn't be helped. Even with the losses to strength they suffered due to their often exaggerated sizes, it simply wasn't enough to mitigate their overall advantages. But it had to be said that this was mostly the case for average humans. For those of astounding talent like Ryu, this was no more than a joke. If, that is, one was speaking of regular beasts. It was no issue for Ryu to deal with common, black, or even earth-grade beasts at his level. In fact, after unlocking the secret of his chaotic silk meridians, even heaven-grade beasts at his level could be treated lightly. However, sovereign-grade beasts were a different monster entirely. These were the creatures approaching the level of the deity beasts that once ruled the Shrine Plane. In fact, in this era, they were the strongest beasts one could come across. To understand how powerful ancestral-grade beasts were, one only needed to look at Ryu. His body realm cultivation was already so exaggerated despite having only unlocked a sliver of his bloodlines. Back when Ryu fought Little Rock, even the little guy who had only been the equivalent of an Earth-grade beast back then, had a thicker bloodline than Ryu. Yet Ryu was actually so powerful. Sovereign beasts were the closest line descendants of ancestral beasts that remained. Their strength was beyond imagining. Yet now, Ryu was slowly stalking toward the territory of one. Of course, this beast wasn't real. It was just a simulated opponent created by the Osiris dream world. But, since this was a world formed by the alliance of so many sky gods, Ryu had no doubt that this would be the real deal. Ryu suddenly felt that the temperature began to rise. At first, it was subtle. For someone like Ryu who had the Fire Phoenix and Fire Dragon bloodlines, he could easily miss the shift. He was practically immune to temperature. Whether it be too hot or too cold, he was mostly be unbothered. However, Ryu's current senses were being pulled thin. He was completely focused on every minute detail, trying to stop his feet from slamming heavily onto the forest grounds, knowing the soft soil wouldn't be enough to keep his movements hidden. As focused as he was, the incremental increases didn't escape his attention for very long at all. I'm getting close. Elsa wasn't currently by Ryu's side. Little Gem, the infant griffin, was in need of constant care. At the same time, the progress of Nemesis and Little Rock couldn't lag behind him by too much. It was about time both gained the strength of heaven-grade beasts. Nemesis still needed Ryu to become a summoning necromancer to unleash his true potential. But Little Rock didn't have such an excuse. The younger the little guy reached the sovereign grade in bloodline purity, the greater his future potential would be. Right now, the infant Lightning Hawk wasn't even 3 years old yet. Considering the lifespan of beasts, especially ones with ancient bloodlines, the little one hadn't even begun to mature yet. Though it was uncertain if Little Gem would ever be released of her curse, Nemesis and Little Rock were core pieces of Ryu's future plans and were currently his only family outside of Elsa. Their progress couldn't be stalled. The day they all reached the extent of their potential, those martial gods could only wait for death. That said, Ryu didn't absolutely need Elsa by his side at the moment. His entire purpose was focused on maximizing the control of his body and mastering his weapons. These weren't things Elsa couldn't necessarily help guide him through. The matter of his great sword staffs was especially a headache. Ryu had to find a method of fusing his comprehensions of the spear, glaive, and halberd into one. The matter was so complex that he found it difficult even to find a way to begin. But there was one thing that was certain: battle was a shortcut. Soon, Ryu found the source of the rising heat. Steaming geysers spread across the opening in the forest floor like miniature volcanoes. In the center of them all, there was the open mouth of a cave, the heat within so great that the rocks that formed it were a blazing shade of red. Tch. Ryu looked down at himself, watching as his stock gray clothing began to burn away. Not bothering to wait for it to wither away to ash, Ryu ripped what clothes remained away, revealing his toned body. Every fiber of Ryu's body seemed to be perfectly defined, his body a chiseled, lean machine. Compared to the frail body he had in his first life, this one was brimming with vitality. Without a hint of shame, Ryu grabbed at the handles of his great sword staffs, his heart boiling. It had been a while since he truly fought to his heart's content. He looked forward to this. Ryu shot into the cave's mouth, his mind locking onto the aura of a lurking beast. The further he traveled, the deeper underground he traveled, and the greater the temperatures seemed to become. Though Ryu didn't know it, this was exactly why the Violet Olive team had yet to claim this mission. They were still preparing the proper equipment that would be needed to raid such a beast. The environment alone was as much of a challenge as the beast itself. But Ryu's bare feet glided across the scalding rocks, as though he couldn't sense a single thing. In fact, his thoughts were completely focused on his body control, which had reached 53%. How could this environment harm him? With his rebirth flames, even a sovereign beast wouldn't be guaranteed to harm him purely with flames. Ryu burst through the final layer of the cave, his breath smoldering. Just his breathing alone would likely severely injure a divine vessel realm expert now. The heat was that excruciating. At that moment, a world of lava and magma appeared before Ryu. There were footholds dotted across the vast landscape with a radius of over 20 kilometers, bubbling lava filling in the rest. However, the landscape was the last one would be focused on. No matter who you were, your eyes would immediately be pulled to the beast sleeping in the middle of it all. The beast's breathing was oddly peaceful, but every breath seemed to carry hurricane-force winds, sending scorching flames dancing across the surface of the lava lake. Rainbow-scaled eagle. Ryu's gaze narrowed. With such a name, one would never think that this creature had anything to do with such fiery flames. But this was the ability of the rainbow-scaled eagle. Compared to other sovereign creatures, it was of the lowest rung. This was because they were known as scavengers. If it wasn't for their beautiful appearances, one would rather call them vultures rather than giving them such a majestic name. These creatures were essentially copycats. But in order to succeed in this, they had to eat the corpses of the creatures they wanted to imitate. As though to infuriate the heavens further, these imitators were even capable of surpassing the beasts they imitated by using quantity to make up or quality. If they, for example, chose evolve using fire as their primary element like this one, they didn't need to swallow the spiritual roots of other sovereign beasts. Technically, as long as they ate enough common-grade beasts, they could reach the same level. It was because of this that although these beasts had a gorgeous appearance, they had a terrible reputation. Not only were they scavengers, they were well-documented cowards. Ryu never thought that the first sovereign beast he would battle personally would be such a creature. A part of him wanted to smile, but another part knew that regardless of reputation, this was a beast with strength that couldn't be underestimated. Ryu's gaze suddenly became murderous, his aura towering. He slammed his swords into the molten ground, a roar escaping his lips. For a moment, it seemed as though his very being was swallowed by the illusion of a fire dragon. Something within his blood was seething. An ancient hatred as old as existence itself bubbled forth. The rainbow-scaled eagle snapped awake, its sharp aura landing on Ryu. Despite its name, the creature had 4 limbs. It wasn't born like this, likely having gained this mutation from one of its many meals. It growled, its beak also nowhere to be seen, replaced by a snarling snout. If Ryu wasn't so well informed, he would have mistaken this beast for a rainbow-scaled griffin. But he knew better. SCCCCRRRE. The rainbow-scaled eagle's shriek shook the underground cave, causing dust and debris to fall from the molten ceilings. Man and beast stood opposed, their auras clashing and twisting around one another. Then they shot forward. Ryu's back flexed, his great sword staffs descending from the skies. Bang! The rainbow-scaled eagle swiped out a paw, sending Ryu flying into the lake of lava. Its gaze flickered with disdain, watching as Ryu sunk in. Such a weakling actually dared to challenge it. The beast turned back to return to its nap, but at that moment, the ant it thought it had already crushed pulled itself out from the magma under its astonished eyes. Confusion colored the beast's face. Its intelligence was no less than a human, so it hadn't thought it was possible for a human to survive the lava's high temps. However, Ryu pulled himself up, droplets of lava falling down his body. Come! His gaze blazed with fighting intent. Chapter 390, Rainbow-Scaled Eagle. Lava dripped down from Ryu's skin like droplets of red gold. His skin reddened slightly, some beads of sweat finally falling from his brow as though he only now realized how hot the environment was. However, his face remained indifferent, a pure callousness coloring his silver eyes. Ryu launched himself forward, his body a streamlined machine of strength as he collided with the beast. His knees sunk down, the platform of red rock cracking beneath the strain. His muscles bulged, growing a fold in size, but it was to no avail. Having been enraged by Ryu's survival, the beast's temper flared, its strike growing in strength. It seemed to want to press Ryu down into the ground, shattering his body into minced meat. The beast, despite being a simulation of arrays, seemed to have grown intelligence of its own. It had never come across a human who could so easily survive in these temperatures before. It felt quite baffled and angry at the same time. Just when it seemed that Ryu would truly be smashed to the ground, his 2 great sword staffs crossed before his chest, his body flickering with arcs of blue lightning, suddenly vanishing from its spot and bolting to the side. The beast was stunned, its paw slamming hard into the red rock and causing a small wave of lava to surge outward. Its head snapped in a certain direction, locking onto Ryu, who was slowly entering his human form once again. However, as enraged as the beast was by the change, Ryu was even more displeased. Namely, he had gone from 2 great sword staffs to just a single one. Before, even though he hadn't comprehended any mortal endowments, he had been able to use his flexibility in dual wielding to cover for his weaknesses. But, with only one now and no techniques to speak of, his prowess had plummeted once again. His cold eyes looked toward the great swords that remained beneath the rainbow-scaled eagle's paw. He could only lament about his own lack of control. He had yet to get used to his spirit body, but now the control he had over his body was even less than usual. It only made sense for him to make such a foolish mistake. Ryu shot forward again, swinging the great sword staff with 2 arms. In that moment he felt something different. Able to focus his entire mind on one weapon, he could feel the intricacies of the great sword staff, that small intangible thread of fate attached to it withering away beneath his presence. Ryu had never experienced something like this before. Whenever he brandished his spear, glaive or halberd, he always felt as though it was tugging him in a certain direction. He always had to fight for control, always pulling for the right to wield the weapon as he pleased. Something within Ryu clicked. Was this the truth behind mastering weapons? Though Ailsa had said as much, it didn't properly sink in until this very moment. It wasn't until now he knew just how much fate controlled his life. Ryu found himself flying into the lake of lava again. A large splash sending a pillar of red gold into the air. However, his face didn't have the look of someone defeated. In fact, he had never felt more alive. Line of fate. The world suddenly slowed in Ryu's eyes. The colorful colors of his ethereal tapestry sight faded, being replaced by an endless expanse of white, black and gray. But this only lasted for a moment. Soon, the color came back, adding a splash of life to an otherwise dreary world. Ryu almost couldn't refrain from gasping. He knew that ethereal tapestry was a mutation of his heavenly pupils. It was the result of an ability of his ice jade crystal body, and his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils synergizing and mutating into one. But what he had failed to consider was the possibility that the other abilities of his heavenly pupils would be influenced by this as well. In the past, lines of fate had turned his world to black and white. Everything in that world was formed of strings. Even humans became bundles of cords wrapped about to form their humanoid figures. This strings stretched from their bodies and into the skies as though they were nothing more than puppets of fate under the illusion of autonomy and personal freedom. Each of these strings represented varying probabilities, all intertwined to result in what those of the martial world called life. Other than this, Ryu knew that if he aimed toward the white he would have a better outcome. If he aimed for the black, the result would be less than desirable. But now, Ryu saw all sorts of colors. He still saw lines of black and white, but within them he saw lines of violet, lines of red, lines of blue, and all sorts of others. He had no idea how to make sense of them. He was so stunned by the change that he didn't even realize he had almost sunk to the bottom of the lava lake. Ryu shot up, his feet using the molten seafloor as an anchor. He pierced upward like an arrow, appearing above the lake in an instant. The world above was even more gorgeous. The lines grew more complex, their colors more varied. In all the chaos, Ryu finally managed to pick out a single pale line. It held a pearly white color, looking pure and untainted. But compared to the other lines, it had a thickness so thin that it seemed like it might collapse at any moment. The rainbow-scaled eagle roared, its wings expanding. It was truly enraged at this moment. Though it seemed to be dealing great damage to Ryu, it could tell that Ryu somehow always managed to divert most of its strength. In fact, Ryu seemed to be growing stronger and stronger with every clash. Ryu swept his gaze over the beast, preparing to leap into the around him. The lines of fate surged. He could see the force being exerted along its palms, the chi gathering at its throat, the trajectory of its upcoming flight. But Ryu soon took his gaze off of it, turning his attention back to the great sword staff, his gaze melting and beginning to border on infatuation. He felt as though he could tug on this thin line, manipulating as he pleased, thickening it and even coloring it as he saw fit. With a thought, Ryu looked toward himself. The colors that swirled around him were especially dazzling, but it was hardly a problem to pick out three, each of them carrying a blazing red character to them. It didn't take much to understand that these were the comprehensions of his three Tatsuya saintly weapons. They were thick and immovable, swaying about as though they had minds of their own. Rather than seeming to be a part of Ryu, they seemed to be chains that bound him, leashes that kept him shackled. Compared to the thin white line of the great sword staff, they were millions of times more difficult to control. "I see," Ryu mumbled to himself. He took a step forward in the air, his control over his body having skyrocketed to another level. With that one step, he dodged out of the way of the rainbow-scaled eagle's charge, leaving it unable to change direction in a short time. With a thought, the illusions of three weapons appeared before Ryu, each of them exuding the aura of the imposed realm at the weakest. Demonic strings. With a flick of his wrist, the second great swords shot up from the ground. Ryu's control continued to skyrocket. Just earlier he could barely fly. But now, he could force a 10 million gene weapon into flight from dozens of meters away. It was clear that Lines of Fate had given him a massive boost. However, this hardly mattered, because anyone who was paying attention would only see Ryu suddenly swing his two weapons forward, tearing apart the illusory weapons that hovered before him. The three thick lines of red fate that hung above him wavered and withered, their strength being greedily devoured by the thin line of white fate. Very quickly, the pure color became coated in crimson before deepening toward a hue of magenta. It seemed far closer to black now than it had ever been to white. Strength surged into Ryu's veins, the image of numerous birthed phenomena appearing to his back. In one moment, there was the flickering God Emperor which quickly morphed into the War God, only to be consumed by the Dragon God. The images fought over one another as Ryu remained expressionless, his eyes even closing. He continued to dodge in the air, slipping by the strikes of the rainbow-scaled eagle with increasing agility. His body grew more nimble, his steps more confident, an undeniable majesty surging throughout his body with growing fervor. He was the wielder of the heavenly pupils. Yet, he was constantly being held back by weapons that refused to acknowledge his sovereignty. Even after years of cultivation, even with his talent, he had only stepped into the ruler realm. To others, this was a shocking achievement. The rule realm was cornered off for immortals. It had no business being in the hands of a mere divine vessel realm pup. However, Ryu was unsatisfied. He didn't have time to bide and wait for his turn. His parents, his grandparents, his Elena, they were all waiting for him. Deep within the hidden territory of the Moonlight Blossom sect, a suffocating aura suddenly pervaded the lands. It felt as though a deity was descending, but all they could do was look up into the skies, unmoving. Essence poured down, its quality so pure that many wanted to bow down, their heartbeats erratic. The sound of a shattering barrier resounded. In shock, Ailsa, who had been taking care of little Gem, leapt out from the incubator, looking down toward the meditating Ryu. She couldn't hide the stunned look on her face in the slightest. This is. To be an heir was to be granted the title of inheritor. To step into the imposed realm was to be titled a lord. To cross beyond that and touch upon the rule realm was to be a ruler. However, beyond that, small realm, monarch. But how was that possible? Ryu had only just touched the ruler realm. Important announcement within the comments section. Chapter 391. Shock. Elsa stood frozen. Little Gem was buried in her chest, the little one looking around in confusion weakly before laying back down to enjoy her nap. The world of monarchs. It was said that the ruler realm was the watershed of the immortal realm, a symbol of one leaving the land of mortals. But the reality was that this was at most dipping one's toes into this new realm. The true embodiment of immortals was the formation of one's small realm, the sign of officially becoming the monarch of one's inheritance. The first realm, the air realm, was just the beginning. It allowed one to call upon essence to strengthen one's attack, and its impact was minimal. The imposed realm allowed one to touch the world of domains a small bit. One could form realms of suppression and impede the strength of one's enemies. The rule realm, the first instance of immortals, was where one truly began to control one's inheritance. It gave one freedom of control never seen before, allowing a flexibility in battle impossible to match with the imposed realm alone. However, the formation of the small realm was a different beast entirely. It made one the monarch of an area, allowing them to control strength far beyond one's means. It had to be remembered that the marker of the immortal ring realm was the ability to control atmospheric chi. When one steps into this realm, using their immortal rings to resonate with the surrounding chi and make use of it, one's strength takes a qualitative leap. Ryu, after mutating his heavenly pupils and gaining ethereal tapestry, had gained some capital to manipulate atmospheric chi. But, compared to true immortal ring experts, he was severely lacking. However, after forming a small realm, not only would this issue become practically non-existent, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Within one's small realm, not only would all chi be absolutely obedient, but one could use atmospheric essence. To put how massive such a change was into perspective, one had to comprehend the normal use of essence. Whenever essence was called down, it used one's body as a medium before being filtered into one's weapon or attack. However, the body was ultimately a funnel. It was subject to being a bottleneck and could also erode over the course of a battle. However, a small realm allowed one to snatch essence directly and implement it into one's strength without even bothering with the body at all. For someone like Ryu, who was still immortal, the change was absolutely enormous. It would allow him to use immortal chi without worrying about the burden to his body in the slightest. Knowing all of this, it was no wonder Ailsa was so shocked. The increase to Ryu's strength wouldn't be as simple as 1 or 2 times. He was already a middle divine vessel realm expert capable of doing battle with higher connecting heaven realm experts who were considered great talents. He could even battle immortal ring experts who had formed black-grade immortal rings. Just what level of strength would he have now? Ailsa's expression suddenly changed again as a violent wash of essence descended. Damn it! How could she forget? She was so shocked by the changes to Ryu that she had forgotten that with every new comprehension, there was a corresponding amount of essence. The issue was that this was the largest amount Ryu had ever received. Not only was this the largest amount, but Ryu was still immersed in battle, his mind in a completely different state than his body. This was the worst kind of state to accept essence in. As though this was already bad enough, in the past, the type of essence Ryu accepted was of a specific kind. For example, he would comprehend his rage flames, and thus the essence would have the greatest effect on his fire dragon bloodline, so on and so forth. But this time it was a completely different animal. Ailsa could tell that this essence wasn't biased in the slightest. It had no strong ties of fate pulling it in any one direction, meaning that it would rampage about as it pleased unless there was someone to direct it. Ailsa took a deep breath and calmed down, letting her previous panic vanish like the wind. Isn't that what she was here for? If she couldn't guide Ryu through this, then how could she be his life partner? The question was, what should she do? Ailsa sank into a partial state of meditation, time dilating and her thinking speed accelerating as numerous calculations began within the depths of her mind. With this amount of essence, there would be no problem for Ryu to open his 5th body vessel. Such strength would even allow him to battle half-step path extinction realm experts without issue. Comparatively, though, the same amount of essence would allow him to soar through the divine vessel realm and complete the connecting heaven realm in one clean sweep. This would allow Ryu to focus on finding his spiritual foundation once again and finally completing his spiritual severings. This option would have a less exaggerated impact on his immediate strength, but the long-term benefits were undeniable. It hadn't escaped Ailsa that the Phoenix Sky God's inheritance had yet to make itself known. She had a feeling that it wouldn't truly begin to display its might until the path extinction realm. But it should begin showing tidbits of its power at the immortal ring stage. Knowing this, Ailsa leaned more toward the second option than the first. Finding Ryu's spiritual foundation was simply too important. But if she was going with this logic, there was no more important part of Ryu's strength than his heavenly pupils. Finding Ryu's spiritual foundation was entirely reliant on his heavenly pupils. Without them, even Ailsa wasn't confident in helping unless their intimacy reached an extreme. But this wasn't something that could be hurried. Their relationship was already making nice progress. There was no need to hurry it. However, according to Ailsa's calculations, it would only be possible for the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils to help after undergoing their first evolution, and that would require unlocking 9 nodes. Though Ryu had chaotic chi to help this matter along, according to Ailsa's calculations, it would still take several more years to accomplish this. In the past, this wasn't a big deal. After all, cultivation slowed considerably after the divine vessel realm. It had to be remembered that Ryu would only be able to reconnect his spiritual foundation after completing the connecting heaven realm. Only then would the mutation of his chaotic silk meridians be complete enough to not devolve back to its original state and take much of Ryu's combat prowess with it. So it was previously worth it to be patient. But now, Ailsa took a deep breath. This was a tough decision, especially since this was just the tip of the iceberg. With this much essence, too many things could be done. It would even be possible to help Ryu's partners and his mental realm. In fact, even beyond that, with some special means, Ailsa could use this essence to awaken other talents of his bloodlines that Ryu had missed out on previously. Even the storm talent would be in play. After a while, Ailsa made a decision. Let's do it like this. Her eyes flashed open. Go on, little one. Mama will be back soon. She just needs to help Papa. Little Gem snuggled up against Ailsa and sent a look toward Ryu. A hint of fondness on her little expressions. Yes, yes. Papa is always making us worry. I'll be sure to teach him a lesson. Ailsa giggled, sending little Gem off to the incubator. Her expression turned serious, approaching Ryu's back and tearing the clothing on him apart. She placed her palms on his back and sank into a state of absolute focus. First, your heavenly pupils. Ailsa made this decision not just for the sake of finding Ryu's spiritual foundation. At the moment, Ryu's heavenly pupils were still in their mortal state, yet it was already able to help him to progress so far so quickly. Ailsa had a feeling that it had played a large role in this sudden boon. In that case, why not invest in the golden egg-laying goose? Numerous pops rang out in Ryu's eyes, howling winds surging through the moon world. A pressure that could shatter earth and sunder skies descended. By this point, every powerhouse of the moon world shivered, each and every one looking in the same direction. Ailsa smiled, her eyes still closed. There was a second reason she had made this decision. Compared to the essence of breaking through to the monarch realm, just what kind of changes would the evolution of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils have? The clear skies of the moon world suddenly went completely black. Then, one after another, stars of fate began to twinkle to life. Those below could only shudder. Right above their heads, their own futures lingered before them. However, did they dare to look? Chapter 392, Immortal Pupils. Deep within the Moonlight Blossom sect, old monsters were stirred from their slumber. But, at this moment, even they were unable to move a single inch. The ceilings, and sometimes even coffin lids, above their heads seemed to disappear, revealing the vast expanse of the universe. No matter who it was, no matter where they were, all they could see were their fate stars, hanging above their heads as though teasing them with glimpses of the future. Under normal circumstances, it took an impossible level of prowess to gaze upon a fate stars, so much so that only sky gods were capable of such a feat. There were only very rare exceptions to this rule. However, even with such a temptation before them, many hesitated to act. Was this really something they wanted to do? Was gazing upon one's fate so casually something one should want even if the opportunity was right before them? Even Ryu, who had the ability to gaze upon his fate star whenever he pleased, had not done so even a single time since his reincarnation. It was as though he had completely forgotten about the core ability of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. But, make no mistake, he had been very purposeful with his actions. Was it fear? Even Ryu didn't dare to claim that it wasn't. He did fear. He feared looking back up again and seeing that same bright silver star, that same burning mercury behemoth that would shine so brightly but die just as fast. However, there was another reason. In this life, Ryu had sworn not to care for fate any longer. Whether his star had signs of longevity after his rebirth or not. Who cared? As long as he hadn't accomplished his goals, he refused to die. Till the day he saw his family again, held Elena in his embrace again. He would never falter. Unfortunately, the same resolve Ryu had wasn't shared by everyone. While many feared to look, others couldn't contain themselves, losing themselves in the sight of their fate stars. This was where the true trouble began. Being able to gaze upon one's fate was one matter. However, to interpret it was a different matter entirely. Many became lost in the sight, strong pulses of karmic chi marring their vision and tainting their energy. The karma of the moon world suddenly became turbulent. The future of the plane bent and twisted in odd ways, deviating from the natural order of things. If Ryu was back here and used lines of fate, it would look like the strings everything was made of had suddenly become entangled, losing their proper order. Ailsa, who sat to Ryu's back, looked up as well. The expanse of the night sky revealed to her sight despite the fact they both were hundreds of meters below the ground. Interesting. Unlike the others, Ailsa didn't even gaze upon her fate star. She knew better to do so, As the wielder of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, Ryu could gaze upon his fate without being affected by it. But the same couldn't be said for others. The irony of it was that if this was put into simple terms, others could change their fate but Ryu could not. Of course, this was a gross oversimplification. Rather than saying this, it might be more accurate to say that others were naive enough to believe that they could. These sounded like two completely opposing statements. But the truth was that both were just as real. All this said, this wasn't what had caught Elsa's interest. Though she didn't wield Ryue pupils, she was still very sensitive to energies. She could feel the karmic chi of the moon world shifting. I see. Elsa's lip curled. You all want to take advantage of my little Ryu? Be sure to not swallow your own tongues in your greed. Elsa smiled a beautiful smile. It held a charm beyond words and an allure beyond understanding. Unfortunately, there was no one here to witness it. There was a reason Elsa had always said changing one's fate was difficult but not impossible. When she first met Ryu, he was a bitter man who seemed to be completely enraged at the world. In her disappointment, she had pointed out to Ryu that compared to others, he was in a position most couldn't even dream of. He had unspeakable talent many would never even witness, let alone achieve themselves. Compared to them, he was far more fitted to fighting against fate. What right did he have to complain? Of course, as she came to know more about Ryu, she found that this bitterness of his wasn't hidden behind a lack of effort. It could be said that she had also never met anyone who worked as hard as he did. Still, the heavens were fair. Though only those like Ryu could truly grasp their fate, there were still chances for others to do so as well. In such a turbulent situation, the powerhouses of the moon world were gaining such an opportunity at this very moment. Due to Ryu's evolution taking place here, this plane had gained an opportunity to evolve. As things stood now, the Tao pedestal realm was the highest echelon of strength possible. But, if this opportunity was properly grasped, this plane could blossom in a world no weaker than the shrine plane. However, in Elsa's eyes, this would just be a bunch of old farts taking advantage of her life partner. This turbulent fate could indeed benefit an entire world. But wouldn't it be better suited to her life partner? Unfortunately, things weren't so simple. Ryu was a bit too weak as things stood now to fight for this fate. This is good, though. Though little Ryu is still a bit weak, after I'm finished with him, it won't be completely impossible to make a difference. The heavens will be biased toward youths with potential to begin with. Yes, yes. It should be just enough. Elsa's ruby eyes glowed. This was an unexpected opportunity. If Ryu could grasp it, even she was looking forward to the result. But it would be a long and bloody road and might even require the entire moon world acknowledging the Ice Phoenix clan as their rulers once more. To say that this would be dangerous was an understatement. In the end, Elsa could only focus on the task at hand. Ultimately, strength remained as the most important factor. After unsealing Ryu's 9th node, Elsa redirected the essence. With unstoppable momentum, she broke open Ryu's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th chi vessel, completing the first cycle and allowing him to step into the connecting heaven realm. The connecting heaven realm was the process of connecting all of one's pulses and vessels. Each of these cycles would form a dormant ring that would become the foundation of one's immortal rings in the immortal ring realm. This realm was known as the final realm of mortals. Its function symbolized completing the cycle of mortality, shedding the mundane, and becoming a true immortal. However, Elsa didn't complete this process for Ryu. This was an exceptionally important step, and it would be more detrimental than helpful to receive another's aid. That said, even if it wasn't a detriment, Elsa had already decided upon a far better use for the remaining essence. At that moment, the evolution of Ryu's pupils finally slowed to a crawl, the skin of his eyelids reddening beneath the searing heat. Just in time, another wave of essence even more bountiful fell from the skies in congratulations and was gladly swept up by Elsa. With a thought, Elsa directed some of this essence toward Ryu, flooding his bloodlines with strength and breaking open his 3rd body vessel. Ryu's body bulged, unprecedented strength rushing through him. In the blink of an eye, Ryu's strength soared past 125 million gene, his veins screaming and whining as his blood rampaged through. However, Ailsa was no longer worried about Ryu. Her lovely, slender hands formed multiple complex hand seals. The essence surged toward her. With the connection she had as Ryu's life partner, their intimacy might not have been at an extreme, but it was deep enough that the essence wouldn't rebuff her attempts at taking it for herself. With a thought, Ailsa called out both Nemesis and Little Rock. Nemesis was fine, but by now, Little Rock had a wingspan of over 10 meters. It would be much larger if not for Nemesis sharing his adept body talent with the little one. Luckily, this size was about perfect for a flying beast. After all, riding a horse into a battle versus a bird were vastly different matters. Between 5 to 10 meters was perfect for Little Rock. Nemesis, be sure to help Little Rock through this process. Your adept body talent will be especially important to the little one during this evolution. Nye, nye, chi. This will hurt. Prepare yourself. Ailsa reached out and grabbed a portion of Ryu's rebirth flames. Her hand seals continued to quicken, an ancient formation appearing to her back. On one hand, there were flickering illusory flames, on the other, a dense fog of essence that would make even a path extinction realm expert salivate with greed hung. If Ryu had been there, he would have recognized this ancient Meridian as a birthed phenomena. But, as for its uses, he would be at a loss without hours of study. Without another word, Ailsa sent a flood of chi toward Little Rock. Chapter 393 Sovereign. Though Ailsa's heart ached for the little one, she knew that she couldn't afford to stop. It was impossible to tell when Ryu would gain such a large influx of essence again. Or, more accurately, it was difficult to tell if next time such a large amount came, if they would still have the luxury to spend it on anyone but Ryu. At this moment, the little lightning hawk was in a unique stage of growth. He was still in his infancy and had great room for growth. But, by the same token, he was also running out of time. Little Rock was greatly talented due to a wisp of ancient rock blood. But, it was ultimately still just a wisp. The journey toward thickening this bloodline was a long one. At least it normally would be. Little Rock benefited from Ryu and Ailsa's relationship, essentially gaining a free cultist fairy for himself. And the results spoke for themselves. The little one had already vastly improved since meeting Ryu. But it wasn't enough. Little Rock was unfortunately beneath Ryu's shadow. As time went on, the difference between them only grew. Little Rock might have already entered the Sixth Order. But, as a beast still within the Heaven grade in terms of combat prowess, it was no match for Ryu, who was currently battling a Sixth Order beast of the Sovereign grade. To make matters worse, this was a Ryu who had yet to use his recent upgrade in strength. By now, the difference was even more exaggerated. If Little Rock wanted to continue to be Ryu's partner, he had to improve, and he had to do so quickly. As more and more of Little Rock's foundational bloodline was burnt away, the more sorry the situation of the infant Lightning Hawk became. His resplendent scales began to peel off one after another. His cries became weaker, and eventually, he couldn't even call out in pain anymore, his large body convulsing on the ground. Fluttering silver feathers fell from his body, foul black blood dripping from his pores. Just when Nemesis thought he would escape such a fate, his body was soon racked by pain as well. The Crimson Steed couldn't help but look toward Ailsa with a wounded expression that seemed to say, "I thought we were friends. Sorry, little one. But compared to Little Rock, you need to improve even more." Nemesis might have awakened an amazing talent, something that was especially great considering Little Rock had yet to awaken even one. But the adept body talent had a glaring weakness Ailsa never mentioned. As powerful as it was for a beast to be able to perfectly control all functions of its body, it was only as powerful as the original functions were to begin with. It had to be remembered that although Nemesis could steal talents, he was limited by what his body could handle. The weaker he was, the more useless his ability became. Of course, none of this even mentioned the most glaring weakness of the adept body talent, and that was the fact it was a sin. Ultimately, the best way for Nemesis to improve was by Ryu becoming a summoning necromancer. However, that didn't mean there wasn't any room for improvement without this. Ailsa chose to take this opportunity to widen the base of Nemesis' foundation, paving a path for his future. Focus, little one. Little Rock still needs your help, or else this process will be even more difficult. Nemesis neighed and snorted in pain, but still did the very best he could. Elsa thought of little Gem but sighed in the end. If the solution to a curse called down by the heavens was so simple to cure, it wouldn't be much of a curse at all. Compared to Nemesis and Little Rock, who only happened to have decent talent and needed to be properly groomed to reach an adequate level of strength, Little Gem was a talent that could stand toe-to-toe with Ryu even without her help. Unfortunately, the little one's curse was no better than Ryu's once false spiritual foundation. Except this time, there was no sky god waiting to save her. Elsa shook her head. One thing at a time. I am Elsa Cultus. If I can't think of a solution, no one can. Elsa began to exude an air of superiority no inferior to Ryu. In fact, at that moment, she even seemed to be even more arrogant than that thick-headed life partner of hers. Ryu stood in the skies, feeling his body suddenly undergoing massive changes. He immediately understood that this must be essence. Ryu didn't bother to leave Osiris. For one, there were penalties he didn't want to suffer for leaving outside of a special abode. One would suffer damage to one's soul that was nearly impossible to heal. As much as this all seemed like a game, it wasn't. Osiris was practically connected right to his vitality. Secondly, leaving took time. Doing so in the middle of a battle with a sovereign beast was just asking for a harsher penalty. And third and most important of all, he had Elsa. Was there even a need to worry? Strength coursed through his veins, the roar of beasts sounding throughout his body, the bellows of a dragon and Qilin, the cries of a fire and ice phoenix. After a moment, even Ryu's eyes widened in shock. My eyes! My strength! The changes to Ryu's vision made him feel as though everything was playing in slow motion. The snapshots of the world became so vivid and clear that the world almost became a collection of still images in Ryu's mind. Every detail bared itself, unable to hide from his sight. But somehow, the changes to Ryu's strength shocked him even more. Before, entering the monarch realm was enough to ensure his victory. But now, it felt like he could trample over this so-called sovereign with ease. It's actually so much? Ryu's gaze brightened, looking toward the charging rainbow-scaled eagle. At that moment, a sky-shattering pressure erupted from Ryu. He stepped through the threshold of the connecting heaven realm, the chaotic chi rushing through his meridians suddenly multiplying several times over. If the previous chaotic chi Ryu could manipulate was akin to a lurking beast, this version felt like a flood dragon snapping away from its thick chains, shooting into the skies and swallowing the clouds. Ryu's hair whipped about, a dense dark gold hanging around him. Within his mental realm, a certain black hole began to greedily spin. In that moment, the rainbow-scaled eagle made it to within range. Ryu raised his great sword staff, atmospheric chi swimming about his blade like a school of fish to food. In his eyes, the reflections of all sorts of colors coalesced, but none was more prominent than red. Soon, the chi became so dense that Ryu began to see runes dancing within them. If it wasn't for the fact he was in the middle of a battle, he would have been shocked to the point of freezing on the spot. Just like what Ryu learned when he began to form his own mental realm techniques, all the fundamental laws of the heavens were constructed first with the most basic of runes. It was the combination of these runes that formed the complex laws as they knew them. For Ryu to be able to see these runes simply floating in the skies like this with hardly much effort on his part. So this is the true strength of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. No, this is just the beginning. Ryu's arm descended, smashing into the skull of the beast in an almost absent-minded fashion. But the result was devastating. The scales of the rainbow-scaled eagle were meant to be tough. It was about the only ability that these copycats were naturally born with. Yet, they split apart beneath Ryu's blade as though a hot knife through butter. Ryu's blade didn't even consider pausing, running through the beast's head. The only resistance Ryu met was in the length of his blade running out. The illusion of a dragon god hung to his back, the embodiment of a halberd surging throughout his body. But at that moment, Ryu suddenly had a vision of his mother. She was a woman of incomparable beauty, a fairy on earth. She wielded two swords, her flexibility and dexterity beyond anything a normal expert could face. The vision was so clear that Ryu felt as though he was right there. If Ryu had had such a vision in the past, the shackles his weapons placed on him would have stopped him from even thinking of acting on it. However, in that moment, he felt freer than he ever had. His northern heavenly wind sunk into his pores, the heavy dark gold chi billowing around him. Ryu's movements suddenly became swift and light. With his new strength, 10 million gene in each hand might as well have been 2 feathers strapped to his wrists. In one blink he was before the rainbow-scaled eagle. In the next he had appeared to its back. For a moment, it felt as though nothing at all had happened. But, not long later, numerous sword scars of dark gold energy shot through the underground lava cave. The beast was diced in dozens of pieces, what remained of its body flopping to the ground, dead. Outside the lava cave, a furious gathering of experts was taking place. He really didn't take us seriously. Does he think that a mere cultist fairy gives him the right to act so arrogantly? Doesn't Team Leader have a life partner as well? The indignant roars continued to sound as a war machine bore down on the cave. They had to teach this kid a lesson, lest people think they were pushovers. Chapter 394, Violet Olive Team. The truth was that the Violet Olive Team was only one of an alliance of dozens. If they wanted the appropriate rewards, they had to fulfill their tasks to perfection. Any failure to do so would be akin to shooting themselves in the foot. Not only would they be blamed for the failure and be punished accordingly, but this would also cost them the cut of any rewards they were meant to gain as well. All of them knew just how important their current mission was. Even if they were just considered to be nearer the bottom rung of responsibility, it was a responsibility nonetheless. They couldn't afford such failure. Amidst the group, there was a familiar young woman wearing a dark expression. Team Leader Givian, I promise I didn't go easy on him. My warning couldn't have been more clear. Givian was a young man of tall stature. He had long, glowing blonde hair and 2 violet eyes that seemed capable of mesmerizing the masses. In terms of looks, he hardly lost to anyone. He truly seemed to be the picture of perfection. Considering his pointed ears, though, it was very clear that he wasn't human. On his shoulders, a fairy sat. She held an undeniable beauty to her as well, a graceful smile hanging from her lips. She had violet hair that matched her life partner's irises and eyes just a few shades lighter. Energies around her seemed to snap and crackle, space fissuring beneath her presence. Her long, slender legs swung on Givian's shoulders. If it wasn't for her current miniature size, it would most definitely be an enticing sight no one would be willing to take their eyes off of. That said, even if Annette entered her full form, no one on Violet Olive would dare to gaze toward her for more than a few moments. Let alone the fact they called her firecracker behind her back. Givian was known to be quite protective of his life partner. Despite his current calm expression, everyone knew he had a brewing storm hidden in his chest no less fiery than his life partner. Givian nodded toward the young woman's words without much thought. The young woman, who went by Amy, ground her teeth. But she knew saying anything more would be useless. Givie, it's so hot here. Annette pulled at the color of her dress. She was already provocatively dressed to begin with, but this action only made it worse. The fiery team members of Violet Olive took quick glances but just as quickly looked away. It was indeed getting very hot. But the team had come prepared. Many of them wore fire-resistant armor and robes, either forged by weaponsmiths or woven by spiritual seamstresses. However, even then, they couldn't help but feel that this place was no different from hell. Only the fire chi users among them seemed to be faring somewhat better. Originally, Givian wouldn't have come here either. Not only was his presence unneeded, but he had other matters to attend to. With the strength of his team, as long as they used numbers, taking down a 6th-order sovereign beast shouldn't have been too much of a problem, especially since it was just a lower sovereign grade beast. Plus, he knew that Annette had a great hatred for overly hot places. However, there was a nagging feeling at the back of his mind that told him he had to appear this time. We'll be out of here soon, Givian replied with a smile. Annette pouted in response, but couldn't say much else. Seeing the stark contrast between how she and Annette were treated, Amy couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. But who asked her not to be Givian's life partner? The team converged onto the location, finally making it to a point where they could see the scorching surroundings of the cave mouth. Is there a need to worry about the cultist fairy? Qilin communicated silently with Annette, his expression not giving anything away. Annette giggled. Givy, you've already asked this. You brushed it off too easily last time. Annette rolled her eyes. Qilin could just look in her mind for the information he wanted. Not like he had never done so before. But in the end, she still smiled sweetly, because she knew the reason he asked was because he liked to hear her voice. Fine, fine. The cultist fairies are indeed far above elemental fairies like me, but these things are only relative. Lightning elemental fairies stand a tier above others along with fire fairies, spatial fairies, and the like. And, even among lightning elemental fairies, my virtuous violet clan stands in a tier of its own. You also might not know this, but the higher standing a fairy and their clan, the more protected they are. The royals of the 3 pinnacle fairy clans, including the cultist fairies, don't allow their royalty to casually bond with life partners. The fact this cultist fairy is here at all means that her standing amongst the cultist fairies is the lowest of the low. Plus, even if she wasn't, cultist fairies have no combat prowess of their own. Well, this isn't necessarily true, but their individual power lacks in comparison to elemental fairies. The only reason elemental fairies are lower than them is because fairy culture values more than individual combat prowess. Finally, even if she was royalty, so what? This isn't the ethereal realm, nor are we under the laws of fairy kind here. As long as we don't kill her, it's fine. Annette rambled on and on for Givian's personal pleasure, her soothing voice tickling his eardrums. She seemed to get no small bit of pleasure feeling his excitement. Yet, to the outside world, one was expressionless while the other was smiling lightly. One would never know the two had such interesting sexual play. At that moment, though, Annette's words came to a grinding halt. The crackling lightning around her seemed to grow out of control, causing her to sit up, her beautiful violet eyes narrowing. At the mouth of the cave, a figure slowly walked out. Compared to the past, his steps were exceptionally light, so light in fact that he seemed not to be before them at all. There were 2 massive great swords attached to this figure's back. Or, rather, they seemed to be 2 great swords at first glance. But, after another look, it was quite clear that their handles were far too long to be classified in such a way. Still, what was maybe the most shocking part about this figure was the fact he was completely naked. His body seemed perfectly sculpted, its every line reaching the pinnacle of symmetry. It hid explosive strength, yet it was all streamlined into a lean silhouette of unimaginable power. As if such a sight alone wasn't enough for them to raise their brows, this young man's skin dripped with droplets of red gold. From afar, it looked as though his sweat was formed of ambrosia, giving him an even more godly appearance. But, the moment he stepped out of the cave and onto the grasses of the forest, the flames the surroundings burst into told a completely different story. Amy's heart skipped a beat. Of course, she recognized Ryu the moment she laid eyes on him, but she couldn't help but think, was he always so perfect? In her disdain of Ryu's strength just a day prior, she had completely disregarded his looks. This was just the way of the martial world. Men were judged first and foremost by their strength. But, with Ryu in such a state, even she couldn't ignore it any longer. She had always thought her captain was the most handsome man she had ever seen. But now, Amy's gaze couldn't help but drift down Ryu's body, landing on a particular member. She gulped hard, shaking herself awake before a flicker of rage flashed by her pretty eyes. Shameless, she ground out through pearly white teeth. Ryu didn't seem to notice the group of 24 fanned out around him. He reached for his pristine white hair, running his hands through it. Droplets of magma were wrung out, falling to the soil beneath him and burning. Holes that traveled several meters underground. Grivey! Annette frowned. I feel that Lightning Qi isn't responding to me as easily as before. What? Givian's expressionless visage finally cracked. It's only a small amount and I can also wrest the control back as long as I enter my full form, but it's true nonetheless. This boy has a very high lightning affinity, frighteningly so. If it wasn't for the fact his comprehension was only at the imposed realm, the result would be worse than this. Qilin grew serious, holding up an arm and halting any would-be advance. He stepped forward until he was just 5 meters from Ryu. It was only at that moment that Ryu looked up, his gaze locking onto the team leader. Qilin shuddered. He felt as though he had been seen completely through in a single breath. All of his secrets were exposed before those silver eyes. Chapter 395. Qilin. Ryu thought of evoking his ice flame, but seeing as there were so many enemies before him, the heat coming off his body was more of a help than a detriment for now. So, he didn't go further after cleaning himself of the magma. Ryu had expected this team leader before him to say something by now, but even after several seconds, he remained silent. Ryu's gaze couldn't help but drift toward the fairy on his shoulder, observing her for a while. The truth was that Elsa was the only fairy Ryu had ever seen before. Among the numerous races, humans were the most disliked by the fairies and the least likely to be born with a life partner. Since the Shrine Plane was a world of humans, it made sense that even with his vast breadth of experience, Ryu wouldn't know much about them. If it wasn't for this innate handicap humans had with fairies, Ryu was sure his mother, at the very least, would have had a life partner. Of course, the term life partner didn't always have to assume a sexual relationship. It had to be remembered that fairies were even capable of pairing with spiritual herbs. It was mostly Ryu's own biases that had once placed a wall between he and Elsa. That said, it was quite obvious that the relationship between Annette and Qilin wasn't platonic. "Is there a reason you're blocking my way?" Ryu finally spoke after several moments of silence. "You!" Amy's temper immediately flared in half rage and half embarrassment. She couldn't have been more clear with her words previously. Yet Ryu treated them like air. But, before she could say more, Qilin held up a hand. "I was told you were in the Divine Vessel realm. Should I be congratulating you?" Chapter 396. Join. By now, Qilin had given Ryu a pair of loose gray pants to wear, the very same default clothing one spawned into Osiris with. However, Ryu had been lucky to get even that. The truth was that the most valuable feature of Osiris was its ability to transport things in and out of its own dream world. Of course, this wasn't as fanciful as turning the illusory into reality. Such an ability would be devastating to the point of making Osiris Creator the most powerful being in all of existence. Rather, Osiris relied on a system of inventory. Whenever a task was completed and to be transported to the real world, the appropriate treasure would be taken from this inventory and teleported to the person who earned it. This was how the treasures of the rainbow-scaled eagle were distributed. Someone in real life must have slaughtered such a beast, thus keeping its most valuable parts in this inventory system for they as youths to take advantage of. Of course, not everything was like this. Ryu's great sword staffs, for example, weren't previously in the inventory. After making his order, the weaponsmith left to his real-world workshop, forged the weapons, and then transported them to Ryu. Now, if Ryu wanted to take them out of Osiris, he would have to pay a certain fee. This fee is exactly the reason Ryu didn't have any clothes at the moment. As a young man used to getting into trouble, Ryu always had multiple sets of robes. But, due to the fact each was of such high quality, the fee for transporting them into Osiris wasn't small. It could be said that the only item Ryu had on him from the outside world was his mercenary guild membership ring, which could double as his Osiris inventory. If he wanted to transport things into and out of this world, he would have to use it as a medium. Of course, these fees shouldn't have been a big deal to Ryu. It might have been a hassle to others, but with Elsa's wealth, it was simply a drop in the bucket. It was just that moving things into and out of the real and dream world needed time and was just as involved as leaving. Since Ryu didn't quite trust the few around him, he obviously couldn't take such a chance. While, previously, he hadn't considered the problem of clothing. It wasn't long before the ground left the wilderness and made it back to the city. Many eyes still glued onto Ryu as though they were afraid he would suddenly lash out. They had no idea why their team leader had decided to accept this man. Worst come to worst, they could just threaten him with violence until he handed what they needed over. Yet, Qilin didn't try any of this. "Where is your life partner?" A curious and somewhat mischievous voice drifted to Ryu's ears. Ryu didn't need to look to know that Annette was speaking to him from Givian's shoulder. She's handling some matters. Ryu replied. Is that so? I've never heard of fairy and partner separating for so long. Seems your intimacy isn't very high. If Ryu had known more about the fairy world, he would be aware that this was a slight. A lack of intimacy was maybe the greatest blemish on a partnership between a fairy and their life partner. Beyond this, much like most fairies, Annette had a disdain for humans. There was no doubt that if the fairy king knew that his daughter was paired to one, his reaction would have been even more explosive. Unfortunately, though Ryu could sense the hint if disdain in Annette's voice, he didn't quite understand where it stemmed from. The shrine plane was a human plane, and, though Ryu had traveled with his parents in his youth, he had stopped doing that after his awakening failed. So, his interactions with other species was very limited. Of course, as an origin-grade ruin master, his scope of the world was quite wide, but only insofar as books could describe. He could read about such racism and speciesism, but his senses were a bit dull to experiencing it firsthand. Somewhat unexpectedly, then, his flat reaction to Annette's slight probing provocation left her feeling as though she was punching at air. Still, after having confirmed Ryu was human, Annette was even more certain that Elsa's standing was the lowest of the low. The team made their way to their holdings. Though Ryu didn't know it, having a team abode at all meant that the Violet Olive team standing was incomparably high. Unfortunately, their prideful faces were once more ignored by Ryu. Guiding Ryu into the main meeting hall, Qilin sat at the helm. The space wasn't grand. In fact, it was quite small, being not 10 by 10 meters in floor space. However, unbeknownst to Ryu, just this space alone cost a staggering amount. This is a safe location for trade. You can pass on the spiritual route to me now. Numerous heated gazes landed on Ryu, seemingly ready for him to be exposed. Yet, without hesitation, Ryu glided a thumb across the black ring on his hand, causing an inventory to appear before him. A prompt immediately appeared before Qilin, stunning him into silence. Even during the several long seconds it took for the trade to be completed, no one spoke a single word. When Qilin really confirmed that none of this was an illusion and that the spiritual root was really in his hands now, he couldn't help but be stunned. Had Ryu really taken that beast down alone, and at a lower cultivation level? How did this make any sense? Qilin wasn't a pushover, nor was he the type of person to easily allow another into his group. All members of the Violet Olive team had been carefully selected. But, for some reason, his elven instincts seemed to scream at him whenever he laid eyes on Ryu, as though he was a trustworthy person. Of course, Qilin didn't know about Ryu's ice jade crystal body, or else he would be far more understanding of these changes. But even then, it was hard to accept the facts as they were laid out. You! Qilin and Annette both looked toward the spiritual root with incredulous expressions. Could it be that he had bought this elsewhere? But Qilin took a deep breath. I'm a man of my word. Since you've accomplished your end of the bargain, I will accomplish mine. Though joining my team won't be as great as you think it is. Among the teams of the Alliance, we are only ranked 12th. In addition, we have many enmities between us and other teams as the competition for merits is fierce. This city that we have monopoly over can be considered to be among the safest territories we have, but the same can't be said for the others. Are you sure you want to join? There's still time to back out. We can complete the transaction with another exchange. Ryu shook his head. The strength of this team hardly mattered to him. In fact, if they were truly in dire straits, this was better for him. At least there would be opportunities to train. Qilin gave Ryu a deep look before waving Amy over. Amy, I stored the spiritual root in the team inventory. Go and bring our quota over to the overseer. Yes. Team leader. Amy was in such a daze that it took her a while to understand that Qilin was speaking to her. After a moment of being flustered, she scurried away as though trying to hide her face away from the shirtless Ryu. You've all heard it. Qilin stood, sweeping his gaze over everyone in the meeting room. From now on, Qilin looked toward Ryu, only now realizing he didn't know the latter's name. Ryu's lip curled slightly. Call me Ryu. Qilin's gaze flashed when Ryu didn't speak his last name. However, unlike those of the lowest immortal planes of the shrine world, he knew better than to assume Ryu was nameless. In the outside world, where there were talents everywhere, there were no shortage of young masters and heirs running around. Among them, there were two groups, the first which flaunted their family status nakedly, and the second which forged a path for themselves without relying on their families. Givian had no doubt that Ryu was the latter, not knowing that he was only partially correct. From now on, Ryu will be our vice team leader. His words will only weigh second to myself and Annette. If any of you are dissatisfied with this choice, feel free to compete for the role with the usual rules. However, anyone found using underhanded means will be banished. Ryu's gaze flickered when Givian mentioned these rules, but he didn't say much. This couldn't be considered going back on his word. After all, if he was going to be a part of a team, he couldn't be above the rules. Plus, if there was no such caveat, who knew how long it would take before they stopped harassing him? Before, there was an unspoken rule that Annette was their vice leader, so no one challenged her. But now, just when Ryu was about to have to begin dealing with the numerous greedy eyes that had laid on him, there was a sudden bursting noise at the door. Team leader. Team leader. Amy was ambushed. Chapter 397 Rules. The timing seemed almost ridiculous. Amy had only just left. The odds of her being intercepted so quickly made this smell of conspiracy. His gaze scanned across the room of individuals with him and couldn't help but linger on Ryu for a bit longer. Could it really be that this vice team leader of his had already betrayed them? Givian shook his head inwardly. That idea was even more absurd than Amy being intercepted so swiftly. Why would Ryu go through so much trouble just to put his position in jeopardy the moment he got it? Plus, though there were other offerings to hand in, the spiritual root Ryu had just given them was among the most important. If he wanted to sabotage them, just keeping the spiritual root to himself would have been effective as well. Was there a need to use such roundabout methods? Leader, let me go.
No, me.
Two men quickly stepped forward. If Ryu had been more familiar with the Violet Alice team, he would have recognized these two as the most powerful beneath Annette and Givian. They were both exceptionally skinny but still managed to be a head taller than Ryu, who was already over 2 meters tall himself thanks to his overbearing bloodlines. In truth, upon further inspection, they quite looked like twins. Or, at the very least, siblings. Their hair was a dark shade of green that neared black. Their eyes carried the same color as well. However, their most obvious feature was the scale-like skin beneath their eyes. No, it just appeared to be scales. But, upon a second inspection, they should have been soft to the touch, but simultaneously had the look of tree bark. After a quick analysis, Ryu's infallible memory made the connection. They were a subspecies of treefolk, usually the product of love between a sentient spiritual herb and a fairy. Though fairies could reproduce in a humanoid fashion, this wasn't necessary. The budding love between a fairy and their life partner could produce life as long as both willed it for long enough. Elves could just as easily fulfill these requirements in place of fairies as well. The result were treefolk. These treefolk were split into countless subspecies with endless variations. And, though their talent was capped by the strength of their spiritual herb parent, this simultaneously meant that the higher grade their parent was, the most astounding their talent. To Ryu's surprise, he was actually able to pick out the strength of their parent with a single glance. Mystical grade shadow root. Their father was even a dark elemental fairy. Ryu's heartbeat quickened slightly. If one knew Ryu, such a thing was exceptionally rare. And it never happened as a result of fear. Ryu immediately thought of Esme when he laid eyes on these treefolk. The new path of necromancy he was forging relied on his expertise as a herbologist. He had reforged Esme's body to resemble a spiritual herb before manipulating her as he pleased. The result of his experimentation were far beyond even his expectations, and Esme's current growth potential was incalculable. But what if instead of having to reforge a body, the body already greatly resembled a spiritual herb? Ryu hesitated. The idea would more than likely lead to the birth of an army of corpse puppets more powerful than anything ever seen before. But it was even more dangerous. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Wasn't his current thoughts the very reason races like the elves, Fairies and treefolk hated humans so much, he couldn't help but sympathize with them. Still, Ryu had his own bottom line. He wouldn't hunt treefolk just for the sake of using their corpses. In addition, this was a dream world, so he couldn't take their corpses even if he wanted to. But the idea was stored at the back of his mind. For now, his skill was more than enough to simply create more Esmes from regular humans with potential. The prowess of an origin-grade herbologist was beyond the imaginations of most. Still, this made Ryu consider the possibilities of other races. Maybe some others would react better to his experiments. The two treefolk brothers, who had stepped up as a slight provocation to Lionel, suddenly shivered. They felt as though they had been laid bare before his eyes. They couldn't help but reflexively take a step back. Ryu shook his head and didn't bother with them, leaving them in a cold sweat. But the moment of fear lingered in their hearts. Why had it felt like he was looking toward them like prime cuts of meat? "Is there a reason you can't go personally?" Ryu asked Givian. After he came out from his own thoughts, he found it odd that the two brothers had stepped forward at all. With how important this matter was, and since it was so close by, it would make sense for Givian to make a move. Givian slowly sat back down with a sigh, shaking his head. Team leaders aren't allowed to participate in internal alliance conflicts. It's one of the laws of our immortal Sakura alliance. A burly man slammed a fist against the table. These bastards want to take advantage of the fact we're upstarts. The only reason they were ranked 12th at all was because of Givian's strength. But even the supposedly second and third most powerful of their group, the Treefolk brothers, were only 6th-stage Immortal Ring Realm experts, a far cry from Givian's half-step path extinction realm cultivation. Givian shook his head. "I was careless. I thought that since rumors about our mission being stolen had spread, they wouldn't be ready for us to hand in our quota so soon." One final question. Ryu rose, his bones popping. The simple action made those around him feel as though tigers and lions were roaring in their minds. What a strong body. Givian flinched. He felt a threat from Ryu's minor flex. Just what was this? The threshold for having the strength of a normal half-step path extinction realm expert was 100 million gene. How could Givian know that Ryu had already touched 125 million gene? If you're all a part of an alliance, why is it that they would target you? From what I understand, this mission of yours is quite important. Aren't they afraid of being punished by the entire alliance? Givian shook his head. Matters aren't so simple. The quota we gained isn't meant to be given directly to the alliance. Rather, the quota is actually a silver-grade mission of Osiris. Bronze missions encompass an entire year, silver missions a whole decade. These are highly sought after. Forget it, that's not important for now. Essentially, we are meeting these quotas to hit certain milestones. Only by crossing these milestones will we complete the silver mission in time. If we fail even once, 10 years of work will go down the drain. The reward for this silver mission is admission into an event where we will find treasures the Alliance needs. But there's great competition amongst the members. The top 3 teams are practically set in stone. But there are 9 remaining spots and we happen to be right at the fringe. Ryu's lip curled. So this alliance was allowing infighting within certain limits because to them it doesn't matter who gets the treasures as long as they're gotten. This must also mean that the price the alliance is willing to pay is quite steep. Interesting. A decade of work for just a chance to fight for a treasure. Ryu would be lying if he said he wasn't intrigued. He was even more intrigued about the kind of face the alliance would make if he took it for himself. Of course, that would depend on if they really were related to the Zoo clan or not. Ryu walked toward the door before looking back. "You two can come with me." The 2 tree folk snapped out of their stupor. They looked toward each other, hesitating. But, after remembering that Ryu's orders were only second to Givian's, they acquiesced. The others watched their back recede with a frown. Was Ryu just trying to look cool? Was he going to end up relying on the 2 brothers in the end anyway? The burly man who slammed his hand on the table couldn't help but have these thoughts. "Restrain yourself, Gilbert," Givian said lightly. The burly man gulped. "Yes, team leader." "What are your names?" Ryu asked offhandedly. "My name is Grim." "My name is Drew." Ryu nodded, stretching slightly as he looked up at the sky as though he wasn't worried about time. Even from here, he could hear the sounds of battle. A light smile couldn't help but spread across his lips. He didn't know why. He was just feeling oddly happy recently, as though a load was being taken off of him. His blood flowed freer. His chi seemed to fill his body on its own, and the world looked even more beautiful than usual. He sneered inwardly as he thought back to Givian's carelessness. Was the leader really driven into a corner? As if, even if their rules didn't let him interfere, wasn't there still a net? In the end, wasn't this just a test for him? There was little Ryu hated more than being tested. But, since he was in a good mood, he'd let Givian take advantage of him a bit. Say, Ryu said lightly. The two tree folk shivered uncontrollably. Ever since the first time Ryu had looked toward them, they felt as though they were walking through a land of ice and snow. But his next words almost made them black out. What are the rules about killing in this city?